Hokage start with a thunder fruit. Chapter 101-120. 12. Chapter 101 Where are your limits? Muyun wanted to stop it, but it was too late, watching the hot fireball rush directly towards the huge shark-shaped water bomb, and then it was swallowed by the water bomb in an instant. The next second, the shark-shaped water bomb suddenly expanded in a circle. Before the power was even more powerful, he directly pressed against Muyun and others. Can you absorb chakra to enhance your ninjutsu? It's really a tricky ability. Zilai also raised his brows. His eyes were a little helpless, and even he felt that this move was a bit perverted. Lan's feet cracked the ground. Muyun's eyes flashed sharply, his right leg suddenly raised, and a 10-meter-long vacuum-slashing wave suddenly roared out, splitting the shark-shaped water bomb in two, passing by the two, directly smashing the ground behind him. Two large pits were formed, with a diameter of more than 10 meters. What a joke, this is a physique. The dry persimmon ghost shark's hand that was about to make a seal suddenly froze, watching this scene in disbelief. That was just a slash, even a swordsman master with a knife could not do this, let alone Muyun only kicked out with a leg. How could this not be in line with common sense at all? 30. Uchiha Itachi said. Ghost shark, don't infer this man with common sense. Seemingly impossible things, in the hands of this man, will become possible. The Whirlpool Naruto, who was placed in the safety zone by Muyun, looked at Muyun with admiration and said, "It's too powerful, is this the true strength of Muyun?" To be honest, although Muyun fought with Orochimaru before, at this moment, it still caused a great visual impact on Naruto. Don't be too proud, it's not over yet. The ghost shark finally came back to his senses, put his hands on the surface of the water, and shouted, "The water escapes 1,000 food sharks." Instant, thousands of shark-shaped water bombs emerged directly from the water's surface, and densely surrounded and attacked Muyun and the two. What a huge chakra! Jiraiya changed his face in an instant. Chakra of this level deserves to be called a tailless beast. Faced with this move, even Jiraiya is helpless. This is not to say that Jiraiya is better than Jiraiya. The dry persimmon ghost is weak, but the ninjutsu mastered by Jiraiya does not obviously restrain this move. If he enters the immortal mode, Jiraiya also has the confidence to resist this move, but the current situation obviously does not have time for him. Collecting natural energy. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi also started, and a huge energy sword appeared in the hand of the huge Susanoo. The tail of the huge sword was connected to a gourd, which is one of the 3 divine weapons. 10 punches sword. Susanoo is holding a 10-fist sword and slashes directly at Muyun and Zilai. The whirring of the wind is constantly reaching Z's ears, and the violent wind pressure even lowered the water surface under his feet. A circle of water waves rippling around. Zilai's face changed greatly, and he did not care about thinking about countermeasures, and his hands were sealed. The art of forbearance and messing with the lion's hair. A white hair quickly grew and stretched under the input of chakra, directly wrapping Jiraiya himself and Muyun. The next moment. Boom! Thousands of shark-shaped water bombs and 10-fist swords landed directly on Jiraiya's hair, and the violent roar continued to sound. Inside the defensive wall formed by the hair, Jiraiya's face was slow. Become pale. Cold sweat the size of a drop of soybeans kept breaking out, and the huge consumption of chakra made Jiraiya dizzy. With Jiraiya's chakra, it is still a bit reluctant to fight against the dry persimmon shark and Uchiha Itachi at the same time. Crack! With a light sound, the hair that was as hard as steel after the injection of chakra suddenly began to break. It was weak at first, but it was quickly destroyed. Jiraiya frantically squeezed the chakra in his body. At this moment, he regretted not entering the fairy mode earlier. Let me come. At this time, Muyun's palm rested on Jiraiya's shoulder, making Jiraiya look relaxed. Thunder Dragon. An instant, a trace of thunder and lightning appeared around Muyun's body, slowly condensing into the form of a dragon, surrounding Muyun himself and Jiraiya's body. Condensation. As Muyun's complexion sank, the originally tiny thunder dragon instantly swelled up, directly pushing away Jiraiya's hair, and in just 1 second, it swelled to a size of tens of meters. Thunder Dragon. The body of dozens of meters hovered around the bodies of Muyun and Jiraiya, blocking all attacks. Even the attack of the Ten-Fist Sword was blocked from Thunder Dragon's body and could not be stored. Go! Muyun waved his hand. The tens of meters of huge Thunder Dragon swung its tail to blast all the water bombs directly, and swept the dried persimmon ghost shark's body directly into the air. Almost at the moment of contact, the dried persimmon ghost shark's chest instantly exploded. It became charred black, and the violent thunder and lightning directly stunned the dried persimmon ghost shark. Then, Thunder Dragon dragged his body dozens of meters long, and in an instant he came to the side of Susanoo, along the path of Susanoo. The body circled up and wrapped around Susanoo. Amaterasu. A trace of unease flashed in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Not enough blood from the corners of his eyes. Black flames suddenly formed and directly covered Thunder Dragon's head. Muyun looked at this scene, and said lightly, "It's useless." Yes, Thunder Dragon is not a creature. Even if you burn its head with Amaterasu, it will have no effect. Thunder Dragon's huge body squirmed and squeezed. The huge strength and terrifying thunder and lightning made Susanoo's body suddenly covered with cracks, and it was about to shatter in the next second. The violent thunder and lightning can turn Uchiha Itachi into flying ash in an instant. With a condensed gaze, Uchiha Itachi whispered, "There is no way, I can only use that trick. I have only used that trick once, and it is extremely expensive. Hitomi, once I use it, my physical condition will definitely get worse. But there's nothing I can do, I can only hope that my body can hold up." Quickly mobilize the chakra in the body, and the triangular windmill in Uchiha Itachi's eyes turned rapidly. With the massive consumption of chakra, the fiery red energy giant was revived again, and its size was constantly expanding. "Let me see where your limits are, Itachi." Seeing this scene, Muyun gradually became excited. The description of Uchiha Itachi's strength in the original book may be the most mysterious. Susanoo controls 3 artifacts at the same time. Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 102 Wooden Dun, The Art of the Wooden Man. Sometimes Muyun even thinks, if Uchiha Itachi is not so weak, will his future achievements be higher than Sasuke? Knowing that in terms of talent and ability, Itachi is much stronger than Sasuke, maybe it was the author who was afraid that Uchiha Itachi was too perverted, so he let him get the lunch box ahead of time. Anyway, Muyun wanted to know where Uchiha Itachi's limit was, and also wanted to have a hearty fight with Uchiha. As for the others, go away. With the injection of Uchiha Itachi chakra, Susanoo's body suddenly expanded, and his legs slowly condensed out. Then, layers of fiery red armor covered it. A Tengu helmet even covered Susanoo's head. Up to 100 meters of complete body Susanoo finally appeared. The huge pressure suddenly hit the face, and Jiraiya was shocked and speechless here. A pair of eyes are about to pop out of their sockets. Really or not, is this the true strength of Susanoo? With full of horror, Zillai also said hesitantly. He is not afraid of powerful enemies, but the situation in front of him really shocked him too much. The thunder dragons of dozens of meters were burst by the sudden expansion of Susanoo, and the violent thunder and lightning directly enveloped the radius of hundreds of meters. The range of the thunderbolt, everything was turned into fly ash under the attack of the thunder and lightning. But the huge Susanoo hardly suffered any damage in this violent thunder. Uchiha Itachi stood on the crystal of Susanoo's head in the middle. He looked at Muyun lightly. "I didn't expect your strength to grow so quickly. I've already looked up to you as much as possible, but I didn't expect that I still looked down on you in the end. But in front of the complete body Susanoo, how should you deal with it?" Blood was slowly dripping from his eyes. Uchiha Itachi didn't pay attention to the increasingly blurred vision. And now, there is only one thought left in his mind, a happy battle with Muyun. Uchiha Itachi can see when he came out, Muyun didn't seem to have done his best. Otherwise he would never be so calm in the face of the complete body Susanoo. "Muyun, can you deal with it?" Zillai also heard Uchiha Itachi's words, and suddenly came back to his senses and turned around. He turned his head to Muyun and asked solemnly. Jiraiya has even made a plan. If Muyun is not sure about dealing with it, he decides to sacrifice himself to create a chance for Muyun and Naruto to escape. Muyun nodded slowly and said, "Don't worry, You are completely in the right place. Although Susanoo is very powerful, it consumes a lot of chakra, and most importantly, it requires huge pupil power. Having said that, Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "So, Itachi, how long can your body last?" Uchiha Itachi shook his head, "I don't. A long time, or maybe it will run out of fuel soon, but before that, I just want to have a good fight with you." Muyun smiled, "You really said it. The power of the complete body Susanoo is a god, the power that can cut through everything. Once you see it, it will definitely accompany it. My little arms and calves, can I stand the toss?" Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun in surprise. The power of Muyun actually understood so well. "Just based on the calmness you show now, it shows that you have the means to fight against it. Don't hide it anymore, let's take action, Muyun." His body is getting weaker and weaker, and his vision is getting blurry. For himself in this state, time is the most precious, and he can't afford to waste it. "Jiraiya, take Naruto away from here, the farther the better." Muyun turned his head and said to Zilai. Zilai also took a deep look at Muyun and said, "Be careful." Saying that, he took Naruto and left the place quickly. Uchiha Itachi didn't stop when he saw this, and now he only has Muyun in his eyes. "Itachi, I didn't want to expose this trick so early, but now I can't take care of so much anymore, be careful." Would escape wooden man technique. Uchiha Itachi didn't take Muyun's words to heart. Although he knew that Muyun might still have trump cards, he always believed that in front of the complete body Susanoo, the final winner would only be him. But Uchiha Itachi's expression suddenly changed when he heard the word, Mudden. If there is really any trick that can match the complete body Susanoo, then there is no doubt that it is Mudden. Impossible. Well, Muyun is not a member of the Thousand Hands clan, how could he be stunned? Uchiha Itachi murmured in disbelief. The word, Mudden, gave him too much shock. Zilai, who had not left too far, also vaguely heard Muyun's voice. Shaking, looking back with some uncertainty, it was this look that made Jiraiya's heartbeat seem to be stagnant for a moment. I saw that the ground under Muyun's feet cracked a huge hole in an instant, but Muyun did not fall. Going down, a huge head gradually rose from the crack, holding up Muyun's body. Above his head, he stared at Uchiha Itachi. It's really a wooden escape. Jiraiya was also stunned for a moment, but the next moment, he took Naruto to speed up and left here. Jiraiya also knew that the next battle would be very terrifying. It will be hit hard, especially Naruto. I'm surprised how it goes with Li Jiao. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flowed, showing a touch of shock, and said, I didn't expect you to actually hold the wood tunnel, hiding it too deep, Muyun. Saying that, the huge Susanoo raised his arm directly, and the 10-fist sword dozens of meters long brought a whistling sound with Susanoo's movements. The next moment, the huge blade slashed at Muyun's head, and the huge wind pressure directly expelled the huge water flow in the ground. Bang! The wooden man instantly raised his hands, clasped them together suddenly, and directly clamped the 10-fist swords. In his hands, the wooden man moved his hands to the side, and the attack trajectory of the 10-fist sword suddenly deviates. Muyun manipulated the wooden man to bully him instantly, and punched Susanoo in the head. Uchiha Itachi looks at the giant fist of the wooden man through the crystal, and can even feel the pressure emanating from it. Phyllu reminds you. 3 things to read, collection, recommended. Chapter 103 Monthly Read. The huge complete body Susanoo was staggered by a punch and took a step back. This step directly stepped on the ground into a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Even the whistling wind brought about by this step would be countless. The trees within 10 meters were all blown down, and the sand and stones flew away for a while, and the momentum was very terrifying. And this was just Susanoo taking a step back. And the 10-fist sword that deviates from the attack trajectory is ruthless. The ground smashed into the ground next to the wooden man, creating a huge crack that stretched for several thousand meters and a width of more than 10 meters. It was almost bottomless. After taking a step back, Susanoo roared, and a knee hit the top of the knee instantly. On the wooden man's stomach, a large amount of sawdust was splashed. A large amount of wood fell from the air, smashing the ground into large pits. The wooden man also took a step back, and when he retreated, everything around him was hundreds of meters away. After a devastating blow, all traces of existence were immediately erased. The battle between the wooden man and the complete body Susanoo was almost like a map cannon, causing terrifying damage to the surrounding ground. 1-inch Mudun really lives up to its reputation. Muyun, your strength really surprised me. The huge 10-fist sword was directly raised above the top, almost submerging into the clouds, and then it slashed horizontally. The huge sword light flashed out, and the fiery red sword light was like a shooting star directly towards the wooden man. The wooden man did not have so many bells and whistles. The huge fist slammed fiercely against the fiery red sword light. Together, Mudun does not have so many fancy tricks. If the pupil technique of Shanyan is all kinds of fancy, mad and cool, then Mudun is simple and simple, crushing it with absolute power. Unfortunately, Muyun likes this rough fighting style very much. Rumble. The moment the fist-shaped air cannon collided with the fiery red sword light, a violent roar erupted directly, even this terrifying roar. It was spread more than 10 kilometers away. A strong shock wave broke out in midair, crushing it fiercely in all directions. Wooden wood ingot wall. Seeing the shock wave rolling over, Muyun immediately formed a seal, and a row of bent wood appeared directly, protecting Muyun inside. The next second, the shock wave directly rolled over. Whether it was a wooden man or Susanoo, the body made a creaking sound. Then, the shock wave was transmitted to the ground, and there were dense cracks on the ground of 1,000 meters. The ground of a few hundred meters closest to the battle center directly sank to a depth of more than 10 meters, and there was a tionking above it. Soon, air cannons and sword lights came in succession, and another round of shock waves descended. Along with the shattered sword light, the hills that were 1,000 meters away were flattened. Jiraiya Kazuo, who had already arrived at 2 kilometers away. The man stared at the aftermath of the battle, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, I deliberately opened a distance of 2 kilometers, then the aftermath of the battle can be fatal. Jirai couldn't help but feel fortunate. Even if he pulled 2 kilometers away, he could still feel the strong wind stinging his skin like a steel needle. Said, "This is true. Is it the power of ninjas? It's incredible. Muyun is too strong, right?" Hearing Naruto's words, Jirai also nodded in agreement. Muyun's power was completely beyond his imagination. It is estimated that in the current ninja world, no one is stronger than Muyun. On the battlefield, wait until the aftermath is completely after disappearing. The wooden ingot wall that wrapped Muyun suddenly disappeared. Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi, and looked at the messy environment around him, and was secretly surprised in his heart. But in less than a second, Muyun manipulated the wooden man to rush in front of Susanoo, stretched out a hand and grabbed Susanoo's head directly. Looking at the man who blocked his sight, the giant wooden palm, Uchiha Itachi thought, Susanoo directly hit the wooden man's arm with an elbow, but other than exploding a large amount of sawdust, it was of no use. You know, Muyun is only powerful in addition, it is also known for its resilience. The reason why Mudun is called the strongest blood successor limit is that once it is damaged, it can be quickly repaired, which is almost equivalent to infinite regeneration. As long as there is enough chakra, it can endless regrowth and repair. Unfortunately, Muyun's chakra just reached the level of super shadow. Realizing that something was wrong, Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed, and he took the 10-fist sword in both hands and slashed directly. The fiery red blade slashed across the wooden man's arm and cut it directly, leaving a ravine of about 10 meters on the wooden man's chest. It's useless, Itachi, even if you cut the wooden man into pieces. Block, I just spent a little chakra to condense one again. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's actions, Muyun said aloud. At the same time, Muyun also sighed a little. Mudun is simply one. It is difficult to be destroyed. Even if it is destroyed, it is harmless. It is nothing more than spending chakra to start over. At this time, Muyun suddenly found that Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo quickly dissipated, and at the same time, Uchiha Itachi's body was also facing. He rushed in. At this time, the wooden man's hands had not fully recovered, and it was unrealistic to want to block Uchiha Itachi. Just as Muyun wanted to activate the ability of the Thunder Fruit, he saw the writing wheel eyes of a pair of triangular windmills come into view. You lost, you do. Uchiha Itachi's faint voice passed into Muyun's ears, and his voice was full of confidence. For Yudu, Uchiha Itachi was very confident. The next moment, Muyun opened his eyes and found himself in a completely unfamiliar space. He was tied to a cross, and Uchiha Itachi stood not far away and looked at himself indifferently. This is illusion. Muyun frowned slightly, looking at Uchiha Itachi and asked lightly. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "This is the ultimate illusion of kaleidoscope Sharingan, Sukuru, which will pull the enemy's spirit into a space that is completely under my control. Everything in this space, including time, is controlled by me. To take control." Chapter 104. Are you doing it right? In the monthly reading space, in the past 72 hours, only 1 second has passed in reality, and these 72 hours, you can only be bound here and accept endless torture. Uchiha Itachi's face was full of confidence. He had never doubted the power of Yudu's illusion, and Yudu had never let him down. A dagger appeared in his hand. Itachi walked slowly towards Muyun. For the next 72 hours, I will use this dagger to stab you in and out of your body, until your nerves collapse. Muyun didn't have the slightest fear on his face. Instead he smiled lightly. Really, you are so confident. You must know that any trick has its own weaknesses. There is no perfect trick, and the same is true for monthly reading, like this. Kacha. As Muyun's voice fell, the cross that bound Muyun broke and collapsed, while Muyun stood beside Uchiha Itachi unscathed and looked at each other with a smile. Looking at Muyun with a smile on his face, Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, "What's the matter? How can you get rid of the shackles of the moon reading space?" Hearing Uchiha Itachi's question, Muyun smiled. Illusion is nothing more than to confuse the enemy's spirit. If his spirit is stronger than the enemy's, he will be disadvantaged everywhere. But unfortunately, Muyun's spirit has already reached to a terrifying level. Although it is not easy to get rid of the shackles of Yudu, it is not difficult. Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, "Itachi, I want to ask you a question. You think everything you do is correct, is it?" Hearing this question, Uchiha Itachi frowned deeper and said, "What do you mean?" Muyun smiled. "Itachi, do you think the life you arranged for Sasuke is really right? Is all this really what Sasuke wants? I can tell you responsibly that what Sasuke wants is not all that he is now, and what he wants is not power, but you forced all this into him, right? Do you really think that making Sasuke hate you can make him grow up? No, this will only make him go astray, and it will only make him more gloomy." Speaking of this, Muyun paused. "You should know who Danzo is. I can tell you this, if Sasuke develops according to the current situation, it will definitely be the second Danzo. Even if it's not, the darkness in my heart is definitely higher than Danzo." Patting Itachi on the shoulder, Muyun sighed. "Itachi, it doesn't have to be this way to protect Konoha. There are many ways. Does it make sense for you to go to Shao to organize an undercover now? Let's not talk about whether the other party trusts you. Just talk about the strength of the Akatsuki organization. If they really attack Konoha, how can Konoha stop them even if they have the information you provide? I think you already have the answer in your heart. Forgive me. Your potential is much higher than Sasuke, and your protection of Konoha is much more valuable than Sasuke." Uchiha Itachi's face became cloudy and sunny. Muyun glanced at Uchiha Itachi and said, "What are you referring to? Why do I know that you went to Shao Group?" "The true purpose of weaving. It's not important. I know, you left your eyes to Sasuke, but do you really need Sasuke? Assuming you didn't listen to Danzo, you and Sasuke are still the same as before. Would Sasuke want your eyes? But Sasuke will be very happy. Even if he has no power, he will be very happy. I think with your wisdom, I have already mentioned this step. You should not be confused." Back to Uchiha Itachi, Muyun said again, Of course, all of this is only because we were comrades in life and death before. I will remind you based on our previous friendship. As for how you choose, I will not force you. By the way, if my guess is correct, Orochimaru has found Sasuke and wants Sasuke's body to become a container. Although Orochimaru is a good training object, it is also very dangerous. If you want to experience Sasuke, don't you? It has to be so complicated. Also, think about it for yourself. Sasuke's contacts are all psychological and dark characters, especially Orochimaru. What do you think Sasuke will become when he grows up in this environment? That's all I said. If you figure it out, you can come to me at any time. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to find me. As for this battle, let it end like this. I don't want to kill you. After speaking, Muyun's body instantly shattered and disappeared in the Yudu space. Watching Muyun disappear, Uchiha Itachi's face changed constantly. Muyun's analysis is almost correct. After what Muyun said, he already has a simple answer in his heart. After his consciousness returned to his body, Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi with deep eyes, sighed and left. The reason why I talk to Uchiha Itachi so much is not because Muyun likes Uchiha Sasuke so much, but just to see how strong Uchiha Itachi who has grown to the peak. Muyun knows that the current Uchiha Itachi is far away without reaching the peak. Both the body and the chakra are too poor. If Uchiha Itachi hadn't died so early, it might have been a different result, and Muyun also wanted to be with Uji who really grew to the peak. Bo Itachi has a good fight. Not to mention other things, it's just the power of the three divine weapons mastered by Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, and they have not really fully exerted their power today. Muyun also wants to see the three divine weapons that burst out how powerful it will be. Ding! Congratulations to the host, for completing the system task, the first confrontation with Xiao's organization. The host will be rewarded with 60,000 reinforcement points. Use 60,000 reinforcement points to strengthen my body. After getting the quest reward, Muyun immediately used it to increase his strength. After consuming a full 60,000 enhancement points, Muyun's attribute panel changed again. Host, Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Constitution, 2222. Strength, 2222. Speed, 222. Spirit, 222. Chakra, 25,000. Strength rating, shadow rank. Close black lens bracket. Feeling the amount of violent violence flowing in the body, Muyun smiled with satisfaction, although the feeling of strength improvement has been tried many times, but every time it makes people feel so refreshed. Chapter 105 Drunk Tsunade. Muyun, Uchiha Itachi and the others. Zilai also saw Muyun coming alone, and hurriedly asked. Muyun looked at Jilai with an anxious look on his face, and said, "Sorry, let them run away, Uchiha Itachi's strength is beyond my expectations." Zilai also looked at Muyun and suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Run, run, that kind of terrifying strength, it's amazing that you can stop it, it's normal." After speaking, Jiraiya's face suddenly became serious, and he said, "Muyun, tell me honestly, how could you be stunned?" Looking at Jiraiya's suspicious look, Muyun said, "Jilai, I know what you are thinking. I am not a member of the Chinsho clan, and I have not transplanted the cells of the first Hokage. You should know that the first generation of fire, 100 inches. The cells of the shadow are not so easy to digest, and all my experiences can be found in Konoha. There is no time to transplant the first generation of Naruto cells. As for Muyun, isn't that very simple? Can't the fusion of earth and water chakras be enough?" Jiraiya. In fact, what Muyun said was right. The villagers of his daily Konoha village had seen it every day, and he could investigate it with a casual investigation. Transplanting the intercolumnar cells is not. At that time, it can be completely adapted to the transplant. Whether it is the transplant time or the adaptation time, Muyun does not have it, so this possibility can be ruled out. As for whether Muyun is a member of the Chinsho clan, since Lai never doubted that if Muyun was really from the Chinsho clan, then Tsunade would never leave Muyun alone in the village. Zilai was also speechless for a moment, and said, "You said it simply, the earth attribute just blend with the water-type chakra. Do you know how many people will be stumped by this?" Jirai was also really hit. Although his talent is not top-notch, he can learn the immortal mode. Although it is not a perfect version, he is considered a genius, but compared with Muyun, he is instantly eclipsed. Muyun blinks, blinking his eyes. "Is it difficult? I think it's easy." Zilai also said that he didn't want to talk to Muyun, so he just closed his mouth and went on his way. "Muyun, you are too strong. That trick is too cool. Can you teach me?" Although Jirai didn't speak, but Naruto kept talking, he really felt that Muyun's Mudun was very strong, and he wanted to learn. Muyun shook his head and said, "This move is the blood of the limit, you can't learn it, so, after finding Tsunade and returning to the village, how about I teach you another ninjutsu?" Hearing this, Naruto slumped down instantly and said, "I don't want to learn other ninjutsu." Muyun smiled, and said somewhat mockingly, "Really, yours is super ninjutsu, you really don't learn it." Since he developed the spiral pill, he also sent out the spiral pill shuriken. Although he knew that Naruto could do the same, he could also use it to give Naruto. Hearing this, Naruto was immediately excited, and even Jirai also pricked up his ears. The temptation of rank ninjutsu is too great. "Really? Rank ninjutsu Muyun, you really want it?" Listening to Naruto's excited words, Muyun said, "Don't you want to learn?" "Hey, I wanted to teach you, but I didn't expect you to even look down on ninjutsu." Naruto was instantly anxious and said, "Who said I don't want to learn? Don't worry about it so much, Muyun, teach me." When Muyun heard Naruto's coquettish words, he instantly waved his hand to stop Naruto's tricks, and said, it's okay to teach you, don't you speak in such a tone." Naruto immediately waved his hand excitedly, "Super ninjutsu." He still doesn't even know a lot of super ninjutsu, he relies on a multi-shadow clone to support the facade. Sasuke has Chidori, and he has nothing. Now Muyun said that he wanted to teach him ninjutsu. Naruto's excitement was almost indescribable, and he was full of gratitude to Muyun. As for whether Muyun was bragging, Naruto never doubted, with Muyun's current strength, ninjutsu doesn't count. Seeing Jiraiya also a little eager to move, Muyun said, "Okay, Jiraiya, if you are interested, you can come and learn it, but now I'll go to Tsunade for the sake of it." Heavy. Zilai also smiled a little embarrassedly, and his mind was seen through, so he was a little embarrassed. Naruto said immediately, "Uncle Whitehair, I didn't expect you to be interested in Muyun's ninjutsu, it seems that Muyun is stronger." A little. Zilai also moved his lips, but didn't speak. Naruto was right. Just now, in the battle where Muyun used the technique of the wooden man, even if he turned on the immortal mode, he didn't have the slightest confidence. He is not strong, but his long-standing experience of fame made it difficult for her to change her mind for a while. Since Naruto didn't see Jiraiya and peeked at the women's bathhouse, there was no such thing as a lecherous fairy, but it was changed to White Hair Uncle. 2 days later, Jiraiya and his group came to Tansen Street and finally met Tsunade. At this moment, in a tavern, Muyun and the others were sitting with Tsunade and Mute. Zilai also looked at Tsunade, who was slightly drunk, and said, "Tsunade, this time I'm here to find you, so that you can succeed the 5 generations of Hokage, this is the meaning of the village." Jiraiya's words caused Tsunade's blushing eyes to move slightly, and said, "Is the old man of the 5th Hokage going to retire?" "Haha, since the old man is going to retire, why don't you be Hokage?" "I have no interest in Hokage, only a fool would be Hokage." When hearing this topic, Tsunade couldn't help 5. 7 had to think of the 1st and 2nd Hokage and his younger brother, Senju Roshu, and said immediately. Before Jiraiya had time to say anything, he saw Naruto blowing his hair instantly, stepping on the table with 1 foot and saying, "Old lady, what do you say? Who is Hokage is an idiot. You are not allowed to insult Hokage. People like you who have never been Hokage will not understand. Take back what you just said." Tsunade raised his eyes and glanced at Naruto. He had some guesses about Naruto's identity in his heart, and said, "You brat, it's like you know Naruto very well, why do you let me take this sentence back? Also, what do you call me old lady?" As soon as this sentence was said, the chakra on Tsunade suddenly burst out, which shocked Naruto. Please download the Phyloo novel. Chapter 106 Tsunade's Condition. Shadow-level chakra was instantly released from the body, forming a cyclone directly around Tsunade. The momentum was amazing. Naruto's face turned pale, but he still insisted, "Hokage is not what you said, old lady." The blue veins on Tsunade's forehead throbbed faintly. After seeing it, Jiraiya secretly cried out in his heart. He knew about Tsunade's temper. If Tsunade really went crazy, he wouldn't be able to hold it. When Zilai also wanted to speak to persuade, Muyun spoke. "Tsunade, don't be angry, Naruto didn't say anything wrong, did he?" Muyun's words caused Tsunade to explode directly. After smashing the table in front of him with one punch, he glared at Muyun and said, "Little devil, who are you?" He waved his hand, motioned Tsunade to be calm, and Muyun said slowly, "You said that all Hokage are idiots, so is your grandfather the first Hokage also idiots? According to this, isn't your second grandfather Senju Tobirama also an idiot?" Muyun's words made Tsunade speechless for a while, and then he said angrily, "You are taking this out of context. What qualifications do you have to evaluate my grandfather and second grandfather?" Muyun blinked innocently and said, "I'm not qualified to evaluate the first Hokage, this is what you said. All Hokage are idiots. Aren't the first Hokage also Hokage?" Tsunade was speechless for a moment, turned his head to face Jiraiya and said, "What did the old man think about suddenly abdicating?" Zilai also smiled bitterly and said, "Suncho, you misunderstood. The old man is not about to abdicate, but the old man died in battle." Hearing this, Tsunade's eyes lifted instantly, with disbelief flashing inside, and he said a little excitedly, "Jiraiya, what did you say the old man died in battle? Who can make the old man die in battle? Is it the fourth Raikage or the third Tsuchikage Onoki?" Jilai also shook his head sadly and said, "Neither, but Orochimaru. Orochimaru created the Sound Ninja Village, and then joined the Sand Ninja Village to attack Konoha. The Old Man River Orochimaru launched a fierce battle, but the old man was old and died in the battle with Orochimaru." Pooh breeze blew in through the crack of the door, caressing Tsunade's pretty face. A touch of sadness and anger rose in Tsunade's eyes. After being stunned for a moment, Tsunade said again, "Then how is the situation of Konoha now? Is the loss serious? After all, it was created by his grandfather Chisho Hasuma himself." Although Tsunade said that he was indifferent, it is difficult to be truly ruthless. Zilai also smiled and looked at Mew. "The loss of the village is not big. Thanks to Muyun, I first sealed the rampant Ichisho crane, and then defeated the first and second Hokage reincarnated from the Orochimaru Naruto. If Muyun hadn't shared most of the pressure for the people in the village, I'm afraid the loss of the village would have been huge. I was still on my way to Konoha at the time, so all the credit." Tsunade glanced at Muyun in surprise, and said, "As far as this novel is true, Tsunade is a little surprised, and even a little suspicious of Jiraiya. How could such a brat be able to be Jiraiya?" I also said those things, but the next moment, a figure suddenly crossed Tsunade's mind, and Tsunade almost blurted out, "You are the so-called Konoha Thor." Although Tsunade loves gambling, he still pays attention to the news of the ninja world, and he has heard of the title of Konoha Thor. Muyun nodded and said, "That's right, so I have already told you about the situation. Konoha is really headless now, and you are the fifth Hokage. Do you agree or not?" Tsunade raised his brows and said, "Why should I promise that Konoha is a leaderless group of dragons? Does it have anything to do with me? Isn't that guy Danzo very interested in the position of Hokage? That guy's loyalty to Konoha is also 1 in 1,000. I think Danzo is more suitable than me." Jilai was about to say something. He was stopped by Muyun waving his hand. Muyun stared at Tsunade's eyes and said, what you said is the truth. That's all over. Konoha will only be destroyed. Hearing the word Konoha destruction, Tsunade's mood fluctuated slightly and said, why is Konoha destroyed? Muyun said seriously, you should know about Danzo's character. I hate it. This person, once he becomes Hokage, then I think I will leave Konoha. With Danzo's character, I will definitely not allow me to leave Konoha. When the time comes, I will definitely take action to keep me, and I can't sit still. It is inevitable when a battle breaks out. Will Konoha be finished by then? Tsunade heard the words, clenched his teeth angrily, and said, you are threatening me. Muyun shook his head in denial and said, of course not, I'm just stating a fact. It shouldn't be difficult for you to judge this point. I'm afraid it's not just me, many people will be unable to stand Danzo's character and leave Konoha. Tsunade suddenly smiled. With a slight smile, Tsunade said, it is not impossible for me to succeed the 5th Hokage, but you have to promise me a condition. Muyun looked at her pretty face suspiciously and said, as long as it's not too much, I can agree. Tsunade suddenly showed a half-smiling expression and said, it's very simple. I heard that you are very strong. So, fight with me. If you win, I promise to go back to the village to succeed the 5 generations of Hokage. Jirai was also in a hurry, and said, Tsunade, don't be impulsive. Muyun's terrifying strength has also been seen before. During the time they spent together, Jirai also admitted that he knew something about Muyun. Muyun is definitely not the kind of person who will show mercy. On this journey, is there anything wrong with him? The girl ninjas attacked them and wanted to snatch their belongings. There were many beautiful ninjas among them, but they were killed by Muyun Thunder without exception. Muyun is definitely not a person who loves fragrance and jade. Tsunade glanced lightly. Zilai also glanced and said, why, Zilai, what do you mean by this tone of voice? Do you look down on me or do you think you are better than me? Jirai was also suddenly choked up, and he didn't know what to say. He believed that he was not Muyun's opponent, and it was estimated that Tsunade was not good enough. Even in terms of strength, Tsunade was not his opponent. Feilu reminds you. Reading 3 favorites, recommended. Chapter 107 Kiss Me. Perhaps in taijutsu, he is no match for Tsunade, who has strange powers, but he is much stronger than Tsunade in other ninjutsu and illusion. After he said it, he kept silent. Seeing that Zilai was also silent, Tsunade snorted and turned to Muyun and said, little devil, how is it, do you dare to agree to my conditions? Muyun smiled faintly. Tsunade like this is really a little childish. Seeing Muyun's smile, Tsunade was directly annoyed and said, do you dare not agree to what you are laughing at or say you are just vain? Shaking his head helplessly, Muyun said, it's nothing to promise to fight with you, but why should I promise? It seems that under this condition, I have no benefit at all. Tsunade was at a loss for words. What Muyun said was not unreasonable. If she won, she refused to succeed Wudai Hokage, but once she lost, she was very confident in herself to succeed Wudai Hokage, so she didn't think about it at all, but it didn't mean Muyun doesn't care. Just like herself, she is very confident in herself. In contrast, Muyun must have confidence in herself. From an objective point of view, this condition is indeed unfair to Muyun. Muyun sees that after Tsunade's hesitation, he immediately said, well, if you lose, not only have to promise to succeed the 5 generations of Hokage, but also kiss me. As soon as these words came out, let alone Tsunade, even Jirai's eyes widened and looked at Muyun in disbelief. He really couldn't believe that Muyun dared to make such a condition. Yi Hong then angrily said, what did you say? Let me kiss you. Muyun nodded and said, yes, look, whether you win or lose, it's nothing more than a matter of continuing or not succeeding the 5 generations of Hokage. It will not benefit me in the slightest, and I will not agree to any favorable conditions. Silver teeth clenched tightly, Tsunade resisted the desire to shoot directly, and said, don't forget, you invited me to succeed Wudai Hokage. If you don't agree, I will turn my head and leave. Wudai Hokage, you please also be smart. Muyun waved his hand indifferently, and said, "There is no need to invite Gao Ming. It's still what I said, if you don't take over, no one is more suitable than Danzang, then, it's hard to say whether Konoha still exists or not." Now. Tsunade glared fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I promise you." Although his mouth is dismissive of Konoha, Tsunade still has deep feelings for Konoha in his heart, which cannot be faked. Of course, Tsunade can also choose to withdraw the proposed conditions and promise to return to the village, but unfortunately, Tsunade is a person who refuses to admit defeat. Since he has said it, it is not very shameful to take it back, so it can only be suffering is over. When I came to an open space, Tsunade and Muyun stood opposite each other, their eyes fixed on each other. Ding! Congratulations to the host, trigger the department. Task name. Defeat Tsunade. Task introduction. Tsunade put forward conditions on the matter of Jing, and he fought against the host, and asked the host to defeat Tsunade. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest completion reward, 2. 10,000 enhancement points. Punishment for mission failure, none. Seeing the mission released by the system, Muyun was instantly excited. It was originally just for Tsunade to return to the village, but I didn't expect that there were still reinforcement points to be earned, and it was a real profit. At this moment, Tsunade rushed towards Muyun. "You dare to be distracted when you are fighting against me, kid, you are too arrogant." Although Tsunade didn't know why Muyun relaxed his vigilance just now, he blamed all this on Muyun's contempt for her, and immediately angry. Hearing Tsunade's angry voice, Muyun immediately came back to his senses, looking at Tsunade's fist that became bigger and bigger in his eyes, and dodged directly to avoid the punch. Immediately afterwards, Muyun a whip leg swept out fiercely at Tsunade, who directly raised his arm to block the kick, but was also kicked back by Muyun. Tsunade felt the power contained in Muyun's foot, and was a little surprised. She was very confident in her own strength. She knew how strong her strength was, but she didn't expect to be kicked back by Muyun. Just a few steps. With just this kick, Tsunade is sure that Muyun has something. Yes, it is not a vain name. But Tsunade didn't know. Muyun was even more shocked than her. The kick just now was already Muyun's strength is 5 points. You must know that with Muyun's current strength attribute, coupled with the power of muscle explosion after using lightning to stimulate the muscles, it is very strong, and it can block Muyun's foot. Tsunade's strange power is indeed well-deserved reputation. Be careful, kid, the next attack will not be so simple. The fist was covered with chakra, which increased his strength a lot again. Tsunade appeared behind Muyun with an instant body technique, and punched out fiercely, and fell to Muyun's back. The next moment, the feeling of the fist hitting the air came. Tsunade's eyes narrowed, but he saw Muyun's figure disappeared in place. "Sunsho, your speed is a bit slow." Muyun's voice came from behind Tsunade. Just as he was about to turn around, he was punched in the back by Muyun, and his body flew forward in an instant. A beautiful backflip, Tsunade removed it. After receiving the power brought by Muyun's punch, he landed steadily and said, "Sure enough, ninjas are famous for their speed. I have experienced so many battles with such terrifying speed, and I have never encountered them before. Even for the fourth Raikage, this is a completely different feeling from Minato's Flying Thunder God ninjutsu. Have also seen the speed Tsunade of the fourth generation of Raikage, but it is definitely not as terrifying as Muyun, and Muyun moves at pure body speed, which has a completely different feeling from time-space ninjutsu. Thank you for your compliment." Muyun's body disappeared again, and when it appeared, it was already beside Tsunade. "Have you ever been kicked by lightning?" At the same time as the voice came, a foot flashing with lightning appeared in the corner of Tsunade's eyes. Although Tsunade extended his arms to defend in time, he was kicked out by this kick. Tsunade's body all the time, flying more than 10 meters in the air, then landing like a rolling gourd, and rolling on the ground several times before stopping righteousness. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the Filu novel. Chapter 108 Enough is Enough. At this moment, Tsunade's clean clothes have become dusty, and even a small hole has appeared on the clothes. a trace of spring has appeared, and the snow-white skin is looming. A distressed feeling suddenly appeared in my heart. Looking at Tsunade's embarrassed appearance, I couldn't help complaining about Muyun. How could this kid not know how to pity Shangshiyu? On Tsunade's snow-white arm, it looks very abrupt. Tsunade didn't pay any attention to the spring light he leaked, but said to Muyun in high spirits, "You have completely inspired my desire to fight, little devil." Long time, due to hyperphobia, Tsunade has been avoiding fighting with people, saying unceremoniously, 157. She has not had such a hearty battle experience for several years. Therefore, the more she looks at Muyun, the more pleasing she feels at this time, and she completely forgets the traces of spring that have leaked from her body. Muyun looked at Tsunade snow-white, the skin of the skin, with the full chest, made Muyun's eyes involuntarily stare. A mature and noble feeling surrounded Tsunade's body, which directly improved the charm of Tsunade by several grades. As for the age of Tsunade, is that important? Muyun's eyes gradually became hot. Tsunade also reacted, looked at his body, and immediately blushed. "It's the same as Jirai, you, Rhea pervert." Tsunade spat, and rushed towards Muyun. A little embarrassed, she directly raised her jade legs, heaven show. Facing the terrifying force on Tsunade's Kyonchenyu legs, Muyun did not dodge or evade, and directly stretched out his right hand, pointing the gun to the palm. The next moment, Muyun's palm directly came into intimate contact with Tsunade's white ankle. The terrifying force on Tsunade's hands and feet did not cause any harm to Muyun. Feeling the smooth skin of Tsunade, Muyun couldn't help but sigh. This woman, age is really nothing in front of her. This smooth skin is even smoother than that little girl in Ino, and the hand feels very good. Tsunade's eyes widened, watching Muyun holding his ankle. The hand immediately said, "Let go of me." There was an evil and charming smile on Muyun's face, and he said, "Why let go? Unless you admit that you lost, or I managed to control you, why let go?" This time, Tsunade was really angry, and said loudly, "If you don't let go, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing that Muyun was indifferent, Tsunade immediately. Shen Sheng said, "Chakra scalpel." See, Tsunade's light white jade finger instantly smeared green chakra, forming the appearance of a scalpel, and it cut towards Muyun's arm. Muyun immediately let go of his grasp Tsunade's ankle. After the chakra scalpel cut into the air, there was a loud cracking sound, which was enough to see that Tsunade was real. There is no mercy. Tsunade didn't go up after the first shot, so he was really angry. Seeing this, Zilai immediately said, "Sunsho, calm down, I believe Muyun didn't mean it." To be honest, Jiraiya is also very unhappy in his heart. He has had a crush on Tsunade for a long time, but he has never been in such close contact with Tsunade. Don't die, Jiraiya is not worried about Tsunade hurting Muyun, but worried that Tsunade will push Muyun in a hurry, and Muyun shot with all his strength. But unfortunately, Jiraiya's words are useless, and Tsunade is still unrelentingly. He launched an attack on Muyun. Muyun was also a little angry, and said, "Old woman, enough is enough and enough is enough." Hearing the name of the old woman, Tsunade directly exploded, and the offensive became even more crazy. This time, even Jirai didn't know how to persuade him. The most hated name of Tsunade is the old woman. No matter what in this case, age is always a forbidden area for women. Since you don't know what's good or bad, don't blame me. The technique of escaping from the wooden prison. The thick tree rose from the ground in an instant, directly binding Tsunade's body. Tsunade, who was still crazy, was stunned after seeing Muyun using the wooden escape. His eyes were full of incredible "I miss it deeply." Mew done, it's actually my grandfather's Mew done. Tsunade murmured in a trance, her heart was full of complexity. This is the lifelong pursuit of many Chinsho clan, even she was the same in the past, but apart from her grandfather, there is no one in the Chinsho clan able to awaken Mew done. But now, Mew done has been used by a ninja who is not from the Chinsho clan. You can imagine how Tsunade feels in his heart. Calm down. Looking at Tsunade who was bound, Mu-yun asked. Hearing Mu-yun's words, Tsunade suddenly came back to his senses and struggled violently, but Mu-yun's wood tunnel is actually big and that kind. A wood tunnel that can only be used for greening can be compared to trees that are harder than steel. Tsunade couldn't break free at all. Even if a crack was just made on the tree, it was repaired in an instant. Gradually, Tsunade's struggling movements stopped, and the chakra in her body was being slowed down by these trees. Slowly absorbing, if this goes on, her chakra will be 5 sooner or later. 7 absorbed. Looking at Mu-yun with an extremely complicated look, Tsunade said, I lost. After getting this answer, Mu-yun immediately dispersed the technique of the wooden prison, freeing Tsunade from the bondage. Your wooden escape. Finish speaking, a slightly gloomy voice interjected. Looks like you've seen something amazing. At the moment when this voice sounded, aside from Mute and Naruto, the expressions of Mu-yun and the others changed instantly. Zilai turned around with a livid face, and said in a low voice, Orochimaru. I saw Orochimaru standing on the ground not far away, with deep eyes beside him, while Orochimaru stared blankly at Jiraiya and others. Chapter 109 The Ignored Mu-yun. Orochimaru, you are still appearing in front of us. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with a livid face, his eyes full of anger. Ha 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 ha, Jiraiya, what kind of expression do you have? The old man lost both of my arms before he died, and now only Tsunade can cure me. Why can't I come? Orochimaru licked his lips, although he felt Jiraiya's anger, but he didn't care in his heart. He originally came to Tsunade, and the purpose was to heal his hands. After all, he had tried all kinds of methods and failed. The only one who could hope to restore his hands was Tsunade. I just didn't expect that it would happen, and I met Jiraiya and Mu-yun here. The most important thing is that I saw that Mu-yun could use the wooden dungeon, which made Orochimaru very surprised. You want Tsunade to treat your arm for you, you are delusional. Tsunade hasn't spoken yet, and Jiraiya also speaks angrily. He has a deep bond with Orochimaru 30, but after learning that Orochimaru killed 3 generations, he has given up hope for Orochimaru. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya's words, but looked at Tsunade with a smile and said, Tsunade, what's your opinion? Tsunade said almost without any hesitation, Orochimaru, you should die, no matter what, I will not help you. After getting Tsunade's answer, Orochimaru did not show disappointment, but said, really, Tsunade, as long as you help me heal my arm, I can resurrect your brother, even the first Hokage and the others. Don't you have any interest in trading? Hearing this, Tsunade's face suddenly showed a look of hesitation, and Jiraiya, who noticed this, also changed his face and said, Tsunade, don't be fooled, the so-called resurrection is just a reincarnation technique. That's an insult to the dead. Jiraiya also knew the position of the Senju rope tree in Tsunade's mind. This condition may really make Tsunade shake it. Ignoring Jiraiya's words, Tsunade said after hesitating for a moment, Okay, Orochimaru, I can promise you, but how can I trust you? Hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru's face showed a hint of joy, but Jiraiya's face changed greatly. After all, can Tsunade still be unable to let go of his younger brother? Orochimaru said, Tsunade, you know my character, as long as I say it, I will definitely not regret it, and even if I make any promises now, you will not believe it. So, you have no choice but to trust my credit. These remarks are very ironic, but I have to say that Orochimaru's demagogic methods are very clever, and even Mu-yun frowned at the side. Tsunade was silent for a moment, then said, the injury I got can determine whether it can be successfully treated or not. Orochimaru smiled and said, yes. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately walked towards Orochimaru, while Jiraiya shouted, Tsunade, he killed the old man. But for Jiraiya's words, he didn't pay any attention at all and walked slowly towards Orochimaru. Go, just came to the side of Orochimaru. The expression on Tsunade's face changed, and he punched Orochimaru in the face, knocking Orochimaru out. Orochimaru's body was drawn out on the ground, a long trace was left, and it didn't stop until it hit a big tree and broke it. Orochimaru, you underestimate me. At this moment, Tsunade's face has been replaced with a sneering expression. It is true that she has deep feelings for Senju Roshu, but this does not mean that this can be a means for Orochimaru to pinch her. If she really needed the technique of reincarnation from the dirty earth to revive the Thousand Hands rope tree, she would have done it in the first place. Why would she have waited until now? Tsunade, you are still as ruthless as ever. Orochimaru, who was knocked to the ground with a punch, opened his mouth slowly, and after showing an exaggerated angle, Orochimaru drilled out of his mouth, unscathed. A teleportation technique appeared beside Orochimaru. Has bitten his fingers, and pulled Orochimaru's hand together to make a seal, ninja psychic art. A large amount of smoke instantly appeared in front of Orochimaru, covering Orochimaru. At the same time, a rebellious voice sounded, Orochimaru, what's the matter with summoning this uncle? This time, this uncle wants 100 living people to sacrifice. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a huge python appeared at the foot of Orochimaru. His eyes were full of rebelliousness, and he looked at Orochimaru and him very cruelly. The tens of meters long snake body hovered on the ground, glowing with cold light. The scales cover the body unevenly, adding a bit of cold-blooded taste. Don't worry, Wan Chi, as long as you can take me out of here safe and sound, let alone 100 living sacrifices, 1,000 is no problem. Orochimaru's words instantly made Wan Chi excited, and her fierce eyes finally turned to the opposite side. Seeing this, Wan Chi was shocked. Jiraiya and Tsunade knew each other and knew their relationship. Strength, although it is very arrogant, 15 is not without brains. It is not so easy to defeat these two people. At this moment, Wan Chi's heart has already begun to retreat. It seems that he has seen the thoughts in Wan Chi's heart. Orochimaru said lightly, Wan Chi, don't think too much, I'm not asking you to defeat them, just take me away safely. Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes and had no idea of winning. He knew that neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya would let him go easily, and there was even a Muyun staring at him, so he just wanted to be safe. Just leaving. When he came, he had already calculated countless possibilities in his mind. Although the situation in front of him was slightly different from what he expected, it did not have much impact. In order to heal his arm, the risk he should take is still you have to take it. You must know that for ninjas, the importance of arms is self-evident. The words of Orochimaru made Wan Chi's heart calm, and it did not have the confidence to defeat Jiraiya and Tsunade, but if he wanted to take Orochimaru, it is still confident. As for Muyun, it seems to be just a little devil, and he doesn't care about it at all, and even wants to use Muyun as a snack. It's good. Chapter 110 Nervous Tsunade. Orochimaru, you are too confident that a snake can take you away. Muyun looked at Wan Chi's fierce eyes lightly, and said disdainfully. Just as Wan Chi was about to get angry, Jiraiya and Tsunade already shot. Ninja Psychic Art. Instant, the huge smoke rose again, and the next moment, huge toads and slugs of the same size of more than 10 meters appeared at the feet of Jiraiya and Tsunade. It's your stinky toad and stinky slugs again. Wan Snake's eyes were instantly filled with disgust, and he said to Toad Wentai and Slug. Toad Wentai pulled out his short knife with his backhand. Although it was a short knife, according to Wentai's body, this short knife was already more than 10 meters long. Toad Wentai rushed towards Wan Snake instantly, and the short knife in his hand pointed towards Wan Snake. The snake body was cut off fiercely. Stinky snake, don't be too arrogant. Wan Chi also reacted quickly to avoid the knife and fight with Toad Wentai. The battle between the two huge psychic beasts has left the surrounding ground in a mess, and every action will cause great damage. The advantage of their size makes every attack of them carry unparalleled destructive power. Tsunade also wants to make a move, but it was blocked. He took out a small knife and cut a wound on his hand, and blood flowed down slowly. Lord Tsunade, hyperphobia is very troublesome, can you still fight in this situation? From the moment he saw the blood, Tsunade's body was paralyzed to the ground. Fear of blood is indeed a big weakness for Tsunade, and he almost completely lost his ability to fight. Slowly towards Tsunade approaching, despite the slug and its own attack blocking. Unfortunately, the advantage of the huge size is obvious, and the disadvantage cannot be ignored. Compared with the slug, the action is too dull. Coming to Tsunade, a chakra scalpel appeared in his hand. Sir Tsunade, I am really sorry, although it's a bit incompetent to win by this method, but everything should be over. Tsunade held his body strong and wanted to stand up, but he tried several times to no avail. At this moment, Tsunade's heart was full of powerlessness. Before switching to this role, he could solve it with one punch. But at this moment, it has become a mountain that she can't cross. This big gap makes Tsunade almost collapse. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name, Heal Tsunade. Task introduction. Due to the past, one of the three ninjas, Senju Tsunade, suffered from hyperphobia. Please treat the host for Tsunade's hyperphobia. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest completion reward, 10,000 strong points. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket mission failure penalty, none. Looking at the sudden release of the system either. Flash of inspiration flashed in Yun's heart, and a momentary body appeared directly in front of Tsunade. At this moment, Mu Yun saw the domineering full force, and the chakra scalpel was inserted into his shoulder, and the blood flowed like a stream. With the help of Mu Yun's arrogance and domineering, the extent of this injury looked very terrifying, but it didn't hurt any important parts. There was a momentary daze in his eyes, but the next moment, he activated the characteristics of the chakra scalpel, and directly cut off the meridians in Muyun's body. I didn't expect that Muyun-jun would be willing to use his own body to rescue Tsunade-sama. It's really courageous. But the medical ninja's chakra scalpel is different from other attack methods. I have cut off the meridians in your body. I believe that Tsunade, who is also a medical ninja, should also be very clear about this. Then, Muyun-jun, how are you going to deal with it? Tsunade's eyes widened, looking at the man standing in front of him. A different emotion suddenly rose in his heart. Although he doesn't want to admit it, but as a top medical ninja, Tsunade is very clear that what he said is true, and it is because of this that Tsunade's heart is deeply touched. Go to hell, Muyun-jun. A kunai appeared in his left hand in an instant, and stabbed directly at Muyun's temple. If this was done, Muyun would definitely die on the spot. You must know that Muyun's department deliberately suppressed the elementalization. Get out of the way. Tsunade's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and shouted in horror. It's just a pity, Muyun seemed to have been immobilized, standing still, watching the kuwu in his hands fall. If Tsunade couldn't overcome the fear in his heart until the last moment and shot, Muyun would immediately shoot. Stop me, bastard. It just made Muyun happy that the effect of this scene was unexpectedly perfect. Tsunade shot directly from the ground, and his face was greeted with a heavy punch. Little devil, give me death, strange fist. The violent fist wind directly raised his hair fiercely. At this moment, his eyes were full of panic, but it was too late to avoid it. Tsunade's attack speed was unexpectedly fast. Bainen's fist landed directly on the face. The surging power instantly vented out, causing the body to fly upside down like a rag sack. PFF'd. The body is still there. In mid-air, a large amount of blood spurted out, and after a long trace was drawn on the ground, it gradually stopped. Li Jiao ignored the blow of his own punch. Tsunade's face was full of tension standing in front of Muyun. He said, Muyun, are you alright? Why do you want to help me block this blow? Don't talk. I'll treat you right away. With a slight hint of cold slender jade fingers, he placed it on Muyun's injured skin. The green light exuded a warm breath, and began to heal Muyun's wound. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is really not covered, just a short time. Within more than 10 seconds, Muyun's wound stopped bleeding and began to scab. I have connected the severed meridian for you, and the wound will soon recover. Fortunately, the location of the injury is not fatal. Otherwise, it will be troublesome to book. Tsunade's face is full of seriousness. The ghost knows how nervous she was just now, Muyun was hurt for her. If there is anything wrong, then she will feel guilty for the rest of her life. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 111 Angry Group Possession. At this moment, Tsunade subconsciously ignored some strange details, such as how Muyun's strength could be heard in Tsunade's eyes, only the picture of Muyun resisting the attack for her, it doesn't matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the system quest. Heal Tsunade, reward the host with 10,000 reinforcement points. At present, Muyun's reinforcement points have once again reached the level of 30,000. I'm fine. Looking at Tsunade, Muyun said lightly, it's just a little injury, but it's you, the fear of blood has been overcome. Tsunade's expression froze, and he said, yeah, thanks to you, otherwise, my whole life would be useless. Muyun said with a smile, since it's done, I'll give you the pharmacist's pocket. Tsunade nodded, and Muyun instantly turned into an afterimage and appeared between Toad Wentai and Wan Shi. Orochimaru, it seems that your psychic beast disdains me. Hearing Muyun's words, Orochimaru broke out in cold sweat instantly, and just wanted to speak, but Wan Shi's voice came out first. Little devil, this uncle will take you as a snack. Said that, Wan Shi suddenly opened his bloody mouth and took a bite at Muyun, who was 157. The strong stench came out of his nose instantly, causing Muyun to subconsciously frown. Beasts must have the consciousness of beasts, don't be too arrogant. The dazzling lightning flashed suddenly, and a sturdy lightning struck directly on Wan Shi's head. Da Shiwan reacted quickly and jumped off Wan Shi's head, and a blood hole instantly appeared on Wan Shi's head. Ow! Exclamation mark quote. The miserable cry came instantly. The attack speed of thunder and lightning was not something that 10,000 snakes could avoid. This blow directly made it feel the pain deep into the bone marrow. It's not over yet, God's punishment. Next second, a sturdy lightning beam with a diameter of more than 5 meters fell from the sky, and it became bigger and bigger in the pupils of Wan Snake. At the critical moment, Wan Snake disappeared in place with a very unscrupulous bang and teleported back. Longdi Cave. Boom! Lei Guangju lost its target and hit the ground directly. A huge pothole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared directly on the ground, with a depth of at least tens of meters. Wentai's hand shaking the knife, the short knife almost came out of his hand, and his eyes were full of shock. As Wan Shi's old opponent, it is very powerful, and it can force Wan Shi to release the psychic technique and return to Longdi Cave. It can be seen that Muyun's strength is strong. Jilai, such perverts are all here, why are you still psychic about me? Zilai also heard the voice of Toad Bunta, and scratched his head embarrassedly. I am sorry, I'll send you back. Jiraiya and Tsunade released the technique at the same time, and Wentai and Slug disappeared directly in place. Orochimaru, your trust seems to be gone. Looking at the ugly Orochimaru, Muyun's faint voice sounded. Orochimaru said with a gloomy face, so, what do you want to do with me and kill me? If his hands hadn't been abolished, Orochimaru would have fled quickly, but it was a pity that even if his hands were intact, he didn't have the complete confidence to leave Muyun's hands safely, not to mention now. Zai Muyun pondered for a moment, then said, go away. Orochimaru was obviously taken aback. Muyun had let him go once in Konoha, and this time it was like this again. Could it be that Muyun had some conspiracy after a while? Orochimaru was relieved, no matter what. Whether Muyun has a conspiracy, as long as he can leave, it's fine. After all, he can't take the initiative to ask for death. Zilai was also in a hurry and said, Muyun, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Muyun waving his hand. Zilai, I have my own considerations. Besides, did you really hit Orochimaru? Zilai also heard the words. His face changed, and finally he realized that if he really wanted to kill Orochimaru, he really couldn't do it. And Tsunade is purely in a state of indifference. Orochimaru is not important to Tsunade. Although Orochimaru is the culprit who killed the 3 generations of Hokage, from the bottom of my heart, she is the same as Jirai. Can't do it. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, then, Mu Yunjin, goodbye. After speaking, he left with serious injuries and dying. Although he didn't heal his hands this time, it would be good to be able to save his life. There will always be a way. Looking at the back of Orochimaru leaving, Muyun's there was an indefinite light in his eyes. Orochimaru, I hope you don't let me down. After persuading Tsunade, Jiraiya and the others returned to the village 2 days later, and came to Konoha again, and Tsunade felt a different feeling in his heart. Came to the Hokage office, Konoha's join and the 3 elders of the elders were all here. Turning to bed, Xiaochun looked at Tsunade and said, okay, now that Tsunade has returned, let's find a time to hold the succession ceremony of the 5th Hokage. Mito Menyon also nodded in agreement. The Hokage succession ceremony is not a child's play, it has to be held no matter what. At this time, Danzo suddenly said, Tsunade has just returned, and he doesn't know much about some things in the village. Do you need to give Tsunade some time to get acquainted with him? Or let the elders assist Tsunade to govern the village together? Xiaochun and Mito Menyon frowned, but they quickly eased. Although Danzo's proposal was unreliable, it was related to their interests, so the 2 of them chose to remain silent, which was also a tacit consent. Tsunade hasn't changed his opinion yet, Muyun said directly. Duanzang, you are delusional, there can only be one Hokage. If Hokage's decision needs other interference, why do you recommend Hokage to directly let the elders govern? Konoha got it. Danzang's face was ashen. This was the first time Muyun refuted him in public, and his tone was very tough, which made Danzang, who had been accustomed to being arrogant during the 3 generations of Hokage's reign for so many years, almost instantly became furious. Muyun, you are just a jonin, and Tsunade didn't speak, so why do you express your opinion? Hearing Tuanzang's furious voice, Tsunade sneered at the corner of his mouth and said, Tuanzang, Muyun is right, Hokage needs one, whether it's my grandfather or my teacher, it's the same. Chapter 112 Gossip. Listening to Tsunade's words, Danzo was speechless for a while, then slammed the door and left without arguing with Muyun again. Because he knew that arguing with Muyun was pointless, he had already seen that Muyun and Tsunade were wearing a pair of pants, so his opinion was irrelevant. At the same time, Tuanzang had already held a grudge against Muyun in his heart extremely. After enduring it for so long, Danzo finally couldn't stand it anymore, and he also believed in Ayanaki's power, so he didn't panic at all. Since you came to provoke me first, don't blame the old man for being cruel, the old man White Fang is who you are today. Danzang's eyes flickered with a vicious light. He had already planned to deal with Muyun, but this matter could not be rushed, and he had to make a good plan. Muyun or Tsunade had a cheerful smile on their faces, and they couldn't get used to Danzang. So seeing Danzang slumped, their hearts were extremely refreshing. Although Tsunade was smiling, he still cast a worried look at Muyun. Maybe Danzo's strength is not as good as Danzo, but Danzo is not famous for his strength. Take a look at Hatake Tsukumo. The strength is strong enough, isn't it because he was forced to death by Danzang? Muyun threw a reassuring look to Tsunade, indicating to the other party to be calm and not restless. He had already figured out the means of Danzang. It was nothing more than it is to spread rumors and create troubles and then jump out to preside over justice. There is no freshness at all. After everything was over, Muyun went back to his house. He didn't see him for a few days. He missed Yumi Koizumi. That night, after spending a crazy night with Yumi Koizumi, after talking about life and ideals, Muyun slept until dawn. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Muyun came to Ino's house. Mr. Muyun, you are back. Soon as Ino saw Muyun, she immediately became excited. She didn't see Muyun for a few days, but she missed Muyun so much. Yeah, I'm back. How are you during the few days I'm not here? Ino's little head was buried in Muyun's chest, and he said, It's good, but I miss you a little bit, so does Hinata. Muyun touched Ino's soft blonde hair and said, I miss you all too, clean up, let's go out and play together today. Ino raised his head and said, Really? Looking at Ino's eyes full of hope, Muyun felt an inexplicable pain in his heart and said, "Of course." Getting Muyun's answer, the little girl looked very happy. After changing her clothes, the two found Hinata together. Hinata behaved just like Ino, very happy. "Mr. Muyun, this is my gift." Tidying up, after coming out of the door of the Hyuga family, he held a scarf and handed it to Muyun shyly. Now the weather has started to get colder, although Muyun's physical fitness doesn't care about the low temperature at all. But Hinata's heart can't be wasted. Muyun took the scarf on the spot, put it directly around his neck, and then asked Hinata, "How is it? Does it look good?" Hinata blinked her big eyes and said, "It's very beautiful, and it fits the temperament of Muyunjin." Muyun smiled and suddenly hugged him. Hinata came directly with an affectionate kiss, and didn't give up until Hinata's breathing was a little disordered. Of course, Muyun did not forget Ino, and also gave him an affectionate kiss. It made two little girls after his face was flushed and a little hot. Muyun left here with the two little girls. The figures of Muyun and the three had just disappeared, and the figure of Hyuga and Hazu appeared at the gate of the Hyuga family. Looking at the backs of the three of Muyun, who had disappeared, their hearts were full of complexities. The other party started killing the Hyuga family, having killed countless Hinata ninjas. Not only is he helpless, but even his daughter wants to marry Muyun, which is really ironic. He sighed heavily, and Hyuga Hazu felt a deep powerlessness. Muyun's strength is getting more and more terrifying. Even if there is a lot of unwillingness in his heart, Hyuga Hazu doesn't dare to show it now. After playing with the two little girls Ino and Hinata for 3 days in a row, this day, the day of Tsunade's succession finally comes. Konoha before the Hokage building. It was already crowded at this moment. All of them were waiting for the start of the Hokage succession ceremony. "I heard that Tsunade-sama will succeed the 5th Hokage. I'm really looking forward to it. Master Tsunade has left the village for so many years and finally returned. As one of the 3 ninjas, his strength is unquestionable. If the 5th Hokage is Master Tsunade, I firmly support it. I heard that Master Tsunade's return this time is thanks to Master Muyun. Although Master Muyun is young, his strength is really terrifying. Speaking of Lord Muyun, have you heard that the death of Lord Hokage of the 3rd generation seems to have something to do with Lord Muyun?" "Shish, don't talk nonsense. Even if this matter has something to do with Lord Muyun, it's not something we can talk about. Don't forget the strength of Lord Muyun." Listening to the discussion in the crowd under the high platform, Tsunade frowned slightly and said to Muyun, "Don't take these words to your heart, they are just some humble opinions." Muyun smiled nonchalantly. He had expected this for a long time. "Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. It's just a means someone uses to deal with me. Just some gossip, I don't take it to heart yet." Tsunade heard the words and said angrily, "You mean, these remarks were released by Danzo?" Muyun immediately waved his hand and said, "Could it be that Konoha has a second person who wants to deal with me? The person I offended recently is only Danzo." Tsunade's brows knit together fiercely. Damn, what is Danzo trying to do? Muyun shook his head and said, "I told you all, don't worry, it's just a clown jumping on the beam. You should hurry up and carry out the succession ceremony." Hearing Muyun's words, Tsunade nodded and started the succession ceremony. After narrating some exciting words, Tsunade officially became the 5th Hokage of Konoha village, which was recognized by most of the villagers. In contrast, some rumors about Muyun gradually spread in Konoha became prosperous. Of course, they were all unfavorable rumors. It was almost an accusation. Tuanzang gave Muyun a reunion. Chapter 113 Get to the Roots. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name: Kill Danzo. Task introduction. In order to deal with the host, Shimura Danzo deliberately spread rumors that are not good for the host. The power of the fishing reel is huge. Please host kill Danzo and maintain the majesty of the host. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest completion reward. Armed and domineering. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket mission failure penalty. None. Close black lens bracket. On this day, Muyun was cultivating when he saw the quest issued by the system. Haha, Danzo, I didn't expect the system to release tasks specifically for you. I thought it would take a while to solve you and let you bounce around for a few more days, but now it seems that there is no chance. Since you insisted on courting death, and even brought out the system, you can only be embarrassed. 157. Muyun doesn't care much about the gossip in Konoha. He is not Hatake Sakumo, only the weak will moan. What others say has nothing to do with him. But since the system has released the task, then you can't just sit back and ignore it, not to mention that it is also a very practical ability for armed arrogance. It can increase both defense and attack. It is an ability like a panacea, and there is no reason to give up. Thinking of this, Muyun packed up and directly he rushed towards the root base and reached his current strength. There is no need to hide, just crush it with strength. Moreover, the current Hokage is no longer the third generation, and he is not the only one who does not like Danzang. It is an exaggeration to say that even the other two old guys in the elder group have no good impression of Danzang. The reason is very simple. Both elders of Konoha, Danzang really has such a big killer as the root, and the strong ones under his hands do not little, but the two of them have nothing, almost like a false name. People are most afraid of comparison. Such a comparison, the huge gap makes it difficult for Kaharu and Mito Menyon to have a good impression of Danzo. This is also the reason why they tried their best to support Tsunade's rise. Thinking about it like this, Danzo is really a failure as a human being. I've lived for a long time, and I don't have any friends that I can really make friends with. Even my subordinates are forcibly controlled by the curse mark. Even the coveted position of Hokage has not been obtained. It can be said to be a failure to the extreme. Life. At this moment, Muyun has some pity towards Danzang. He is really a failure. Even in the original novel, no one remembers him after he died. It can be said to be extremely desolate. What we have to do is still to be done. At the speed of Muyun, we will soon come to the entrance. Who? The ninja whose roots were hidden in the dark discovered Muyun for the first time. Of course, this was the reason why Muyun didn't hide and swagger. Otherwise, even if Muyun stood behind him, he would not be able to detect it. There is no such thing as a little scoundrel. The meaning of nonsense. As soon as Yun raised his finger, a lightning bolt directly penetrated the opponent's head. Then, Muyun swaggered into the root base, and the ninjas who blocked the way were directly killed by Muyun. At the same time, deep in the base, Tuan Zhangjung sat on the chair with a smile on his face and muttered, "HMPH, Muyun little devil, and I fight, you are still a little tender. Now, let's see how you turn over." Danzang at this time can be said to be proud of the spring breeze. Originally, for Muyun, the hero of Konoha, it was difficult to smear the opponent's image. At least it was impossible in a short period of time. It was a long-term project. But Danzang was surprised, and to my delight, Muyun was actually indifferent to some of the rumors that appeared, which made Tuanzang suddenly have the right to show off. Tuanzang's continued smearing, coupled with Muyun's inaction, created a kind of conclusive truth for the Konoha villagers. Muyun couldn't refute the feeling. Therefore, there are many versions of the rumors and rumors about Muyun in the village now, and 100 flowers are blooming. Just when Danzang was secretly complacent, a root ninja rushed in a panic and said, "No, not good, Lord Danzang." Muyun came in. Danzang was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Muyun came in. With the nod of the root ninja, Danzang suddenly felt absurd. How dare he know that this is his base camp? There are all the elite ninjas under him, and even a lot of Shangnin. Why does Muyun have confidence killing directly? And no matter how you say it, there is nothing wrong with playing tricks in the dark, but killing directly is a bit too presumptuous. Even the original Sarutobi Hizen would not dare to do so. It was only at this point that Danzo suddenly reacted. "Come here." Muyun dared to personally play the ruthless role of the Hyuga family when he was 6 years old. Now that his strength has grown so powerful, how can he be indifferent to his small actions? Maybe the previous calm was for today's outbreak. Let's call up all the ninjas in the base immediately and prepare to fight. the opponent is a shadow-level powerhouse, don't be careless. At this moment, Danzang's voice directly covered the bottom layer of the base. Although he was a little surprised by Muyun's arrival, out of confidence in Izanagi, he did not panic. With the sound of messy footsteps, those belonging to the root several Junin appeared directly by Danzo's side, including Danzo's powerful subordinate, Oil Girl Togen, and Shan Zongfang. Danzo didn't call Chunin level ninjas, because it was just a death sentence, even if it was a Junin in front of Muyun. It is estimated that Shinobi is also vulnerable. Danzo is because Izanagi can keep calm. Yo, Danzo, you welcome my formation 5. 7 is still very luxurious. Muyun entered the bottom of the base and looked at the ninjas surrounding Danzang, with a bit of contempt in his tone. Only when he saw the oil girl taking root, and the wind in the mountains, this contempt subsided slightly. These two every ninja is a good seedling with excellent potential. The perceptual ninjutsu of the mountain stroke is second to none in Konoha, and the oil girl takes the root. The nano-level poisonous insects are hosted in the body, and the ability is not only strange, but also very lethal. Powerful. You must know that as long as you are touched by this poisonous insect, the cells will be directly necrotic, which can be said to be extremely lethal. If these two people did not follow Danzo, but were vigorously cultivated by the village, it is estimated that their current strength is still strong. To be a little stronger, I can only say that Danzang is too late for talents. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 114 vs. Danzo. Whether it was Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, they were all forced by Danzo from Konoha. If Shisui and Itachi remained in Konoha, Konoha's strength would definitely not be what it is now. So said, Danzang is really a talent killer, which has hindered Konoha's development everywhere. Muyun, you dare to attack the root directly, you are a traitor to the village. Danzang looked at Muyun with a livid face, and said with some hoarseness, if there is no conflict with Muyun, he hopes to resolve it peacefully. After all, although Izanagi is powerful, the writing wheel is limited and can't stand too much. What a waste of time. Danzo, since I've already killed your roots, do you think I still care about betraying the village or not? Also, it seems that you have made a mistake. Whether you betray the village or not, you have to decide whether or not to betray the village. Hokage has the final say, and the current Hokage is no longer the third generation. Your threat has no effect on me. 30 inches. If it was in the past, Danzo's weight in Konoha was still very large, but now, Danzo's right to speak is pitifully small. After all, even the two old guys, Kaharu and Midogate Yen, do not support the group. Zang, Danzang can't be called alone now. Do it. Seeing that his verbal attack was no longer effective, Danzo immediately shouted. The oily girl took root. She took off her black gloves on the spot, her skin instantly turned purple, her poisonous fist clenched instantly, and she faced Mu Cloud attacked away. Very poisonous. Mu Yun frowned, hey, don't use this little trick, Danzang. Figure flashed, Mu Yun disappeared directly on the spot, and then a thunder and lightning generated, fell on the body of the oil girl, and directly stunned the opponent. Mu Yun controlled the power of the thunder and lightning, and did not hurt the oil girl. Taken. His life, as long as Danzo is solved, he will be sure to conquer the oil girl Taken. After all, he is a family ninja, and there are still fetters in his heart. Everyone has weaknesses, and the whole route, if there is no Danzo vicious means, and there are a few people who are truly loyal, so fast. In Perception Ninjas, Shan Zongfang never thought that one day his perception would not be able to keep up with the speed of a ninja. Muyun's speed has exceeded the range that can be described by common sense. Facing Muyun, it can be said that in the mountains the wind has completely lost its effect, and the advantage of being a perceptual ninja is completely ineffective in front of Muyun. Wind escape vacuum jade. Danzang formed a seal in an instant, and an air bomb hit the back directly, very fast. Seeing the air bomb getting closer and closer to Muyun, a smile suddenly appeared on Danzang's face. He just saw it Muyun's sneak attack when he turned around. If he has strength, maybe he is really inferior to Muyun, but after living for so many years, he has experienced a lot of battles, and his combat experience is definitely much more than Muyun's. What? But at the next moment, when the air bomb was about to hit Muyun's back, Muyun disappeared in place in an instant, as if there were a pair of eyes behind him. Hee hee, Danzo, you are really despicable, ah. Muyun Zui. Zhao showed a contemptuous smile. As a veteran movie-level powerhouse, it is worthy of your style to actually engage in sneak attacks. Muyun, who has a deep understanding of Danzo's character, unleashed his domineering arrogance at the moment of the battle, paying attention to Danzo's every move. In fact, to be honest, although Danzo is a bit despicable, when he was young, he was really a shadow-level powerhouse in the upper reaches. Even if he is old now, his strength is not as bad as others think. Sasuke killed, on the one hand because Sasuke's strength was already very strong at the time, and on the other hand because Danzo was relieved. Sneak attack. Danzo heard the words, there was not a trace of shame on his face. What is a sneak attack on the battlefield? Will the enemy speak justice to you? Little devil, you are still too young. As long as you can win, any means can be used. The loser does not deserve to have a voice. The so-called morality is just an excuse used by the loser to cover up his incompetence. Wind escape vacuum jade. Danzo formed the seal again, and an air bomb several times larger than the previous air bomb was instantly formed in the air, and it crushed Muyun fiercely. Before the attack came, the heavy wind pressure directly expelled the air open, so that Muyun's breathing became a little stagnant. Whoosh! With a flash of body, Muyun instantly avoided the blow, and then made a seal with both hands, and suddenly shouted, the birth of the tree world of Mudun. The moment he heard Mudun, Tuanzang's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Muyun with some doubts. The next moment, Tuanzang's eyes widened. As far as he could see, countless sturdy trees suddenly disappeared from the sky. The underground rises up, directly filling the entire root base, and then rushes from the ground to the ground. In Muyun's domineering sense of seeing and hearing, it has been found that there are wood 157 leaf ninjas under the leadership of Tsunade towards the root base. After rushing over, it is estimated that Tsunade got the news. After all, it is Hokage. Even if he just took office, he will have his own intelligence system. After seeing a large number of Konoha ninjas and Tsunade, Muyun's heart suddenly became useful. It's easy to kill Danzo directly, but it's a bit too cheap for him. Muyun wants to ruin Tuanzang's reputation and then kill him. This can be easily done by using the shackles and intercolumnar cells on Danzang's body. Tsunade was on his way with a large number of Konoha ninjas, and suddenly found that there was no one in front of him. A large number of sturdy trees suddenly appeared in the direction of the root base in the distance, and they were still thinking about winding away. Tsunade looked nervous, and hurriedly shouted, speed up. Mu Yunwei has seen the use of Mudden Tsunade, and now seeing this familiar and unfamiliar move, Tsunade's heart is really complicated. With the arrival of Tsunade and a large number of ninjas, you can see that the entire root base was completely destroyed by these sturdy trees. Since the root base is deep underground, this place has now become a huge tianqing that is 100 meters deep. And Muyun and Danzang are standing at the bottom, facing each other. The atmosphere is very dignified. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 115 Reveal the Truth. How can you be shy? On Danzang's face, he asked Muyun. As the person who had transplanted the intercolumnar cells, he was very aware of the power of Mudun. It turned out that he just thought that Muyun was just better than Lei Dun, and maybe he just awakened Lei Dun's blood and succession limit. Now it's in trouble, Tanzo, there are still many things you don't know. Thunderbirds. The pure bird-like lightning energy shot directly at Danzo. The speed was extremely fast. Before Danzo could react, he was hit, and a big hole was opened in his chest. The next moment, Danzo's body fell to the ground. He disappeared directly, and Danzang reappeared on the ground above the ground, looking calmly at Muyun who was underground. Observing the expression on Danzang's face, Muyun smiled, Tuanzang, it seems that Izanagi gave you so much confidence. Danzang did not speak, while Tsunade frowned and said, Muyun, if there is anything we can negotiate and solve, don't do stupid things. In Tsunade's opinion, it must be that Danzo did something that Muyun couldn't bear to make today's event happen, and it's not that she didn't know about the rumors that Danzo spread in Konoha. But Danzo is Konoha after all. Veteran, the usual suppression is nothing, but if you really want to kill Danzo, it is estimated that the two old guys, Kaharu and Mito Manyan, will not agree, at least until there is enough reason, they will not agree. Although Suna Hand can kill Danzo desperately, but no one knows what the trump card is in Konoha's deep-rooted Danzo. Before there is no absolute certainty, Tsunade doesn't want Muyun to sink himself into it. For a mere Danzo, it's not worth it. ! Negotiated solution. Muyun chuckled, Sunsho, do you know what Danzo did? Danzo is not only doing human experiments in secret, but he has also transplanted a lot of Uchiha's writing wheel eyes. The most important thing is that he is still researching the cells of the first generation of Hokage Senju, and also transplanting them in you. Sure it can all be negotiated. Tsunade heard the words, his eyes immediately got up sharply, clenched his fists tightly, and asked angrily, he actually dared to study his grandfather's cells privately and transplanted them into his body. Not only Tsunade, but also the Konoha ninjas who came along with him were furious. The influence of Senju Hashirama on Konoha was so great that after so many years, his reputation in Konoha was already at its peak. Incomparable, no one can surpass it. Even Danzo was a little flustered, and he tightened his body and said with anger, Muyun, don't spit your blood, you said that I transplanted the cells of the first generation of adults, do you have any evidence? Muyun smiled disdainfully and said, Hee, do you dare to take off the bandage on your body so that everyone can see what kind of honor the body under the bandage is like? Tuanzang's expression tightened, and he began to slow down chakra. His right eye wrapped in bandages turned extremely fast. Muyun's sense of domineering sensed Tuanzang's actions, and smiled, Tuanzang, I advise you not to think about using it. Shishui's writing wheel eye is fired at me. God damn it, you have no chance. Hearing this, the chakra in Danzo suddenly froze, and an incredible look broke out in his left eye. Even the Konoha ninjas brought by Tsunade gasped, even though Shisui had been dead for many years, but the name of the strongest illusion ninja is still spread in Konoha, not to mention Shunshijishui, who is not a nameless person, and it is not so easy to be forgotten. They did not expect that Danzo, who is not visible on the surface, is not exposed to water. Actually transplanted Zishui's writing wheel eye. Does this mean that the death of Zishui has something to do with Danzang? And with Danzang's character, it is not impossible for them to activate other gods. With the terrifying effect of other gods, once being controlled, that is a real Walking Dead. Thinking about it makes people shudder. Humans do not allow uncontrolled aliens to appear, although there is no evidence for what Muyun said, but in their hearts, these ninjas are against the regiment. Zhang is already extremely terrified. This is what Muyun wants, and when the lightning flashes on his body, he is already in front of Dan Zhang. Let's just show you, Dan Zhang's masterpiece over the years. Hearing Muyun's voice, Tuanzang secretly cried out in his heart, but unfortunately it was too late. A large number of small lightning bolts instantly spread on his body, tearing up all the bandages on his body, revealing the bandages under the bandages. Really? Hush. Instant, all the Konoha ninjas present breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo's entire arm was covered with writing wheel eyes, and the writing wheel eye of a large one-cornered windmill at the right eye was slowly moving. Turning. At this moment, although they did not find any traces of transplanted intercolumnar cells on Danzang's body, they had already believed Muyun's words 9 points, and they all glared at Danzang. Tsunade Shu clenched his fists, almost from his teeth. Said in the crack, Tanzo, how do you explain it now? Her mood was the same as that of the Konoha ninja present. Although she only found Sharingan on Danzo's body, she almost completely believed in Muyun's words. When the secret was revealed, Danzo calmed down and said, the matter of transplanting Sharingan, this old man admits that when the Uchiha clan attempted to rebel, and after suppressing the rebellion, transplanting Sharingan doesn't seem to be a very important matter. Quote. Tsunade, you have to understand, is the Uchiha clan trying to rebel? Well, first, if they are working hard to protect Konoha, how can this old man attack the guardian of the village? Before Tsunade could speak, Muyun just said, Danzo, don't you think the lies you made up are a little too naive? Sharingan is so easy to transplant. What's more, you also transplanted Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. As we all know, opening the writing wheel eye is extremely chakra consuming. Take Kakashi as an example, just one writing wheel eye will let Kakashi the chakra is extremely scarce. May I ask how you have transplanted so many shakers, and how did you avoid the backlash of shakers? Quote. Muyun's words were once again recognized by the Konoha ninja. What is Kakashi's situation? This group of people is too clear. They are also Konoha's upper ninja. They have more or less knowledge about Kakashi's situation. So I don't have much doubt about Muyun's words. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 116 Farewell. Hearing Muyun's words, Danzang was at a loss for words, and even he had to admit that what Muyun said was very reasonable, so he couldn't refute it at all. You must know that except for the Uchiha clan, any foreigner who has obtained Sharingan cannot take the initiative to close Sharingan, so it will consume a lot of chakra. This is a well-known thing. Maybe in other ninja villages, it can be hidden from the sky, but in Konoha, it's absolutely impossible. I can't refute it, Danzo. To be honest, your scheming is deep enough and your tactics are ruthless enough. The Uchiha clan's genocide was almost entirely planned by you, and the most important thing is that you indirectly harmed most of the Konoha genius ninjas died. Whether it's Uchiha Shisui or Konoha Baya, it's all from you. For Konoha, you have not played a positive role, but have become a tumor, constantly eroding Konoha's strength. Shisui's love for the village is no less than yours, but you got rid of it. If Shisui and Konoha Baya hadn't died, Konoha would have been firmly seated in the number 1 ninja village by now. Danzang's mentality, the defense line was gradually solved by Wall 157. A very complicated look appeared on his face, and his complexion kept changing. Muyun knew very well that Danzang was very fond of Konoha, but his methods were very extreme. But if he were to analyze the situation objectively, and add some consequences of his actions, it would definitely make Danzo feel confused. And this is what Muyun wants. So far, you still think about it. I have never provoked you. Every time you jump out to make trouble, what is your purpose? Is it to disintegrate Konoha's strength? Hearing these words, Danzo suddenly looked up at Muyun and said, No, I want to lead Konoha to become the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, which Sarutobi can't do, even Tsunade can't do, only I can lead Konoha to its peak. Wind escape vacuum Lianu. Danzo's face flashed with madness, his hands were imprinted, and dozens of air bombs swept away at Muyun. Due to the transplanted cells between the columns, his chakra was still abundant, so he reacted directly. Large-scale attack. Muyun's speed is too fast. Even if he has ninjutsu with stronger single attack power, he does not use it. He is afraid that Muyun will avoid his attack, so he uses a range attack. Escape the wood ingot wall. Looking at the air bomb that was swept towards him, Muyun immediately formed a seal on his hands, and a slab of hard and curved wood poured out from the ground, protecting Muyun inside. Boom boom. A huge roar sounded. Dozens of air bombs directly hit the wooden ingot wall, bursting with powerful power. Even if it is old, Danzo's strength is still not to be underestimated. The word Konoha ninja standing behind Tsunade, coupled with the wood-done ninjutsu used by Muyun, the shock is incomparable. The significance of wood-done is too great for Konoha ninjas. As Naruto's ninjutsu to calm down the chaotic world, it was once considered the strongest blood in the ninja world. Muyun, you have no right to say me. You are not like me. You have transplanted the cells of the first generation of adults. You are not qualified to judge my right or wrong. You are the sinner of Konoha, then you are not much better, ha. Ha ha ha. When Danzang saw Muyun using the wooden dungeon, his eyes lit up in an instant, and he shouted directly to the surroundings. Hearing this, Muyun shook his head and said, Tuanzang, Where did you judge that I transplanted the cells of the first Hokage? Since I entered the ninja school, I have been living in the sun. Unlike you, a mouse, there are so many opportunities for small actions. Danzo asked, is that so? How do you explain your mudden? Hearing this sentence, Muyun smiled. Dun, it's very simple, the combination of earth attribute and water attribute chakra is enough, right? Danzo. At this time, the feeling in Danzang's heart was the same as that of Jirai. They were all speechless. If it was as simple as Muyun said, then Konoha is now full of wood ninjas. He has done so many experiments. Will not only succeed in a Yamato, but also can only engage in greening. Tanzo, I'm sorry to tell you that your life is over. Thunder kick. Almost in the blink of an eye, Muyun appeared in front of Danzang. Before Danzang could react, he was kicked away, and a big hole appeared in his chest again. Wait until the writing wheel on Danzang's arm closed again. After a one, Muyun kicked it out again, and Danzang had no chance to resist. He was brutally killed by Muyun again and again. The trick that was usually used to save his life has now become the suffering that makes Tuanzang unspeakably miserable. The source. After knowing that there was only one left in the writing wheel on Tuanzang's body, Muyun said, farewell, Tuanzang. God's punishment. Danzo closed his eyes and was directly submerged by the sturdy pillar of lightning. Danzo, who made waves in Konoha and caused countless disputes, officially ended his sinful life today. In fact, if it were someone else, Danzo would still be able to. He fought a lot, but it was a pity that he met Muyun, who was famous for his speed. Even Danzang at his peak was not a match for Muyun, not to mention this old body that could only be beaten by Muyun. Tortured to death. Witnessing Danzo's death with his own eyes, Tsunade's heart is both joyful and regretful. Danzo's starting point is right, but unfortunately he went the wrong way, coupled with extreme methods, which led to today's end. From now on, the roots will be directly incorporated into the unified jurisdiction of Anbu. In addition, the Danzo elder intended to rebel and seize the position of Hokage, and was killed by Konoha Kami Muyun. Do you understand? After everything was over, Tsunade said resolutely to the group of ninjas behind him. Danzo's real actions must not be made public, otherwise the impact will be extremely bad. Whether it is planning the genocide of the Uchiha clan, or secretly conducting human experiments, these are things that the villagers cannot tolerate. Even Tsunade would be devastated. Of course, these ninjas have no opinion on Tsunade, they have no good feelings for Danzo, and the current fate can only be regarded as self-inflicted, and having Danzo from other gods makes people feel I am very afraid. Now that I am dead, it can be regarded as the end, and it can be called a perfect ending. Chapter 117. Who gave you the courage? Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the system quest, killed Danzo, rewarding armed domineering. Hearing the system's voice resounding in his mind, Muyun said directly, System, open my attribute panel. Host, Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Constitution, 204. Strength, 204. Speed, 204. Spirit, 204. Chakra, 25,000. Strength rating, shadow level. Close black lens bracket. The total 30,000 reinforcement points obtained from completing the mission last time were also used by Muyun to improve his strength. Now, the attributes of Muyun are very close to the super shadow level. It's just that the further down the road, the more difficult it is to improve his strength. To increase the strength to Chaoying, it will take a lot of strengthening points. After solving the follow-up matters of Tuanzang's killing, Muyun returned home and began to practice. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was new the day will come. Have you heard that the Danzang elder actually wanted to launch a rebellion to seize the position of Hokage, and was suppressed by Lord Muyun himself? It's really hateful. Who is Danzo elder? Don't you even know about Danzo elder? He is a comrade in arms at the same time as the third generation Hokage-sama. I heard that the third generation Hokage-sama has always been embarrassed by the third generation Hokage-sama. This guy jumped out again. Danzo's presence in the village is extremely low. Almost all villagers have no impression of Danzo. Of course, these words were sent by Tsunade. Muyun and Ino were walking on the street. When Ino heard these words, he asked Muyun, "Mr. Muyun, who is this Tuanzang? Did you really kill him with your own hands?" Muyun smiled and said, "It's just a clown jumping on the beam. I did it myself, don't worry about it." After getting Muyun's answer, Ino nodded. Who Danzang was, Ino didn't care. He was just worried about whether Muyun was injured, and now that she got Muyun's answer, she was relieved. "Let's go. Take you to eat grilled fish." By chance, Muyun took Koizumi Yumi to eat and found a grilled fish restaurant. The grilled fish in this restaurant is somewhat similar to the taste of Muyun's previous life on Earth. Since then, Muyun has written down after visiting this grilled fish restaurant, today is the first time to bring Ino to taste. "Mr. Muyun, do you like eating fish?" Seeing Muyun ordering a table full of grilled fish, Ino swallowed and asked curiously. Muyun immediately shook his head and said, "No, it's just that the grilled fish in this shop is very suitable for my taste, and it's also difficult for grilled fish to replenish the energy lost in my body, I just want to eat it." Ino nodded, but she made a decision in her heart. In the future, she must come to this grilled fish restaurant to study hard, and strive to make grilled fish for Muyun. "What are you thinking?" Reaching out his hand and lightly tapped the tip of Ino's towering little nose, Muyun asked in a low voice. Ino didn't speak, just shook his head, a blush appeared on his face. Muyun shook his head and laughed, picked up the grilled fish in front of him and started to feast on it. With his appetite, let alone ordering a table, even if the boss took out all the ingredients, he would be able to finish it. But Muyun was just reminiscing about that familiar feeling, not to fill the stomach, so I didn't do it. The leisure time always passed quickly, half a month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Tsunade called Muyun to the office. "Is something wrong with me?" As soon as Muyun came in, he saw Kakashi's 7th class, but Sasuke didn't seem to be here. Tsunade said to Muyun with a heavy face, "Muyun, let me tell you some very bad news, Uchiha Sasuke defected." Muyun's face changed slightly, and he was a little puzzled. According to his memory, Sasuke should not defect at this time. It seems that the current plot is completely messed up. Thinking this way, Muyun said, "If you defect, you should defect. Is there any way, the legs are on other people's body, since they have defected, then issue a warrant." Hearing Muyun's words, Naruto was immediately excited and said, "No, Sasuke must have been bewitched by that Orochimaru. I must bring Sasuke back, and Sasuke is our classmate." Seeing Naruto's excited look, Muyun said, "Naruto, you have to be clear. Since Orochimaru can bewitch successfully, it means that Sasuke also has the idea of defecting. For example, if Orochimaru comes to confuse you defection Konoha, will you agree to it? Definitely not. In this case, even if we catch up, it won't have much effect. Even if we force Sasuke back, his heart is still not in Konoha." Hearing this, Naruto fell silent, but Haruno Sakura glared at Muyun and said, "Muyun, you said that Sasuke is our classmate, how can you say such a thing? Shouldn't we find a way to bring Sasuke back now, you bastard?" Saying that, Chunye Sakura actually waved her fist directly at Muyun, smashing it directly at Muyun's head, with an arrogant and unreasonable posture. Muyun's expression turned cold, she directly grabbed Chunye Sakura's wrist, and said in a deep voice. "Don't impose your thoughts on me, Haruno Sakura, everyone's thoughts are different. I don't object to you kneeling and licking Sasuke, but you want to kneel and lick with me, sorry, I can't do it. Also, whoever gave you the courage to wave a fist at me, the weak should have the consciousness of the weak. Don't think that I am Naruto and can tolerate all your willfulness and ignorance." Saying that, a condensed terrifying murderous aura surged out of Muyun's body in an instant, approaching Chunye Sakura. PFF'd. How could Chunye Sakura withstand Muyun's terrifying murderous aura and slumped down directly on the ground? Cold sweat dripped from his broad forehead, and his complexion became pale, his body was shaking constantly, like a dry grass in a storm. Even Kakashi's complexion was a little pale. Qian said to Muyun. I am sorry, Muyun. I didn't teach Xiaoying well. Can you please put away your momentum and keep going like this? Xiaoying will become an idiot. Naruto also hurriedly said. Muyun, Xiaoying shouldn't take action against you. You shouldn't care so much. Hearing the words of the two, Muyun's murderous aura slowly subsided. Chapter 118 The Man Who Dominates the Ninja World. For the sake of Kakashi and Naruto, forget about it this time. If there is another time, don't blame me for not reading my classmates' affection, think about it for yourself. Among Hokage, Muyun has no obvious disgust towards that character, but Haruno Sakura is an exception. This woman looks nothing, but she always gives people a feeling of using Naruto, whether it is Sasuke defecting sometimes, or at other times, this is the case. After Sasuke defected, she first approached Naruto, then let Naruto have hope for her, and then asked Naruto to help bring Sasuke back. There was a premeditated plan. Maybe this was just what Haruno Sakura did unintentionally, but it still gave Muyun a sense of disgust, so Muyun started, 157, from the ninja school. I just don't have a cold for Haruno Sakura. And this woman is too mentally handicapped, and she obviously doesn't have a good relationship, but she dared to shoot herself just now. Did she think she would let her beat her as much as Naruto did? Tsunade coughed and said, although Muyun is right, but Sasuke is Konoha's ninja. He defected, we Konoha must show a little bit, we can't let it go. Exclamation mark quote. Originally, I wanted to send Kakashi to take Naruto and the others to hunt down Sasuke, but I was afraid that Orochimaru would appear. Although his hands were abolished, it didn't mean that he could not recover. Orochimaru has many methods, so most likely the hands have been healed. In this way, once Kakashi and the others encounter Orochimaru, the situation will become very dangerous. If you send someone else, the result will be similar. Jirai is not here, and I can't easily leave the village, so the only one among Konoha is you are the only one who can fight against Orochimaru, so I want you to go with Kakashi and the others. What do you think? Hearing Tsunade's words, Muyun hesitated for a moment and wanted to refuse. After all, whether Sasuke defected or not had nothing to do with him, but at a critical moment, the system's voice rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system task. Mission name: Kill Jun Maro. Task Introduction. Uchiha Sasuke defected from Konoha village. Kakashi is about to take Naruto to hunt down. He will encounter Kagaya Jun Maro's obstruction on the way. Please ask the host to take action. Kill Kagaya Jun Maru. Quest completion reward: 50,000 reinforcement points. Mission failure penalty: none. Seeing this quest, Muyun was stunned for a moment. Jun Maru is a character Muyun likes very much. His life was full of desolation. But there was no other way. Muyun couldn't be soft-hearted because of his thoughts, and if he wanted to become stronger, he had to become cold-blooded and ruthless. This is the only way to become a strong man. Even if it's Senju Hashirama, who seems to be more peaceful, and his fame was also killed on the battlefield, but it's not. Blowing it out, if there is no corresponding record, it is impossible to be called the god of ninjas. Therefore, Muyun said directly, okay, then I will go with Kakashi and the others, but I can't guarantee whether I can bring Sasuke back. I just guard against Orochimaru and bring Sasuke back. I will not intervene. The reason for Muyun's agreement is only Junmalu, and it's okay to protect Naruto and others by the way, but he has to bring back Zuo. Assistant, Muyun will not intervene. Tsunade smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just a Sasuke, it's not that important, even if he is an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Although Tsunade's words are a bit harsh, but they are very reasonable. Konoha is not going to lose Sasuke. The strength of a ninja village cannot be controlled by personal power, unless it reaches the level of Chisho Hasuma and Uchiha Madara. Watching Muyun and the others leave, Tsunade murmured. Soon after the Danzo incident, Uchiha Sasuke also defected. Konoha is now in troubled times, and this guy Jiraiya doesn't know where to go. Now, after Tsunade's succession ceremony ended, Jiraiya disappeared, which made Tsunade very helpless, but there was no way. Jirai has always been a dragon, unless the other party takes the initiative to show up, or want to find he is more difficult than reaching the sky. If possible, Tsunade really doesn't want to trouble Muyun, but unfortunately, Zilai is not here. Except for her, there is no one in the village who can fight, and only Muyun can fight against the big snake Maru. Today's Tsunade misses very much the time when Konoha was at its peak. At that time Konoha was the leader of the 5 great ninja villages. Konoha was even above them, making all the ninjas of the 5 countries terrified. Until now, I can't even find a decent shadow-level powerhouse. Fortunately, there is Muyun with unlimited potential, otherwise the decline of Konoha is inevitable. At this moment, Zilai is also listening to the big toad in Miaomu Mountain. A mortal's prophecy. Since Tsunade's succession ceremony ended, he came to Miaomu Mountain, and after learning that Immortal Big Toad had an important prophecy to tell him, he has been waiting for Immortal Toad to wake up. More than a month. Little Jiraiya, the future I saw before has changed. In the future, there will be a man who controls thunder and lightning, galloping in the ninja world, invincible. His will is the future development direction of the ninja world. Forbearance. Whether the world will be peaceful or chaotic in the future is entirely up to this man's thoughts. And this man will be the Hokage of your Konoha village and your best friend. After saying these words intermittently, the great toad Immortal tilted his head and fell asleep again. Fukasaku came to Jiraiya's side and asked curiously, "Little Jiraiya, do you know that the great toad Immortal prophesied who is that person who is actually able to control the hair of the ninja world 5-7 exhibitions? It's just horrible." Zilai also took a deep breath and said, "It should be a friend of mine, barely a friend." Getting Jiraiya's answer, Fukasaku asked again, "So, Jiraiya, what is the character of that person? According to your inference, will he eventually bring the ninja world to peace or war?" Zilai also shook his head and said, "I don't know, it may bring peace, but it is also possible that it will bring war." Although he and Muyun are barely friends, he doesn't know anything about Muyun. He only knows that Muyun is strong and decisive. As for the thoughts in Muyun's heart, he can't guess at all. Chapter 119. In a hurry. Then what are you going to do, Xiao Zilai? This man is very dangerous. A deep light flickered in Shenzuo's eyes, and asked Jiraiya. Zilai also shook his head and said, "I don't know what to do. I can only let nature take its course, and I feel that he is not a person who likes to provoke wars." Zilai also felt very strange about Muyun. He always felt that there was a layer of mist covering Muyun's body. It was reasonable to say that he was a person of Muyun's age. He should be able to see clearly, but facing Muyun. At this time, there was always an unfathomable feeling in his heart. At this moment, Muyun and others had already embarked on the road of chasing Sasuke. Naruto, after chasing Sasuke, don't be impulsive, be calm, and act on a whim, do you understand? Kakashi looked at Naruto's frown, and couldn't help but reminded. For Naruto, Kakashi is a little worried. Naruto's character is very elusive. Generally speaking, he is very impulsive, especially when he is facing Sasuke at 30. Although Naruto nodded and agreed. But Kakashi's heart is still a little uneasy. At this moment, Muyun's eyes flashed and he said, "Come on." Kakashi looked condensed and said, "Is it Orochimaru?" Muyun shook his head. "No, but the person here is very strong. It is estimated that it is Orochimaru's subordinate, and it should be here to stop us from chasing Sasuke." In the domineering look of Muyun, he clearly felt the arrival of Junmalu. Bang! The next moment, a big hole was suddenly broken in the ground, and Junmalu rushed out from the ground, blocking the in front of Muyun and his party. "Is it Konoha's ninja?" Junmalu looked at Muyun and the others. "I didn't expect Konoha to move so fast, but I won't let you disrupt Lord Orochimaru's plan, just stop here." As soon as Junmalu's voice fell, Naruto said angrily, "No matter who you are, you can't stop me from bringing Sasuke back." Said, Naruto's body had already rushed out and flew towards Junmalu, but was stopped by Muyun's collar. Naruto looked at Muyun and asked unexpectedly, "Muyun, what are you doing?" Muyun looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, leave this person to me, you follow Kakashi and move on, and when I solve this person, you will follow. Seeing what Naruto wanted to say, Muyun had the opportunity to say, Naruto, don't forget that your goal is to bring back Sasuke, not fight, if you waste time here. Sasuke has left the Fire Country, and it will be difficult to find Sasuke again. Naruto instantly calmed down and said, Muyun. Kakashi-sensei, let's go. Kakashi nodded and asked Muyun, can I do it alone? From Junmalu's body, Kakashi felt a lot of pressure, and the strength of Junmalu was at least the same as his, or even stronger. Although it was a bit unnecessary, Kakashi still asked a question. Muyun said, don't worry, if I can't do it, it's useless for you to stay. Seeing Kakashi and the others wanting to leave, Junmalu rushed towards the direction where Kakashi and the others were leaving, and said, don't even want to leave. Junmalu's loyalty to Orochimaru is unquestionable. Orochimaru's brainwashing is very successful, so as long as he can help Orochimaru, Junmalu will give his life to do it. Muyun looked at Junmalu's behavior, sighed, and instantly appeared in front of Junmalu. Hey, you underestimate me too, Junmalu. One kick, the right leg flashing with lightning directly kicked Junmalu out, dragging a trace of more than 10 meters on the ground, and Junmalu's body was worthy of a stop. And Kakashi when he didn't look back at all, it was the same even when Junmalu rushed towards him, because he believed that Muyun would help him block Junmalu. Looking at Junmalu who was kicked away by him, Muyun's my heart is also a bit complicated. Junmalu is the best choice in terms of strength, potential, and loyalty, and is the best candidate to become his subordinates, but unfortunately, he followed the wrong person and became a tool of Orochimaru. Junmalu, although I appreciate you very much, I regret to tell you that your journey is over. Cherish this last time, and I will give you a decent death. Junmalu got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, who are you? I won't let you sabotage Lord Orochimaru's plan. Muyun sighed and said, hey, Junmalu, why are you so persistent? Orochimaru is just using you as a tool, why are you so desperate? Muyun's words directly made Junmalu furious. You are not allowed to slander Lord Orochimaru. Even if Lord Orochimaru uses me as a tool, I am willing. 10-finger piercing. Junmalu stretched out his fingers, and 10 phalanxes shot at Muyun like bullets, causing a burst of wind. The moment Muyun heard Jun 157 Malu's words, he knew that Junmalu was gone. Saved, it can be said that the current Junmalu is completely alive for the sake of Orochimaru. That's a pity, what a pity. The 10 phalanxes quickly reached Muyun's body, penetrating directly through Muyun's chest, leaving 10 holes with tiny lightning flashes. While Junmalu's eyes widened, Muyun his body appeared directly in front of Junmalu, and his fist flickering with lightning slammed into Junmalu's chest. This fist carried all Muyun's perception of the way the finger gun was used, with the violent thunder and lightning. Under this punch, a big hole was ripped open in Junmalu's chest in an instant. Cough. Junmalu coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked in shock, why did my finger-piercing bullet hit you? Why are you okay? For Junmalu, no, for all people in the Naruto world, elementalization is always an incomprehensible power, and a brand new power system is incomprehensible to them. Muyun whispered, this is called elementalization. It can defend against all physical attacks. From a certain point of view, your corpse veins have no effect on me. Sorry, in order to be in a hurry, I can only choose to fight quickly. Chapter 120 Asking for others is better than asking for yourself. Enjoy this last life, Junmalu, your life has come to an end. He ignored Junmalu's eyes that he wanted to stop. After suffering such a serious injury, his chest was directly pierced. Although Junmalu still hasn't died, he has reached his limit. At this moment, Junmalu's cold voice sounded, and the next moment, countless slender and hard white bones with enormous strength drilled out directly from the ground, all attacked towards Muyun. There are as many as hundreds of them, and they are so densely packed that it makes one's scalp tingle. I said, I will not let you destroy the plan of Lord Orochimaru. No matter how strong you are, I will try to keep you. Here. Although Junmalu's voice was extremely weak, it still contained deep firmness, which made Muyun couldn't help being stunned. How lucky is Orochimaru to be able to get such a following. The bones of the corpse passed through his body, and Muyun had no other movements. As he said, the corpse bone vein had no effect in the face of elementalization. The attack power of the corpse bone vein was undoubtedly strong, but it was not domineering. It is completely impossible to attack the elementalized self. It's useless, Junmalu, I have already said, the bone veins are really useless in front of my elementalization, you are just wasting its just strength. Junmalu looked up at Muyun with difficulty, and said, is that so? It seems that my life is just like this. Of his own vitality, Junmalu suddenly felt a bleak feeling in his heart. From birth to the present, his life has been such a failure. Junmaru, a person like you should have a gorgeous the way of death. Since the time of life is not exciting enough, then the death will be vigorous. Thunder Dance. Muyun stretched out his arm, and countless thunderbolts flickered around with Muyun's movements, including a range of tens of meters in the thunder and lightning dance. Farewell, tragic person, Wei Yi Junmaro, I will remember your name. The lightning that enveloped a range of dozens of meters instantly gathered in the direction of Junmalu, and the lightning that was compressed to the extreme directly attacked Junmalu's body, causing Junmalu's body to fly into ashes and annihilate without leaving a trace. On the verge of death, a smile appeared on the corner of Junmalu's mouth. Forgive me for not leaving you with a whole body, because a person like you shouldn't be reincarnated in filthy soil to insult your soul. As Muyun's faint voice floated in the air, Muyun's body was also in place. People like Wei Yejunmalu should not be reincarnated by the dirt, and all traces of the other party were directly erased. Ding! Congratulations to the host, completing the system task. Kill Kagaya Junmalu, and reward the host with 50,000 reinforcement points. Muyun quickly caught up with Kakashi and the others, and Kakashi and others had already caught up Sasuke. It's just not as Muyun expected, Orochimaru has appeared. As the container that he values most, Orochimaru attaches great importance to Sasuke, although Orochimaru once thought that Muyun is the most important container of the container. A good candidate, but unfortunately, he does not have the strength to deal with Muyun. It is. For this reason, Orochimaru not only paid more attention to Sasuke, but also decided to take Sasuke away in advance, because the existence of Muyun reminded him that he must not wait for Sasuke to become strong before starting, it will only be counterproductive. Senior Orochimaru, can you get rid of you and return Sasuke Uchiha to us? Kakashi looked at Orochimaru solemnly and asked. Orochimaru licked his lips and said, you are Hatake Kakashi, do you think I will give up Sasuke since I appear? Also, even as a ninja of Konoha, Sasuke should have the right to choose. He doesn't seem to like returning to Konoha again. Naruto said, no matter who it is, don't try to take Sasuke away. Said that, he wanted to rush out, but was stopped by Muyun who suddenly appeared. Naruto, calm down, you are not Orochimaru's opponent. After speaking, Muyun looked at Sasuke again and asked, Uchiha Sasuke, are you really planning to betray the village, even if you risk your life? You have to know that if I make a move, even Orochimaru can't save you in my hands. Sasuke's face changed, and then he said, I will never return to Konoha. If you want my life, then come and take it. I was ready for everything as early as the decision was made. Muyun just looked at Sasuke like that, but neither Orochimaru nor Kakashi said anything. After a while, Muyun said, go away. Sasuke's eyes widened. Obviously some people couldn't believe it. He thought that Muyun would kill him directly. Although he was very confident, he didn't think he would be Muyun's opponent. Hearing what Muyun said, Naruto was instantly anxious and said, Muyun, we are here to bring Sasuke back, why did you let him go? Looking at the emotional Naruto, Muyun said, Naruto, you have to understand that this is Sasuke's choice. You heard it just now. In order to leave Konoha, Sasuke can even give up his own life. Even if you take it now when he brought it back, he just added a walking corpse to Konoha. And Li Jiao, I'm not that keen on bringing Sasuke back. If you really want to bring Sasuke back, just do it yourself. After your strength improves, you can always go after Sasuke, but now, you don't have that power. Naruto, I hope you can understand that it is better to beg yourself than to beg others. Instead of relying on others, it's better to let yourself have the strength to solve all troubles. I can help you for a while, but I can't help you order forever. Naruto fell silent. Muyun's words made him deeply aware of his weakness. Since Zillai also went to Miaomu Mountain after returning to the village, the current Naruto has not learned Spiral Pill, and Muyun also because of he was so kind to Ino and the others that he forgot to teach Naruto ninjutsu. It can be said that Naruto's current strength is a lot worse than Sasuke's. Then, Muyun-kun, thank you for your generosity. Sasuke, I will take it away, goodbye. Hokage start with a thunder fruit. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 Muyun was shocked. Watching Orochimaru leave with Sasuke, Naruto's rage instantly rose. A fiery red chakra burst out of his body, and 3 chakra cohesive tails appeared behind him. I'll leave Sasuke and stay. A swoosh, Naruto's body swept toward Orochimaru at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye, and the fiery red fox claws condensed by chakra ripped directly at Orochimaru's neck. A teleportation technique, Orochimaru directly avoided this claw, and then directly stretched out his hands, hidden shadow snake hand. Several pythons flew out directly from Orochimaru's sleeves and wrapped around Naruto's body, but they were quickly burnt out by the fiery red chakra. Muyun squinted his eyes, and sure enough, there was no trace of him. As expected, Orochimaru did not know what method he used to restore his arm, but just now Orochimaru's arm had been drooping, so Muyun could not judge it. Hand over Sasuke. With a hoarse voice, Naruto rushed towards Orochimaru again, and his fist wrapped in 9-tailed chakra blasted directly at Orochimaru with unparalleled power. Orochimaru 157 evaded again with a blink technique, and the ground where Orochimaru stood before was directly smashed into a big hole by Naruto. Kakashi saw that Naruto was out of control. He rushed up, and a knife cut into the back of Naruto's neck, and Naruto's body shook. He shook, but he did not faint as Kakashi expected, but turned his head and glared at Kakashi, and the number of tails behind him increased again. This time, Naruto really lost his mind. He punched Kakashi fiercely. Although Kakashi had already made a dodging move in advance, he was still punched by Naruto and flew out, and blood spurted instantly. Naruto in the 4-tailed state was completely he has lost his mind and only has the complete desire to attack and the obsession to bring back Sasuke. Now that he is blocked by Kakashi, he naturally includes Kakashi as his target of attack. Chasing the body that flew out of Kakashi, Naruto's right leg was raised high, and he stepped on Kakashi. Bang! Muyun's body flashed to Naruto's side in an instant, and he punched Naruto's head with all his strength. Naruto rolled his eyes and fainted. Hey, it's really troublesome, 9 tails. Seeing Naruto's 9-tailed chakra slowly dissipating, Muyun sighed. This 9-tailed chakra is really pervasive. If there is no him today, let alone Kaka, even Naruto himself estimates it will also be seriously injured. You must know that the 9-tailed chakra is not. There are no side effects. You can see the current situation of Naruto. The skin of the whole body is burned in a large area, and at Naruto's current age, he can't bear the 9 chakra at all. Carla, it's alright, Kakashi. Grabbing Naruto's body, Muyun asked Kakashi. Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, what a big problem, but is Naruto okay? Muyun said, it's alright, I'm careful. The most important thing is the burden brought to him by the 9-tailed chakra. His whole body skin has burns to varying degrees. Fortunately he is a member of the Vortex clan. His vitality is amazing, and he can recover. It shouldn't be a big problem if Tsunade treats him after the village. Kakashi nodded. Seeing Sasuke leaving with Orochimaru, there was a flash of sadness in his eyes. He didn't ask Muyun why he didn't leave Sasuke, because he respected Sasuke's own choice. As Muyun said, even if Sasuke was brought back to the village, then it's just an extra walking corpse. It doesn't make any sense if people do and care about it. Kakashi struggled to get up. Although he was punched, the injury was not too serious. After the people, the three of them set foot on the road back to the village. Is that so? Tsunade listened to Kakashi's report and said, "It doesn't matter whether Sasuke is in Konoha or not, we are just expressing our position. Don't care. As for Naruto's injury, I have already checked it, there is no major problem, no need to worry about it." Worry. After returning to the village, Kakashi took Naruto to Tsunade to check the injury and reported the situation. Tsunade didn't say anything about Muyun's choice. Is there Sasuke, it doesn't affect the overall strength, at least for now, so Tsunade has no opinion. He recovered as before, and Jiraiya also returned to the village. Hearing the news of Naruto's injury, he immediately came to Naruto's ward to visit Naruto. "Bastard Jiraiya, I just finished the succession ceremony and you disappeared. Don't tell me you're going to collect material again." Jiraiya and Muyun happened to be in Naruto's ward. The moment they saw Jiraiya, Tsunade was angry, pinched the knuckles of both hands, and faced Jiraiya with a dangerous smile. Asked. Jiraiya left cold sweat on his forehead, and said hesitantly, Tsunade, listen to my explanation. I'm going to Meowmoo Mountain, and Immortal Big Toad has a new prophecy, so I didn't go to get the material. Seeing the violent look on Tsunade's face, Jiraiya finished the sentence quickly, but he spoke slowly. He was afraid that Tsunade would punch him in the face. Regarding the violence of Tsunade, Jiraiya he has a deep understanding, and the power of Tsunade's fist is not overpowering. With one punch, it is estimated that half of his old life will be lost. Hearing this, Tsunade's face became interested and said, "The new prophecy of the Big Toad Immortal. How to say?" Jiraiya also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally changed the subject. In the new prophecy, there will be a man who will control thunder and lightning in the future ninja world. His will represents the development direction of the ninja world. The Big Toad Immortal said that this person will be the Hokage of our Konoha in the future, and also my best friend. Said, Jiraiya also put his eyes on Muyun. No matter how much he thought about this person, he felt like Muyun, and even Tsunade gave Muyun a strange look. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Muyun pouted, "It's all a prophecy, not a fact. I don't think I have the ability to control the development of the ninja world." At this moment, Muyun's heart was very shocked. He didn't expect this old toad to be able to predict his own existence, the man who controls thunder and lightning. Isn't that what he is talking about? See the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 122 Naruto changes. Shocked by shock, but Muyun obviously cannot admit this matter. The amount of information contained in this sentence is too large. His will is the development direction of the ninja world, which represents a great significance. Now he is in Konoha, he already has someone he cares about, whether it's Hinata or Ino. Muyun doesn't want to give up, and he doesn't want them to suffer. If he chooses to betray the village because of these broken things, even if the little girls Ino and Hino choose to leave him with him, I can't bear it. Where is the comfort of Konoha living in the outside world? Isn't it just for enjoyment? Zilai also took a deep look at Muyun and did not speak. They naturally knew in their hearts that the man was definitely referring to Muyun, but Muyun did not admit it, and they would not force Muyun to admit it. This was a fool's way. Naruto, your injury is almost healed, clean up and you can be discharged now. Of coming here today. Naruto's injury has completely recovered after his examination. The injury of this level can be restored to the original in 3 days, which shows how strong Naruto's resilience is. Naruto nodded, turned over and walked off the hospital bed, and suddenly said to Zilai in a low voice, Uncle White-Haired, I want to practice with you. My current strength is still too weak. I want to bring it back with my own hands. Sasuke. Naruto didn't blame Muyun for his inaction, because he knew that Muyun was doing nothing wrong. What was wrong was that his strength was too weak. In the past, he thought that his strength could be improved gradually, but now, he understands that he has no strength. He can't do what he wants to do, he can't protect what he wants to protect, and naturally he can't become Hokage. If he has the strength of Muyun, he can defeat Orochimaru and bring back Sasuke. After a while, it was the first time he saw Naruto talking to him with this expression. Although he had not known Naruto for a long time, he could still see the change in Naruto's heart. Fortunately, this change is a good direction, and Zilai also nodded immediately. Yes, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Saying that, Zilai also turned his attention to Muyun. Muyun, come along when the time comes. I promised the old man that I would teach you the immortal mode. I believe that with the help of the immortal mode, your strength will still be restored. It will be a big improvement. Jiraiya finally decided to believe in Muyun. When he got the prophecy of the great toad immortal, he was still hesitating whether to teach the immortal model to Muyun, but he had already figured it out. Judging from the prophecy of the great toad immortal, no matter whether Muyun will be immortal or not, it will be the leading ninja world in the future. In this case, it is better to sell Muyun a face now, although he is not very clear about the idea, but the relationship since this time has made Zilai also see it. That is, Muyun is a person who is very emotional, so the investment now is definitely worth it. Muyun nodded and said to Ming, Naruto, I will also teach you the advanced ninjutsu I promised you. You. If it were normal times, Naruto, who heard Muyun's words, jumped up happily, but now he simply nodded and snorted. It seems that Sasuke's incident has dealt a great blow to Naruto. Looking at Naruto's changes, Muyun sighed and could only let nature take its course. Well, I hope this guy can make it through. At this time, Tsunade said, Muyun, speaking of the immortal mode, my grandfather also left a scroll, which records the immortal mode. I will show it to you later, it may be helpful to you, there is also me in it. Grandfather's self-created immortal wood escaping secret technique will greatly help you improve your strength after you learn it. Hearing this, Muyun's eyes lit up and said, okay, then thank you, Tsunade. Although the system gave him all the wood-done ninjutsu when rewarding him, but there is no immortal mode and wood-done immortal art. Although he can explore and create by himself, how can creation come quickly by picking up ready-made ninjutsu? Mudun has been developed to the extreme by Senju Hashirama. Even if he continues to develop it, the upper limit will not be much higher. Unlike the Thunder Fruit, it can be developed indefinitely. Because it is the perfect version of the system reward, it has the same effect as the Thunder Fruit of Pirate World. The difference is that, theoretically speaking, Muyun's Thunder Fruit has unlimited potential, but Mudden has no advantage in this regard. Don't be polite to me, anyway, the current Konoha, you are the only one who can use Mudden. If you keep the scroll, it can only be abandoned. It is better to give full play to its value and let grandfather's wooden dun become famous in the whole ninja world again. Tsunade waved his hand pretending to be bold, but there was a bit of bitterness in his heart. As the granddaughter of Chinchozuma, he did not awaken the iconic Mudden. Instead, he needed an outsider to continue the glory of Mudden, which made Tsunade feel in his heart very disappointed. Seeing the thoughts in Tsunade's heart, Muyun said directly, Suncho, you don't need to be disappointed. In fact, Mudun is not as simple as you think. Is it really just a combination of soil and water chakra? If this is really the case, with Madara Uchiha's talent, he has already made a fuss about Mudun, and it is impossible to be overwhelmed by Chincho Hashirama. Think about it for yourself. In fact, your current strength is already very strong. Now, it is not impossible to escape without wood. Muyun didn't explain things about Asura and Indra in detail, because even if he said it, Tsunade and the others wouldn't believe it. Tsunade glanced at Muyun with a half smile but not a smile, and said, oh, so you admit that your Mudden is not a simple combination of soil and water chakra. Don't you say that Mudden is a combination of soil and water chakra? Muyun was speechless for a while, and then said, whatever you think, you will come. When will you go to practice? Jirai also secretly observed Tsunade's expression, and then said cautiously, or, right now. Seeing that Tsunade didn't say anything, Jiraiya said with a louder tone, Muyun, now go back and explain what should be explained, and then we will go to Miaomu Mountain. I am afraid that for a long time, I will spend righteousness at Mt. Miaomu. Chapter 123 Terrible Thing. After returning home, Muyun first used the reinforcement points obtained by killing Junmalu to increase his strength. Host: Muyun. Age: 12 years old. Constitution: 260. Strength: 266. Speed: 260. Spirit: 260. Chakra: 28,000. Strength rating: Shadow rank. Close black lens bracket. I didn't expect that 50,000 enhancement points only increase various attributes by 20 points, and even the growth of chakra has slowed down. It seems that it is not easy to improve strength in the future. Muyun's brows were slightly wrinkled. He originally thought that he could use 50,000 enhancement points to increase his attributes to Super Shadow, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Even the growth of chakra became slow down. You must know before the growth of chakra is far more than 157. Other attributes, although he has never encountered a situation where chakra is not enough. Without struggling with this issue for too long, Muyun found two little girls, Ino and Hinata, and told them that he would practice for a while. The little girl was still very reluctant, and after giving the two a long and affectionate kiss, the two little girls let Muyun leave with red faces. Mr. Muyun, don't remember to stay up late when cultivating, eat on time, pay attention to the temperature, don't get sick, remember not to be too tired, the combination of work and rest is the most important thing, don't make yourself work too hard. The words of the two little girls echoed in his ears, and a smile appeared on the corner of Muyun's mouth, feeling very warm in his heart. I said, Muyun, what's the matter with your wretched smile? Seeing Muyun coming, with a sincere smile on his face, Zilai also asked directly. Muyun's face darkened, and he said angrily, what is wretchedness? This is called warmth, sunshine, I mean it, can you speak better? I see, you're jealous that I have two, no, 33s, that's not right, 444 girlfriends, isn't it? This time, Jiraiya's face turned dark, and he glared at him and said, who said I was jealous of my dignified Tota mortal, is that kind of person, Lord Jiraiya? I want a woman, and what kind of person would not envy you? Little devil. Muyun said lightly, oh, Tsunade doesn't look down on you at all. This sentence pierced directly into Jiraiya's heart like a knife, and Jiraiya said speechlessly, forget it, I won't argue with you, get ready, and I will take you to the wonderful place. Taking out a psychic scroll, Jiraiya also psyched out one, and then said to Muyun and Naruto, if you want to go to Miaomu Mountain, first sign a psychic contract, this is the rule of Miaomu Mountain. Muyun is very speechless, it is really ugly to sign a contract with Toad. But there is no way, if you want to learn the fairy mode, you must do this. Reluctantly, he wrote himself on the psychic scroll, and then he came immediately, the seal was formed, and the three of them appeared directly in Miaomu Mountain. Is this Miaomu Mountain? Taking a look around, there are toads everywhere, big and small, red and green. What impressed Muyun most was that the scenery of Miaomu Mountain was much better than the outside world, as if the air was also fresher. Less. Could this be the effect of natural energy? Muyun took a deep breath. 2 bites, I instantly felt that the pores all over my body were dilated, and my body and mind were very relaxed. Naruto also said, it's so beautiful, Uncle White Hair, is this Miaomu Mountain? It's really a good place. I found that I like it a little bit, it's really a pleasure to be able to practice here. Hearing Naruto's words, Muyun immediately pouted, there are ghosts in a good place to enjoy it, and you won't think so when Zima's Toad brings you a luxurious feast of insects. Fortunately, when you leave by yourself, I brought a lot of food, otherwise, eating insects will make me feel sick. It seems that Naruto is used to eating at the end, which is really scary. Muyun murmured in his mouth, he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate, if he was allowed to eat worms, he would never be able to do it, and the worms were not cooked. Remember that the worms brought by Zima were still squirming in the bowl, thinking of the original book in that picture, Muyun's scalp was numb. Naruto saw Muyun's expression and asked with some doubts, Muyun, what's wrong with you? It seems that your face is ugly. Muyun immediately waved his hand and said, it's nothing, I just remembered something. Seeing Naruto's curious face, Muyun began to observe a moment of silence for Naruto. He didn't know whether it was because he did it on purpose or he really forgot. He didn't remind Naruto about such an important matter. Fortunately, he had foresight. No, I don't seem to have reminded Naruto. Tisk tisk, what a sin. Little Zilai, you are here. Fukasaku jumped from a distance, landed directly on Jiraiya's shoulder, then looked at Muyun and said, "Is he the man mentioned in the Big Toad Fairy's prophecy?" Zilai also nodded and replied, "If my inference is correct, it should be. I brought him today to teach him the immortal mode, so there shouldn't be any problems, right?" Shenzuo heard the words and sighed, and said, "Xiao Zilai, you really decided to do it. Before you came, the Big Toad Immortal had already instructed me, if you bring the prophecy person to come to learn immortal mode, just do it. If you teach it to him, you don't have to worry about anything. I was a little confused at first, but I didn't expect it to be true." Zilai also asked in surprise. The Great Toad Immortal even predicted this. "By the way, this little devil is called Naruto Uzumaki, and he also came to follow me to practice the immortal mode. By the way, he is the son of Minato. 7 children, it should be nothing to learn the fairy mode." Fukasaku glanced at Naruto and said, "Since we want to teach, there is no difference between one person or two, so let's teach together. By the way, before you start your practice, let's go to dinner first. The child's mother knew that you were coming, and made a lot of food to welcome you." Although it was just a prophecy of the Great Toad Immortal, both Fukasaku and Shima were convinced of it, so Shima prepared a sumptuous meal to welcome Muyun and the others. Ozilai also heard the words of Fukasaku, and his face turned green all of a sudden. Exclaimed, "What rich food!" Hearing this sentence, Jiraiya suddenly remembered the fear of being dominated by insects, and at this moment his heart was filled with endless regrets. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 124 Amazing Find. Jiraiya is also very regretful. He had brought his own food when he knew it. He also had a psychological shadow on the insect feast in Miaomu Mountain, and now he has to bring Naruto and Muyun to suffer together. You must know that Zima is usually a good talker. But if he doesn't give face when he is hosting a banquet, that guy will be furious. Just when Zilai regretted it, he heard Muyun say, "There is no need to host a banquet, I will bring it myself. Food, I am a picky eater, I can't eat any other food except the food I like." Zilai also widened his eyes on the spot. He originally thought that Muyun would share weal and woe with them, but he didn't expect this guy to be such a chicken thief. He actually prepared food in advance. Not even Naruto has prepared food, let's observe it. Naruto's expression. Jiraiya also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Naruto still suffers with him. But how did Muyun know about the coincidence of this matter and said, "That's okay, Xiao Zilai is also with Xiao. Naruto probably hasn't eaten yet, so you can come along too, just to get acquainted with it." Coming to Shenshuli 30, Muyun saw the feast of insects that filled the entire table at first sight. His throat rolled and his stomach was nauseous, but he still endured it. The faces of Jiraiya and Naruto immediately turned green, especially Naruto. "The first time I saw this kind of battle, when the throat rolled, I started to roll my eyes in disgust. Little Jiraiya, come here. Now, I know you're coming, but I've put all my treasured worms on the table, you'll love it." Seeing Jiraiya, Shima was very happy and said loudly. Zilai also nodded embarrassedly. There was nothing he could do, who made himself forget such an important thing. He swallowed, looking at the white caterpillar squirming in the bowl in front of him, finally couldn't help it, ran outside and vomited. Jiraiya's passing directly caused Naruto, who was trying his best to endure, to break 5 in an instant. And he vomited wildly, almost vomiting out all the bile. After finishing the meal, Shenzuo took Muyun and Naruto to the pool where he practiced the immortal mode, ready to start practicing the immortal mode. In fact, after coming to Miaomu Mountain, it was not Jiraiya who passed on the model, but Fukasaku, but in name, it was also taught by Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya can be regarded as a communication bridge for Miaomu, and I want to learn the immortal model. You must first obtain Jiraiya's consent. Xiao Muyun, Xiao Naruto. The actual formula is to combine the natural energy in the air with one's own chakra in a ratio of 3:1, so you first need just feel the presence of natural energy. Muyun closed his eyes and began to smell the color and domineering, and Naruto also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to feel the natural energy. After a while, Naruto opened his eyes first and said, "Ah, it's annoying. Now, what kind of natural energy is this? I don't even have a clue at all, can't I explain it more clearly?" Quote. Shenzuo smiled and said, "Little Naruto, the natural energy is an abstract thing, the immortal mode. Cultivation is also the most difficult. You are only feeling it for the first time. If you really feel the existence of natural energy, it will be really scary." Just after Shenzuo's voice fell, Muyun also opened his eyes. Shenzuo saw this scene and said, "Little Muyun, you don't need to worry if you can't feel the natural energy, it's normal for the first time, this pool is unique to Miaomu Mountain. The product of the toad oil in it applied to the skin will help you to sense the natural energy and gradually get used to the feeling. But remember, don't smear too much on your body at once, or you'll be in big trouble." Saying that, Fukasaku pointed to the huge toad statues not far away, and said, "Have you seen these statues? This is because they absorbed too much natural energy. After being attacked, they became like this. Speaking of which, they are still where are you two seniors?" Naruto gradually opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "It's too scary to turn into a stone statue." Looking at Naruto's performance, Fukasaku nodded with satisfaction and said, "Actually, as long as you can endure your temper, don't be greedy, and if you take it slow, plus I'm always by your side to assist you, the possibility of turning into a stone statue is small, so don't worry." Naruto nodded, and he had already decided in his heart that he would not be greedy for merits anyway, and the consequence of turning into a toad statue is simply too terrifying. "Hey, Fukasaku, I seem to have felt the existence of natural energy." Just now, Shenzuo fell into the preaching mode, and he talked so much that Muyun couldn't get in at all. Now that he saw that the other party was finally straight and chattering, Muyun said directly. When he turned on the so-called natural energy, he didn't find anything yet, but after a long time, he found that his thunder fruit was running on his own, and there was a trace of energy floating in the air. It also began to get into his body and merged with his own chakra. At first, Muyun was a little unfamiliar with this energy, but after careful exploration, Muyun found that this Nemo was the energy that condensed into lightning when he activated the thunder fruit ability. Maybe it should be called the natural energy of the thunder attribute. At this point, Muyun discovered that the immortal mode was not necessary for him. The so-called immortal art was only the ability of his own thunder fruit. Every attack of his abilities was the so-called immortal art. However, there are still benefits. Yes, before he discovered this, he just passively used the natural energy of the thunder attribute, and could not actively control it, but now, he can absorb the natural energy of the thunder attribute in the air anytime and anywhere to replenish himself and let his investigation. It is only a matter of minutes for Carrot to become the magic chakra, and there is no need to charge for a long time. Can even convert all the chakras into the natural energy of the thunder attribute. It can be said that the current Muyun, as long as the natural energy of the thunder attribute exists in the air, his own energy will not be exhausted, and he will no longer need chakra. Chapter 125 Create Your Own Fairy Mode. Because Muyun found that even if he converted the chakra in his body into full thunder attribute natural energy, he could still use ninjutsu, and it was more powerful. The power of natural energy was originally much higher than that of chakra. The thunder attribute was originally known for its destructive power, so this discovery has directly increased Muyun's strength several times. As long as his physique continues to improve, he can withstand more natural energy, and it can be ingested and used at any time. Perpetual motion machine. Although the so-called immortal mode is dispensable to him, Muyun is still very happy. If he has no experience in cultivating immortal mode, it is estimated that it will take a long time for him to discover this, and he will never find out. Open black lens bracket host. Muyun. Age, 12 years old. Constitution, 260. Strength, 260. Speed, 260. Spirit, 260. _______ rank. Checked my attribute panel. The chakra item has indeed disappeared, and it has been converted into thunder attribute natural energy. The most important thing is that this feature can be used at any time, that is to say, as long as oneself sexual attacks should not exceed the range of 30,000 energies, so you can go on indefinitely, and there is no problem in fighting. Fukasaku widened his eyes and said, "What did you say that you have successfully sensed the existence of natural energy?" Fukasaku looks like he's seen a ghost. It's not like he hasn't seen geniuses. Miaomu Mountain has existed for so long, and there are countless ninjas who practice the immortal mode. Although most of them have failed, there are still many genius ninjas, but Fukasaku, I have never seen a metamorphosis that can sense natural energy in just over an hour. This is simply a monster. At this moment, Fukasaku has some understanding of why in the prophecy of the great toad immortal, Muyun has the right and left, forbearance. The ability of the world, this talent, as long as it does not die in the middle, and keeps growing, it will inevitably reach a new height. Naruto was also shocked, and said, "Muyun, I don't even feel that you have succeeded." Muyun's words made Naruto deeply doubt his own talent. He didn't even fully understand what Shenzuo said, not to mention feeling the natural energy. Muyun shook his head and said, "I just felt the existence of natural energy, and also successfully cultivated into the fairy mode." No, it can't be said that I have cultivated a human mode, but created a fairy mode that is completed by myself. Fukusuo interrupted with an incredible look. Impossible. Natural energy is a very violent energy, at least compared to chakra. It is like this, even the step-by-step cultivation of the immortal mode is not an easy thing. How do you do it? It is possible to create your own style in such a short period of time. Quote. Muyun glanced at Shenzuo helplessly, and said directly, "It's incredible, but it's true. If you don't believe it, you can make sure for yourself." Instant, Muyun converted the chakra in his body into the natural energy of the thunder attribute. The magic of immortal fire escapes the fireball. Boom. The next moment, a huge crimson fireball of more than 10 meters roared out directly from Muyun's mouth, scattered. The temperature was extremely hot, and even the ground quickly turned red, turning into hot magma. The fireball smashed the ground violently, causing a huge pothole with a scale of tens of meters, and the dark red magma in the bottom of the big pit is flowing slowly. Although there are not many, it is indeed magma. This ordinary fireball technique of Muyun, after adding the natural energy of the thunder attribute, the power is directly geometrically multiplied. Upgrade. This is only a fire attribute attack. Different attributes will weaken the power. If Muyun directly activates the ability of the ringing thunder fruit, and actively controls the natural energy of the thunder attribute floating in the surrounding air, a thunderbolt can make the area with a radius of several hundred meters was devastated. Fukasaku was stunned, Naruto was stunned, and the toads who were playing around were stunned. All of them were shocked by the power of Muyun's move. After a few seconds, Fukasaku barely recovered, and said with a trembling voice, "Is this really the power of the immortal mode? Although the power of ninjutsu will be greatly improved in the immortal mode, it is too much. It's scary. I made magma directly on the ground. And you don't need preparation time. You can enter the fairy mode in an instant, which is more like the state of the fairy mode." The more he talked, the more solemn his face became. Although it was just a toad, and there was no change in his face, his eyes revealed a lot of information. Naruto's eyes were about to pop out. This trick, he is too familiar with the technique of the fireball. It is almost Sasuke Uchiha's signature ninjutsu, but the power that Sasuke uses is not even 1% of Muyun's. There is no comparison at all. How can I count this? It's a fairy attack in fairy mode. Seeing Shenzuo's extremely shocked look, Muyun asked lightly. Shenzuo gave Muyun a complicated look and said, "This is indeed the immortal mode. Muyun, can you tell me how you did it?" Having seen Muyun's perverted talent with his own eyes, Shenzuo was no longer called Xiao Muyun, but asked sincerely. You didn't teach me how to do it. It's very simple. After feeling the existence of natural energy, mix it with Li Jiao's own chakra in a ratio of 3:1, and then you can enter the fairy mode, but I entered the fairy mode a little faster. Of course Muyun wouldn't tell it the truth. Even if he did, he would probably be stunned, so he just made an excuse to fool the past. Shen Zuo. Fukasaku's expression was very weird, as if saying, "Why do you think I'm an idiot?" People, and Muyun started his own cultivation. In Naruto, Fukasaku finally found some comfort. Fortunately, Naruto's talent is not abnormal level. The progress of practicing immortal mode is very slow. If Naruto is also like Muyun, it is estimated that Fukasaku really wants to cry. Now, you must know that it took him almost 10 years to practice the immortal mode. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 126. It doesn't make sense anyway. A month has passed, and Naruto has no effect on the cultivation progress of the immortal mode, and the speed is very slow. Therefore, this morning, Muyun called Naruto to an open space, intending to take the spiral pill shuriken taught it to Naruto. The same goes for Jiraiya. In this month, Naruto not only practiced the immortal mode, but also practiced the spiral pill with Jiraiya. Although the practice of the immortal mode did not have significant results, the progress of the spiral pill has reached the final stage. With the help of the avatar technique, I have already mastered the spiral pill. Naruto, the advanced ninjutsu I want to teach you is actually an advanced version of the spiral pill. Originally, I wanted to wait for you to completely master the spiral pill. I will teach it later, but time is precious, and I plan to teach it to you now. Jiraiya, you can also learn, but I can't guarantee that you can learn it. In fact, the practice of spiral pill shuriken is not difficult. As long as you learn spiral pill, plus the control of chakra, you can learn, but the most important thing is that you need a huge amount of chakra as a premise. And if you know the immortal mode, then you can't throw the spiral pill shuriken, and the damage to yourself is too great. As for whether you can learn it, it is not necessarily. First, the spiral pill appeared. Under the control of Muyun, the wind attribute chakra was slowly injected into the spiral pill. In an instant, a strong scream sounded, piercing the eardrums of Jiraiya and Naruto. The spiral pill shuriken with a size of about 2 meters suddenly took shape. Jiraiya also looked at the spiral pill shuriken in Muyun's hand, and murmured in shock, "Is this the unfinished art of Minato to actually make such a huge chakra? Condensed in the hand, and can maintain stability, this ability to control chakra is too strong." In fact, a long time ago, Namikaze Minato told Jiraiya about the advanced version of Spiral Maru, but due to the outbreak of the Nine Tails Rebellion, Minato died before he could develop this ninjutsu. During the Battle of the Tail, Muyun held the Spiral Maru shuriken high, and said to Jiraiya and Naruto, "Actually, this move is based on the Spiral Maru and injects the chakra of the wind attribute into it. The original non-attribute spiral pill has become attribute ninjutsu, and it is a change in the nature of the wind attribute chakra that has been extended to the extreme. This trick is actually not difficult in essence, but it is necessary to pay attention to the fact that when the wind attribute chakra is injected into the spiral pill, the original balance of the spiral pill cannot be destroyed, so it takes many attempts to master the skill. When you are cultivating this move, you should pay special attention to the fact that when injecting wind attribute chakra, you must use a frequency, not too much or too little, nor too fast or slow, otherwise it will be extremely easy to cause ninjutsu collapse, and even hurt yourself. Jiraiya also nodded. He has already. This trick is nothing more than the ability to control the chakra, and there is a huge chakra to use. Naruto nodded with a vague understanding and said, "I understand, I just don't know how powerful this move is." "How?" Muyun smiled. He knew that Naruto would ask such a question, so he said, "As for the power of this move, you should experience it yourself." Muyun's eyes wandered, his eyes fixed on a distant hill, and he threw the Spiral Maru shuriken at the top of the mountain. They collided fiercely. Boom! The next moment, the volume of the Spiral Maru shuriken suddenly expanded, reaching a range of more than 10 meters, blasting the distant mountain into a hole of 10 meters in size. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble of different sizes, the largest of which was no more than the size of a fist. Jiraiya and Naruto opened their mouths in shock at the same time. Power has the most intuitive understanding. Especially Jiraiya, because of his strength, he can see things at a deeper level. In the center of the attack range of Spiral Maru Shuriken, that kind of powerful power makes him even there is a feeling of heart palpitations. If he was hit, he would be torn to pieces. Even if he entered the fairy mode for defense, the consequences would not change in the slightest. This is purely to increase the attack power to the extreme. Ninjutsu. What happened? The movement here attracted Fukasaku and Shima, as well as Toad Bunta. The three toads asked Jiraiya with doubts on their faces. Immediately afterwards, the eyes of the three of them focused on the disappearing hill at the same time, and they felt the chakra that had not completely dissipated in the air. The faces of the three toads changed into a shocked expression at the same time. Muyun looked at the three toads said, "It's nothing, I just taught Naruto and Jiraiya a ninjutsu I created. I was just testing the power of ninjutsu, don't make a fuss." Hearing this, the three toads glanced at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. What kind of ninjutsu can burst out such a huge power? I am afraid that it has surpassed the super ninjutsu. Jiraiya also asked at this time. Muyun, didn't you say that this ninjutsu is super level? The power is probably beyond super level, right? Muyun nodded and said, it's true, using ordinary chakra, the power of this technique can be considered to reach the level. If you use the immortal mode, you should be able to reach the ultimate level of attack power of ninjutsu, but the one I created belongs to if I use my own immortal mode, it has surpassed the power of ninjutsu. In fact, Muyun originally did not have the chakra of the wind attribute, but the natural energy of the thunder attribute can perfectly simulate the chakra of various attributes. Of course, the trick of using the thunder attribute is definitely more powerful. But natural energy is natural energy after all. Although it is the natural energy of the thunder attribute, there is no pressure to imitate the chakra of other attributes. After all, the level of natural energy is much higher than that of the chakra. There is no need to seal the technique at all, and Muyun can't tell what the principle is. Anyway, it's unreasonable. Ask for a monthly ticket, and ask for your great support. Chapter 127. The situation is critical. Jiraiya, Naruto and all the toads who were present were speechless. They had heard Muyun's words many times. But Muyun, Jiraiya, I've told you everything I should say. You will guide Naruto in future cultivation, no problem, right? Muyun's words made Jilai roll his eyes. It turns out that the teaching of ninjutsu you said is to explain the principles once and then let go. Nodding, Jilai also said, no problem, I just want to learn this ninjutsu too. I will supervise Naruto's cultivation. Muyun nodded and wanted to say something, but suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, no, Teju. Feeling the unfamiliar chakra passed on from Fei Lei Shenkuwu, the god of thunder, that he left to Temari, Muyun knew that Temari might be in trouble. Zilai also frowned slightly and asked, Muyun, what's wrong? Did something happen? Although I didn't hear what Muyun said clearly, but looking at Muyun's expression, I knew that something must have happened, so Zilai also asked a question with some doubts. Muyun waved his hand and said, Jilai, I have some things to deal with, you can continue to practice with Naruto, and when I finish things, I will go back to the village directly, you don't have to wait for me, I will leave first. Now. Jilai also opened his mouth to say something, but in the next second, Muyun's body disappeared in place. With wide eyes, Jilai also said in disbelief, this is the technique of the flying thunder god. Muyun is actually can the technique of flying thunder gods be given to him by the old man? Quote. Jiraiya is too familiar with the technique of flying thunder god, so he recognized it immediately. This method of disappearing and the use of chakra are exactly the same as his disciple Minato Namikaze, just as fast. Jiraiya is also very clear about the difficulty of practicing the flying thunder god. At the beginning, Shuaman didn't know how much effort he put into learn flying thunder god. Until he saw this scene, he had a little faith in Muyun's ability to create his own immortal mode. If you can learn time and space ninjutsu, your talent is already certain. Uncle White-Haired, where did Muyun go? Looking at Muyun who suddenly disappeared, Naruto had a hint of inquiry on his face. Zilai also shook his head and said, I don't know either, but looking at the expression on Muyun's face when he left, something must have happened. Forget it, with Muyun's strength, we don't need to worry about it, let's continue to cultivate, maybe it's just a small matter. Naruto nodded, and Zilai was also wrong. With Muyun's strength, if there is something they can't solve, it's useless for them to worry about it. It's just that what Zilai doesn't know is that when Muyun goes, he directly heaven-shattering event. If you know it, I don't know if Jirai will be so light. At the same time, Temari, Gaara, Kankuro, and 3 people in the territory of the Land of the Earth are being attacked by more than a dozen rocks. Surrounded by ninjas in Hidden Village, the situation is very critical. Gaara and Ju who are covered in blood are vigilant against the ninjas on the other side, and even Temari suffered serious injuries. The blood on his arm slowly flowed down. Looking at the ninjas of Iwagakure village who surrounded the 3 of them, Temari said loudly with some lack of confidence, do you Iwagakure village want to go to war with our Sand Ninja village? Attacking the ninjas of our Sand Ninja village for no reason will be regarded as a signal to start a war. Although they said so, Temari's heart was full of despair. This time they were only performing a first-level mission, and the content of the mission was absolutely confidential, and the action routes were strictly confidential. Coming at them, the smart Temari figured out the key almost at once. This is probably because someone in the village united with Yenian village to get rid of their 3 and 4 generations of Kage's descendants. As for the reason for this, it's very simple. You must know that the position of the 5 generations of Kage is still vacant. The attraction of this position is great, and it is so big that some people can take a huge risk to climb up. Even if Chiyo supports the 3 of them. But Chiyo has chosen to retire after all, and it is impossible to appear on the stage again. Besides, if someone in the village really colluded with Iwagakure village, it is estimated that Chiyo has been controlled by now. Thinking of this, Temari's heart is directly filled with after bitterness. I didn't expect that ninjas from the same village would end up like this in the end. War. The ninja of Yenian village, who was headed by him, sneered, haha, don't say that your 4 generations of Kage are dead. Even if they are still alive, they will not be our opponents of Yenian village. The strength of Sand Ninja village is simply not worthy of it. On a par with our Yenian village. You don't have to think about going back alive. In order to deal with you 3 little devils, we have dispatched more than a dozen Jonin. If you all escaped from this lineup, then we might as well commit suicide collectively. The mouths of the ninjas of Yenian village, there is no fear of Sand Ninja village. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Sand Ninja village is the weakest and it is almost a fact recognized by the entire ninja world. What's more, in the current Sand Ninja village, the 4 generations of Kage died in battle, and their strength is even weaker. If the 3 generations of Tsuchikage Onoki insisted on making this matter foolproof, he sent them to kill the 3 killers. They don't even bother to deal with the 3 little devils. Temari put on a mocking smile on his face and said, a dozen or so Junin, they really look down on us, Yenian village. Up to now, Temari no longer has the slightest suspicion that someone in the village is secretly colluding with Yenian village, and who wants them to die wholeheartedly, except for some people in the village who want to take the position of Kage. Temari can't think of anyone else. There was a self-deprecating smile on Temari's face, and he arranged for more than a dozen Junin, probably because he was afraid that the one-tailed crane in Gaara's body would be uncontrollable after the rampage. If you have any last words, say them quickly, and I will be merciful and give you a chance to leave a last word. Looking at the confident ninja of Yenian village, Temari's heart sank. Today's calamity cannot be avoided. Suddenly, she remembered the kunai that Muyun left her. Perhaps the only one who can help her now is only Muyun is righteous. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 128 3 Seconds to Solve You. He gave Kankuro a procrastination look. Tamari secretly put his hand into the ninja bag behind him, held the kunai that Muyun gave her, and began to slowly inject chakra according to Muyun's instructions. The ninja headed by Hidden Village, after listening to Konkuro's words, couldn't bear it any longer, and said directly, after the last words are finished, it's time to hit the road. Don't talk too much nonsense, you still have 10 seconds. Tamari's expression tightened when she heard this, and she began to get impatient. She expected that the ninjas of Iwayan village would not give them too much time, but she didn't expect this guy to be so cautious, and he didn't even want to delay so much time. I love Luo Cheng's support with his body ready to stand up. He who has found himself is very regretful for what he has done before. He, 157. I would never watch Tamari's elder sister and Konkuro's elder brother die in front of him. But the body after fighting for a long time has long been depleted of chakra, plus the injury is very heavy. Gaara struggled several times. I couldn't stand up. It seems that he saw Gaara's actions, and the leader Iwagakure Murakami sneered and said, "It's useless, kid, you can't resist with your strength, although your strength is really good. But still too tender. Okay, it's time for you to hit the road, remember." At this moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly sounded, and the voice of the Iwakami Murakami shinobi suddenly stopped. Lightning blade flying thunder god slash. A brilliant blue light flashed, and the head of Iwagakushi Murakami shinobi, headed by him, slid directly from his shoulders, and the high temperature above the lightning blade directly turned the wound that separated his neck from his head, charred. He was originally decapitated. After that, there should be a lot of blood gushing out from the neck, but the strange thing is that there is not a trace of blood coming out of the wound that was scorched by the high temperature. Whether it is the Tamari Trio 3 or the ninjas of Iwahide village, they are all affected by this sudden change. He was stunned for a moment, and then his face changed instantly. Tamari's face quickly climbed a hint of joy, looking at Muyun who appeared in front of him in an instant, his heart was suddenly settled. And the ninja of Yenian village was replaced by with a horrified appearance. The fact that he could appear unknowingly shows that the speed of this person has far surpassed them, and the ability to kill their boss in an instant shows the extraordinary strength of this person. Looking at Muyun's hand is still on the flashing lightning blade, a ninja from Iwayan village suddenly exclaimed, "No, this is Konoha Thor." As soon as these words came out, a dozen or so Yanyin instantly appeared panicked. They were all clear about Muyun's record. If they were able to make their name resound throughout the entire ninja world, they would definitely brush it off. Yingsan Lingwu said, "Don't provoke Konoha Thunder God unless it is a last resort, and don't underestimate him because of his age. This has already filled Muyun's strength. You must know that there are not many ninjas who are valued by the 3 generations of toying. And Muyun happened to be one of them." Ignoring the shock of the ninjas in Yenian village, Mu didn't look back and asked Shiju, "Your injury, is it okay?" As he spoke, the terrifying murderous aura on Muyun's body was surging uncontrollably. His fiancée, these scumbags actually dared to hurt the Teju, which made the anger in Muyun's heart almost break through the sky. Moreover, Muyun's heart was still a little scared. If he didn't give Teju a flying thunder god Kuu on a whim, it is estimated that the Teju today he will die here, and even if he wipes Yenian village directly from the map, it will be useless. Feeling the concern contained in Muyun's icy voice, Shuju warms his heart and says, "It's just a flesh wound, it's nothing. It's a big problem, fortunately no bones were hurt, but I love them." Speaking of this, Tamari lowered his head suddenly, and there were faint tears in his eyes. Gaara and Konkuro tried their best to protect her, especially Gaara. I don't know how long she fought, and the injuries on her body looked shocking. As Gaara's older sister, her heart seemed to be dripping blood. Seeing the domineering sense of Gaara's injury, Muyun frowned instantly. Gaara's injury is not only miserable on the surface, several bones on his body have been broken. Most importantly, a bone has pierced Gaara's lungs. If it wasn't for the human pillar force and the tailed beast chakra to help him recover, Gaara would probably have died long ago. Although it is known that Gaara's injury is serious, but Muyun still said, "Don't worry, Tamari, Gaara is fine. When I get rid of this garbage, I will take you back to Konoha." You should know that the current 5th-generation Hokage Senju Tsunade is the first medical ninja in the ninja world. When I ask her to take action, I will definitely make Gaara heal. The name Chinsho Tsunade seems to have magical power, which makes Temari's originally high-hanging heart suddenly calm down. In today's ninja world, Tsunade is the ceiling of the medical ninja. After seeing Temari's emotions settle down, Muyun putting the realization on the ninjas of Iway village in front of him, he said, 3 seconds 3, solve you. Hearing Muyun's words, these Yenian village ninjas suddenly became angry. Although the name of Konoha Thor is very loud, they also admitted that they are not Muyun's opponents, but to solve them in 3 seconds, even if it is to let the 3 generations of soil influence, I can't do it. I haven't waited for them to say anything, and I heard Muyun's voice sounded again, thunderbolts and thunderbolts dance wildly. Instant, a large amount of lightning flashed in half 5. 7 gathered in the sky to form a lightning curtain. Then, a large number of arrows formed by lightning were shot from the lightning curtain and swept towards Yenian village. The ninja only had time to move his eyelids, and the next moment he was pierced by countless lightning arrows. A large number of lightning arrows pierced through the body of the ninja in Yenian village, and then exploded directly, bringing a series of electric flowers, and completely let the rock the ninjas in Hidden Village became scorched corpses. The whole process took just 3 seconds, and the so-called Shangnin were killed without the slightest resistance in front of Muyun. Eyes wide open, although they know Muyun's strength is very strong, and they feel that they will be able to escape the danger after Muyun appears, but this scene still gave them too much shock. Chapter 129. When things go wrong, there must be demons. More than a dozen Shangnin, even if they attacked any of the 5 major ninja villages, they could hold on for a while, but in Muyun's hands, there was no resistance at all. 3 After solving this moment, Muyun's figure became infinitely taller in the hearts of the 3 of Temari. Sometimes, the manifestation of strength is the most shocking thing. Muyun, how did you do it? In front of him, he swallowed his spit and stammered. Muyun reached out and rubbed Shuju's little head, and said, these are not important, your injury is all right. Temari shook his head and said, I'm fine, it's just some flesh wounds. It's just that Gaara and Kankuro were seriously injured in order to protect me. The tears in Teju's eyes slipped uncontrollably, and Muyun's heart ached as he looked at the pair blossom with rain. Don't worry too much, I'll take you back to Konoha, I believe Tsunade can heal their wounds. Temari heard the words and nodded. Now all her hopes are on Tsunade. If Tsunade can't do anything, then there will be no one in the entire ninja world who can heal Gaara and Kankuro. With Temari 3 people 3, Muyun and a flying thunder god came to his home, and then quickly rushed to the Hokage office to call Tsunade over. Along the way, Tsunade asked curiously, I said, Muyun, you have been away for a month, and now when you come back, take me to your house and say that you have something to do. Please ask me for help, what's the matter? I'm not as good as before, I'm very busy, and I still have work to do. Muyun rushed towards his house with Tsunade, and said, you know Temari of Sand Ninja Village, you know, the daughter of the 4 generations of Kazekage, and also my fiancé. On the way to this mission, she was surrounded and attacked by the ninjas of Iwagakura village. Before I rushed over, her 2 younger brothers tried their best to protect her and were seriously injured. I want to ask you to help me heal them, after all it's my brother-in-law, so I can't ignore it. When Tsunade heard the words, she was stunned for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. Originally, she didn't want to shoot, after all, she was not a Konoha ninja, but when she thought of the relationship between Muyun and Temari, she let go of her grudge. In any case, she didn't want to make Muyun difficult, and strictly speaking, it was just treating 2 people, it was not a big deal. When he came to Muyun's house, Tsunade first checked the injuries of Gaara and Kankuro. In an instant, Tsunade's willow eyebrows wrinkled. Temari's heart suddenly tightened, and he asked in a trembling voice, Man, how are my brothers and the others? Tsunade glanced at Muyun, and then I was sure to control his injury within 3 days. But this little devil called Gaara, his injury is very difficult, not to mention anything else, just to pierce him. The bones in the lungs are a big problem. Speaking of this, Tsunade's face was filled with doubts. How did he persevere? But if he needs treatment, gotta get the bone that stuck into his lungs out. It's not a difficult thing, but I'm afraid he won't be able to bear it during the operation. After all, human vitality is limited. Soon as Tsunade finished speaking, Tamari sobbed in a low voice, and said repeatedly, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't dragged Gaara and the others down, they wouldn't have been hurt so badly." In fact, Tamari is very clear that with Gaara's strength, although he could not resist the dozen or so Junin of Iwagakure village at that time, if he wanted to leave, there was still great hope. If it wasn't for her existence, maybe at this time at this moment, Gaara has escaped the pursuit of the ninjas in Yenian village. Muyun gently stretched out his hand and took his hand into his arms. Muyun said, "Tsunade, if Gaara can bear it, your treatment is successful." "How likely is it?" Quote. Tsunade frowned and said, "Impossible, his vitality is almost exhausted. If he can really bear it, I have absolute certainty to cure him, but unfortunately, this is not realistic." As a medical ninja, she knows very well how serious this level of loss of vitality is, and she can easily judge whether Gaara can bear it. Muyun showed a confident smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, Tsunade. Don't look at Gaara the same way you look at normal people. He is one-tailed person, and one-tailed can't let him die casually. Even if Yue can't help him survive, there's me too. I really can't. I'll inject vitality into Gaara's body. Don't forget, Muyun is not only powerful in fighting." Ever since Muyun obtained the wood done, he could feel that his vitality had been growing, perhaps not as terrifying as the immortal human body, but still quite impressive. But after he converted the chakra in his body into the natural energy of the thunder attribute, the vitality in his body ushered in a skyrocket. 15 Now the vitality in his body can be compared with the immortal human body. It even surpasses the immortal human body. Although I don't know how terrifying the vitality of Chinshozujian is, Muyun can be sure that his own vitality is only stronger than Chinshozujian. Because Muyun can feel the cells in his body cheering and cheering all the time. Tsunade heard the words, and his heart suddenly settled, not to mention that Gaara is a human Zuli. Even if with Muyun assisting, Tsunade is absolutely sure to cure Gaara. As Tsunade took Gaara and Kankuro into the operating room, only Muyun and Tamari were left at the scene. "Okay, don't worry, it's alright." Looking at Tamari's worried eyes, Muyun said, "You better tell me what's going on here. How can you be surrounded by more than a dozen Shengnin from Yenian village?" After killing those ninjas, the strength of those ninjas can be judged from the strengthening point Muyun rewarded by the system. Muyun definitely doesn't believe that the dozen or so Junin in Yenian village just happened to meet the three Tamari 3. When things go wrong, there must be demons. With some guesses, the identity of Tamari 3 is the orphan of the 4th generation of Kazekage. Chapter 130 Kill Until They Say. Actually, this is what happened. We took a first-level mission, and it was just an escort mission. If we didn't want to cross the border, we wouldn't even have a first-level mission. But even for this level of mission, there are more than a dozen Junin from Yenian village chasing and killing us. The content and route of our mission are absolutely confidential, and it's just an escort mission. I can't think of anything that deserves more than a dozen. A reason to endure. Unless from the beginning, their goal was not for this mission, but for us. Speaking of this, Tamari closed his eyes with a bit of bitterness. There are many people in the village who covet the position of the 5 generations of Kazekage, but I didn't expect that they would collude with the ninjas of Yenian village to get rid of us. Muyun took the hand Mari into his arms and said, "You are still too soft-hearted, too tender. You must know that that position is very attractive to some people, and you also underestimate the darkness of human hearts. Don't worry, this revenge, I will avenge it for you. No matter who planned all this, don't try to escape." Hearing Muyun's words, Tamari felt a burst of warmth in Tamari's heart. Although this man is young, his shoulders are wide enough. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name, Thunder Revenge. Task introduction. Sand Ninja. The village executives colluded with Yenian village to get rid of Tamari and other 4 generations of Kage's descendants, and asked the host to avenge his fiancé by means of thunder, so that people know that as long as they are the host, they cannot be counted. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket quest completion reward. Between 55,000 reinforcement points, it depends on the completion of the task. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket mission failure penalty, none. Close black lens bracket looking at the task released by the system, Muyun's heart instantly became excited. The reward for this task is the highest. If you have 150,000 reinforcement points, as long as you can get it, your strength will definitely increase again. System, use 3,400 reinforcement points to strengthen my knowledge and domineering. Although the reinforcement points for killing more than a dozen Shangnin rewards are pitifully small, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, and Muyun still used it to improve his strength. More than 3,000 strengthening points are used to strengthen the body with little effect, so Muyun used it to strengthen his domineering look. Unexpectedly, this sudden move gave Muyun a surprise. Originally, the sensing range was only 10 kilometers. After being strengthened, the domineering look has become a radius of 25 kilometers, a full increase of 15 kilometers. Great, this way, the effect of the domineering look is even more significant. Muyun was overjoyed. This was an unexpected surprise. The operation was not completed until 3 hours later. Out of the operating room, Tamari hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "How is it, Hokage-sama?" Tsunade's face showed a slight hint, and said, "The operation was successful, and there is no serious problem. It can be cured after a few months of rest. It is indeed a human pillar, and the vitality is very strong." Hearing Tsunade's words, Tamari's heart finally fell back into her stomach, and she breathed a long sigh of relief. God knows how tormented her heart has been in the past 3 hours. Fortunately, Gaara and Konkuro are fine, otherwise she is probably going to die. Muyun also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and then said to Tamari, "Tamari, since Gaara and the others' conditions have stabilized, let them now Konoha heal. As for us, I and you will go back to Sand Ninja Village to see who dares to take action against my fiancé. This revenge must be avenged." Before Tamari could speak, Tsunade said directly, "No, Muyun, we Konoha ninjas can't interfere in the internal affairs of Sand Ninja Village, even if Tamari is your fiancé. The most important thing is that everything is speculation now. Without substantial evidence, even if you go to Sand Ninja Village, you will not be able to investigate the truth." Tsunade also heard the conversation between Muyun and Tamari. As one of the 3 ninjas, she has lived for decades. She is very clear about the filth in the major ninja villages. There are some things that can be done, but absolutely not. It may be admitted that even if Muyun goes, there will be nothing to find out, and the Konoha ninjas' involvement in the Sand Ninja Village will definitely be taken out by other interested people to make a fuss. Taking all factors into consideration, going to Sand Ninja Village is also worthwhile. It's just a waste of effort. Muyun's face instantly turned cold, and he said, "Investigate who said it's going to be investigated. I hit them and said, I killed them and said that there will always be people who are afraid of death. Out of cherishing life, the truth will always surface. I don't believe that everyone is not afraid of death. More senior you are, the more power you have, the more you want to live. In the face of death, being tight-lipped is just a joke." Tsunade was stunned. What Muyun said was indeed correct, and this could be considered a solution. But for a long time, the major ninja villages have been using the investigation mode by default. If Muyun breaks this rule, it is estimated that it will cause a huge disturbance. Tsunade wanted to stop, but looking at Muyun's cold face, he sighed. This matter seems to be unstoppable. These idiots in Sand Ninja Village are really capable of killing anyone. They have to provoke Muyun. Tamari was a little hesitant at first, but I think of my love lying on the bed. Luo, his heart suddenly became firm. Since the high-level people can cheat once or twice, this matter should be solved. Muyun took Tamari and set foot on the road to Sand Ninja Village. It must be a river of blood to get Li Jiao, and the forces of Sand Ninja Village will also usher in the most cruel reshuffle. At the same time, Yinian Village. Lord Tsuchikage, the ninjas sent out to scout, found the charred bodies of Yusheng and others in a canyon, and the target three have disappeared. Listening to the report of his subordinate ninja, Onaji's brows turned into a Sichuan character, and he said, "Are you sure that the corpse left behind is the corpse of Yusheng and others?" The ninja replied, "Yes, Master Toying, it has been confirmed again and again, there will be no fake. And on the scene, there is no trace of fighting. It's more like Yusheng and others were directly killed in seconds without any resistance." Anamu murmured in a low voice, "With more than a dozen Shangin, there are definitely not many people who can do this in an instant. Those three little devils can be excluded, so who will shoot?" Chapter 131. Enter the Fengying office. Anamu's heart is numb, and he can kill more than a dozen Junin ninjas in an instant. It's not that he has never seen it before, but he can happen to appear at this time to save the Tamari 3. Anamu really can't think of it. Really, there are too few powerful ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village, and they can kill a large group of Jonin in seconds. Only the Golden Flash did it during the Third World War. Onogi racked his brains and couldn't think of anyone who can do it now. Suddenly, Onaji's mind in a flash of light, a figure appeared in Oyegi's mind. Could it be Konoha Thor? I remember that he was engaged to Tamari from Sand Ninja Village. The reason for his attack is completely sufficient, and his strength is also very suitable. Almost in an instant, Daemu set his target on Muyun. Trouble, although this kid is young, his strength should not be underestimated. And according to past information, this kid is very vengeful, and there is a high possibility that he will avenge his fiancée, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? Although he was very confident about the ninja who went to Sand Ninja Village this time to deal with this matter, Onogi couldn't help but worry. Muyun's previous record is actually too dazzling, and even Oyamu's evaluation of Muyun surpassed the previous Neifeng Minato. At least Neifeng Minato has not had such a monster record at this age. Under Muyun's full speed on the road, it took 2 days to arrive at the Sand Ninja Village. The mission is back. The gatekeeper ninja of Sand Ninja Village glanced at Tamari, then pointed at Muyun and said, "Who is he?" As for Tamari, the gatekeeper of the ninja knew of course, but Muyun was a real face, and he couldn't let Muyun enter Sand Ninja Village so easily. Tamari hesitated for a moment, then said, "He is a ninja of Konoha and my fiancé. This time, he followed me to visit Sand Ninja Village." Gatekeeper ninja was stunned for a moment, and then said, "No, he can't go in. Lord Murakami has an order. Now is a special period, and the ninjas from the outer village are not allowed to enter the Sand Ninja Village." Tamari's face changed. From this sentence, she had already heard a lot of things. In the past, Sand Ninja Village did not have so many rules, and Konoha and Sand Ninja Village were still in alliance. Statement. The magic in the heart of the illusion fox. Muyun didn't talk nonsense with this gatekeeper ninja, and directly made him fall to the ground with an illusion. This kind of gatekeeper ninja is just a pawn. Muyun didn't kill him, just let the other party faint with illusion. After all, it's just a pawn who listens to orders, and Muyun doesn't care about a nameless soldier. It's nothing, don't worry, it's just an illusion. I'll wake up in a while. I'm not a murderer, there's no need to even have a gatekeeper. Kill the ninjas. Looking at Tamari's worried eyes, Muyun explained. Tamari suddenly felt relieved. Her relationship with this guardian was not bad. After all, every day when you look down without looking up, there will always be some friendship. With Muyun, the two went straight to Fengying office. During this time period, the high-rises of Sand Ninja Village are usually in the Fengying office. Along the way, Tamari felt something was wrong with the atmosphere. Usually, the atmosphere was not so heavy. It seemed that something really happened. Bang! When he came to Fengying's office, without waiting for Shuju to open the door, Muyun kicked the door of Fengying's office and flew out, and set it on the wall. Muyun's actions surprised the people in Fengying's office, and then they rushed out angrily, directly surrounding Muyun and Tamari. At the same time, the Anbu of Sand Ninja Village also appeared one after another. Looking around, he looked at Muyun vigilantly. Tamari, you have returned from your mission. A ninja with a scar on his face stood up. What do you mean, who is this guy? Pointing at Muyun, Murakami Jingshin pressed the anger in his heart and asked. At this time, Murakami Jingshin's heart was full of shock. In his heart, Tamari should have died in this mission. He has arranged it clearly. Why Tamari will come back alive, and Iwagakure should know the seriousness of the matter. That's right, Tamari shouldn't be allowed to come back alive. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Many thoughts flashed in Murakami's heart, but there was still no change in his face. Tamari didn't answer. Muyun said, "Who are you, Wudai Fungying?" The moment he saw Murakami's depth of field, Muyun already saw that something was wrong, so this sentence was also a test. Murakami Jingshin said in a deep voice, "It's not yet, but it will be soon. Who are you and why do you force your way into the Cage office in our Sand Ninja Village?" While talking, Murakami Jingshin saw the forehead guard on Muyun's arm and said, "You are Konoha's ninja. Does Konoha want to fight with our Sand Ninja Village? You are a naked provocation." The moment he heard Murakami Jingshin's words, Muyun was almost certain that this incident must have been caused by this Murakami Jingshin. Even if he was not the mastermind, he could never get rid of it. I don't know where this guy's confidence came from. He directly talked about fighting, as if Sand Ninja Village had the strength to fight Konoha. Looking at Murakami Jingshin like an idiot, Muyun said, "This time you colluded with Yenian Village to get rid of Tamari, you must also participate in it." Was a slight fluctuation in Murakami's eyes, and then he said, "I don't understand what you said." "Konoha Ninja, please leave Sand Ninja Village immediately. I can forgive you for breaking the door of Cage's office, otherwise, you don't have to leave." Murakami Jingshin was already a little panicked. Collusion with Yenian Village must not be put on the table, otherwise it would be no different from betraying the village. At this time, Tamari said, "Murakami Shinobi, may I ask the elder Chiyo?" From the beginning, Tamari looked around Cage's office, but did not find Chiyo. Stands to reason that although Chiyo retired, this scene should have come out long ago. It is impossible that there has been no movement for such a long time. This shows that Chiyo has been controlled and lost his freedom. Chapter 132 Four-Tailed Man Pillar Power. Elder Chiyo has retired, and now the leader of Sand Ninja Village is me. Elder Chiyo said that if there is anything, I can make a decision directly. Murakami Jingshin, after a moment of panic, calmed down and said in a deep voice. Muyun waved his hand to interrupt him and said, "Don't talk to me about these useless things. You mean you have the final say in the current Sand Ninja Village?" Murakami Jingshin said, "That's right, I'm here for everything big and small in Sand Ninja Village right now." Whoosh! Before Murakami Jingshin's words were finished, Muyun, who suddenly appeared, pinched his neck and swallowed the rest of his words. "What are you doing? Let go of Murakami-sama." The ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village who gathered around looked at Muyun angrily, their voices full of anger. If Murakami Jingshin was killed in their Sand Ninja Village's Fungying office, then their entire Sand Ninja Village's face would be counted as it's all gone. Muyun ignored the anger of these ninjas and said, "Take me to see Chiyo. I have some friendship with Chiyo. This time I came here just to catch up." Murakami Jingshin breathed hard and said, "Since you're just here to see Elder Chiyo, can you let me go? It's not a big deal." Although he had no expression on his face, there was already a monstrous wave in his heart, and he was able to control him at a speed that he couldn't even react to. This kind of strength is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Chiyo is now being guarded by the ninjas of Yenian Village. However, how dare he take Muyun directly in the past? He can only temporarily stabilize Muyun's emotions, and then wait for the opportunity. Fortunately, the ninja sent by Yenian Village this time is very strong, and should be able to deal with Muyun, as long as he drags it out. Muyun, when the other party arrives, he will be able to get rid of the crisis. At that time, he will have the final say in the huge Sand Ninja Village. Muyun frowned, the strength in his hand increased a little, and said coldly, "I don't want to repeat my words a second time, don't delay." Said, Muyun looked at the ninjas of the Sand Ninja village around him. "Put away your little moves. If you dare to attack your opponent, I will make the Sand Ninja village blood flow into a river today, and no one can escape." A terrifying murderous aura erupted in an instant, directly sweeping all the ninjas present, and the temperature of the air seemed to have dropped a lot. In Muyun's domineering arrogance, he clearly felt that there were a few ninjas slowly condensing and investigating. Carrot was about to make a seal and tried to control the hand Mari, which made Muyun directly angry. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura emanating from Muyun's body, all the ninjas in the Sand Ninja village shuddered, especially when Muyun grabbed his neck and raised it. Murakami in midair. Face was even paler. The terrifying murderous aura directly swept through his mind, and his strong heart. Murakami Jingshin's just condensed psychology, the defense line collapsed instantly. "Okay, I'll take you to the elder Chiyo, can you let me go? I can't breathe." Seeing Murakami's face gradually turning purple, Muyun slightly relaxed the strength in his hands, and Murakami Jingshin instantly took a deep breath. After gasping for breath, Murakami Jingshin no longer dared to delay, and took him directly to the place where Chiyo was under house arrest. He just has great ambitions and wants to become Fengyiang, but he doesn't want to die. To live, there is still infinite opportunity, but if he dies, there will be nothing left. After he can't fight and is exposed, he will leave the Sand Ninja village. With his strength, he can go anywhere. He comes to a cave. Murakami Jingshin pointed at the entrance of the cave and said, "Elder Chiyo is in the cave, you can go in by yourself." Muyun looked back at Tamari, and then said, "Tamari, you go in with me, follow me closely, everyone else stays outside the cave, if you don't want this guy to die." Entering the cave with Tamari and Murakami Jingshin, Muyun saw Chiyo sitting cross-legged on the ground, and in front of Chiyo, Muyun found an unexpected person. Murakami Jingshin pointed to Chiyo and said, "See it. I have done as you ordered, can you let me go?" Muyun glanced at Murakami Jingshin lightly, knocked him unconscious with a punch, and then said, "I really didn't expect that the famous four-tailed man Zuli Laozi from Yenian village would come to Sand Ninja village. It seems that Onogi is very serious about this matter." Laozi squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Young man, you know the old man." Muyun nodded and said, "Of course I know, I've always wondered, no matter how old and trash Chiyo is, he is still a shadow-level powerhouse, and no one in Sand Ninja village should be able to control her. I know it must be Iwayan village who sent ninjas to control Chiyo, but I didn't expect it to be you, Laozi." Listening to Muyun's words, Laozi slowly got up and said, "So, what are you going to do, young man?" In Laozi's long ninja career, he has seen countless ninjas, but he can still maintain this calm in front of him. This is the first time he has seen him, let alone a young man. This kind of person, or he is an extremely conceited fool, or he is a strong man with absolute confidence in his own strength. And Muyun doesn't look like the former, so Laozi is also a little slow. Squinting his eyes, Muyun turned his head to Shiju and said, "Take Murakami Jingshin, go outside, and fight against this kind of monster, such a cave can't be used. What do you think, old Z?" Laozi nodded calmly and said, "I have no opinion, this kind of small space will indeed affect the performance of the old man." Chiyo looked at Muyun and Laozi, and said solemnly, "Be careful, Konoha's boy, this old guy is not easy to deal with." Muyun nodded slightly towards Chiyo, but Laozi never looked at Chiyo from the beginning to the end. To be honest, Laozi looked down on Chiyo. Moreover, Chiyo's opinion is not important. If he wins this battle, Chiyo is still his captive. If he loses, then everything will be over. Laozi sees the situation in front of him very thoroughly, so he always remains calm. Tamari raised the fainted Murakami Jingshin with one hand, and walked out of the cave first, while Muyun followed closely behind, and was also secretly vigilant against Laozi. Although Laozi is not the kind of person who can sneak attack, but Muyun has to guard against it. Although this guy is old, his strength is not the righteousness of the cover. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read, collect and recommend. Chapter 133 You can't beat me even if you try your best. After walking out of the cave together, Tamari said to the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village around him, Murakami Jingshin and Shang Nin colluded with Yinian Village and imprisoned the elders of Chiyo here. The purpose is to control Sand Ninja Village. This behavior is equivalent to betraying the village. At first, the ninjas in the surrounding Sand Ninja Village didn't believe what Tamari said, but after seeing Laozi, they understood that Tamari was telling the truth. Although they didn't know Laozi, the forehead guard of Yinian Village on Laozi's head was particularly eye-catching. Combined with Murakami Jingshin's words before, they already understood what happened. Tamari took Murakami Jingshin and left first. Here, the farther away the better. Muyun looked at Tamari, separated out a wooden dungeon clone, and then let the clone leave here with Tamari. Although the truth is now revealed, the 157. Among the ninjas, there must be Murakami Jingshin's comrades, who will inevitably attack the opponent, and a wooden avatar can ensure the safety of Tamari. After Tamari and the surrounding ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village left, Muyun said to Laozi, "You seem calm." Laozi said, "The old man has confidence in his own strength, so, young people, be careful." Said, Laozi's body quickly rushed towards Muyun, punching him fiercely, which was considered a test. "Old Z, your soft fist can't threaten me." Thunder fist. The fist flickering with lightning struck Laozi's fist fiercely, and the violent force suddenly made Laozi back a few steps, and the tiny thunder and lightning left a trace of charred black marks on Laozi's fist. "Look." Seeing the scorched black on his hand, Laozi squinted his eyes. "It's been a long time since I became a man, I haven't been hurt." "Young man, your strength has been recognized by the old man." Speaking, Laozi also became serious. After the test just now, he had a clear understanding of Muyun's strength, and he was definitely an opponent with the same strength as him. With the cohesion of a trace of chakra, Laozi's fist, a little bit of lava appeared on the surface, and then a punch hit Muyun, and a one-punch-shaped lava projectile was crushed directly at Muyun. The lava projectile expanded rapidly in the air, and in a blink of an eye it became a few meters in size. The scorching high temperature even made Muyun's skin. It became hot. "It's very enthusiastic, old man." Thunder fist. It was also a punch, but the punch directly condensed the lightning into a fist and punched it out, and the lightning fist of a few meters collided with the lava bomb. The thunder and lightning fist devoured it, and then the thunder and lightning fist rushed towards Laozi. No matter how powerful Laozi's lava bomb was, it was only condensed with his own chakra. How can it be compared with Muyun's natural energy? It's very decisive. Laozi rolled on the ground as a lazy donkey and avoided the blow regardless of his image. Boom. The next moment, the lightning fist slammed on the ground, boomed the pothole with a diameter of more than 10 meters, and the surrounding is scorched black. What a strong thunder ninja. Even the fourth Hokage guy can't compare to you. Young man, you really amaze me. Looking at the power of this move, Laozi's heart broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he avoided the image regardless of his image. Otherwise, if he was hit head-on by this move, he would have to peel off his skin if he didn't die. Muyun just smiled without explaining, although they have admitted it, but now that his identity as a Thunderbolt ninja has almost been confirmed, he is too lazy to explain what love thinks. "It seems that if you don't do your best, the old man is likely to lose. Losing to a young man like you is a very shameful thing. That guy Onogi will definitely be chatting again." Saying that, Laozi directly folded his hands together, melting chakra mode. Phew. As Laozi's voice fell, a layer of lava slowly appeared on top of his body, directly wrapping his body in the lava, exuding scorching temperature all over his body. Look at Muyun in this state. Laozi sighed in his heart. This old man is really talented. With the inspiration of the four-tailed chakra, he forcibly combined the chakra of the fire attribute and the earth attribute, and developed the fusion chakra by himself. It is an all-around ninjutsu, and it has a strong bonus to taijutsu. Whoosh. Very fast, Laozi was covered in lava and rushed towards Muyun. punching out. The air was hot, the temperature made a slight distortion. Don't think that you are the only one with this cool move, I have it too. And even if you do your best, you can't beat me. Said, a large amount of lightning flashed on Muyun's body, and finally covered the body surface to form a pair of armor. Raising his right hand, Muyun and Laozi punched, and the two retreated at the same time, but Laozi, after taking a dozen steps back, Muyun only took 3 steps back. However, Muyun is also very shocked. He must know that his current strength attribute is very high, and he can even be compared with shadow-level powerhouses who specialize in physical art. Even Tsunade, in terms of strength at this moment, is not Muyun's opponent, and even if he adds chakra, he is not Muyun's pure physical strength opponent. With such terrifying power, Laozi was able to defeat him. Repel, it seems that although Laozi did not take the initiative to use the power of the tailed beast chakra, the terrifying power of the 4 tails still has a certain bonus to Laozi. Moreover, the defensive power of this move is somewhat beyond my expectations. It completely blocks my power from Laozi's body. Although it seems that I have the upper hand, Laozi has not suffered any substantial damage. Muyun frowned. He originally thought that the attack power of the fused chakra mode was better than the defense power, but now it seems that this is not the case. Laozi rushed up again and fought with Muyun. The two just used pure physical skills to have a contest. At first, the two were still evenly matched, but when Muyun used the 6th naval style, Laozi instantly fell behind and was directly pressed and beaten by Muyun. Coupled with the violent thunder and lightning contained in the thunder and lightning armor on Muyun's body, Laozi's body has been gradually paralyzed. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 134, The Ultimate Visual Feast. What a tough young man to be able to suppress me in physical skills, it's really amazing. Laozi stepped back slightly, distanced himself from Muyun, and then formed a seal with both hands, the art of melting and scorching river rocks. A half-meter-sized magma ball was instantly spit out from Laozi's mouth, and slammed into Muyun. Muyun avoided the magma ball's attack in an instant, and then raised his leg, land-foot thunder wave. After another, the vacuum-slashing waves wrapped in thunder and lightning immediately swept away towards Laozi, causing a slight ripple in the air, making Laozi's face change slightly. Melting granite. A large amount of magma poured out directly from the ground under Laozi's feet, and surrounded Laozi's body, forming a defensive circle. The vacuum-chopping wave wrapped in thunder and lightning directly bombarded the magma defense circle, splashing. A large amount of magma was created, causing the surrounding ground to be burned out of potholes. But the vacuum chopper never broke through the defense of the magma. The technique of melting and scorching river rocks. This time, more than a dozen magma balls were spit out from Laozi's mouth at the same time, and rushed towards Muyun. Looking at the 30 magma balls attacking him, the lightning armor on Muyun's body instantly burst into a large amount of the thunder and lightning radiate to all directions. The violent thunder and lightning are lined up in all directions, directly annihilating the magma ball in the air, and then condensing into a 1-meter-sized lightning ball, which bombards Laozi. As soon as the violent lightning ball touches the magma defense, the circle suddenly burst open, and directly broke a large hole several meters in diameter in the magma defense circle. Muyun's body flashed in an instant, passed through the large hole in the magma defense circle, and kicked Laozi's head fiercely. Out! Thunder kick. Bang! Under 1 foot, the lava on Laozi's body suddenly splashed in all directions, and Laozi's body was thrown out violently, hitting the rock wall not far away. Taking Laozi's body as in the center, a spider web-like crack appeared on the rock wall in an instant, spreading to the surroundings, and a trace of blood was slowly flowing down the corner of Laozi's mouth. Hey, Laozi, you won't even be a kid. Can't beat it. The 4-tailed monkey king in Laozi's body has always been there. Laozi's body was observing this battle, and when he saw that Laozi was suppressed and fell to the disadvantage, he immediately laughed. Ignoring the ridicule of the 4 tails, Laozi broke free from the rock wall, and then pressed his hands on the ground, and the ground quickly turned into a piece of magma. Then, a huge magma ball slowly condensed and formed, with a scale of more than 10 meters. Under the control of Laozi, he attacked Muyun. God's punishment. Muyun stretched out his left hand, and the thick column of thunder light instantly fell from the air and onto the magma ball. The violent magma was directly scattered, and flew towards all directions. After landing on the ground, a sea of fire suddenly formed. Ignoring the sea of fire around, Muyun controlled a thick slash on Laozi's body. In an instant, Laozi was twitched and fell to the ground by this lightning strike. Hey, Laozi, don't die. Ah, if you die, I'm done too. The four-tailed Monkey King immediately changed color and controlled his chakra. It directly covered the surface of Laozi's body, and the dark red-tailed beast coat appeared directly on Laozi's body. Laozi, who was already confused, opened his eyes instantly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, Laozi's body appeared on Muyun's side, and he punched Muyun's head, and Muyun also punched back. What a powerful force! After taking a few steps back, Muyun shook his slightly sore arm and sighed a little. This is also the first time he has fought against Ren Zuli in the true sense. At the beginning, Gaara couldn't control Shuhei. Tailed Beast Jade. After retreating Muyun with a punch, Laozi opened his mouth directly, and the huge chakra directly condensed into a one-chakra ball around the mouth. Then, Laozi swallowed the tailed beast Jade in one bite, and then faced the Muyun spit out fiercely, and a half-meter diameter energy column rushed towards Muyun. Muyun's eyes suddenly became solemn. God's punishment. Spreading his right hand evenly, a thunder beam with a diameter of half a meter roared out, and slammed into the energy column fiercely. Boom! The violent shock wave was crushed in all directions. The terrain of 100 meters was directly destroyed, and a Tianqing with a diameter of several tens of meters appeared directly at the feet of Muyun and Laozi. More than a dozen houses in Sandin village were directly destroyed and crushed, and the rock walls not far away were directly different. The level of collapse. Up to now, the power of the two people's tricks has become stronger and stronger, and the terrain of Sand Ninja Village is changing all the time. Old Z in the tailed beast state has been greatly increased in both strength and speed. The figures of the two of them kept flickering and staggering in the air, and their fists and kicks erupted with destructive power. Tamari, who had left thousands of meters away, looked at the battle in the distance, and murmured in horror, "How powerful! If we keep fighting like this, will Sand Ninja Village really not be destroyed?" Judging from the current battle scene between the two, Sha 157 Ninja Village is afraid that it will not be able to keep it. A battle of this scale is like a human-shaped fort. Likewise, it is also the ultimate visual feast. Muyun's wooden clone looks at the battle in the distance. Suddenly opened the mouth and said, "Immediately back up. Leave the 10 kilometers range here, hurry." Although Tamari was very confused, he still followed the wooden clone and left here, and a group of ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village. You look at me, I look at you, and they also followed. Why should the battle be over soon after leaving the 10-kilometer range? While running, Tamari asked the wooden clone. The wooden clone did not look back and said, "The end of the real battle has just begun. The main body, you have to get serious and stay there, none of you will survive." Tamari heard the words, and a look of horror suddenly appeared on his face. This level of battle is just a warm-up. It's impossible. That group of ninjas from Sand Ninja Village sneered and said, "Just blow it up, this kind of battle is already very large." Terrible, not serious yet. The wooden clone did not deal with the ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village, the frogs at the bottom of the well. There is no need to spend more time with them. His purpose is to protect Tamari, that's all. In the sneering expressions of the Ninja Sand Ninja Village, the battlefield has changed again. Chapter 135 This is a disaster. Roar. The sky-shattering roar sounded, and the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village turned their heads subconsciously, and saw a scene that made them horrified. I saw that the old Z at this time was completely tailed beast, and the four-tailed Sun Wukong, which was dozens of meters tall, looked up to the sky. Roaring, he stepped on the ground, and the ground suddenly appeared a crack like a spider web with a range of several hundred meters. At the same time, the violent shaking was transmitted to them across a distance of several kilometers. It can be seen that how great is the power of Sun Wukong. Tamari's eyes widened, it's a lie. Can Muyun really defeat this kind of guy? Not only Tamari, but almost all the ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village are very suspicious of this fact. In the ninja world, there are only a few strong people who can single out the tailed beast, and they have all passed away. Can Muyun do it? But this kind of doubt it only lasted for a few seconds, and it was instantly fragmented. Thor. Muyun's voice sounded, and countless thunder and lightning directly enveloped the range of tens of meters, and then continued to condense and gather around Muyun, and finally became a thunder and lightning giant dozens of meters tall in armor. The thunder and lightning giants and the four-tailed monkey king resisted in court, and even the power emanating from his body was stronger and more shocking than that of the four-tailed. Gugong. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village looked at the scene in the distance, their throats rolled, swallowed with difficulty, but their mouths were dry, and their hearts seemed to slow down. Boom! With the fist of the thunder giant and the four tails the fists slammed together fiercely, and the huge shock wave instantly spread to a range of thousands of meters. Within this range, the ground cracked, and the earth and rocks rolled over. Even a strong sense of earthquake spread along the ground, causing Sand Ninja Village the ninjas were almost unsteady. It was only at this moment that they believed the words of the wooden clone, and followed the wooden clone to the distance like crazy. If they stay here, they will die at any time. At this moment, including Tamari and all the ninjas inside, even facing Muyun's wooden avatar, maintain a high degree of awe. I am afraid that one of Muyun's avatars can single out these ninjas. The old man who has existed for such a long time is also unheard and unseen. Four tails are already dignified. When facing Thor, its heart seems to be facing a natural disaster. Even if it faced Shinsho Zujian at the beginning, there is no such feeling. Maybe the current Muyun's strength is not as good as the original Shinsho Shujuma, but the aura of this powerhouse is much purer than Shinshojima. Take the move, Four Tails. Although Thor is huge, he still inherits the terrifying speed. He came behind the four tails in an instant, and punched the four tails directly with a powerful punch. In fact, the size of Thor is even bigger than that of the four tails. This punch has the feeling of a big brother educating a younger brother. The surging power instantly acted on the four tails' head, directly knocking the four tails to the ground, and then the huge soles of Thor's feet slammed against the four tails' chest. Stepping on the four tails, he immediately crossed his hands in front of his chest, holding the thunder palm. Tailed Beast Jade opened his mouth. A one small tailed beast jade instantly took shape. Slammed directly on Thor at close range. After the complete tail beast transformation, the condensed tail beast jade became very fast, and even because it was a small tail beast jade, it was almost instantaneous. The violent energy wave directly in Thor's chest erupted, and then spread out, and the ground within a range of several hundred meters was once again devastated. The dazzling fire rose into the sky, and the strong wind pressure even knocked down the entire house of Sand Ninja Village by a fifth. 1. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village who have witnessed all this have no intention of caring about the house, but are sluggishly watching this scene, no matter what. What the outcome of this battle will be, their fate is unpredictable. Murakami's teammates watched this scene, and their hearts were full of regret. They actually knew that Temari's fiancé was very powerful, but they did not expect it to be so powerful. More unexpectedly, Muyun would go to war directly for Teju, and even killed him on the same day. If they knew that Muyun was so fierce, how dare they plan to remove the strange light in Teju's eyes, and murmured, "It's too strong, this is the real Konoha Thor, so handsome." Aware of Temari's expression, the wooden clone looked at Tamari with narrow eyes and said, "How can I be conquered by my strength?" Temari's face turned red, and there was something strange in his heart. Although he knew that this was Muyun's wooden avatar, he still felt a little strange in his heart. Distance. After the aftermath of the attack of the tailed beast jade dissipated, I saw Thor standing on the spot unscathed, and a finger with a thickness of several meters was facing the four tails on the opposite side. Whoosh! The dazzling thunder flashed. A few meters away the lightning energy wave of the diameter swept out violently, and slammed directly into the chest of the four tails at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. The extreme penetrating power directly broke a hole several meters in size in the chest of the four tails, and the blood suddenly sprayed out. Come out. If you are a ninja, a hole in the chest will definitely be fatal, but for a tailed beast, although this kind of injury is serious enough, it is not fatal. And the hole with a diameter of several meters is compared to the size of the four tails. And it doesn't seem so scary. The intense pain made the four tails instantly furious, and the blood-red eyes rushed towards Muyun, and the terrifying power added to the Thor without reservation. Every punch, Thor easily resisted, but the aftermath of Li Jiao caused a huge change in the surrounding environment. Melting Wagwo Mountain. The huge palm of the four tails slapped on the ground, and under the rage, it did not care about the loss of chakra. Under the full blast, the range of several kilometers instantly turned into a sea of magma. After a few seconds, the scorching hot the magma erupted in an instant, blasting away at random, and at the same time included Thor within the attack range. Thunder Snake. Muyun's faint voice came out, and countless thunder snakes condensed in the air, directly occupying the sky in the area of thousands of meters, directly connecting with the erupting magma. In an instant, the dazzling blue and red light directly occupied the area of several kilometers. Space, thunder and lightning flying, magma vertically and horizontally, rendering the entire Sand Ninja village into a hell scene. This is no longer a human battle, this is a natural disaster. Chapter 136. One move is the winner. Can this really be done by human power? This is too exaggerated. All the ninjas from the Sand Ninja village in the distance, including Tamari, were stunned to see this scene, and their hearts were very shocked. If this level of destructive power was placed on the battlefield, it would definitely be a life harvester. The tail beast is called. It is barely acceptable for a war killer to have such destructive power, but Muyun is a ninja. They had never seen the strength of Chinchujuma at the beginning, so they were as surprised as they are now. As the battle escalated, now the news has been heard from Sand Ninja Village, and even the spies arranged by other ninja villages in Sand Ninja Village have reported the battle situation here. The small countries around Sand Ninja Village and Xiao Ninja Village have long been frightened. They all thought that this was a scene caused by a natural disaster, and they couldn't help holding their hands and praying. The terrifying attack lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the destroyed terrain had expanded to tens of thousands of meters. Almost half of the Sand Ninja villages were different. It can even be said that all the buildings in Sand Ninja Village have been scrapped, and even those houses that seem to have no damage on the surface are uninhabitable. It's such a huge chakra. An attack of this level is not enough. To be able to last for 10 minutes, amazing. 157 inches. Looking at the slightly panting four tails, Muyun exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, this chakra is worthy of being a tailed beast. Four tails listened to Muyun's words, and suddenly lost his breath, and felt very aggrieved in his heart whether it is a tailed beast or Muyun is a tailed beast. After attacking for so long, even it has no strength to continue, but seeing Muyun's face is not red or wearing, it makes the four tails hate it. After fighting for so long, this battle should be over, Four Tails. I didn't want to kill you, but once this move is used, even I can't guarantee that you will survive. Do you continue to fight or admit defeat? Muyun looked down at the four tails below with indifferent eyes. Thunder and lightning had the ability to stay in the air for a short time, so Muyun was in the air at this time. Don't be arrogant when you admit defeat, kid, this blow will defeat you. Hearing Muyun's words, the four tails felt a little empty in their hearts, but the dignity of being a tailed beast is impossible for him to admit defeat, so he directly slammed it back. Hey, it's really stubborn, Four Tails. If that's the case, then let's decide the outcome with one move. Thunder Guyu. Form of Thor, 1/110. Small, the hook jade formed by lightning condensed directly in midair, which is overwhelming. Thousands of hook jade flickering with thunder and lightning directly locked the four tails on the ground, tearing the air and whistling away at the four tails. The tail beast jade. The four-tailed eyes were solemn, and they directly gathered some chakras in the body, gathered a tailed beast jade with a diameter of tens of meters, and rushed towards the thundering hook jade everywhere. My God, are you crazy? This is, can the Sand Ninja Village still exist under this trick that can also be used? It's over, let alone Sand Ninja Village, whether we can survive is still unknown. The tail beast is very strong, but this Konoha Thor is stronger, it's really difficult. Imagine how huge Chakra is to be able to burst out such terrifying tricks, it's just that high-level ninjutsu. Under the shocking gaze of a group of ninjas from the Sand Ninja Village, Muyun and the Four Tails attacks collided fiercely. Rumbling, the extremely strong white light rose directly, and the incomparable sound directly kept away from the battlefield. The ninjas in Sand Ninja Village, 10 kilometers away, were temporarily deaf in their ears. The ninjas in Sand Ninja Village only felt a buzzing sound in their brains. Their eyes were full of dazzling white light, and the dazzling light made them unable to see anything. The terrifying energy shock wave scattered, and the ground of several kilometers in radius was once again hit by a devastating blow, directly sinking for more than 10 meters, and everything within this range was annihilated. The violent aftermath swept across. Along the way, no matter what, whether it was a house, a tree or a rock, all disappeared. The heavy wind pressure spanned a 10-kilometer range and hit the ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village fiercely, and the air was compressed and distorted. Mu Dunbang Pai technique. The wooden clone standing beside Tamari came to Tamari's body in an instant, and his hands slammed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a wooden shield with a fang-like face a few meters in size appeared directly on the wooden clone. The next moment, the violent wind pressure swept across, and the ground was rolled up a layer. It can be seen how powerful this wind pressure is. Ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village also hurriedly used defensive ninjutsu, but with little success. They were all blown out by the wind, and flew directly backwards for a distance of a few hundred meters before falling to the ground. Outside, the Chunin was almost all injured, while the lower, dozens of people died directly, and the rest were seriously injured, and it was difficult to even move a finger. As the wind pressure dissipated, the energy wave on the battlefield also slowly dissipated. Reveals the real situation of the battlefield. I saw that the huge Thor and the Four Tails have disappeared, and the battlefield that was fighting fiercely just now suddenly became calm down. Tamari looked at the battlefield, and then looked at the large group of beings behind him. The ninja of Sand Ninja Village, who was blown away by wind pressure, muttered, "Exactly, who won?" The wooden clone replied, "Don't worry, I won, the main body's strength is not. A mere tailed beast can resist." This time, the words of the wooden clone have not been questioned by anyone. Now even if Muyun can single out the strongest tailed beast, they will believe it. In addition to the seriously injured and unable to move, the upper and all the Chunin members followed Tamari toward the battlefield. After approaching the battlefield for more than 2,000 meters, Tamari frowned and said, "It is no longer possible to move forward. The ground is full of magma and lightning that has not yet dissipated. We'll die here. That you are close to the battlefield, can you truly feel the horror of this battle? Just the effect of the aftermath is so terrifying that it almost made this place a dead place. It is hard to imagine what kind of scene it is in the middle of the battlefield. With the eyesight of the ninja and the assistance of chakra, more than 2,000 meters can clearly see the real situation of the battlefield. All the ninjas immediately gathered chakra in their eyes and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Philo reminds you. Read 3 Things Collection, recommended. Chapter 137 Absolutely Not to be Provoked. Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened immediately, only to see Laozi lying quietly on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, while Muyun was standing beside Laozi. His body was unscathed, and he didn't even catch his breath. As if it wasn't him who fought just now. The four-tailed man Zuli is dead. Looking at Laozi's current appearance, these ninjas suddenly felt a monstrous wave in their hearts, and the human Zuli who was completely tailed beast was beaten to death. This shock is really indescribable. Temari's low voice said. Fortunately, we have transferred all the villagers to the shelter, otherwise I am afraid that no one in the entire Sand Ninja Village will survive except us. The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village nodded in agreement. If they hadn't had foresight, it is estimated that there would be only them left in Sand Ninja Village now. Ah, what's going on? At this moment, Murakami Jinshin, who had been carried by the wooden avatar on his shoulders, woke up, rubbed his eyes and looked around with some doubts. Hey, what's going on here? This glance directly made Murakami Jinshin take a deep breath. The Sand Ninja Village in his impression had long since disappeared, and everything that came into his eyes was filled with lightning and magma, just like sheer hell. Muyun grabbed the man lying on the ground. Lao Zi, came to Tamari and others, is there any medical ninja? Just help this guy deal with it. With the tailed beast chakra in his body, he should be able to recover soon. In fact, Lao Zi just fainted. Although he didn't keep his hand, the power of the tailed beast should not be underestimated. Although there were not many chakras left in the end, he still protected Lao Zi's life. After all, if Lao Zi dies, the Four Tails will be finished. Even if the Four Tails can be resurrected, it will definitely have an impact on itself. At least the price to be paid for resurrection is definitely not small, and it will take a long time to able to restore the peak. That's why the Four Tails will protect Lao Zi's life at all costs. The ninja in Sand Ninja Village hurriedly asked the best medical ninja to treat Lao Zi, and at the same time, everyone's face was covered with a sneer. Embarrassing, they thought Lao Zi was dead. Murakami Jinshin finally reacted. It should be the battle between Muyun and the four-tailed person Zuli that destroyed the entire Sand Ninja Village. With a cold sweat on his face, Murakami Jinshin said cautiously, I have done what you said, can you let me go? Muyun glanced at Murakami Jinshin lightly, and said, I am sorry, but I never said that I would let you go. Anyone who dares to take action against someone important to me, no matter who it is, there is only one thing to do, and that is death. Murakami Jinshin wanted to say something, but before he could speak, a bolt of lightning had penetrated through his Tianling cover, and then inside Murakami Jinshin's body. The violent thunder and lightning directly tore Murakami Jinshin's body into pieces. Pieces of charred corpses were scattered on the ground in the distance, and then turned into fly ash by the thunder magma on the ground. Seeing Muyun's actions, the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village suddenly sighed and felt their scalps tremble. It's too ruthless, it's really too ruthless, let alone dead without a whole corpse. This is simply destroying corpses and destroying traces. In an instant time, the ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village came to a conclusion in their hearts. Muyun and people who are related to Muyun must not be provoked. Murakami Jinshin is an example, who has just raised his ambition and is preparing to seize power with Yinian Village, which has just been carried out. Halfway through, he was directly pressed on the ground and smashed, and finally his body was destroyed. The death of the system sounded directly. It's actually the highest reward. Originally, I thought it would be good to only get 100,000 reinforcement points, but now it seems that my mission this time has been completed very well. Muyun's heart was very happy. This trip was finally not in vain. Of course, even if there is no system task, he will still deal with this matter. His own woman was bullied, how could he not stand up and come to Muyun's side? A slightly complaining voice sounded, Muyun, if you do this, Sharon Village will disappear. Where will I live in the future, and where should the villagers of Sharon Village go? You must know that rebuilding a ninja village is difficult, and the financial resources required are also astronomical. The name of the Land of Wind was very dissatisfied with the Sand Ninja Village before, and this time it will definitely not give too much money. Was an evil and charming smile on Muyun's face, and he said, can't you just go back to Konoha and live with me? Anyway, sooner or later, you will marry me. Tamari blushed and said angrily, no matter what, she is also the daughter of the fourth generation of Fengying, and the Sand Ninja Village is also my home from childhood to adulthood. There are still my fetters here. After all, it is only a very small part of the high-level Sand Ninja Village headed by Murakami Jinshin, not the whole Sand Ninja Village, so Tamari will not give up the Sand Ninja Village because of a Murakami Jinshin. Flicked Tamari's bright forehead, Muyun smiled and said, I'm kidding you, silly girl, you really believe it? Well, you give me 2/3 of all the funds of Sand Ninja Village, and I will help you solve this matter. Before Tamari could answer, a senior of Sand Ninja Village said, Lord Muyun, what you said is true. Muyun looked at the other party indifferently and said, "Are you doubting my words?" The other party hurriedly shook his head like a wave, and cold sweat formed on his forehead, and he said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Muyun, you have misunderstood. As long as the reconstruction problem can be solved, it is not a problem even if all the funds are given to you." Muyun ignored the other party's words, but looked at Tamari quietly. Tamari hesitated for a moment, then said, "Muyun, let me tell you the truth, the funds of Sand Ninja Village are not too much every year, and now the total expenditure of the entire Sand Ninja Village is only 1.3 billion taels. I can call the shots and give you all these 1.3 billion taels, but 1.3 billion taels are just a drop in the bucket for rebuilding Sand Ninja Village." Tamari's meaning is obvious, for such a mere amount of money, it's not worth it. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 138 Brand New Sand Ninja Village. You must know that the reconstruction of Sand Ninja Village is a huge mess. It is really not worth taking this mess for a mere 1.3 billion taels. Although he didn't say it, Tamari has already regarded himself as Muyun's wife. So I have already started to think from Muyun's point of view. To put it bluntly, it is the guardian. Muyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Sharon Village is your home after all, so there is no need for 1.3 billion taels. After all, I want to leave you some pocket money, I only need 1 billion taels." Tamari still wanted to say something, but Muyun waved his hand to stop her, and said, "No need to say more, I have already decided. Maybe rebuilding is a difficult thing in your opinion, but in my opinion, it is as simple as possible. However, bringing Tamari and other ninjas from Sand Ninja Village to 157, a few kilometers away from Sand Ninja Village." Outside, Muyun put both hands on the ground and said, "Wood done Lianju family technique." With the rapid passage of the natural energy in Muyun's body, wooden houses suddenly appeared in place, and began to spread rapidly around. In just a short time, countless wooden houses have appeared in a radius of 100 kilometers. And at the very center of this area, a 7-story high-rise building rose straight from the ground, becoming the tallest building in this area. Muyun slowly retracted his hands and said to Shiju, "From now on, this place will be considered sand. The new site of Ninja Village, the tall building in the middle is the Fungying building, you can allocate the other buildings yourself." Tamari and the ninjas in the Sand Ninja Village all opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened, looking very unbelievable. Just how huge chakra can be to rebuild a Sand Ninja Village in a moment, you must know Muyun. He just experienced a big battle. And looking at Muyun's current appearance, he still looks like he is not blushing or wearing clothes. Such Muyun makes them feel more and more unfathomable. After a while, the Hand Mari said, "I didn't expect you to still be in the woods. Obviously you can solve this matter so easily, and you have to take away the funds of our Sharon Village. Don't you know that our Sharon Village is already very poor?" Seeing Shuju's mouth pouting, Muyun laughed and said, "It's not about earning more money. When I marry you back in the future, it will make your life more comfortable." When Teju heard the words, he immediately stretched out his hand and hit Muyun, but there was no words. "Did I lose?" At this moment, Laozi, who had been in a coma, slowly opened his eyes under the treatment of the medical ninja, and said a little sternly. Muyun, who was still chatting with Tamari's lively expression, directly subsided, and went to Laozi's side and asked, "Laozi, as the person in charge of this matter in Yenian Village, you should know who else is involved besides Murakami Jingshin." The reason why Muyun didn't kill Laozi was to find out who else in Sand Ninja Village was targeting Tamari. Murakami Jingshin wasn't that guy after all. He was okay once, but it was still more difficult to ask other participants from his mouth. The moment he saw Muyun unscathed, Laozi already knew that he had lost this battle. In Laozi's cognition, the weak have no right to speak, and Muyun has spared his life, which is already a great favor. Thinking of this, Laozi said directly, "Actually, this matter, except for Murakami in addition to the depth of field, there are also Murakami Jingshin's younger brother, Murakami Jingyu and Shengren Nan Ishisheng of Sand Ninja Village, who are involved. It's just that Murakami Jingshin is the mastermind. Besides, this matter is also the fault of our Yinian village. This old man is also half an accomplice. Laozi didn't hide anything, and even told his role in the whole incident. As soon as this sentence was finished, 2 of the ninjas in the Sand Ninja village changed color on the spot, directly condensing the chakra. I want to escape from here with the body snap technique. Useless resistance, stay. Several fist-sized thunder bugs flickered in the air. The 2 ninjas were hit in the head by the thunder bugs before they could activate the blinking technique. The violent thunder and lightning exploded directly on their heads, and the tiny thunder and lightning were densely packed. They lost their heads and turned their heads into flying ash in an instant. The corpses that lost their heads smashed to the ground heavily, splashing a piece of dust, and at the same time hit the ninjas in Sand Ninja village like a heavy hammer. In their hearts, the fear of Muyun has increased a bit again. At the same time, the eyes of these ninjas looking at Tamari have also changed, becoming fear. As long as Muyun is still active in the ninja world, he is not dead. Then they will not be able to get out of the shadow brought by Muyun in this life, and can only live in the shadow of Muyun. Gaara and Konkuro, who had never appeared, were also included in this list to not be provoked. Looking at the 2 corpses lying on the ground, Muyun's eyes did not fluctuate in the slightest, but were indifferent. In fact, Muyun has long been thinking that Murakami Jingyu was absolutely involved. I wasn't surprised by what Laozi said. The one who made Muyun really apart was this Nan Shisheng. From the very beginning, this Nan Shisheng acted very silent, and it seemed that he had nothing to do with it. There is no sense of existence. Even if Murakami Jingshin was exposed, he still looks calm. This kind of performance once made Muyun think that this person is not suspicious, but the final result surprised Muyun. The scheming makes Muyun feel a little cold on his back, so this kind of person must not be kept. Wait until everything 5.7 After finishing the process, these Sand Ninja village ninjas transferred all the villagers in the shelter to the new Sand Ninja village, and then started a meeting in the new Fengying office. Muyun sat in the top position, and then faced all the senior officials of Sand Ninja village said, Gaara and Konkuro were injured and are currently recuperating in Konoha, so for the next period of time, Tamari will temporarily take the position of the 5 generations of Kage. During this period of time, I will leave the wooden clone to help Tamari handle all matters, big and small. After Gaara recovers, Gaara will officially serve as the position of the 5 generations of Kage. Do you have any objections? Although he has already shocked a wave of these ninjas, it is impossible to guarantee that there will be no accidents, so Muyun decided to leave the wooden avatar to help Tamari after he left. Phailu reminds you, 3 things to read and collect, recommended. Chapter 139 Attack on Hidden Rock Village. Although the existence time of the wooden avatar is limited, Muyun can come to Temari's side anytime and anywhere to separate the wooden avatar again, so Muyun will make such a decision. The high-level officials of Sand Ninja Village who were present looked at each other. To say that they definitely have some opinions in their hearts about this decision, but they dare not say it. They can only nod and agree with Muyun's opinion. After the meeting, Muyun after Tamari said goodbye, he left Sand Ninja Village. But Muyun did not go to Konoha, but turned around and rushed towards Yenian Village. Although this matter has come to an end, Yenian Village also needs to be warned, otherwise they can intervene. Once, you can also intervene a second time. There is also Laozi who went to Yenian Village with Muyun. Along the way, Laozi's mood was very low, and his heart was very uneasy. He had already vaguely guessed the purpose of Muyun's trip, but there was no excuse or reason to stop it. After being defeated by Muyun but saving his life, this stubborn old man took Muyun's grace of not killing in his heart, so although 30 was uneasy, he was very quiet along the way and did not speak. 2 days later, in Muyun under the full speed of the road, Yenian Village was already in sight. At this moment, in the Tsuchikage office, Onogi was very angry and roared with the ninja of the intelligence department. What are you talking about, Laozi? That old guy actually lost. How is this possible? Onogi is really unimaginable. Although a mere 12-year-old kid, although his strength has been recognized by most ninjas, how can he defeat Laozi who is completely tailed beast? This kind of ominous premonition, according to the intelligence content of the past few years, Muyun is definitely not a generous person, at least when it comes to the enemy. Since he has learned the truth, it is very likely that he will come to Yan Hidden Village made a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Daiyemu suddenly felt a headache. If the information is true, then Muyun definitely has the strength to severely damage Yanyan Village. Bang! Just when Daiyemu had a headache, a huge roar sounded, and then a violent fire burst from the center of Yanyan Village, instantly turning the area within a radius of more than 10 meters into a sea of fire. Onogi quickly left the toying office and looked at the place where the fire broke out. When I went, I saw Muyun and Laozi were standing on the street not far away. His eyes met Muyun's in midair, and for a moment, Yemu's heart sank. Although he already had expectations in his heart, when Muyun really came to Yanyan Village, Anamu was still a little shocked. Anamu quickly recovered, and said to the Yanyan Village ninjas who had already reacted, "Hurry up. Evacuate the villagers, and all the ninjas of the ninja level will face me." After finishing speaking, Daiyemu quickly moved towards Muyun's direction and landed at a position 3 meters away from Muyun. "You are the so-called Konoha." Looking at Muyun, Daiyemu's nerves tightened and he asked cautiously. Muyun said, "Yes, you are Sanyamu, right? I believe you already know the purpose of my visit to Yanyan Village this time." Onogi. Shensheng said, "Young man, I advise you not to have dangerous thoughts. The old man can survive in the ninja world for so many years, but it is not a soft persimmon that is needed at will." Muyun said plainly, "For me, it's all the same." Thunderbirds. There is no unnecessary nonsense. Muyun shot directly, and the giant thunder and lightning bird attacked Daiyemu instantly. The giant thunder and lightning bird of 10 meters brought a violent thunder and lightning, and the power was very powerful, making Daiyemu's pupils shrink instantly. Tu Duntutu Lu is back. Anamu made a seal on his hands, pressed his palm directly on the ground, and then pulled upward. A huge rock directly blocked in front of him. Boom! The giant thunder and lightning bird of 10 meters suddenly hit the rock. The violent lightning burst directly, and the dazzling lightning directly covered the rock. In the next second, the huge rock shattered into countless small pebbles the size of fingers, and Onogi took advantage of this gap to instantly disappear in place. Appearing on the other end of the street, Oyemu said directly to Laozi, "Laozi, let's take action together and take down this kid." Laozi heard the words, shook his head, and refused. "I am sorry, Lord Toying, Muyun has the grace of not killing me. I can't shoot him again, I can't take revenge." Old Z's words made Oyemu's nose crooked with anger, and roared, "Old Z, do you really want to see Yanyan Village destroyed?" Hearing this, Laozi's face flashed a touch of struggle and pain, but he still whispered, "I am sorry, Lord Toying." Anamu's body trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Laozi was notoriously stubborn, even more so than him. What he decided was difficult to change. In anger, Anamu said directly, "Old Z, do you want to betray the village? As a ninja of Yanyan Village, but ignoring the safety of the village, I can deprive you of your identity as a ninja of Yanyan Village." Hearing this sentence, Laozi's temper also rose, and he said loudly, "If you insist on doing this, I have nothing to say. The old man's love for Yanyan Village is no less than anyone else's. You can expel the old man from Yanyan Village, but you can't doubt the old man's love for Yanyan Village." Anamu laughed angrily, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, if this is the case, then I will directly deprive you of your identity as a ninja of Yanyan Village. From this moment on, you are no longer a ninja of Yanyan Village, but a traitor of Yanyan Village. Endure. Listen to the ninjas of Yanyan Village. The four-tailed man Zuli Laozi has put the village's safety at risk. If you encounter Laozi in the future, you don't have to be merciful." The angry Onogi spoke without thinking at all. How could Laozi's strength be something that a group of ordinary Iwagakura ninjas could deal with? However, due to Laozi's actions and the long-standing conflict between the two, Onogi quickly made a decision. A decision was made. Listening to the conversation between the two, Muyun's mouth curled into a slight smile, His guess was right, the two stubborn old men had different opinions. In this case, they were in the same village. Among them, how can there be no contradictions? Chapter 140. Don't be too self-righteous. As someone else, Onamu would definitely not make such a hasty decision. After all, he is a top shadow-level powerhouse, and his meaning to the village can be said to be very huge. With Onamu's scheming personality, he made such a decision because of originally, I disagreed with Lao Zi. It can be seen from the original work that Lao Zi was finally forced to leave Yinyan village. Muyun can be sure, after thinking about it carefully, Oyemu will definitely regret this decision. From the point of view of Yinyan village's interests, this decision is obviously irrational. But Muyun will not give Oyemu a chance to go back. Let's fall. With the wave of Muyun's palm, a thick thunderbolt slashed directly at Dayemu in the air. Dayemu's nerves were tense, and he evaded the attack of this thunder and lightning in an instant. Muyun frowned. How fast the lightning speed was, according to reason, speaking of which, Onogi is absolutely inescapable. Is that so? Did his long-term combat experience and sense of combat make him feel the danger in advance? Sure enough, these old immortals are not easy to deal with, and the fighting instinct is really strong. However, you can survive a lightning bolt, so what about the second and third? As Muyun's voice fell, another sturdy thunderbolt fell in the sky, attacking Oyemu. The strong sense of crisis in Oyemu's heart kept warning, and the sense of crisis passed on to him by the fighting instinct developed over the years almost made him feel suffocation. This feeling almost makes him scolding his mother. How many years have not experienced this feeling, except for Uchiha Madara back then. There is no one in the entire ninja world who makes him have such a strong feeling, a premonition of death. After a long time, he almost forgot the fear that Uchiha Madara once brought him, but today, the fear hidden in the body was directly triggered by Muyun. Tuden Rock Coffin. Just when Dayemu was dodging the attack, a voice sounded from not far away. The next moment, several huge rocks rose up from around Muyun's body, and crushed down against Muyun's body. At any time, don't let down your vigilance about your surroundings. The voice of Lois came from a distance. Looking at the completely closed rocks, a smile appeared on his face. Lord Toying, are you all right? Onogi shook the dust stained on his body because he avoided, and said, I'm fine. He stretched out his hands, folded them suddenly, and then pulled them apart. A white square barrier appeared between Oyemu's palms. Aiming his hands at the closed rocks, Oyemu shouted, Dust escape realm, the art of stripping. Om. The dazzling white light rose directly, shrouded under the closed rock for a moment. A fraction of the rock, including the rock, was separated into an atomic state, and a hole in the size of several meters appeared on the ground, with a depth of more than 10 meters. Onogi withdrew his hands and muttered, Did you kill it? Lois said, Chendun can split 1% into an atomic form. It is a terrifying ninjutsu called Shueiji elimination. It is stronger than the Shueiji limit. This guy must have already. At this moment, Muyun's plain voice sounded behind the Lois, Your words will be returned in full, no. Let your guard down. Thunder kick. The soles of the feet, which were flashing with lightning, kicked heavily on the wide back of the Lois, directly kicking the Lois away dozens of meters. The body of the Lois slid a long distance on the ground before hitting a rock. He stopped, and he was already in a coma with vomiting blood. Tuden Rock Pillar Prison. Onamu had already pressed his hands on the ground at some point, and with the activation of ninjutsu, more than a dozen soil pillars burst out of the ground, surrounded the Muyun group, and then directly closed the gap above. I blocked your movement. Now let's see how you can escape. Kid, you are still too tender. The art of peeling the dust escape realm. The same move, the white barrier directly shrouded Muyun in, and then a dazzling light instantly emitted. When the light dissipated, everything in the barrier turned into nothingness. Oyemu's eyes were fixed on the spot, slightly panting. A trace of sweat has already flowed down his cheeks. The power of the blood to eliminate is really strong, and Chendun is indeed the ultimate attack ninjutsu, but the only disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of chakra. Just use it twice, the chakra of Onogi was severely depleted and a little tired. "Hey, where are you looking?" Anamu's expression froze. He hurriedly turned his head, and there was already a flash of lightning in his sight. The dazzling thunder and lightning circled directly along Anamu's body, instantly numbing Anamu's body, and he fell directly to the ground. It was also at this time, the ninjas of Iwa Hidden Village have finally arrived. "Master Tsuchikage. You bastard, what did you do to Tsuchikage-sama? Where is the medical ninja? Hurry up and send Lord Yellow Earth to the hospital, Lord Yellow Earth is seriously injured." Yenian Village came. They saw Onogi wrapped in thunder and lightning, and the Lois lying tens of meters away. Watching the medical ninja in Yenian Village carry the Lois away, Muyun did not stop it, because it was not necessary. Listening to Daemu's question, Muyun said, "It's nothing, it's just that you Yenian Village treated my unpaid wife Li Jiao. I've got to show it a little bit. Thunder and colorful giant tiger." Saying that, Muyun stretched out his hand to hold it in the air, grabbed it violently, and a huge thunder and lightning tiger of tens of meters condensed in the air in an instant. Looking at this scene, Oyemu's face was extremely ugly, and he murmured, "This degree the lay done is already in the class category, what do you want to do?" The ninjas in the surrounding Yenian village have been shocked and speechless, and they are at the level of ninjutsu. This level of power is beyond their understanding. Muyun smiled at Oyemu. "Don't worry too much, I'm just giving you a long memory for this twilight old man, lest you always jump out and make trouble. You are just an old man who has been eliminated by the times, don't be too self-righteous. I just don't want to be serious with you." Hokage start with a thunder fruit, chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141 Muyun is injured. Under the wave of Muyun, the giant thunder and lightning tiger of dozens of meters roared and rushed towards the Toying building, and devoured the entire building under the extremely ugly eyes of Daiyemu. Rumbling, the violent thunder and lightning sent out the ultimate roar. Under the attack of thunder and lightning, the entire Toying building immediately vanished into ashes and disappeared directly from everyone's sight. Anamu's eyes were splitting, staring at Muyun with blood-red eyes. The eyes are full of people who choose to eat. The Toying building, it was destroyed. This kind of power, I am afraid that it is more than ninjutsu. What a terrible guy, what is his purpose and how can we stop it? Ninjas of Iwa Hidden Village looked at each other in dismay, and they were deeply shocked. They never thought that one day someone would destroy the iconic building of the Tsuchikage building under their noses. It is a shame, a naked humiliation. Oyegi's teeth are about to be shattered. Muyun's words filled him with remorse and hatred at the same time, just like the powerlessness when he faced Uchiha Madara. 157 feelings flooded my heart again. Especially Muyun's last sentence, how similar to what Uchiha Ban said to him contemptuously at the time. Seeing Muyun's gaze shifted to him, Anamu hurriedly covered up the gaze in his own eyes, for fear that Muyun will see his inner thoughts. Muyun looked at Daiyemu and said, "This time it's just a small warning, next time you won't be so lucky in Yenian village. Old Z, let's go." Hearing this, Laozi glanced at Yenian village in a trance, and swept from every corner of Yenian village until finally, his eyes were fixed on Oyemu. Taking a deep look at Daiyemu, Laozi immediately followed Muyun's footsteps and left Yenian village. Maybe from now on, he will never appear in Yenian village. In the future, he will only show his love for Yenian village. It turned into a beautiful memory and was deeply engraved in my mind. In fact, if it weren't for the long-term conflict, Laozi and I couldn't leave Yenian village just because of Onaji's words. With his influence in Yenian village, although he won't be able to compete with Oyemu in court, it is absolutely impossible for Oyemu to expel him from Yenian village. It's just a pity that the long-standing disagreement and the quarrel at the first meeting made Laozi a little disheartened. Tired, this kind of life is already very boring for him. Maybe he had made a plan deep in his heart, but he was just waiting for Oyemu to speak first. Watching Muyun and the two slowly leave, Oyemu's face after a change, when Laozi's eyes stayed on his body, Oyemu's heart suddenly shuddered. He wanted to open his mouth to retain, but because he couldn't wipe it, Oyemu never said any words to retain, so he could only watch Laozi follow. Muyun left. Maybe Anamu himself knew that it would be useless if he tried to retain him. Conclusion. Immediately. Start rebuilding the Tsuchikage building, and in addition, under the order. Go, if you encounter Konoha Thor on the way to the mission in the future, you can give up the mission and avoid punishment. Oyemu turned around and left, suppressing all the emotions in his heart, and commanded in a deep voice. After the Toying building was destroyed, he was also very angry and wanted to fight with Muyun, but he still forced himself to calm down. Perhaps Yenian village was his home ground, and if he attacked in groups, he might be able to take down Muyun, just like the 3 generations of Hokage back then. Back then, the 3 generations of Hokage were already as strong as monsters, and could only be filled with human lives. Still killed by them, but Oyemu is also very clear that this is not the time of war, and it is not worth it to consume tens of thousands of ninjas to deal with a shepherd cloud. Lei Ying, because in the war, the death of the 3 generations of Lei Ying can bring great convenience to their Yenian village. In contrast, killing Muyun is just to vent his anger, and it has no benefit to the village. Yan. The most important thing is that all the abilities of the 3 generations of Raking are on the bright side, but Muyun is different from the 3 generations of Raking. He is not clear about the abilities that Muyun has. So Oyemu chose to endure, at least until he discovered Muyun's weakness or had a way to deal with Muyun. He still decided not to provoke it. No matter how important the Toying building is, it is only a symbol. If it is gone, it can be rebuilt. That is really dead. This order of Onogi made all the ninjas in Iwayan village suddenly change color. Among the ninja world, there are only a handful of people who can get this honor. Whether it is the original Konoha White Fang or the Golden Glitter, they are all famous. The top powerhouse in the shock ninja world, and now there is another such powerhouse. After leaving Yenian village within a few dozen kilometers, I felt that no one was following in the domineering, and the corner of Muyun's mouth slowly flowed out. Bloodstain. Laozi, who was following Muyun, noticed this change immediately and hurriedly asked, Muyun, what's the matter with you? Muyun waved his hand and said, I underestimated Daemu. Chendun is worthy of being eliminated by blood, and its power is really amazing. During the battle just now, Muyun did not completely escape the attack of Daemu Chendun, and already suffered a lot of internal injuries. Fortunately, Muyun's strength is strong enough, otherwise, I am afraid that he really explained it there. The long-standing old guy is really not to be underestimated. Laozi said with a solemn expression, are you okay now? Chendun's attack power is very terrifying. Once hit, it is not a small problem. Having lived in Yenian village for so many years, Lao Su has a good understanding of the big wild wood, so he also has a deep understanding of the power of Chendun. Even a tailed beast, if it is hit directly by Chendun, it will not be easy. Don't worry, although I suffered a little injury, it is not too serious, and it will be fine after recovering for a while. Seeing that Muyun's face was still normal, it didn't seem like she was holding on, Laozi was relieved. By the way, now you are no longer a ninja in Yenian village, where are you going? Chapter 142 Change of Mood. Laozi was silent for a moment, then said, after living such a long life, I suddenly found that there is nowhere to go. There is no place for me in the huge ninja world. This old man's life is really a failure. Muyun smiled and said, are you interested in coming to Konoha? Laozi first glanced at Muyun gratefully, and then said, don't worry about the old man. Konoha is not the home of the old man, at least not now. I used to be a ninja in Yenian village, and made a big name. Joining Konoha directly, it is difficult to integrate into it again, and I can only wait for a suitable opportunity in the future. Now, let's go to the ninja world first. I haven't faced this familiar and unfamiliar world with a relaxed mind for a long time. Muyun nodded and did not persuade any more. Laozi is right, his strength is undeniable, but also, the more powerful the ninja, the more difficult it is to integrate into a strange environment, because everyone will be wary of you. The longer you go, the more you can feel the cruelty of this world. Except for the place where you have been since you were born, it is difficult for other places to accept your existence. This is the origin of the fallen leaves. Out of a kunai, handed it to Laozi, and said, since you have already decided, then I won't say much. You hold this kunai. If there is anything that can't be solved in the future, you can inject chakra into the kunai, and I will arrive at that time. Laozi accepted Kuwu and said, thank you. When you have your own power, the old man will definitely join your subordinates and repay the kindness of not killing. What Mu Yun was waiting for was Laozi's words, nodded and said goodbye. Then, let's part ways here. I'm going back to Konoha, and we'll meet again. Laozi nodded, turned and walked in the other direction. The back looks a bit lonely, but also a bit relieved. Looking at Laozi's back, Mu Yun said, what an extremely stubborn old man, but yours. It is estimated that my career in the ninja world will not be too long. For Laozi, Mu Yun is bound to get it. This level of powerhouse is almost impossible to find. There are very few in the entire ninja world. Each of them is a strong person who can be alone. Returning to your subordinates plays a pivotal role in both your own plans and future development. Hey, Laozi, have you really decided to join that guy's command? The four tails in Laozi's body lay lazily on the ground and asked casually. Laozi was stunned for a moment, then said, what's the matter, son, don't you support my decision? Siwei immediately shook his head and said, I care about these little things. I am the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in the dignified Wagwo Mountains. By the way, you bastard, remember my name. A smile on Laozi's face, and he said, if the old man doesn't call out, it doesn't mean that the old man has forgotten. Four Tails twisted neck, and said, yes. The smile on Laozi's face was even thicker, and he said, let's call you son. I know that you, the stubborn old man, didn't remember it, and you are still stubborn. Four Tails closed their eyes and ignored Laozi. Ding! Congratulations to the host, defeating the third generation of Soil Shadow Onogi, rewarding 50,000 reinforcement points. On the way back to the village, the voice of the system came from Muyun's mind. Muyun's defeat of Daemu is not within the scope of the quest, so there are still rewards. In this way, Muyun's reinforcement points have skyrocketed to 200,000 again. I didn't expect this old man Daemu to be quite valuable, I'll wait for it later. If the strengthening points are not enough, just go to him and brush a wave, it is really good. Daemu, who was in Yenian village, which was dozens of kilometers away, shuddered suddenly, and a bad premonition occurred in his heart, but he couldn't find the reason. As everyone knows, Muyun had already made up his mind at this time. On him, he is regarded as a strengthening point extractor. If Daemu knew the truth, I wonder if he would forcefully kill Muyun at the cost of tens of thousands of ninjas. Unfortunately, Daemu did not know. Muyun did not use Feiyan. Lei Shen teleported back. At this moment, Muyun felt that it was quite good to walk in the ninja world on foot like this. This feeling made Muyun's heart very relaxed. All along, Muyun has been working hard to become stronger, and even a moment don't dare to relax. In order to face the future Ludao Obido, Ludaoban and Otsutsuki Kagaya, Muyun doesn't dare to relax in the slightest. The strength of future enemies is more terrifying than each other, and even in the end, there will be Otsutsuki Jinshi, etc. People, if you can't keep up with the speed at which your strength becomes stronger, you can't control your own destiny. Actually, Muyun himself doesn't want to live in the days of cultivating and fighting all day long, but in order to control his own destiny, he doesn't want to. Being controlled by the will of others, Muyun has been working hard all the time. Occasionally, when he relaxes like this, Muyun feels an unprecedented ease in his heart, and even his sense of domineering has increased a lot, and his perception range has increased from 25. The kilometer has expanded to 35 kilometers. It seems that my nerves were too tense for a while, it seems that I need to relax properly. After walking for 5 days, Muyun came to the gate of Konoha. Along the way, Muyun's speed was always kept at a level that was neither fast nor slow, so it took so much time. Mr. Muyun, you back. Azumoziti looked at Muyun and said in surprise. In the Konoha collapse plan, Muyun's performance was recognized by most of Konoha's ninjas, including the gatekeeper ninja Izumo Tai. Muyun said hello to Izumo Ziti friendly, and went back to his home. At a glance, he saw Yumi Koizumi who was cooking lunch. Hearing the footsteps, Yumi Koizumi turned his head and glanced behind him. At that moment, the spatula in his hand fell directly to the ground, making a crisp sound. Immediately after, crystal tears fell from Koizumi Yumi's eyes. During the time that Muyun was away, she had dreamed countless times. Having seen this scene, she was afraid that this time it was just a dream. It wasn't until Muyun's palm was gently placed on her cheek that she suddenly reacted and hugged Muyuni. Fei Lu reminded you. Collection of 3 things to read, recommend. Chapter 143 Minister of Darkness. You're finally back. Muyun in one hand, Yumi Koizumi said with a choked expression. He didn't dare to relax the strength of Muyun in his arms, as if he was afraid that Muyun would disappear in the next moment. Gently stroking Yumi Koizumi's back, Muyun said softly, "Yeah, I'm back, it looks like I'm back. You've had a very unhappy time during this time." Koizumi Yumi rubbed her eyes and said, "Just come back, nothing else matters." He kissed Yumi Koizumi lightly, and after Yumi Koizumi was ready, Muyun went to Hokage's office after eating. He entered Hokage's office. Muyun saw Tsunade sitting at the desk processing documents. Hearing the movement, Tsunade raised his head, and after seeing Muyun, a smile appeared on his face. 157. Said, "You're back." After speaking, Tsunade's face suddenly changed. He came to Muyun and looked at Muyun carefully, and said, "You are injured." There was a hint of surprise in Muyun's eyes, and he said, "I still haven't been able to hide from you, as expected of the strongest medical ninja." Tsunade ignored Muyun's words, but asked solemnly, "How is the injury?" In Tsunade's point of view, with Muyun's current strength, the ninja world can be as big as possible, and it is definitely not a mediocre generation to make Muyun injured. Muyun smiled bitterly and said, "The injury is not serious, rest. It is estimated that I can recover in half a month, and it will not affect my performance." Looking at Tsunade's searching eyes, Muyun knew that he couldn't hide it, and sooner or later this matter would come out. Thinking of this, Muyun said, "I went to Yenian village and fought with Oyemu, it was me. Underestimate Oyemu, his dust escape is really powerful." Hearing this, Tsunade's face changed suddenly, and he said, "You were hit by Chen Dun." Tsunade's tone is full of solemnity. She knows how terrifying Onogi's dust escape is. It is called the ultimate forbidden technique of blood slaughter, which can decompose all hit objects into atoms. Form. In other words, once it is hit, it will become nothingness. Muyun repeatedly explained that he is not serious, but Tsunade insisted on giving Muyun a full body check, but he couldn't beat Tsunade. The decision, Muyun can only agree. It was not until he saw the inspection results that Tsunade suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's really not a big problem, this is really great." Muyun looked at Tsunade helplessly and said, "I told you I was fine, but you just didn't believe it, so believe it now." Hearing Muyun's words, Tsunade suddenly said with an angry voice, "You dare to attack Yenian village alone, do you think that old guy Anamu is easy to mess with? Also, didn't you go with that guy Jiraiya? Have you practiced the immortal mode? Since that guy knows the seriousness of the matter, why didn't he stop you?" Muyun smiled and said, "I am the only one about this matter, and I didn't tell Jiraiya. I guess he still thinks that I have returned to the village long ago." Hearing Muyun's words, Tsunade immediately put his hand on his forehead, helpless. Looking at Muyun, Tsunade was really speechless about Muyun's character. Returning to Hokage's office again, Tsunade was silent for a while and said, "Muyun, I have an idea that I want to discuss with you." Hearing Tsunade's warm and soft tone, Muyun was greatly surprised. This was the first time Muyun heard Tsunade speak in such a tone. Muyun said, "Let's hear what you think." Tsunade looked at Muyun seriously and said, "I want you to take over the position of Minister of Anbu, I don't know what you think." Tsunade made this decision after careful consideration. The current minister of Anbu, Tsunade, is not familiar with it. Tsunade is not very clear about the strength of the other party. Moreover, as the minister of Anbu, the other party has made no achievements during his tenure in office. Compared with Hitachi Sakumo, it is a world of difference. Perhaps there is a reason for the difference in strength, but as the strongest armed force in Tsunade's hands, it is also the strongest armed force in Konoha. Tsunade still wants to put this "give your position to someone you trust." When I first took office, I couldn't start doing this right away, but after getting familiar with it for a while, Tsunade came up with this idea. And as Anbu, Tsunade found that the whole Anbu was actually looking for there are not a few powerful ninjas, which also shows that the development of Anbu is obviously going backwards. The most important thing is that Muyun is now the 6th Hokage in Tsunade's heart, so Minister Anbu is a good transition stage. I can get in touch with a lot of things in advance. Tsunade has another purpose in making this decision, that is to see Muyun's ability, and also have the idea of letting Muyun cultivate her own team. She has already eaten without a team. The loss of the superior, I don't want Muyun to do the same. Hearing Tsunade's words, Muyun showed a trace of confusion on his face, and said, "You are serious about letting me be the minister of Anbu?" Muyun is too aware of the importance of the position of the minister of the Anbu ministry. It can be said that if the minister of the Anbu ministry and Hokage are not in harmony, then the village will immediately fall into civil strife. This is an extremely important position. Of course, if you want to compete with the Hokage, you will also it needs enough strength. Just right, Muyun satisfies this condition. Isn't Tsunade afraid that he will go against her when he ascends the throne? It seems that he can see the inner thoughts of Muyun, and Tsunade said, "I think you should have already thinking of the importance of this position. Rather than handing this position to others, it is better to give it to you." Muyun was silent for a while and said, "Then you are 5'7", why not do it yourself?" A wry smile appeared on Tsunade's face, and he said, "If possible, I would like to do the same, but now Anbu has been weak for a long time, plus the trauma that Danzo caused to Anbu when he was alive before, Anbu is now in a daze. It's the hardest time since its inception. At this time, Anbu needs a person with strong strength, unlimited potential, and a sharp edge to lead the recovery. This person is only the most suitable for you. At that time, the ninjas you cultivated will all be your confidants. Do you understand what I mean?" Muyun's eyes flashed, and he finally understood what Tsunade meant. To put it bluntly, Tsunade just wanted him to cultivate his own team, so that he could take over the position of Hokage. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 144, Cancel the Elders. As far as Muyun's plan is concerned, promising Tsunade has only advantages and no disadvantages. As soon as he thought of this, Muyun nodded and said, "No problem, I promise." Upon receiving Muyun's answer, Tsunade's face burst into a charming smile and said, "I am relieved that Anbu has you to lead me." Since taking office, Tsunade has felt deeply tired, and this Anbu minister is too conservative, which is not a good thing for her. Relatively speaking, once Muyun becomes Anbu minister, although it may cause trouble, a lot of dissatisfaction, but obviously the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. At this moment, the door of Hokage's office was pushed open, and Mito Kaoru and Kaharu strode into the office. "Tsunade, we absolutely do not allow it. Muyun succeeds the minister of the Dark Ministry." Mito Menyon glanced at Muyun, and although there was a hint of fear in his eyes, he still said. Tsunade frowned and said, "Why do I need 30 reasons? In my opinion, Muyun is the most suitable choice to be the minister of the Anbu. Whether it is strength or prestige, Muyun is enough, and I believe that Muyun can make the Anbu develop better." Tsunade's tone contained a strong sense of impatience. Since taking office, these two old guys have been pointing fingers at her decision, which made her very annoying. She really couldn't understand that the 3 generations of Hokage set up this. What is the purpose of the elders? You must know that in the period of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, there was no elder group of Lao Shizi. As Hokage, even her decision can be interfered, So, what is the meaning of Hokage's existence? Arriving at the impatient tone in Tsunade's tone, Mito Menyon still said, Muyun's strength and prestige are indeed enough, but you have forgotten a problem, that is, Muyun is only 12 years old now. Since the establishment of Konoha, there has never been such a young minister of Anbu. The age limit is destined to make Muyun relatively immature in considering issues. Turning to bed, Xiaochun also opened his mouth and said, Yes, Tsunade, Menyan is right, if we wait a few more years, we have absolutely no opinion on Muyun as minister of the Anbu, but now is not the time. To refute, Muyun had already stood up and said, Since when did you two old fellows be able to interfere with Hokage's decision? As the leader of Konoha Hokage are you? Mito Menyon's heart froze, and he immediately retreated, but for the benefit of himself and others, he still bite the bullet and said, The leader of Konoha is naturally Hokage. However, the elders have the right to prevent some mistakes of Hokage and protect Konoha's interests. This is the rule set by Sarutobi when Sarutobi was still alive. Yun's eyes became colder and colder, Mito's voice became quieter and quieter, until the end, it was inaudible, and a lot of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. If Muyun really went crazy, maybe he would kill them directly. But for the sake of profit, he had to speak again. The current Anbu minister has not made much achievements, but because of this, their profit benefits are guaranteed. If Konoha's two most powerful people are all replaced by iron-blooded figures, then their interests will suffer huge losses. They have been blinded by power and desire, and they have long since lost their ability to respond. Some are rational and only want to protect their own interests to the greatest extent, but they forget Muyun's methods. Looking at Mito Gateyan, Muyun said indifferently, You said it yourself, this is the third generation of Hokage. The rules of the reign period, but now is the reign of the 5 generations of Hokage. The rules of the 3 generations of Hokage still want to restrain the 5 generations of Hokage. Quote. Mito Menyon was watched by Muyun's indifferent eyes, and suddenly felt that the speed of blood flow had slowed down a lot, as if a big hand was strangling his throat. He opened his mouth, but did not make a sound. Muyun deliberately controlling his aura, he didn't shroud Xiaochun, and sure enough, Xiaochun, who didn't feel Muyun's terrifying aura, spoke as expected. Muyun, pay attention to the way you speak. Although the 3 generations of Hokage have passed away, but he died in battle to protect the village, and the 5 Hokage just took office, did he want to destroy the will of his ancestors? Muyun was just waiting for these words, and at the moment when Xiaochun's voice fell, Muyun said, Hehe, according to you, when the first Hokage was in power, there was no elder group. I don't want to destroy the will of the ancestors, so there is no need for this bullshit elder group to exist. As soon as Muyun finished speaking, Xiaochun and Mito Menyon both changed color. Xiaochun really didn't expect that Muyun was waiting for her here. Before she knew it, she fell into the language trap set by Muyun in advance. In front of Muyun, it seemed that she was only a 12-year-old boy, and Muyun was an old fox who had lived for decades normal. Muyun's terrifying aura and murderous aura were released directly. He didn't give the two a chance to speak, and said directly, One, if you take the initiative to resign from the elders, you can still spend your old age in peace. After all, you guys in the past have also made a lot of contributions to Konoha, but if you want me to help you, I can only choose a luxurious cemetery for you. Turning to bed, Xiaochun opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was grabbed by Mito Kamanyan by the side. At this time, Mito Kamanyan was already wet with cold sweat, and said with a trembling voice, Needless to say, we will step down from the position of Elder Konoha and will no longer be involved in all political affairs of Konoha. Xiaochun, let's go. Pulling Xiaochun to bed, Mito Kadori walked out of Hokage's office with heavy steps. As soon as he got out of the office, Mito Kadome gasped for breath. The situation of Xiaochun was not much better after going to bed. Since the 3rd generation came to power, these old guys have gradually grasped the power and indulged in the power. Counting them down, they have not fought for a long time. That blood has long been abandoned to the corner, and even the courage has become very small. Until now, There are only the two of them left, and it may be a good choice to stay in Konoha to spend his old age. Chapter 145 3 years later. After thinking about the key point, Mito Menyon suddenly felt a lot lighter in his heart, and the huge psychological burden that had always been there suddenly disappeared, and only felt a smooth feeling in his heart. Glancing at the very ugly face of Xiaochun, Mito Menyon said, "Xiaochun, we have lived for such a long time, we have already owned everything we should have, and it is time to take a break. I hope you can see through all this. If you are still obsessed, it will only make you die faster. I hope you can think about it." After saying that, Mito Menyon strode away directly, ignoring Kaharu's reaction when he turned to bed, and his back looked like a sense of relief. Maybe for Mito Menyon at this time, everything is no longer important, even if it is turning to bed. Xiaochun's reaction will not have the slightest effect on his psychology. Watching Mito Gaetian turn and leave, turning to bed, Xiaochun's eyes flickered with unexplainable light, and finally he sighed and watched with nostalgia. She glanced at the Naruto building, and turned to leave. But unlike Mito Kadori, her back was less relieved and a little more twilight. Always in Hokage office, Muyun, who was observing all this with a domineering look, suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "Tsunade, let Mito Kazuya make a name for himself in the ninja school, and let him teach the students of those schools. As for Xiaochun, let her be an ordinary person." Maybe someone can deceive Muyun's eyes, but the domineering look can't be deceived. Under the domineering look, Muyun can clearly feel the psychological changes of Mito Menyon. Tsunade's expression is obviously stunned, said, "Didn't you already cancel the elders? Why do you want Mito to manage the ninja school? The ninja school is not an insignificant place. Also, why is it Mito Menyon?" Muyun smiled and said, "There is no reason. A person's mood and psychology change very quickly. Aside from desire, Mito Menyon still has deep feelings for Konoha. As long as he can let go of the pursuit of power, Mito Gaetian will definitely do his best to cultivate the younger generation for Konoha." Tsunade nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, "Have you already thought about canceling the elders group and even designed it to let Xiaochun fall into the trap you designed?" Muyun did not answer this question, but said, "Isn't the current result very good?" The two looked at each other and laughed tacitly. At night, Muyun stayed in his bedroom and said, "System, use 200,000 strengthening points to strengthen my body." This time, the strengthening process lasted for half an hour before it ended. Muyun could feel the terrifying power flowing in his body. Host, Muyun. Age, 13 years old. Physique, 290. Strength, 109. Speed, 209. Spirit, 209. Thunder attribute natural energy. 50,000 can be ingested and used at any time. Strength rating, shadow level. Close black lens bracket. Is it still not able to reach the super shadow level? Look at your own attributes. Ban. Muyun slowly frowned. Originally within his expectation, 200,000 reinforcement points were enough for him to be promoted to the super shadow level, but in the end there was no breakthrough. Ding! The system prompts. The breakthrough of the shadow level is different from the past. The host's current body is only 12 years old. Forcible breakthrough will only affect the host's true combat power. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The strengthening energy has not been exhausted, and the host's physique will be slowly changed in the following time. Let all breakthroughs become a matter of course. Ask the host whether to force a breakthrough. Note: during the forced breakthrough, the damage caused by the host's body will consume additional strengthening points to make up for it. It turns out that this is the case, then it is slow. Come on, I don't want to spend extra boosting energy. After understanding the reason, Muyun is not in a hurry. It is not that he cannot break through, but it will only consume additional strengthening energy. Muyun has no such idea. Uncertain. Time is in a hurry. 3 years have passed quickly. In the past 3 years, under the leadership of Muyun, Anbu gradually recovered his strength, and the number of elite ninjas gradually increased. The most important thing is that Muyun kept injecting fresh blood into Anbu, Until now, the entire Anbu has almost become Muyun's speech. At this moment, Muyun's strength has also successfully broken through to the super shadow level. Host, Muyun. Age, 16. Physique, 350. Strength, 350. Speed, 350. Spirit, 350. ________________________________________________ Close black lens bracket. Looking at his attribute panel, Muyun nodded with satisfaction. 3 years of precipitation allowed his strength to break through smoothly. In fact, as early as half a year ago, Muyun's strength had already broken through. However, it may not be easy to break through to the 6th level, and the reinforcement points required are estimated to be massive. Trace of sadness flashed on Muyun's face, and it quickly disappeared, but there is no need to worry too much. My strength is not something that can be reflected in the attribute panel. The statistical method of the system is very different from that of the ninja world. My current strength is placed in the ninja world, and it is estimated that even if it is the peak of Senju Shima, I will not be an opponent. Muyun is not bragging, not to mention that his Li Jiao's physical attributes are very balanced. Just ingesting the natural energy of the thunder attribute that can be used at any time is an unreasonable abnormal ability. What a mortal body chakra, tail beast chakra, even as long as the energy required to attack does not exceed the upper limit of 70,000, his energy is infinite. At this point, even Jiwei can't be compared with him. After all, Jiwei is only known as the infinite investigation. It's only carrot. Going back to the bottom, there is still a limit. Moreover, the combat power he can burst out far exceeds the evaluation of the system. After all, the system only divides the realm that Muyun is currently out of, not Muyun's fighting power. On this day, Naruto, who had been practicing with Jiraiya for 3 years, also returned to the village. 3 years, not only Muyun's strength has improved terrifyingly, but so has Naruto, who has reached the strength of the elite Junin. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 146. Haruno Sakura spoils the atmosphere. At this time, Naruto not only mastered the spiral pill shuriken, but also mastered the immortal mode, much earlier than in the original book. Muyun, I'm back. Naruto found Muyun and said as soon as they met. Muyun nodded and said, yes, in 3 years, your strength has grown rapidly, and you are not the same as you were before. The normal state, Naruto has the strength of elite Jonin. If he enters the immortal mode, it is a proper shadow level, but it is not long-lasting. Of course, this is the result obtained after excluding the 9 tails. After all, Naruto the strength is not stable at all, and the leap is very big. Thank you for your praise, Muyun. I want to invite everyone to dinner in the evening. Just go to your favorite barbecue restaurant. Do you want to come together? Looking at Naruto's sincere expression, Muyun said, it seems that your wallet has swelled up in the past 3 years, and you dare to invite me to dinner. Naruto smiled and said, I have received a lot of tasks in the past 3 years. Do you want to come? Muyun nodded and said, okay, we haven't been together for a long time. There was some emotion in Muyun's heart. How difficult Naruto's life was before. Muyun was deeply touched, and he couldn't even eat a bowl of ramen. The current Naruto is completely different from before. After meeting Jiraiya, he has left that hard way of life, and the whole person has become a lot more confident. Thinking of this, Muyun said to Jiraiya, well done. The person who got the compliment was also a little confused and said, what do you mean? Muyun shook his head without saying a word, making Zila even more confused, but he didn't ask any further. Evening, the whole class of the original ninja school had already arrived in the Chudao barbecue restaurant, except Sasuke. Naruto was bleeding a lot this time, and all the ingredients of the entire barbecue restaurant were bought by Naruto. If I remember correctly, this should be our first meeting after graduation. With a smile on his face, Iruka said, Muyun, I, the teacher, didn't give you any gifts when you became a Jonin, and I didn't give you any gifts when you became the minister of Anbu. It's really a dereliction of duty. Muyun shook his head and said, Mr. Iruka, I don't lack anything. it's the same whether I give it or not, I don't really care about these things. Muyun naturally knows about Uruka's intentions. If it were someone else, he might be just a little bit too close, but Uruka is not such a person. Teacher Uruka, don't be polite, you really don't care about this. Things, didn't I also give gifts? Naruto smiled and said to Uruka. Uruka looked at Naruto's heartfelt smile and said, Naruto, seeing you like this now, as a teacher, I'm really happy, you've all grown up a lot. Ino said, on the day of today's meeting, stop talking about this kind of topic, and say something happy. For a time, everyone opened their hearts and chatted, only Ji was sitting in the seat, with a very low sense of existence. Muyun, who noticed this scene, stepped forward and said to Jinai, Jinai, although it has been so long, you still have a sense of existence. Lo's fate still hasn't changed. A few black lines appeared on Shino's forehead, and he said, I can't refute your words like that. Muyun laughed, and the sense of distance gradually disappeared for a while, and the restraint when facing Muyun gradually disappeared, as if back to when he was in school. Shikamaru said, when you were in school, you were the best excellent, after graduating now, your achievements are also the most dazzling among us, and it is really a disappointing achievement. Lu Wan, who has never liked to talk, said so many words in one breath, which made Muyun slightly surprised and said, I've never seen you feel so emotional before. Shikamaru directly curled his lips and said, I just like silence, it doesn't mean I like Shino's way of life. Shikamaru's words directly hurt Shino 10,000 points again, making everyone laugh. Just when the atmosphere was very cheerful, Haruno Sakura said, it's a pity that Sasuke is not here, otherwise this party will be more lively. If only I could bring Sasuke back in the first place, that would be great. Haruno Sakura's words made the atmosphere suddenly condense, and a trace of unhappiness appeared on everyone's faces. Muyun looked gloomy and said, why do you always like to break our cheerful atmosphere? Is it because I didn't teach you enough lessons? This time, even Naruto said, Sakura, this time is our party. We agreed not to talk about this topic, why did you bring it up again? Naruto was not stupid, he could hear that Haruno Sakura's words contained a kind of rebuke to Muyun. Naruto finally organized this party, but he didn't want to be ruined. Seeing Naruto's face, Muyun endured and didn't have a direct attack, but after Haruno Sakura interrupted, the atmosphere was very pleasant at first. Dinner has changed. After the dinner was over, everyone left one after another, and on the way home, Muyun's expression was a little gloomy. Seeing Muyun's expression, Ino said, are you still angry about what happened just now? Muyun shook his head and said, I'm not that stingy yet, I just feel a little pity, this guy Haruno Ying is helpless. Hinata also said, Sakura is indeed going too far, the atmosphere of the party was ruined by her alone. Originally, Hinata would not judge a person easily, but just now she clearly felt the change in the atmosphere before and after Haruno Sakura spoke, and she felt a little unhappy in her heart. Muyun said, forget it, don't want these things anymore, what happens in the future is her own business, has nothing to do with us, there is no need to ruin her mood for an irrelevant person. Muyun threw his dissatisfaction with Chunye Sakura out of his mind, then returned to his home with the second daughter, and after instructing the second daughter to practice, the second daughter left. Of course, during the training, Muyun also took advantage of it, and his hands explored almost every inch of the two girls' skin. I have to say that the scale of Hinata is really amazing, but now, Muyun can hardly cover it with one hand. In this respect, Ino is still a lot worse than Hinata. Feilu reminds you. Read 3 Things Favorites, recommended. Chapter 147 The Real Flying Four. Lord Muyun, Lord Hokage, please go to the office. Morning, just as Muyun got up, an Anbu appeared in front of Muyun and knelt down and said. Muyun frowned and said, go down first, Firefox. This Anbu was the Firefox of the Itachi squad at the beginning, and now he is the team leader of Anbu, and his strength is also an elite Jonin. Seeing Firefox disappear, Muyun frowned, Tsunade sent someone to find him. It was definitely not a trivial matter. After talking to Yumi Koizumi, Muyun went directly to the Hokage office. As soon as I opened the door of the office, I saw Jiraiya, Kakashi and others here, and even Naruto. Upon seeing this battle, Muyun immediately became somewhat aware of Tsunade's purpose for calling him here. Guessing, it may be that Orochimaru and Sasuke appeared together. Sure enough, Tsunade said, "Muyun, I just received reliable news that Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke appeared in the Country of Fire. The purpose is unknown. According to the danger of Orochimaru, I plan to let you take Naruto on a trip." Muyun frowned and said, "Sunsho, I don't think I need to take action. Zilla is enough to contain Orochimaru alone, and Naruto's current strength is not what it used to be, and the two of them are more than enough." Tsunade said, "Are you really not going to go?" Muyun shook his head and said, "I'm developing a new move recently, and now is the critical moment, so I don't want to interrupt unless it's a last resort." Tsunade pondered for a while and said, "That's fine, but you need to send a few elite ninjas from Anbu to follow. I'm afraid that Orochimaru will have something behind." Muyun nodded and said, "No problem, I will send 3 elite Shainjin to follow them, yes, including Yamato." Although Yamato's Mudden only has the ability to engage in greening, it is still useful in the face of emergencies, such as when Naruto runs rampant. Mudden's suppression of tailed beasts is too strong. Even if it is Yamato's, the weakened version of Mudun can effectively restrain the tailed beast chakra. Hearing Muyun's words, Tsunade was relieved. Tsunade naturally knew about Yamato, although the other party got her grandfather's cells transplanted. Mudun, but Tsunade does not reject Yamato. After all, Yamato is also a victim of Danzo's hands, and he is not willing to transplant intercolumnar cells, so Tsunade can still tell the truth. After Jiraiya set off with Naruto, Muyun also returned home again, then packed up his things, and then went directly to the forest outside Konoha. What Muyun said to Tsunade was not a move that was being developed. While lying to Tsunade, he is now developing new moves, his own brand new Flying Thunder God technique, a true god. Over the past few years, Muyun's understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more important. The help of strengthening points, his understanding of time and space ninjutsu is already very advanced. Now Muyun is developing a move that can move in space with the sound of thunder fruit. Once successful, Muyun's strength will be explosive growth. With the control of Muyun, within the domineering, a layer of electromagnetic field is directly enveloped within a radius of 50 kilometers. This is the 10,008th experiment, and I think it is not far from success. Muyun took a deep breath, changed the movement of the magnetic field 15 kilometers away, and integrated the technique of the Flying Thunder God into the magnetic field in a brand new way. Move. As Muyun's voice fell, the dazzling lightning flashed directly on Muyun's body, and Muyun took the initiative to enter the state of elementalization. Immediately afterwards, countless thunderbolts erupted from Muyun's body, instantly drowning out a few square meters. A kilometer of space. As the thunder and lightning dissipated, the ground within a few kilometers of the surrounding area was in a mess. Hundreds of trees were directly scorched by the thunder and lightning, and even roaring flames rose up. Tsunade, who was far away in the Hokage office, watched looking at the forest outside Konoha. He frowned and said, "Really, I don't know what Muyun is doing. What kind of move can cause so much damage? It seems that it has not been completed yet. What a man who can toss." Shaking his head, Tsunade decided to ignore it. Anyway, the destroyed forests will be recreated with Muyun before Muyun leaves, so there is nothing to worry about. Water done great waterfall technique. Looking at the raging flames, Muyun directly used the huge water escape with a range of more than 1,000 meters, directly extinguished the flames, and continued to ponder. There is no problem with the construction of the electromagnetic field, and there is no problem with incorporating the magic into the magnetic field, but why does it still fail? Muyun racked his brains to think. Since the breakthrough in strength half a year ago, Muyun began to develop this move, but until now, it has failed more than 10,000 times, and still not a single success. Muyun's thinking is 3 for 3 hours in a row. Muyun sat quietly on the ground, thinking about the reason for the failure. What's wrong with the thunder fruit, lightning, magnetic field, and spells? Muyun murmured in a low voice. Suddenly, an aura flashed directly through Muyun's mind, and Muyun shouted out loudly, "That's right, it's thunder and lightning." Although the construction of the magnetic field is the credit of the thunder fruit, the magnetic field is not lightning after all. After elementalization, my body is lightning. If I want to move in space, there must be a medium, and this medium is lightning. Thinking of it, doing it, Muyun once again built an electromagnetic field covering a radius of 50 kilometers with the help of the domineering. This time, the target location is next to a big tree 49 kilometers away. The 10,009th experiment, start. Move. Under the control of Muyun, next to a big tree 49 kilometers away, the magnetic field was quietly changed. At the same time, an almost inaudible electric spark appeared quietly in the rotation of the magnetic field. Muyun's body, which is 49 kilometers away from a big tree, completed elementalization in an instant, and used the magnetic field to directly reach the side of the big tree in less than 1/10,000th of a second. Yun's continued experimentation. His body is constantly flashing within this range, constantly appearing in different positions. Chapter 148 New System Tasks. Within a 50-kilometer radius, Muyun's figure kept flickering, and thousands of Muyun appeared at one time, but they were all afterimages that hadn't dissipated. Finally, it was successful. The place where the domineering can sense, can teleport infinitely, without the need to fly Thunder God Kuei. This is the real flying Thunder God. Was a smile on Muyun's face. After going through tens of thousands of trials, it took half a year to finally develop this trick. Muyun was very excited. He used Mudun to create a patch covering 50 kilometers. After the forest within a mile range, Muyun left here. Since he has succeeded, there is no need to stay here. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name. Develop Anbu. 157. Task introduction. The host has been the minister of Anbu for 3 years, and the strength of Anbu has also been improved, but compared to the entire ninja world, it is still relatively weak. Please recruit at least one shadow-level powerhouse for Anbu, the number is unlimited. Close black lens bracket quest completion reward. 100,000 reinforcement points for each shadow-level powerhouse recruited. Task failure penalty. None. Shadow-level powerhouse. Muyun frowned. Shadow-level powerhouses are already considered to be the top combat power in the ninja world, even in the Warring States period. After all, there is only one Senju Hakuma and Uchiha Madara. It is not easy to recruit shadow-level powerhouses. It has been 3 years since Muyun became the minister of the Anbu ministry, and it is evident that he has not cultivated a shadow-level powerhouse. However, it is difficult to have a challenge, and it is not impossible. At least a shadow-level powerhouse is still very good. Hopeful. At this moment, the figure of Laozi suddenly appeared in Muyun's mind. It has been 3 years since Yinyan village separated, and I don't know how this old man is doing. Act now. Muyun murmured, I want to bring Laozi back before Xiao organization. As a four-tailed person, Laozi is naturally one of the goals of Xiao's organization. If Xiao's organization takes out the 4 tails from Laozi's body, Laozi will be dead. However, if I take Laozi away, take it away. If there are no 4 tails, can the 10 tails be resurrected? And if the 10 tails cannot be resurrected, then it will also affect my plan. Muyun frowned. Forget it. Let's take a step by step, and it is estimated that even if there is no Laozi, they will find a way to get the 4-tailed chakra. Muyun threw this thought out of his mind, ignored it, and returned home. Muyun, you're back. Muyun's house. Hina is busy in the kitchen, and she looks like a good wife and good mother. Muyun, I have learned a few new dishes. I'm making it for you to eat and see if you like it. Turning his head to Muyun and smiling brightly, Hinata was immersed in the joy of cooking, while Muyun looked at Hinata's back, and his heart was very warm. I have to say that Hinata's cooking skills are really not top-notch. The dishes are full of flavors and aromas. Just looking at them makes Muyun's appetite open. Picking up the chopsticks, Muyun took a sip and immediately praised. Good, tastes good, just absolutely amazing. My Hinata is amazing. Hinata blushed and said, how can you? Yunjin will make fun of me. By the way, why is Sister Yumi not here today? Listening to Hinata's words, Muyun said, these days she said that she would strengthen her training, and her strength has been delayed since this time, so she said that she would make it up, and she came back very late every day. Home. Thinking of what Yumi Koizumi said to herself, the corners of Muyun's mouth twitched. In order not to drag Muyun down in the future, Yumi Koizumi put her practice on the agenda again. I don't want to be able to help Muyun, but at least I can't hold back Muyun. This is what Koizumi Yumi really thinks. Although Muyun doesn't need it, it doesn't stop him. He doesn't want his woman to be a vase. After eating, Hinata went to clean up the dishes. While Muyun and Hinata fought after saying hello, he left the house, and then used Flying Thunder God to disappear into Konoha. At the same time, in a small town in the Land of Thunder, Laozi was walking on the street, followed by a few ninjas, all of them S Union Ninja. What a nasty guy. I've been following this old man since he entered the Land of Thunder. Are you afraid that this old man will do something bad for Union Village? Old Z sensed the ninja's breath behind him, and was a little irritable. To be honest, he really didn't have such thoughts. He just wandered around, doing bounty tasks and killing bandits when he was bored. This kind of life is very comfortable. The only thing that makes him uncomfortable is that no matter which country he goes to, there will be ninjas watching him from a distance. Although he knows that these ninjas are just to determine whether they will destroy their country, Old Z is still very unhappy. At this moment, Lao Zi's brows suddenly wrinkled, and his whole body is directly in a fighting posture. Chakra is highly condensed, and an awe-inspiring sense of crisis in his heart makes Lao Zi's pupils tighten. The entire Union Village can make he was the only one who felt such a sense of crisis. Only Rabbi Yatai Renju Riki, even the fourth Raikage, could not give him such a sense of oppression. Yo, Lao Z, long time no see, your way of greeting is a little rude. Ah. Hearing the familiar voice, Lao Z instantly put down his guard. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said, Muyun, you suddenly appeared like this. The old man has been surrounded by a group of flies all this time. Of course, he immediately regarded you as an enemy. Pico 5. 7. Turning his head, Lao Z saw Muyun standing beside him looking at him with a smile, and a smile appeared on Lao Zi's face. Muyun glanced behind him intentionally or unintentionally, and said, really, as you say, real nasty flies. This is not the place to talk, come with me. Saying that, Muyun put his hand on Lao Zi's shoulder, and a Flying Thunder God technique disappeared here. By a small stream 500 kilometers away, Muyun had left behind the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Muyun believes that with his continuous exploration of this technique, it will be more perfect one day, and then he will completely abandon the technique. Able to move in space. Chapter 149. Violet joins. After stabilizing his body, Lao Z looked at Muyun and asked, this is the Flying Thunder God technique that resounds in the ninja world, and it's really powerful. Watching Muyun take him across a distance of hundreds of kilometers in an instant, Lao Z was full of amazement. Muyun said, okay, let's not talk nonsense. Lao Z, I am looking for you this time to want you to join Konoha. I am the minister of Konoha Anbu now, and there are not many powerful ninjas under my hands. I need your strength. Muyun didn't beat around the bush. 3 years ago, when the two of them separated, Lao Z said that if he had power, Lao Z would join unconditionally. Although strictly speaking, Anbu was not a force he created, but he also pretty much the same. When Lao Z heard the words, he was stunned for a moment, and said, the minister of Anbu is really an amazing position. Well, according to the agreement, I agreed. He never thought of refusing. With his character, it is impossible to refuse what he promised. He refused to join Konoha just to travel in the world of shinobi. 3. Besides, Muyun didn't have any specific position in Konoha, so he went to It's useless. Now it's different from before. You can work for Muyun directly by joining Anbu. Laozi doesn't have much rejection. Is there anything you need to prepare for? If not, I'll take you back to Konoha. Laozi shook his head and said, in the past 3 years, the old man has only traveled in the world of ninjas, and there is nothing to prepare. Getting Laozi's answer, Muyun brought Laozi and a flying thunder god back to Konoha. Everything went very smoothly. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully recruiting a shadow-level powerhouse. Reward the host with 100,000 reinforcement points. Close black lens bracket. After returning to Konoha, Muyun brought Laozi to the Anbu base and summoned all the ninjas in Anbu now. Everyone, I called you here this time to announce one thing. Muyun turned slightly to make Laozi's figure appear. From today onwards, he is the deputy minister of our Anbu ministry. When I'm not here, you must obey his orders. Muyun's voice fell. All the Anbu ninjas suddenly started talking. Who the hell is the deputy minister of Anbu? How could he be used so much by the minister? I always think this guy looks a little familiar, as if he's seen it somewhere, but I just can't remember it. Being able to be entrusted with an important task by the minister, I am afraid that this guy's strength is very terrifying. You must know that the requirements of the minister are very strict. Listening to the chatter of the Anbu ninjas, Muyun said in a deep voice, Quiet, I'll introduce you next, Next to me, the Vice Minister of Anbu, a shadow-level powerhouse. Once the four-tailed people of Yenian Village, Zhu Li, Lao Zi, and Jie served as the Deputy Minister of Anbu. Muyun's words once again made Anbu Ninja, the dignified Deputy Minister of Anbu, not from Konoha Village. The information is very surprising. But in the past 3 years, Muyun's control over Anbu is unquestionable, although everyone can't believe it, but no objection came out. Laozi was also secretly surprised by Muyun's leadership. You must know that everyone's rejection of the outer village ninja is very serious, let alone living in an important position. Even if you enter other villages, you will always be on guard. Especially here as Anbu, the core department of Konoha, but these ninjas have no objection, which is enough to surprise old Z. But he didn't say anything. Since there was no objection, he was also happy to relax. He was relatively silent. Unless he was familiar with or recognized by him, he would say a few more words. After leaving Anbu, Muyun took Laozi to Hokage's office, although he could let Laozi take office without notifying Tsunade, but after all, he had to take care of Tsunade's face, and Tsunade was not bad for himself. Why let Laozi serve as Anbu Deputy Minister? As Muyun expected, Tsunade immediately jumped into action when he heard the news, looking very excited. Without shyness, Tsunade said, Muyun, it's right to develop Anbu, but it's not appropriate to let the former Iwayan village four-tailed Zuli serve as the deputy director. Tsunade didn't know the relationship between Laozi and Muyun, so he asked this question. After all, as Hokage, he still had to think about Konoha village. Muyun said, Tsunade, don't get excited. Laozi left Yenian village 3 years ago and is now a wandering ninja, and can be absorbed into Anbu. Also, since I dare to let Laozi join Anbu, I must have absolute confidence. The things you are worried about will not happen. You should always believe in my strength. Muyun knew what Tsunade was thinking. If Laozi entered the Anbu with a scheming plan and inquired about information, then as the deputy minister of the Anbu, Konoha had very few secrets to him. Moreover, Laozi's strength should not be underestimated. Look, as a four-tailed person Zuli, once he goes mad inside Konoha, the damage caused is absolutely immeasurable. Hearing Muyun say this, Tsunade is speechless. She naturally believes in Muyun. Glancing at Laozi and then at 157 Muyun, Tsunade finally sighed and said, Okay, just do as you said. From another point of view, the addition of Laozi can indeed greatly improve the strength of Konoha, but it is not limited to Anbu. Especially in the war, Laozi's strength is very important. The power of the transformed human column can even be worth the force of a ninja army on the battlefield. The risk is definitely there, but it is proportional to the harvest, plus the guarantee of Muyun, Tsunade agreed to this. Things. After thinking about it, Tsunade asked curiously, Muyun, as far as I know, Laozi's temper is exactly the same as that stubborn old man Oyemu. How did you persuade him to join Konoha? Tsunade is really curious about this. People like Laozi can't be threatened, and even death can't make them surrender. But he still decided to cut it off. This is a truth. Muyun smiled and said, of course I am convinced by my personality charm, right, Laozi? Old Z's face was serious, and he said, in the first battle in Sand Ninja Village, Muyun gave me the kindness of not killing me, and this old man is just to repay the kindness. Chapter 150 Undead Legion. Hearing this, Tsunade rolled his eyes and said to Muyun, is it exposed on the spot? But Tsunade's heart was not so calm. She also received information about Muyun's battle with Laozi in Sand Ninth Village. After all, the Sand Ninja Village was rebuilt and the old site was reduced to ruins. These things cannot be concealed. What's more, after Gaara and others recovered their injuries, Tsunade sent someone to send them back. Originally, Tsunade just thought that Muyun was slightly better than Muyun. Laozi is only one step ahead, and it is estimated that the whole ninja world is also of this idea. It is amazing that Muyun can defeat Laozi. But after hearing Laozi's words, Tsunade immediately felt that things were not what she imagined. Simple. From Laozi's tone, it's not hard to tell that Muyun had the strength to kill him at that time, but Muyun didn't do it. Only in this way, Laozi would repay his kindness wholeheartedly. If it was only slightly better, Laozi will definitely not have this attitude. Don't look at these guys are old, but they are shrewd in their hearts, but they are not so easy to fool. Muyun's head full of black lines, said to Laozi, I said Laozi, it's too blunt, so let me finish my sentence. Seeing Laozi's unconcerned look, Muyun immediately pouted, he is indeed a stubborn old man, even 8 horses can't pull back what he has determined. Tsunade smiled brightly and said, okay. It's alright, don't say more, go back, I agree with this matter. Muyun walked out of the Hokage office with a depressed expression on his face, and then took Laozi back to his home. After letting Laozi get acquainted with him, he let Laozi return to the Anbu to report his work. 2 months of time slowly however, within the past 2 months, the ninja world was surprisingly calm, nothing happened, it was like a calm lake. But Muyun knew that this was just a precursor to the storm. This calm lake, let this calm lake make waves. This day, the stone that disturbed the calm of the lake at this moment and caused the waves finally appeared. According to reliable information, the ghosts of the land of ghosts have gradually awakened, and now the undead army has appeared. Caused a huge loss to the country of ghosts. The most important thing is that the footsteps of the undead army have radiated from the country of ghosts to the 5 major countries. It is estimated that it will not be long before they reach the country of fire. In Naruto's office, all Konoha's upper ninjas gathered and listened solemnly to Tsunade's words. Among them, the most conspicuous one was Naruto, who is still the lower ninja. Considering Naruto's strength and identity, Tsunade asked Naruto to participate. This meeting. Of course, there is still Muyun's support among them, otherwise Naruto, no matter how strong he is, would not be able to appear in this office to participate in this meeting. Muyun frowned slightly, and said, what a bad character, is there any way to deal with the undead army or just kill the sprites? Muyun, who has read the original book, naturally knows what a sprite is. It can be said that this thing has a low attack power, but it is definitely ranked in the top 3 in the Naruto world. Facing sprites, it is almost impossible to kill them, only the ability to kill them. Seal, and judging from the current level of awakening, if you want to seal the other party. It is estimated that it is necessary to sacrifice the life of the witch. Tsunade said, facing the undead army, to be honest, there is no effective means of containment, although their strength is generally not strong, but even if they are destroyed, they can be restored. Perfect. In general, once the Sphinx is fully awakened and the size of the undead army spreads further, before a solution is found, the undead army will appear in the entire ninja world. Tsunade's voice was full of solemnity, and his brows were deeply wrinkled. In the face of this kind of enemy who had almost no obvious weaknesses and could not be eliminated, Tsunade was under great pressure. He was obviously not strong, but he couldn't help the opponent. This made Tsunade with a hot personality very aggrieved. Muyun noticed Tsunade's emotions and said, "What are you going to do about this matter? It's not just us Konoha who have a headache, right? You must know that according to what you said, the undead army is spreading to the 5 major countries, not just for our country of fire." Tsunade nodded and said, "Indeed, not only the 5 great ninja villages, but also the other small ninja villages are in turmoil. The situation in our 5 great ninja villages is still good, and those small ninja villages have even fallen into panic. Due to the seriousness of this matter, the 5 major ninja villages have unanimously decided to send ninja troops to the land of ghosts to suppress the undead army, block their footsteps, and try to solve the source of this matter." Was a hint of surprise in Muyun's eyes, and he said, "The 5 major ninja villages have all sent ninjas, so who will command this unit? I think no matter who this candidate is, other ninja villages will not be convinced. Although the undead legion has begun to spread from the country of ghosts to all around, after all, it has not caused too much trouble, that is, it is difficult to be eliminated, but it can still be sealed. Although the 5 major ninja villages are anxious, but this level the crisis is not enough to let them settle their previous suspicions. Even in the original book, it was only after the outbreak of the Fourth World War that the enemy's strength was known to cooperate together. For this reason, there is still a gap between them, not to mention the fact that we have ordered Tsunade to see it now." Glancing at Muyun, he said, "You guessed right, it is for this reason that the troops sent by Li Jiao, the 5 great ninja villages, do not have a unified leader. The ninja troops sent from each village are responsible for one direction, starting from their own country, compressing the living space of the undead army all the way, until they reach the land of ghosts, and then think about ways to deal with the sprites." Tsunade is also very speechless about this decision. Things have already happened, and he doesn't want to integrate all the forces to directly crush the undead army, and then quickly solve the ghost, but it's still fighting within. It's really stupid. Muyun sneered. With a sigh, he said, "As expected, it's really a bunch of stupid guys. Isn't this showing that the sprites have enough time to develop? Wait until the sprite wakes up completely and regains its strength. Do they think they can still deal with it? It's not a tailed beast. This thing has enough intelligence. How can it be so easy to deal with?" Chapter 151. There is no real invincibility. Please subscribe 1. Tsunade also nodded and said, "Although I think so too, but there is no way. There are too many grievances between the 5 major ninja villages, and there is no real trust between them." Tsunade is also very helpless about this, and she herself is the same. She can't trust other ninja village guys at all. Muyun nodded in agreement and said, "So, what are you going to do? Our Konoha faction. Who will lead the outgoing ninja army?" Tsunade glanced at Muyun and said, "I think the most suitable candidate is you. You have already reached a very high level in terms of strength and intelligence. The most important thing is that I have to stay and guard Konoha, so I can only let you go." If there is no Muyun, maybe Tsunade will go out in person, but after having Muyun, Tsunade will relax. After all, in terms of strength, Muyun is even above her, and in terms of mind, Muyun is also better than her. It is much stronger. So Muyun didn't go to see Tsunade. Muyun complained, "I knew it was like this. You really know how to arrange work." Smile and said, "This time, Konoha will send 10 superior 157 ninjas, 100 Chunin and 500 lower ninjas to the land of ghosts, and you will lead the team. Kakashi and Matekai will follow you there too." Muyun asked with some doubts, "Is there a shortage of ninjas sent from other ninja villages? There must be more than that. You must know that the undead army is very difficult to deal with. Other shinobi villages will definitely go all out. After all, although they have confidence in their own village, the difficulty of the undead army is also clear at a glance. They can't ignore it." Tsunade said, "Other the number of ninjas sent by shinobi village is about 5 times that of our Konoha, but don't we still have you?" If it's not that you don't want to be looked down upon, I even want you to go there alone. After all, with your strength, you can top a ninja army by yourself. Muyun's mouth twitched slightly. This is simply squeezing his labor force. Ding! Congratulations to the host, triggering the system task. Task name: Destroy the sprites. Task introduction: the ghosts and sprites that have existed for a long time in the country of ghosts are about to revive. Ask the host to disintegrate the sprites' resurrection conspiracy and destroy it. Quest completion reward: 500,000 enhancement points. Mission failure penalty: none. Destroy the sprite. Looking at the mission released by the system, Muyun frowned slightly, and said in a dark voice, if it's a seal, it won't be too difficult, but eliminating the sprites will be tricky. As a monster that has survived for a long time, it seems to be its symbol. It is not an easy task to destroy the other party. Although I feel a little difficult in my heart, the reward of this task is also very attractive. This is the first time the system has given such a huge reward. From the rewards of the system, it can be seen that the sprite is not right, and the reward is impossible. So rich. Looking at Tsunade, Muyun said lightly, okay, then I'll go there, but I have a request. Tsunade said almost boldly, if you have any requirements, just say it directly, I will agree to all. Muyun glanced at Naruto, who was sitting not far away, and said, I want Naruto to follow me, just this one request. Hearing this request, Tsunade's face suddenly became embarrassed, and he said, Muyun, can you change the conditions? Although there is no danger with you here, but don't be afraid at 10,000, just in case. The importance of Naruto to Konoha is self-evident. If something happens, the blow to Konoha will definitely be unprecedented. Said, Tsunade became more and more embarrassed. She had promised Muyun's words before, but she regretted it in a blink of an eye, which made her feel very shameless. Muyun pouted and said, I only have this one condition. If you don't agree, then you can lead the team to the land of ghosts by yourself. You can rest assured that with me, nothing will happen to Konoha. Tsunade heard the words. The expression on his face was tangled, and he said, yes, I can promise you to bring Naruto, but we must ensure his safety, and must not go wrong. Muyun nodded and said, you can rest assured on this point. No one can hurt Naruto in my hands. Bringing Naruto naturally had Muyun's own consideration. The task of recruiting shadow-level powerhouses released by the system was considered a long-term task, and Naruto could also be recruited. But before that, Muyun still needs to take a good look at Naruto's strength. If Naruto is recruited and the system doesn't approve it, then it's over. The ninja troops left the gate of Konoha, and most of the villagers came out to see them off. Master Muyun, you must return in victory. Lord Muyun, you must defeat the enemy. With Lord Muyun here, our Konoha will definitely win the final victory. It will definitely be possible. At the same time, Hinata, Ino, and Yumi Koizumi also came to Konoha's door, but they didn't open their mouths to shout like other villagers. They just looked at Muyun quietly, with expectation and worry in their eyes. The woman waved her hand, and Muyun's back gradually disappeared at Konoha's gate. Muyun, is that sprite really powerful? Wei, Naruto asked Muyun with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Muyun nodded and said, speaking of which, its strength may not be very good, it is just difficult to deal with, there is almost no good way to cause effective lethality to it. As for sprites, although Muyun understands them, he doesn't understand them deeply. After all, there is not too much detailed introduction in the original work. Before the real fight, Muyun doesn't know how difficult the opponent is to deal with. It's not very easy anyway. The solution is right. Hearing Muyun's words, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked again, so can we really win? This kind of thing sounds very incomprehensible. Muyun smiled and said, Naruto, I hope you can remember that in this world, there is no real invincibility, and every existence has its own weaknesses. It's just the difference between whether the weaknesses are obvious. If the sprite really has no solution, then it has already ruled the world, how can it be sealed? Chapter 152 The Key to Dealing with Sprites. Hearing Muyun's words, Naruto was also slightly relieved, and said, "That's good, I also want to see what the so-called sprite is." Speaking of which, except for some extremely special circumstances, there are very few things that can make Naruto fear. Except for the time when he did not fight again just after graduation, Naruto has no fear, or in other words, strong the psychological quality of the man allows him to overcome most of his fears. At this moment, Kakashi said, "I'm afraid things are not that simple. It is enough to prove the difficulty of sprites by being able to dispatch ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages at the same time. The most important thing is that the previous sprites were sealed by the witches of the country of ghosts, but this time it directly alerted the ninjas of the 5 countries. It is estimated that something unpredictable happened. To be said that Kakashi is not only powerful, but also has first-class analytical skills." He immediately saw the essence of the matter. Muyun waved his hand and said, "What is the matter? When everything will be clear, there is no need to guess here, the truth will always surface." Kakashi nodded, but the dignified expression on his face remained unchanged, and his heart felt very heavy. To him, even to most ninjas, sprites were unfamiliar, and they had never come into contact with them. That's why there is such a solemn feeling. 2 days later, the ninja army led by Muyun has arrived at the border of the Fire Nation. At this moment, the Undead Legion has begun to be seen one after another, although the number is not large, but it has indeed entered the territory of the Country of Fire. Everyone is ready to fight. From now on, there may be battles every moment. If it happens, don't be careless. After giving the order, Muyun's body turned into a stream of light and appeared in front of an undead legionnaire. He grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Muyun's palm twisted slightly, the opponent's neck suddenly made a crisp, click, sound, and then he closed his eyes. Muyun carried the soldier, went directly to the front of the team, and threw it on the ground. After a few seconds, it should have been the undead legionnaire whose neck was twisted and died opened his eyes again, and then rushed towards Muyun. He punched the opponent's head again. Muyun said, "Have you seen the Undead Legion? Immortality is not just talking about it. Is really able to achieve immortality. No, it shouldn't be said to be immortal, to be precise, it should be able to be resurrected infinitely." While Muyun was talking, he killed several times in a row, but in the end the opponent was able to come back to life. Just this made the faces of the ninjas behind him look solemn, and Kakashi looked at the soldier and said, "Look. The undead army is really difficult to deal with. I don't know if the sealing technique has any effect on them. If it doesn't even work, it will be troublesome." While speaking, the undead legionnaire who was killed by Muyun stood up again. This time, the other party actually looked at Muyun and said, "Even if you kill me 100 times, 1,000 times, I will eventually be able to recover. The Undead Legion will not be defeated. This world is destined to belong to Lord Sphinx. After such a long time, what belongs to Lord Sphinx, you ninjas will eventually return it. When the time comes, no matter whether it is the 5 great nations or what, they can only bow their heads in front of the Lord, and the whole world will mourn in front of the undead army." Muyun frowned. The soldier of the undead army suddenly said, "If I guessed correctly, you should be talking to me through this body, sprite. Stands to reason that the Undead Legion is just a dead thing similar to a stone statue, and has no self-consciousness, so Muyun can infer this." There was a stunned emotion from this soldier of the Undead Legion, which made Muyun even more confirming his guess. With a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, Muyun said, "Spider, isn't it cool to brag about yourself? I didn't expect that as a monster that everyone fears, he would have the naive idea of bragging about himself. It really surprised me." Perhaps it was Muyun's sarcastic tone that stimulated the spirits, and a sharp voice sounded, "Ninja, don't be too complacent, it's just a mere ninja. My power is completely beyond your imagination. Even the tailed beast you fear is not as good as mine. When I wake up completely, I will rule the whole world. What a foolish thing to do. Oh, I almost forgot to say, you should break through the blockade of my Undead Legion first. Maybe, you may die in the hands of my undead legion. Hearing this, the expression on Mu Yun's face became even more contemptuous, and he said, I had some expectations for you at first, thinking that you were something amazing, but now it seems that it is nothing more than that. A guy who only brags about how powerful he is at best a waste. Hearing Mu Yun's words, the spry suddenly jumped like thunder, wishing he could directly take action to shred Mu Yun. But unfortunately, not to mention that Mu Yun has not yet arrived in the country of ghosts, even it has not fully awakened to break free from the seal, it is impossible to do it at all. To this matter, the furious sprite immediately put down his cruel words. Ninja, I have to say, you have successfully angered me, then I will focus on taking care of you. You, ready to accept the big gift I gave you? Ha ha ha. Mu Yun ignored the sprite's words, stretched out his hand and pressed it on the head of the undead legionnaire, and the violent thunder and lightning immediately covered the opponent's body. With the flashing of the lightning, the opponent's body gradually disappeared under the lightning. At the last moment, the sprite shouted in horror, you actually possess the power of natural lightning, don't you? Before the sprite's words were finished, the body had already vanished into ashes, and the Sphinx's last words could not be said. And Mu Yun lowered his head thoughtfully, analyzing from Spooky's tone, as if his own strength has a great restraining effect on it, so that even sprites can't keep calm. Perhaps, this is the key to dealing with sprites. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 153 Ringing Thunder, 10 Tigers Kill Each Other. Please subscribe 1. Although Kakashi's expression was still very dignified, he had gained a little confidence and said, it seems that the so-called sprite is not without weaknesses, perhaps your strength is the key to restraining it. Mu Yun nodded and said, it is true, from the sprite's reaction just now, my ability seems to be the key to restraining it, so that it has a panicked mood. For this, Mu Yun was also very surprised. Originally, he was still thinking about how to completely eliminate the sprites, but now it seems that this may be an opportunity. I don't want to give up. As the ninja army continued to advance, they encountered more and more soldiers of the undead army. After approaching the border of the country of ghosts, Mu Yun and others saw the 157 of the undead army. What a huge scale, although I don't want to admit it. But this scale. It's really exaggerated and incredible to look at. The almost black area is full of undead legions. And because the undead legion is different from humans, there is no high wisdom. So their formation is very neat. At first glance, it can bring full visual shock, and these undead legions push all the way. There is almost no need to calculate losses at all. Mu Yun, a very troublesome character, suddenly frowned. Said, no, according to the theory, no matter how powerful the undead army is, it will take time to gather, and the number cannot be so huge at the beginning. If there are such a large number of undead army in every direction facing the ninja army of the 5 countries. If so, then they have already radiated to the 5 major countries, and it is impossible to just wander around the country of ghosts. Mu Yun's speculation is well founded. It must be known that, unlike humans, the undead army is directly controlled by sprites, and it is almost impossible to think for itself, so it will only push forward violently. So if the scale of the undead army is really so huge, I am afraid it has already hit the range of the 5 major countries. Kakashi frowned and asked, what do you mean? Hearing Mu Yun's words, Kakashi's heart had a bad premonition spontaneously. Mu Yun glanced at Kakashi and said, it is estimated that we have received special treatment. It seems that the big gift that the sparrow gave us is not the same. Not an empty talk. As he spoke, the undead army had already charged towards the Konoha ninja army, and the uniform footsteps were very shocking. Mu Yun shouted, prepare to fight. The ninjas who are proficient in sealing techniques should stay behind as much as possible, and wait until the undead army is defeated. Immediately seal it. Following the order of Mu Yun, the entire ninja army immediately took action. Kakashi rushed out first, flashing a dazzling thunder in his hand, and with the sound of thousands of birds chirping in unison, he directly pierced the chest of an undead legionnaire. Immediately, a ninja proficient in sealing techniques stepped forward and pierced his chest. "Come here," and then launched an attack on other enemies. And Mu-yun is naturally not idle, as he is in the formation of the undead army. Flickering, the soldiers of the undead legion were solved one after another. Under the attack of Mu-yun, the formation of the undead legion was gradually disintegrated. Although the formation is well placed, after all, Wei doesn't understand how to shrink the defense and change the formation. Now your formation is destroyed, let's see how you can play. Speaking of which, the undead legion has no merit except being able to be resurrected indefinitely. At least it is not difficult to defeat them. With the actions of the seal ninja, the number of the undead legion is drastically decreasing. Konoha will use the seal. There are not a lot of ninjas, so on Konoha's side, the undead army suffered a big loss. Naruto's body jumped into the air, and then raised one hand high, one high-speed rotating spiral pill shuriken directly formed. Then, facing the densest place of the undead army, Naruto directly put the spiral pill. The shuriken was thrown out. The hissing sound of cutting the air sounded, and the spiral pill shuriken expanded instantly after hitting the target, directly covering a radius of more than 10 meters. Within the attack range, all the undead legionnaires were all killed. The mighty power of the spiral Maru shuriken was torn to shreds. With the sealing technique ninjas stepping forward, just this move directly killed more than a dozen soldiers of the undead army. Mu-yun looked at the battle in front of him and muttered. Said, although the effect is remarkable, the speed of clearing troops like this is still too slow. Taking a deep breath, Mu-yun suddenly shouted. All the Konoha ninjas retreated and distanced themselves from the undead army. Hearing Mu-yun's order, the Konoha ninjas started to leave the battle without saying a word, and opened a considerable distance from the undead army. Seeing this, Mu-yun suddenly stepped out, and a massive amount of thunder and lightning instantly surrounded him. 10 terrifying giant thunder and lightning tigers have formed, exuding enormous coercion. Each giant thunder and lightning tiger is tens of meters in size, and it looks visually stunning. As Mu-yun's voice fell, 10 thunder and lightning giant tigers rushed out directly and plunged into the undead army. This is really like a tiger entering a flock. The thunder and lightning giant tiger can kill more than a dozen with a wave of its paws at will. A soldier of the undead legion. Even the thunder and lightning on the thunder giant tiger can kill a lot of soldiers. In just a short time, Mu-yun has earned tens of thousands of reinforcement points, which can be described as extremely terrifying. With 10 thunder and lightning giants, tigers rushed forward and backward in the undead army, and the number of the undead army continued to decrease sharply. Although time has passed for a long time, the thunder and lightning giant tiger has never dissipated. 5. This thunder and lightning giant tiger can independently extract the natural energy of the thunder attribute from the surrounding environment to replenish itself. Unless Mu-yun dies, theoretically it will never dissipate. What a terrifying trick! It can replenish its own energy and maintain its shape. Thunderbolt is really powerful, and it doesn't make sense at all. Kakashi's writing wheel eyes have been opened, watching the thunder and lightning tiger raging and rushing. There is a dignified look in his eyes, and there is a hint of yearning. I really hope that I can reach the level of Mu-yun one day. Unfortunately, although Kakashi's talent is very high, chakra will always be an important factor that hinders his development, unless he gives up writing round eyes. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 154, A monster with a height of 100 meters. I originally thought that this undead legion would be so difficult to deal with, but I didn't expect it to be just like this. If it goes on like this, even if their number is huge, we can eliminate them. Naruto watched the undead army continue to wear down under Mu-yun's attack, and a little contempt suddenly rose in his heart. Although these undead legions claim to be immortal, the effect of the sealing technique alignment is surprisingly powerful, so the threat is not that big. Mu-yun's eyes gradually became solemn, and he said, "It's not that simple, if it's really that easy. If it can be dealt with, let alone disturbing the 5 major countries, even those small ninja villages will not take it seriously." Mu-yun has clearly felt that as the distance progresses, the closer to the country of ghosts, the stronger the strength of the undead army, and even now, the strength of the undead army has reached the level of elite Chunin. Don't be underestimated. Looking at this kind of strength, it is really nothing to put it aside, but after the base of 30 is expanded to hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, it will be a bit scary. At least now Muyun has obviously found that the advancement of the ninja army is much slower. After all, the strength of the ninja troops sent by Konoha this time is not very strong. The manipulator 10 Thunder and Lightning Tigers slowly moved away from the range of Konoha ninjas for dozens of kilometers, and Muyun suddenly detonated all the thunder and lightning energy. The sound of the sky resounded through the heaven and the earth, and the huge explosive power directly set off a terrifying energy storm that spread over a range of dozens of kilometers. Within this range, thunder and lightning danced wildly, storms raged, and all the undead legions the soldiers turned into fly ash almost in an instant and disappeared between heaven and earth. This is also the way that Muyun discovered to kill the undead legion. As long as they are completely destroyed without leaving a trace, they naturally cannot be resurrected. It's easy to say, but only Muyun can do this. Just this blow directly killed thousands of soldiers of the undead legion, and also made Muyun's reinforcement points soar to 270,000. All the ninjas below the Chunin should retreat and attack with ninjutsu from a distance. Don't stand in front. All the ninjas will attack ninjutsu in a large area, and strive to open a road to the land of ghosts in one go. Although we are likely to be targeted, the time to reach the country of ghosts must be faster than other ninja villages. As Muyun's voice fell, the ninja army immediately starting to change the formation. Almost all of the lower ninjas fell to the back, and the most front were Muyun, Kakashi and the others. Thunderstorm Pear Blossom. Muyun's body was the first to rise into the air, and the undead legions on the other side of the hands. Slender lightning rods condensed directly in the air, and there were hundreds of thousands of them in an instant. With Muyun's wave, hundreds of thousands of rods, it swept down towards the sky and covered the earth, just like a rainstorm, very powerful. As soon as the lightning rod touched the undead army, a terrifying energy explosion occurred, and the terrifying energy waves continued to rise, constantly destroying the undead army. Quantity, and Kakashi, etc. Shangnin and all Chunin are using their own means, and they have the most powerful ninjutsu, and directly kill the undead army. The regiment is shrouded in. This time, Muyun directly gained 300,000 reinforcement points, and now Muyun has 570,000 reinforcement points. This huge gain caused Muyun to look at the undead legion in the eyes. It's all shining, these are all reinforcement points. If all the undead legions are eliminated, maybe his reinforcement points will skyrocket to an incredible level. Thinking of this, Muyun said directly, "You all stand back 10 km, I'll fix them." At this time, Kakashi and others were a little tired because of the long-term release of ninjutsu. After hearing Muyun's words, although they were a little puzzled, they still retreated. After all, their chakra is limited, and a long time the battle has exhausted them a lot, especially Kakashi, the chakra is almost exhausted. After Kakashi and others retreated to a safe distance, Muyun immediately stretched out his hands, thunder snake waves. The terrifying thunder and lightning appeared around Muyun in an instant, covering a distance of several kilometers in an instant. Then, a large number of thunder and lightning directly condensed into snakes of lightning, and tens of thousands of snakes of lightning gathered together. It is like a violent wave, devouring the undead army fiercely. The terrifying thunder and lightning have unparalleled power, turning all the enemies it touches into ashes, and then advancing unabated, directly in the undead army. Under the siege, a road to the land of ghosts has been opened. Every move of Muyun is in existence at the level of immortality, and the power is very huge, and the undead army with only the strength of the elite Chunin is simply difficult to resist. When Muyun was about to order the ninja troops to move forward, he suddenly frowned and murmured, "Is this the gift you gave me that is interesting?" In Muyun's sense of domineering, the soldiers of the undead legion began to gather slowly, and then they actually began to merge. In just 157 moments, tens of thousands of soldiers of the undead legion directly merged into one the size is as high as. The monster of hundreds of meters appeared directly in front of Muyun and others, looking very terrifying. Kakashi widened his eyes and whispered, it can still be merged, and the size has become so big, it looks like this is in trouble. This body type, you can tell just by looking at it, it is definitely not easy to deal with. As far as this body type is concerned, the estimated power of a random blow is immeasurable. Although Naruto was also shocked, he still separated into two shadow clones. Said, it's just that the body is relatively large, and the strength is not known until you try it. Speaking, with the help of the two shadow clones, a spiral pill shuriken was formed directly in Naruto's hands. Then, Naruto threw the spiral pill shuriken, and smashed it hard. Rice Monster's body, and then stared at the center of the attack of the spiral pill shuriken. Successful, really vulnerable. It can be clearly seen that where the spiral Maru shuriken attacked, the monster's body suddenly showed a trace of cracks, and it is still expanding, as if it will collapse in the next second. This situation suddenly made Naruto the light in the eyes is bright. Philo reminds you, the 3 things to read are collected and recommended. Chapter 155 Destruction. It's just that the expression on Naruto's face solidified directly, because the cracks that appeared on the monster with a height of 100 meters were almost instantly intact. Even the destruction speed of the spiral pill shuriken could not keep up with its recovery speed, so that the attack of the spiral pill shuriken has not dissipated, and the 100-meter monster has been intact. How is this possible? Naruto was stunned for a moment. He was very clear about the attack power of the spiral Maru shuriken. Even a small mountain could penetrate a big hole, not to mention that this monster that didn't seem to be very powerful didn't blame Naruto. With this kind of thinking, this monster is really ugly. Although it is huge, it is difficult for others to recognize it because of its ugly appearance. But there is no doubt that this guy is ugly, but his strength is really not to be underestimated. Looking at it, at least being able to resist the attack of the spiral pill shuriken shows that it is not simple. Because it is close to the land of ghosts, the ninja troops sent from other villages almost discovered this terrifying 100-meter monster for the first time. Hey, what kind of thing looks so scary? The ninjas of Sand Ninja Village looked at the 100-meter monster, with a trace of cold sweat on their faces, and felt a little dry for a while. Tamari narrowed his eyes, looked in the direction of the 100-meter monster, and murmured, "There, it seems to be the direction of the country of fire. Is this monster's purpose as the ninja of Konoha?" Gaara looked at Tamari and said in a deep voice, "In any case, our pace must be quickened. The appearance of this monster shows that the power of Sprite's awakening is constantly strengthening, and this trouble must be resolved quickly." The ninjas of Union Village looked at the 100-meter monster and said, "Could this be the trick of that Sprite? Can this monster really be defeated?" The 4th Hokage said in a deep voice, "This monster looks very similar to these so-called undead legions. It seems that some kind of mutation has occurred, but why haven't we encountered it? Could it be that the other party is only targeting Konoha, or is it that Konoha's strength forced them to have this kind of mutation?" Kurabi said solemnly, "Brother, now is not the time to think about this. We must enter the country of ghosts as soon as possible, and race against time to solve the ghost. Judging from the strength it has shown now, once it fully wakes up, it will definitely be a big trouble, and even the entire ninja world may really fall." The 4th Hokage also knew the seriousness of the matter, and immediately made the ninjas of Union Village speed up and rush towards the hinterland of the country of ghosts. The reactions of other ninja villages were similar, and Terumi-Mei was the most surprised. As the ninjas of the Land of Water with the most closed information, they know very little about sprites. Terumi-Mei looked at the hideous and ugly 100-meter monster, smiled and said, "It's really a strange ability. Really, I want to know what kind of existence the sprite is." To Terumi-Mei, Sprite is a strange thing, and because of the curiosity of a woman, she would like to see Sprite sooner. Muyun looked at the fusion of the rice monster by the tens of thousands of undead legions, facing the card. Casey and others said, "Take all the ninjas back, stay away from here, the next battle is not for you." Kakashi nodded solemnly. He knew that what Muyun said was the truth, and it could be seen from the spiral pill shuriken that Naruto had just shot. They could not cause any damage to this monster with their strength. Staying here to cause trouble for Muyun, it is better to leave enough space for Muyun. Looking at the retreating ninjas, the huge monster suddenly said, "None of you want to escape. And you, that ninja who dares to look down on me, I will let you bury here today, so that you know that the power of a ninja is nothing in front of me." If you want to say who the spear has the deepest hatred for, it is undoubtedly Muyun. For thousands of years, he has been sealed many times, but Muyun is the first to dare to speak directly and despise it. The most important thing is, Muyun has the power to restrain it, the kind of thunder and lightning that makes the sprite feel deep jealousy, but also a strong disgust. Combining these two reasons, So Spooky is the first time to focus on the target on Muyun's body. As the sound of the sprite fell, the huge monster hundreds of meters in the air suddenly blasted a punch, and the air cannon with a diameter of 1 to 10 meters blasted directly at Kakashi and others. Kakazai's face suddenly became ugly. This punch gave him a lot of pressure and made him feel powerless. Don't pay attention to this guy and retreat with them. At this moment, Muyun's body appeared in front of the air cannon, and he also punched, but Muyun's fist was too small compared to the monster's huge fist. And it was this small fist, a punch that was no less powerful than the air cannon blasted by the monster, and slammed into the air cannon. Just as soon as he touched it, the punches that Muyun blasted directly destroyed the air cannon. And then smashed it at the monster without any hesitation. The huge fist hit the monster's body, directly punching a terrifying hole with a diameter of 10 meters. Kakashi watched this scene, his eyes widened, and he found that he always misestimated Muyun's strength. When he thought he had figured out the limit of Muyun's vision, Muyun could always burst into a stronger strength. Li Jiao, but he didn't stay here either. With Muyun's resistance, he didn't care about the monster's attack at all, he just kept retreating with the ninja troops. It was not until they had withdrawn a distance of more than 10 kilometers that Kakashi ordered the ninja troops to stop. He stepped down and looked at the monster who was fighting with Muyun. Without the constraints of the ninja army, Muyun suddenly shouted, "Thunder Dragon!" A giant thunder and lightning dragon with a height of hundreds of meters appeared directly behind Muyun, and then suddenly rushed towards the monster. Terrifying thunder and lightning flashed on the thunder dragon's body, and when it touched the monster's body in an instant, large black marks appeared directly on the monster's body. With the beating of the thunder and lightning, the thunder dragon's body climbed directly along the monster's body, and was tightly wrapped around the monster's body. Received by the thunder dragon the bondage, the monster can't move for a moment. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 156, Soaring Strengthening Point. Spider, I have to say, your ability is really peculiar. You can create such a terrifying undead army, but you have far underestimated the power of a ninja. You, who have been closed to the world for thousands of years, can't understand the power of ninjas at all. Even if you are possessed by other ninjas, the information you learn is only one-sided. You thought your undead legions were invincible, but unfortunately, we've dealt with them anyway. That was bound and couldn't move, and directly talked to the sprite. To be honest, Muyun felt that the Sphinx had a threat similar to that of the 10 Tails, but this guy was too conceited, and he didn't understand the power of the ninja at all. Therefore, this guy is much easier to deal with than the 10 Tails, but the premise is it's because the other party didn't wake up completely and didn't break free from the seal, otherwise, even Muyun would not be able to destroy it. Of course, all of this is just Muyun's guess. Maybe the sprite is far less powerful than he imagined. But in any case, Muyun will not underestimate the other party. The other party can exist for thousands of years, and it must have its own advantages, not to mention that the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength. Muyun has always kept this principle in mind. It's ridiculous. Ninjas are nothing but ants, how can they be compared with me? If you don't have the power of thunder and lightning, do you think you have the qualifications to talk to me? Still very disdainful of ninjas, and the reason is naturally because of Xian's guard ninja in the land of ghosts. When its seal loosened, it tried to control Xian's guard ninja, but it didn't have much hope. What makes it shocking is that it only stated a slightly tempting condition, and in addition to slightly disturbing the other party's mind, the other party's mind collapsed directly and was controlled by it. So for the so-called ninja, Sprite is very disdainful. It thinks that ninjas are probably like this, and they are all so vulnerable. Muyun pouted and said, "What a stubborn guy. No wonder he has been sealed for so many years. Just with this IQ, he still has thinking of ruling the world as simply foolishness." Before waiting for the furious Sprite to speak, Muyun directly controlled the thunderbolt energy contained in Thunder Dragon's huge body to explode fiercely. Rumbling. In an instant, the terrifying thunder and lightning directly enveloped the area of 10 kilometers. The lightning that shone to the extreme instantly emitted a dazzling light, causing all the ninjas to feel dizzy for a short time. The terrifying energy burst out in one breath, setting off a terrifying energy wave, which directly caused the ground for thousands of meters. It sank a few meters. The ground was severely rolled up, and for a while, the earth and rocks were flying like sand and rocks, like an apocalyptic scene. With a mushroom cloud slowly rising. The huge monster of 100 meters was directly buried in the terrifying energy shock. He was injured and shriveled in Muyun twice in a row, and he was extremely depressed and angry at the same time. He really wanted to directly grab Muyun and torture him. Dayton. But unfortunately, its power has not been fully. The seal has not been completely destroyed, so it is impossible to do this for the time being. Damn ninja, wait, after I recover and break free of the seal, I will be the first to solve you. The gloomy and incomparable voice of the sprites sounded directly in the dark space, very infiltrating. The battle here not only stunned the ninjas in Konoha, but also the ninjas in other ninja villages were shocked. Because the monsters and Thunder Dragon's body size is incomparably huge, reaching a size of 100 meters, so this battle has clearly fallen into the eyes of the other 5 ninjas in the ninja village. To be honest, this kind of terrifying battle is the only one they have seen in their lives, even if it is other. The shadow of the 444 villages is also the same, and only Onogi is calmer after all. After all, he is the only one left who has experienced the era of Senju Hasuma and Uchiha Madara, although this battle is very dynamic. Amazing, but it didn't make him lose his temper. But in any case, this battle directly reminded the other ninjas of Ninja Village that the power of Konoha Thor is far beyond their expectations, and they need to re-evaluate the wood. Yi Lei Shen's influence. Looking at the annihilated monster, Muyun clapped his hands and appeared beside Kakashi in an instant. Go ahead. After this time, it is estimated that until you enter the country of ghosts, you will not encounter too much obstruction. This battle, tens of thousands of undead legions were directly wiped out. Even if the undead legions were huge, they couldn't bear such a huge consumption. And seeing his own strength, no matter how stupid he was, he couldn't continue to send these little shrimps to die, because this makes no sense at all. Konoha's ninja army is heading towards the country of ghosts again, and as expected by Muyun, they hardly encountered any decent obstacles along the way. Even the undead army they encountered was just a big cat 2 or 3, they were solved easily. With almost no effort, Konoha's ninja troops entered the country of ghosts directly, and the process was very easy. Kakashi said with emotion, if this time it wasn't because of the existence of Muyun. It is estimated that we will be completely wiped out. Not to mention the huge monster of 100 meters, the undead army alone is enough for them to drink a pot. It is estimated that they will be wiped out under the entanglement of the undead army. After all, 4/5 of the undead army on the way, it was Muyun who eliminated them, and they didn't contribute much at all. Especially this time the number of ninjas they led was not large. Of course, it was precisely because of the existence of Muyun that Tsunade sent so many ninjas, because Tsunade the hand knows that there is Muyun. Even if the ninja is not dispatched, there is no problem. Listening to Kakashi's words, Muyun just smiled, and his heart was very excited at this time. This battle alone, his reinforcement points have skyrocketed to more than 1.4 million. He didn't even see the sprite's face, so he directly obtained so many reinforcement points. Muyun was very happy. It's really not wrong. Sprite is just giving him reinforcement points. Originally, Muyun thought that Dayemu was already a very powerful reinforcement point brushing machine, but compared with Sprite, Dayemu is simply a younger brother, not even a younger brother. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect and recommend. Chapter 157 You Will Die. After arriving in the country of ghosts, Muyun and others also saw Xian, the witch of the country of ghosts. At this time, the witch Xian looked very haggard, with a strong desire to die. You are the ninjas of Konoha. Didn't you think breaking through the blockade of the undead army so quickly and entering the country of ghosts, the ninjas from other ninja villages haven't come yet? A slight smile appeared on Xian's face and said, Muyun and the others are the first to arrive in the country of ghosts, and the ninja troops from other ninja villages have not yet arrived. In fact, it is not difficult to imagine that the reason why Muyun can easily deal with the undead legion is because of his strength, and his ability to restrain the undead legion and the sprites. But other ninja villages are not so easy. Union Village, although he is proficient in thunder escape, there is still a big gap with his own thundering fruit. Moreover, Muyun has also discovered that the only thing that can restrain the sprite is the lightning condensed by natural energy, and the thunder escape triggered by chakra cannot be achieved at all. To the effect of restraint. Perhaps Onagi's dust escape can also restrain the undead army, but unfortunately, Onamu's chakra is not enough, and he can use dust escape a few times. Muyun looked at Shiyuan and said, How is the situation now? Did you break the seal? In comparison, Muyun was more concerned about the sprite's situation, and he keenly found that the development of things did not seem to be going so smoothly. At least from Ziyuan's haggard face and eyes full of death desire, Muyun can guess that things have developed to a very bad point. As expected, Ziyuan said, The speed of your arrival is not bad. Quickly, but the sprite has broken most of its seals, and its will is fully awakened. It is estimated that in 3 days at most, the sprite will completely break free from the seal, and the whole world will be plunged into disaster. Speaking of this, the expression on Xian's face suddenly became serious. I'm ready. If I still can't stop the sprite from breaking away from the seal, I will sacrifice myself to strengthen the seal of sprite. In the kingdom of ghosts, Ziyuan is fully prepared for this day. Her mother did the same at the beginning. Perhaps this is the meaning of their witch's existence. Muyun frowned and said, Actually, I don't need to be so troublesome. I will try to eliminate the sprites completely. If I fail, it's not too late for you to strengthen the seal. Be honest, Muyun didn't want to see such a beautiful woman sacrifice herself. From the moment he saw Ziyuan, Muyun was attracted by the beauty of the other party. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman should die like this. Moreover, he still has a mission. He couldn't give up the mission, so he saved him. Xian is nothing. Was a glimmer of hope in Ziyuan's eyes. Looking at Muyun, it was very fast. This glimmer of hope disappeared in his eyes. You will die if you fight with sprites. Hearing this, Muyun's face was slightly startled, but he forgot that Ziyuan would see the future. Maybe Ziyuan saw his own future, and Muyun showed an interesting smile on his face. Death. How did you know I was going to die? Xian closed her eyes. Without much to say, she was afraid that Muyun would collapse instantly after hearing about her future. All along, many people have come to her to predict the future, but most people's futures are not good. All of these people are collapsed, desperate and lost the power to survive. Since then, although Ziyuan can still see the future of others, he will never say it, at least until the future happens. Everyone has the right to survive. Muyun probably also knows that Ziyuan is silent. The reason for this, said, Don't worry, even if the future you see is that I am really dead, I will not have any mood swings. Because I have never believed in the so-called destiny. Even if I really die in the future, I will change this future. Muyun believes that Ziyuan's ability to see the future is real, but he also believes in his own strength. Perhaps in the so-called future that Ziyuan saw, he really died, but now all this has not happened. This is just the future. Just, with his strength, why can't he change the future? Ziyuan suddenly opened his eyes and said, You are very strange, your body seems to be covered with a layer of mist. Although I can see your future, but there is also a kind of I can't see how you feel. I have predicted the future for countless people, but I have never encountered a special situation like you. Are you really not afraid of a mortal future? Muyun said with a smile. Miss Ziwan, maybe you still don't know the meaning of the profession of ninja. Once you become a ninja, then death will follow you. No matter what. Of the mission or in the leisure time, the life of a ninja is always unpredictable. Maybe the next moment, he will die. So as a ninja, most people are no longer afraid of death, so am I, and I don't believe I will die. Ziyuan glanced at Muyun in amazement, and then said, actually, in the future I see, you have exploded with unprecedented power, and fought a tragic battle with sprites. Even in battle, you are slightly suppressing the sprites. Speaking of which, a blush appeared on Ziyuan's face, but at this moment, in order to save me, you were attacked by a sprite through your chest and fell from the air. When she said this, Xian's eyes flashed a strange light, and she turned her head away in embarrassment. Muyun was stunned for a moment, and then said, that's it. With the domineering arrogance of knowledge, how could he have been successfully attacked by sprites? Even if he was pierced through his chest, it could only show that he did it voluntarily, and maybe he had some tactics at the time. The future, Muyun didn't care at all. Ziyuan's eyes widened and looked at Muyun in disbelief. Hearing that his future was death, this man didn't react at all. Could it be that he didn't believe that he could see the future, but it seemed that Muyun didn't have this idea. Could it be that this man is really not afraid of death? Indifferent to the future. Chapter 158. The sprite wakes up early. Until the end, Ziyuan still couldn't hold back and asked, Muyun, are you really not afraid of life and death? Xian still doesn't believe that there are people in this world who are not afraid of death, and death is a terrible thing for everyone. Even a person with strong psychology and quality will definitely feel fear after learning of his death. Muyun smiled and said, not afraid of life and death, it must be a lie, I am also afraid of death, but I believe in myself more. Ziyuan looked at Muyun seriously, and seemed to be a little confused by the answer that Muyun gave. Because she can't understand at all, what is the source of this confidence? Muyun didn't explain that much. This kind of thing is not clear, and everything will naturally have an answer at that time. And Muyun also thought, 157. Take a look at what the so-called future looks like. It was not until a day later that the other 444 ninja villages entered the country of ghosts one after another. I didn't expect Konoha's ninjas to take the lead, it's amazing. After seeing the Konoha ninjas station, Terumi-Mei took the lead to Sai. They all saw the terrifying 100-meter monster before, and they knew that it was the Konoha ninjas' encounter. But what they didn't expect was that the obstruction was so tricky. The Konoha ninja was the first to arrive, which made Terumi-Mei's eyes looking at Muyun full of curiosity and exploration. She admitted that if she encountered that kind of monster, she would not. It may be easy to solve it, and they just saw the size of the monster, and they don't know the fighting power of the monster. The only one who remained calm was Onogi, who had seen Muyun's strength, just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Oops, Sprite woke up early. Just then, still, Xian's expression changed as he told Onogi and the others about the situation. He clearly sensed that the Sprite woke up earlier, which made her face change dramatically, and she was caught off guard. Oyemyu's face also became solemn. It seems that we have no time to rest. We must solve this trouble as soon as possible. Except for Muyun, the expressions of the other 444 shadows were extremely solemn, because they all felt the power of the evil power emanating from the Sprite. At this moment, they all knew that they underestimated Sprite, but up to now, I can only bite the bullet. Muyun showed a very interested look and fought. He doesn't have the slightest sense of tension, and has absolute confidence in his own strength. And he really wants to see the strength of the Sprite. He has already beaten the tail beast, and he wants to know the strength of the Sprite and the tail beast. Whether there is a gap, how big is this? Look! At this moment, Gaara screamed in surprise, causing everyone present to look at the sound. All the undead legions are in sight. According to rough estimates, the number has reached hundreds of thousands. Moreover, these undead legions are gradually surrounding them. It seems that the situation is very bad. Ziyuan's face is solemn. Said, the Sprite is completely awakened. After that, the number of undead legions has further increased, and the most important thing is that the power that the sprites can use now is much stronger than before. That is to say, the strength of these undead legions that you see now is much stronger than before. Ziyuan's words changed the expressions of everyone present, only Muyun was calm. The fourth Reikage couldn't help but said, "Isn't there anything that can be done once and for all? We have already lost quite a few ninjas on the way to the land of ghosts." Before setting off again, Union Village dispatched thousands of ninjas, but since then, they have lost a lot of fighting against the undead army. Until now, the number of ninja troops in Union Village is only about 1,000. Others, the situation in Shinobi Village is similar. Before they set off, they never thought that sprites are so difficult to deal with. In fact, it is not surprising, just as sprites don't understand ninjas, ninjas also don't understand sprites, they really exist. The time is too long. It can even be said that all ninjas only know their names, but the ninjas who have really seen the sprites do not exist at all. Xian said, "There is no way, only to seal the sprites. If there is really a way to do it once and for all, then the witches in the kingdom of ghosts will not have sealed the ghosts at the expense of themselves." Onogi asked, "The witches in the kingdom of ghosts and the ghosts have fought so hard. For many years, even if there is no one-size-fits-all solution, there is still a way to deal with it." Quote, "The number of undead legions is too large. Even if we use the lives of ninjas to fill in, we will not be able to fill them all." Onagi's words won the unanimous approval of the 4 generations of Reikage and others. All of them looked at Xian with hope. However, the truth was cruel. Xian shook his head and said, "There is only one way to deal with sprites, and that is to seal them. If we really can't pass the undead army, we can only watch the sprites break free from the seal completely." For a while, everyone was silent, and their hearts were extremely desperate. These undead legions are the strength of elite Chunin. After using the domineering sense of seeing and hearing, Muyun directly found that the strength of the undead army is all controlled by the elites. It is very balanced. Muyun's words are even more in the hearts of everyone. 7A layer of gloom is overshadowed, and elite Chunin is not weak. The faces of Onogi and others are very ugly. Among the ninjas they brought, the number of elite Chunin is only 10,000. Even though there are hundreds of people in Shangnan, they are still unable to deal with such a large number of undead legions. Even if they add 4 shadow-level powerhouses, it is not enough, and Gaara is only a beginner in shadow level. If the 4 of them join forces, they can still open up a bloody path, but these guys can't be killed at all, they can only be sealed, which undoubtedly brings huge obstacles to their actions. At this moment, Oyemyu's eyes lit up and he said, "As a witch, you should be able to restrain the undead legion again. No matter how bad it is, can you weaken their power?" Chapter 159 Wanlei. Facing Oyegi's hopeful gaze, Xian said slowly, "The witchcraft I know can indeed restrain the power of sprites." Onagi's face instantly lit up with a hint of joy, but before he could wait for his joy to last long, Xian continued, "However, the number of undead legions is too large. Sorcery cannot cover a wide area to attack, so this point it doesn't work either." Onagi's mood is like riding a roller coaster, and as soon as he goes up and down, the trace of joy in his heart has not yet solidified, and it is directly shattered. The killing has passed, and now the undead army has surrounded us, and we have no way out. Even if we want to retreat now, it is impossible, we can only face it. At this moment, the figure of his father appeared in the mind of the 4th Reikage, thinking that when the 3 generations of Reikage fought alone against tens of thousands of ninjas, they were not afraid at all, so what was he afraid of? With great pride, Union Village has always solved things with fists, and almost all the muscles in the head. The words of the 4th Reikage have been recognized by others. He is right, now they have no way out, even if they want to retreat, and the sprites may not let them go. Thinking of this, no matter what. Whether it was Onogi or Terumi-mei, they all led the ninjas towards the undead army and started to fight. For a time, all kinds of ninjutsu were flying all over the sky, and the ninja army led by 4 shadow-level powerhouses was directly like a tiger. It's like a flock, and it's really impressive for a while. Especially the 4th Reikage, The movement of the shot is very huge, and every move has a whole ninja to fall down, compared to the fourth Hokage. For taijutsu ninjas, the undead army is really easy to deal with. The most difficult one is Onogi. Although his dust escape is a weapon for clearing soldiers, but the amount of chakra is not enough, he can't use it on a large scale at all. I used Tuden ninjutsu to attack, but unfortunately, the damage of Tuden ninjutsu to the undead army is very weak. Therefore, not long after the battle, Onogi began to pant, and even twisted his waist. Kakashi looked at Muyun suspiciously and said, "Muyun, can't we do it?" The current situation is very critical. In Kakashi's view, only when all the ninjas are united can there be a chance to kill a bloody way. But looking at Muyun, it seems that there is no attack order at all. Kakashi can only be anxious, because the commander-in-chief this time is Muyun. Looking at Kakashi's anxious look, Muyun said plainly, "What are you doing with your hands, are you going to die?" Said, Muyun pointed to the 4 great ninja villages and said, "Look at yourself, a momentary surge of blood can't solve any problem. Can the undead army of hundreds of thousands of elite Junin strength be able to deal with them?" Looking at Muyun's fingers, the ninja troops that had an advantage at the beginning have now fallen into an absolute disadvantage, almost being pressed and beaten. Especially the ninjas whose strength is lower than the upper ninja are almost being slaughtered. There is no trace of resistance. That is, foreshadow level powerhouses can barely maintain their combat effectiveness under the attack of the undead army, and they are still fighting back. But looking at the appearance, it seems that they will not last long. After all, the chakra of ninjas is limited. More not to mention such a high-intensity battle, although a lot of undead legionnaires have been eliminated, their own chakra is also huge. You must know that the undead legion is not an ordinary enemy. In addition to the seal, the only way to destroy this one is complete destruction. Method: in this way, the chakra spent is undoubtedly more terrifying. Did you see that rushing up hastily? It has no effect at all, and it only consumes vitality. Muyun looked at Kakashi and said lightly. Kakashi's face was full of despair, and he said, "Is there really no way? Even if we don't rush up, we will still die in the end. The undead legion doesn't care if you take the initiative to attack, they will all attack, and when the time comes, it will still be a dead man." A smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face, and he said, "I just said that they can't deal with the undead legion. But it didn't say I couldn't deal with it." Kakashi's face suddenly climbed a trace of joy, and asked, "Muyun, do you have a way to deal with the undead army?" Muyun did not speak, but secretly condensed the natural energy of the thunder attribute, and suddenly emptied half of the thunder attribute energy in his body. It directly covered a radius of dozens of kilometers. The terrifying thunder and lightning directly stunned the ninjas who were fighting. Even the 4 shadow-level powerhouses were dumbfounded, staring at the sudden thunder and lightning. With a strong shock in his eyes, Shuju murmured, "Is it possible that the thunderbolt is Muyun's shot?" Tamari can only think of Muyun alone who can launch a large-scale terrifying lightning attack like 157, and no one else can do it. A smile appeared on Konkuro's embarrassed face, and he said, "Brother-in-law is still very powerful. What a terrifying amount of chakra, he can directly launch such a large-scale move at once. With such a wide coverage requires a huge amount of chakra. Even Konkuro has some doubts. Even a tailed beast probably doesn't have so many chakras." Onogi looked at the boundless thunder and lightning that enveloped the sky, secretly in his heart. Said, "If I also have such a terrifying amount of chakra, with the dust escape, who else is my opponent in the entire ninja world? Even if Madara Uchiha is resurrected, I'm afraid I can defeat it." Seeing the completely different reactions on everyone's faces, Muyun's face was expressionless, and he waved his arms directly, "Wan Lei." As Muyun's voice fell, tens of thousands of stout lightnings fell directly from the sky and fell within the range of the undead legion. Constantly sweeping around, the terrifying scene is like the end of the world, which makes people feel palpitations. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 160: The Fear of Muyun. Anything that is touched by lightning, whether it is the undead army or the ground, is turned into fly ash, and even the ground in a radius of tens of kilometers becomes potholes and charred black. Just kidding. A terrifying attack is really what a ninja can do. Quote. Lei done at this level is really too terrifying, it's simply beyond the scope of ninjutsu. As a ninja from Union Village who is proficient in thunder ninjutsu, the 4th generation Reikage simply cannot understand Muyun's power. In his opinion, this is definitely beyond the scope of ninjutsu. Even Muyun's chakra is more than a tailed beast, it is much larger, otherwise such a terrifying attack would never be possible. Even the 4th generation of Reikage thought like this, not to mention the others, who were immediately speechless, as if their throats were caught by a big hand. In general, I can't speak at all. Look, although these lightnings included us in the attack range, they didn't hurt us, and they seemed to avoid us on purpose. At this moment, Terumi Mei's terrified voice sounded, causing the 4th generation of Reikage and the others to come back to their senses, and then, there was an even stronger shock. You must know that Lei Dun is a violent force, and if you want to control it, it's not easy, let alone driving like an arm. Moreover, Muyun launched a large-scale super attack move. How could it be possible to drive like an arm and make the thunder and lightning be like his arm? It's a terrible guy, this level of Lei Dun. I have never heard of it. I have never seen it before. Even if it is faced with a ninja army in a certain village, it can be defeated in battle. At this moment, whether it was the 4th generation of Reikage or the 3rd generation of Toying, the threat of Muyun to his village immediately appeared in his mind. For a time, the eyes of the 4 shadow-level powerhouses flickered with unpredictable rays of light. With the indiscriminate and continuous attacks of tens of thousands of thunder and lightning, the undead army, which was so large that the 4 shadow-level powerhouses were helpless, was directly wiped out. Muyun, your strength is really surprising. Whenever I think it's right when you know enough, you always surprise me again, as if your strength has no limit. Kakashi's eyes are full of amazement. One move can destroy hundreds of thousands of elite Chunin-level enemies. If Muyun born in the era of war, it is estimated that it is on the same level as the first Hokage and others. Maybe it is more powerful than the first Hokage. For a time, Kakashi's mind appeared a thought that even he thought was ridiculous, but he still looked for it. There is no reason to refute. And the 4 shadow-level powerhouses glanced at each other, and they could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. They had already imagined that if there was a day Konoha attacked them, once Muyun shot, then their village will be powerless to resist. Although the power of the tailed beast is called a weapon of war, the tailed beast has a disadvantage, that is, it cannot control the accuracy of its own attacks. That is to say, the power of the tailed beast as a double-edged sword can hurt the enemy as well as themselves. But Muyun has no such concerns, and has the ability to use it without fear. It was just this short moment that a trace of vigilance naturally arose in their hearts. The demise of the Undead Legion made Muyun's reinforcement points skyrocket again, reaching as many as 2.7 million. With the demise of the Undead Legion, Muyun and others, under the leadership of Xian, people went to the temple where the sprites were sealed. As soon as he approached the temple, Muyun felt a very evil force hovering around. This kind of power is different from chakra, which makes Muyun feel a little strange, and, Muyun can feel it, the level of this power must be a little higher than chakra. Although it is still a lot worse than your own natural energy, it has an absolute advantage compared to chakra. It seems that this time is troublesome, this kind of power is for ninjas. It's so tricky. At this moment, Muyun finally understood why his attack could easily destroy the undead army, but other ninjas couldn't. Because chakra's power level is already a bit lower than the sprite's power level, how could there be too significant effect? Kakashi asked. Muyun, have you noticed something? According to Kakashi's understanding of Muyun, he knows that Muyun will never say some insignificant words. Since he has said it, it means that the situation is much worse than he imagined. Muyun nodded and said, yeah, sprites are stronger than chakras, so for ninjas, it's a very tricky existence. Let's inform you, wait for the battle to start, don't get too close, this battle, I can do it alone. After knowing the power level of the sprites, Muyun already understood that the role of Kakashi and the others in this battle is no longer important. Moreover, his purpose is to destroy sprites, so he does not expect Kakashi and the others to be able to wed a favor. Kakashi heard the words. Although he was a little confused, he still informed according to Muyun's instructions. For a time, Konoha's ninjas stopped directly 5 kilometers away from the temple, and did not continue to move forward. And this move was naturally discovered by the ninjas of other ninja villages. What do you Konoha ninjas mean? The fourth Raikage questioned in an instant. In the eyes of the 4 generations of Raikage, this battle is related to their life and death, and they must go all out. Konoha ninjas' behavior is a naked escape. Li Jiao, why are they going up and desperate? Konoha ninja will see. Although Onogi and the others did not speak, the meaning in their eyes is obviously the same as that of the fourth Raikage. Kakashi did not hide it, and said the truth. The power of sprites is very restrained by ninjas, so be careful. Of course, Kakashi is not a fool. Naturally, he kept his mind a little bit, and didn't say anything about Muyun's battle alone. If this matter is said, won't the 4 generations of Raking and the others just sit back and enjoy it? Although Kakashi is not a narrow-minded person, he can't help but be careful when dealing with ninjas from other villages. The 4th Raikage snorted coldly and said, then you Konoha ninjas should be tortoises. You Konoha are afraid of sprites, but our Union village is not afraid. Hokage start with a thunder fruit. Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161 Ineffective Dust Escape. Although he said so, the expression on the 4th generation Raikage is still embarrassing. He has seen the strength of the undead army, so the strength of the sprites can be imagined. The mere ninjas also want to oppose me. I really feel uncomfortable. Strength. Ninjas of the 4 major ninja villages just entered the temple when they were blasted out by a black energy column, and all the ninjas under the upper ninja died on the spot. He hurriedly got his ninja out of the temple. The 4th Raikage rushed up first, but was swept away by a huge black tentacle and landed on the ground, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Onogi and others looking at the 4 generations of Raikage who were defeated by one move, the expressions are very solemn. The strength of the 4 generations of Raikage can be ranked among the shadow-level powerhouses, but they are still defeated by one move. No, how terrifying the sprite's strength is. The next moment, a huge figure with a height of several hundred meters appeared in front of them, covered in black mist, looking extremely terrifying. Sprite smiled strangely, said, just because you want to oppose me, you just don't know what to do, give me all to die. Another huge black tentacle stretched out from the sprite's body, and drew it towards Onogi 157 and others. The whistling wind made Onogi and the others' pupils shrink for a while, and they could feel the tentacle above it. The terrifying power contained in it. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Terumi Mei made a seal with her hands, and a ferocious water dragon that was dozens of meters in height immediately rose up and met the black tentacles. PFF'd. What changed Terumi Mei's expression was that the water dragon that looked incomparably huge in front of the black tentacles, they couldn't resist for even a second before they were shot away. The water splashed down the sky, and with this gap, Onogi and others directly avoided the tentacle's attack. The next moment, the tentacle slapped directly on the ground, and a terrifying pothole with a diameter of tens of meters appeared directly on the ground, with a depth of more than 10 meters, which shows the power of this blow. Terumi Mei looked at the sprite with an extremely solemn expression, and opened her mouth. Said, I didn't expect that my water dragon can't even resist. What a powerful force this is. Long time, Terumi Mei was very confident in his own strength, and even once thought that his strength was no less than that of Konoha's Chinsho Tsunade. But at this moment, he finally understood, even if he was stronger than Chinsho Tsunade, how could she still be so powerless in front of the sprite, just like a child facing an adult, making her feel extremely desperate. Is this the power of a ninja? It seems that it is indeed a group of wastes, and they are simply vulnerable. Why does this kind of waste still exist in the world? It is a waste of precious survival. Terumi gnashed her teeth angrily, but she couldn't do anything. Her chakra was running out, she couldn't afford to waste it. Gaara looked at the mad and childless, and said, we are not waste. No matter how strong you are, we will beat you. Sandstorm Burial. The endless yellow sand suddenly poured out from under the ground, setting off a huge horror hundreds of meters. Sand waves rolled down directly at the sprites. The yellow sand that suddenly appeared seemed to make the sprites unresponsive, and was directly buried by the yellow sand in the sky. Gaara looked serious, watching the yellow sand being buried. The sprite said, "The sand binds the coffin." A large amount of yellow sand immediately began to squeeze and shrink. Even a piece of iron and stone would be squashed under the force of this squeezing. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up and she said, "Did you succeed?" Looking at the momentum caused by Gaara's move, this idea appeared in Terumi Mei's mind for the first time. Regarding the power of this move, Terumi Mei has no doubts at all. Even if the tailed beast is hit directly, I can't ask for it. But at the next moment, a crack appeared on the surface of the yellow sand that had been compressed to the extreme, and it continued to expand. With a bang, the yellow sand in the sky exploded, and the sprite directly broke open the sandstorm buried. Bound. It's naive to try to solve me with this soft move. The sprite's tone was full of disdain. To be honest, the sprite is very disappointed now. Originally, after meeting Muyun, although he didn't care about it, he still had a heart in his heart, saying, there may be strong people among the ninjas. But at this moment, the vigilance of the ninjas in the hearts of the ninjas has disappeared without a trace. Whether it is the fourth generation of Hokage, or Terumi Mei and Gaara, the strength shown is still too weak in its view. It is so weak that it does not even have the qualifications to take it seriously. Don't be ashamed, you have been sealed for so long, and you are not qualified to judge the strength of the ninja. The most powerful thing in a ninja is will, no matter what. Wherever you are, the will of the ninja will not be shaken. The technique of removing the boundaries of dust escape. Anamu looked grim, and a huge rectangular white beam of light extended directly from his hand and swept away at the sprite's chest. This move was a move that broke out all the chakras on Anamu's body. It is also all the hope of Onogi. The rectangular beam of light appeared in front of the sprite in an instant, and it was about to touch the Sphinx's body. Seeing this scene, Onogi's face suddenly showed a smile. As long as he was touched by his dust escape hits, whatever it is, will be decomposed into atomic form. No matter how powerful this sprite is, it is useless. But that's not all. Although the sprite was a little surprised, his tone was still full of disdain. Onogi blushed and stared at Sphinx. He wanted to see Spooky's expression when his body was separated into an atomic form. But soon, Oyemu's eyes widened, and his eyes were full of disbelief. I saw that in front of the white cuboid beam of light, a thick black mist gathered together, and the dust slammed on the black mist, and it was unexpectedly different from the black mist. The fog stagnated, and the expected destruction did not appear. His dust escape actually failed. This is the first time that Oyemu has encountered such a situation in decades. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 162 vs. Sprite. You must know that Chen Dun's prestige was played out, not blown out, but it has lost its due effect today, which made Onogi stunned. This move is very interesting, but unfortunately your strength is not enough, it's a bit unsustainable now. At the moment when the words fell, the dazzling white cuboid beam of light slowly dissipated, and Onogi's chakra was also exhausted. Damn, is it really over like this? Anamu was half knelt on the ground. After the chakra was exhausted, he felt very weak, and he couldn't even stand up. At the same time, Onogi's heart was also very unwilling. Hit Jongong, but how could he think that he was blocked so easily? Of course it's over, all of this, but the price is that you all have to die. The sprite made a low voice, which made the hearts of Dayemu and others suddenly chill. They wanted to resist, but they didn't have any strength. Hey, Muyun, can we really defeat this kind of guy? It doesn't work. Kakashi looked at the almost invincible sprite with despair in his eyes. Although he had seen Muyun's terrifying strength, at this moment, he couldn't help but doubt whether Muyun could really defeat the sprite. No, Kakashi, Cassie, it's not that the blood is useless to eliminate, but the strength of Onogi and sprite is not equal, that will make you have this illusion. To give the simplest example, even if a child has the best weapon, he can't defeat a ninja. This is a truth. The gap between Onogi and Sprite is too great. As early as the moment when Anamu used the dust escape, Muyun's arrogance and domineering had already captured the specific situation. The dust escape was not completely ineffective, but was offsetting with the black mist around the Sprite. But what happened to Anamu's chakra? The amount is not enough, and the strength is not comparable to the Sprite. Therefore, the speed of Chen Dun to eliminate the black fog is very slow, so slow that it cannot be detected by the naked eye, and only Muyun's domineering can perceive it. Kakashi looked at Muyun suspiciously. Why didn't he see so many things? But Muyun saw Kakashi's eyes. Muyun didn't say anything, just made a seal with his hands. Mu Dunmu, the art of clone. The two wooden clones suddenly appeared beside Muyun, and then shot out quickly, kicked Onogi and the fourth Raikage back, and then grabbed Gaara and Terumi-me and quickly retreated back. And Muyun was a flash before him. A princess hugged her hand, and sent it to a safe place. Kakashi, take them out of here. The next battle is not something you can participate in. After handing the Tamari to Kakashi, Muyun turned to face the Sprite and said, "Be careful." Kakashi nodded and took the remaining few people away. In the short collision just now, except for Konoha Ninja who lost almost zero, Shinobu Village suffered heavy losses. There were only a few dozen people on top. Shinobu followed the Konoha Ninja and left here, and everyone was wearing color. Muyun didn't really think about the life and death of the others. If you want to save it, it's just to save Tamari and Terumi-me plus Gaara. But in the plan after Muyun, Dayemu and others were still needed, so they rescued him. "It's you." Sprite saw Muyun. He gritted his teeth and said. For Muyun, Sprite hates to the extreme, and at the same time is a little bit jealous. For so many years, Muyun is the only person other than the witch who can restrain its power. Therefore, Sprite naturally wants to completely get rid of Muyun. After all, although he has confidence in his own strength, he does not want a person who can restrain his strength to live. Maybe when Muyun grows up, he will be able to have the strength to threaten it. Muyun raised his eyebrows and said, "It's really me. In the next battle, let me play with you." From the Sprite's tone, Muyun can be sure that his ability is absolutely capable of restraining Spook, otherwise the other party would not have such a big reaction. No matter who it is impossible to allow a sharp sword to hang in the air. The top of his head, and for Sprites, he is this sharp sword. That's why Sphinx hates himself so much. "Ninja, I want you to live rather than die." Two huge black tentacles stretched out directly from the Sprite's body, and they volleyed and slammed fiercely towards Muyun. The air was directly blown up by the violent force, and there were bursts of loud noises, which were extremely harsh. Land's feet cut steel. Muyun jumped up immediately, his legs swirled in the air, and a huge vacuum slashing wave of hundreds of meters roared out. "Ninja, it's useless, just relying on this kind of pediatric move, there is no way to resist me. Attack." The voice of the Sprite is full of disdain. The reason why the undead army was defeated by Muyun before is because the Sprite thinks that its power has not been fully recovered. It admits that the power of Muyun can indeed restrain it, but even restraint is necessary. Strength, and in its eyes, Muyun's strength is obviously not enough. Can you resist? You say it doesn't matter. A terrifying shock wave erupted the moment the huge vacuum slashing wave came into contact with the black tentacles. The powerful shock wave spread in all directions, instantly destroying everything within a radius of thousands of meters, and the ground seemed to be covered by several thousands of tons of explosives were bombed, and it became shattered. The chopper wave and the black tentacles stalemate for a moment, and then in the unbelievable gaze of the Sprites, they directly cut off the black tentacles, and then rushed towards him with a whistling whistle. Although it was very shocking, the Sprite's response was not slow, and a large cloud of black mist condensed in front of him in an instant. The slashing wave plunged directly into the black mist, and then violently erupted. When it opened, it was dispersed into countless tiny energy blades, which directly dispersed the black mist. But after the black mist was dispersed, the slashing wave immediately lost all of its power and collapsed and became invisible. After all, it was only rootless duckweed. Without the support of energy, it is not easy to do this. After experiencing this lesson, the contempt for Muyun disappeared without a trace, and he became cautious in his heart. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read to collect, recommend. Chapter 163 Super, God's Punishment. Thor. Muyun looked at the gigantic size of the sprite, and instantly mobilized the energy in his body, directly condensing a giant thunder and lightning that was also hundreds of meters in size. This scene fell on Onogi and others who had already withdrawn from dozens of kilometers away. In his eyes, he suddenly became vigilant in his heart, and his fear of Muyun rose a few steps again. With this type of body, not to mention its combat effectiveness, the shock from the visual alone is incomparable. When they saw this thunder giant, they felt a deep sense of powerlessness in their hearts, not to mention ordinary ninjas. At the moment when the thunder giant appeared, a huge sense of crisis appeared in the hearts of sprites. There is a strong sense of danger from above. It really is the power that can restrain me. 157. I didn't expect it to be this far. The sprite's heart is very dignified. It feels a different breath from other ninjas from Muyun's body. It seems that your power does not come from yourself, but natural energy. After carefully feeling the power of thunder and lightning on Muyun's body, Ji-yun was horrified. With such a huge amount of natural energy, except for someone who could use it thousands of years ago, Ji has never encountered it again. What's more, Muyun, it is still the lightning energy that restrains its power the most. In an instant, the alarm bells in the heart of the sprites suddenly rang out, and they dare not despise Muyun again. Hearing the words of Spears, Muyun was surprised, and said, "This is you too." It can be seen that it is indeed a ghost that everyone fears, and there are indeed 2 brushes. The sprite can recognize at a glance that what he is using is not chakra, but natural energy, and this alone is enough to make Muyun pay attention. What about natural energy thousands of years ago? It's not that I haven't killed it. I have to die, right? Paying attention to it, has no reservations. In an instant, more than a dozen black tentacles extend out. Each tentacle is hundreds of meters long, and directly shroud the path towards Muyun. Not only that, each tentacle there is also a large amount of black fog surrounding it, and even the air is slightly twisted under this black fog. Thunder Dragon. Looking at the black tentacles attacking him, Muyun directly condensed a giant thunder and lightning dragon with a scale of several hundred meters, circled around him, and slammed into the black tentacles. The number is dominant, but in front of the thunder and lightning dragon, it was quickly defeated, and then directly devoured the past. A shield stood in front of him. Thunder Dragon slammed heavily on the black shield, terrifyingly causing everything within a radius of several kilometers to be shrouded by lightning. The ground directly sank for several meters, which is terrifying extremely. But with such a terrifying attack, there were ripples on the color shield, but it did not defeat the black shield. Muyun narrowed his eyes slightly, and the electric energy contained in the terrifying thunder and lightning dragon exploded directly, forming the terrifying explosion. The violent thunder and lightning directly bypassed the black shield, wrapping the body of the sprite, and the violent thunder and lightning lasted for a long time. And it is still absorbing the thunder and lightning energy in nature, and constantly launching attacks. This is the benefit of natural energy. Although the ninjutsu bursting with chakra is not weak, it will dissipate in the end, but natural energy can absorb infinitely. Endless energy to ensure the durability of the attack. Rumble. The next moment, I saw a huge black mist suddenly rise up, directly rushing away the violent thunder and lightning, and the sprite's body once again appeared in Muyun's body. In front of you. Sure enough, I knew it wasn't that easy to solve you. Muyun's face is very solemn. To be honest, Sprite is definitely the most powerful enemy he has encountered in so long. Whether it's one-tailed Shuhei or four-tailed Sun Wukong, they can't compare to Sprite. Under this kind of attack, he was unharmed, and he was even able to get rid of the thunder and lightning attack, which is enough to see the depth of the Sprite. Muyun even felt that if it was the tailed beast that hit him with this move, he would definitely not be able to break free. You must know that his strength is no longer the level he was when he fought with the Four Tails. Now he is a real super shadow level strength. You also take me a trick. There is no unnecessary nonsense. The huge black energy directly gathered in front of it, condensed into a black energy ball with a diameter of several hundred meters, and blasted towards Muyun. Feeling the terrifying power carried by the black energy ball, Muyun's face became more serious than ever before. Sanction of the Super God. The thunder beam with the same diameter of several hundred meters erupted from Thor's body, and greeted the black energy ball fiercely. Rumbling. This time, the two of them did their best, and the terrifying attack power spread directly. Come, directly destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, and it is still extending around. The huge mushroom cloud slowly rose, the ground shook violently, and the ninjas who had withdrawn hundreds of kilometers it started to run wild again, and even use the power of milking. This is simply too terrifying. Are these two guys trying to completely destroy the kingdom of ghosts? After this battle, it is estimated that the map will have to be rewritten. Now. Terumi May ran for the road and watched the movement behind her with a glance. This sight made her die. The attack that covered a radius of hundreds of kilometers, how terrifying it was. Fortunately, they obeyed Kakashi's words. Already hundreds of kilometers have been withdrawn, otherwise, just this attack 5. The aftermath of 7 hits can kill them. Terumi May can clearly feel the terrifying threat that the aftermath of the attack brought him, and there is no possibility of resistance. These two guys are chakras infinite. Such a reckless fight. Onogi was also horrified and envious at the same time. If he could have such a terrifying chakra, it is estimated that Chendun would be able to use it infinitely. Even if Uchiha Madara is resurrected, he will not be his opponent. It is a pity that no one knows that Muyun is not using chakra, and the same is true for sprites. The energy used by sprites is very strange, a bit like natural energy, but if you perceive it carefully, you will find the difference. The underlined version of the novel. Chapter 164 Desperate People. What Muyun can feel is that the energy used by sprites is one level higher than that of chakra, but it seems to be one level lower than natural energy. Probably the reason why he restrained it is because of natural energy. If the level is higher than the sprite's energy level, it is estimated that Muyun really can't defeat Sprite. As the aftermath of the attack dissipated, Sprite's body suddenly appeared. The black mist shrouded up and down became very thin. Muyun manipulated Thor again, thinking that the sprite rushed over, and punched the spear. The violent thunder and lightning hit the sprite directly through the shroud of the black fog. The body of the sprite suddenly made the Sphinx retreat a lot. Muyun's eyes lit up and said, "It seems that you are not invincible, your strength is almost exhausted." This moment that Muyun was really sure that the power of the sprite was different from his own. This moment completely confirmed his thoughts. Damn ninja, I must smash you into pieces. With deep resentment in his voice, he rushed towards Muyun. It is not difficult to see that at this moment, Ji-yun was already a little powerless, and the sense of threat that Muyun felt from Ji-yun had become very weak. Looking at the body of the sprite rushing towards, the thunder giant clenched his fist directly, secretly guarding the sprite. But just when the sprite's body was about to collide with the thunder giant, the sprite's figure turned into a black mist and dissipated. Not good. Muyun's complexion suddenly changed, and the domineering expression spread with all his strength, and he immediately found that the sprite's body appeared dozens of kilometers away, and it was still swept away rapidly. Qian, the sorceress outside. I am careless, I didn't expect this guy to be so cunning. At this time, it was too late for Muyun to make a rescue. Although his speed was extremely fast, once he appeared in front of the sprite, a battle would definitely break out. By then, Ziyuan, who had already narrowed the distance of dozens of kilometers, it will definitely be affected. So Muyun can only wait and see what happens, and wait for the opportunity to rescue Ziyuan. After arriving in front of Ziyuan, a black tentacle instantly stretched out from Shiyuan's body, directly binding Ziyuan. Held high in the air. Ha ha ha, ninja, this is annoying. The Shrine Maiden has been watching you with a worried mood since just now, she must have something to do with you, right? If you don't want her to die, then disperse this thunder giant immediately, otherwise, I will kill her immediately. During the battle just now, Ji forgot to look around, and with his ability to capture emotions, he easily discovered what was wrong with Ziyuan. Because from the beginning of the battle, Ziyuan looked at Muyun very worriedly, except for the relationship other than good people, who would care so much about a person's safety. Xian, who thought he had seen the truth, directly put his mind on Xian, and he hated Xian very much, so he did not hesitate. Now, don't listen to it, Muyun, must kill the sprite, you are the last hope, once you lose, the whole world is over. Xian struggled violently, and at the same time used witchcraft to try to get rid of the sprite's control. Her body exuded a green light, but to the despair of Xian, her sorcery had no effect at all. The gap between her and sprite is really too big, so big that she can't resist at all. Moreover, Ziyuan has already felt that the strength of the sprite after fully awakening is very terrifying. Even if she wants to seal it again, it is impossible, even if it is to sacrifice herself. Therefore, Muyun became with the only hope of defeating the Sphinx. Ziyuan certainly doesn't want Muyun to submit, and she also doesn't want to see Muyun die at the hands of Spook. But at the same time, Ziyuan is expecting Muyun to give up everything for her. This kind of complicated Shiyuan's thoughts made Ziyuan extremely entangled. Shut up, Shiyuan, don't think that I dare not kill you. Over the years, every day that passes, my hatred for you witches has increased by 1%, and it is still today. My hatred for you is endless. If it wasn't for your worth of use, I would have killed you long ago. After roaring at Xian, Xian said again, how do you think about whether to disperse the thunder giant or just watch this woman die in front of you? Muyun was silent for a while, and then, the giant thunder and lightning that was hundreds of meters in size suddenly turned into a sky full of thunder and disappeared in place. At the same time as the thunder and lightning giant dispersed, Ziyuan shouted, no, why is all this happening? It's a spooky conspiracy. Even if you compromise, it won't let you go, let alone me. After fighting with sprites for so many years, Xian knows this guy too well, and being unbelievable is almost its label. Keeping promises will never happen to sprites. And Kakashi and others saw Muyun. When I went to Thor, all of them were stunned, and all 157 in their hearts were sinking. Could it be that Muyun's chakra is exhausted? If that's the case, then it's bad. Even Muyun can't deal with sprites, let alone us. Who has a deep understanding of Muyun's strength, is very clear that once Muyun fails, the entire ninja world will no longer. Find someone who can deal with the ghost. Even this man, there is no way. Is it? Terumi murmured desperately, biting her lip tightly. The glimmer of hope that rose in her heart because of Muyun was shattered again, and she couldn't help but become even more desperate. You must know that the most terrifying thing is not despair, but first giving hope, and then shattering hope. This is the state of Terumi at this moment. Muyun. Teju clenched his hands tightly, staring at Muyun's direction. His heart was full of worry and fear. Until this moment, Teju suddenly realized that Muyun had already occupied such an important weight in his heart. I don't know why, at this moment, her heart was as uncomfortable as a needle stick. In addition to despair, she also felt a sense of suffocation. There is only that vague figure. Phailu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Chapter 165 10,000 Thunders annihilate the Aurora. All the movements around were ignored by Tamari, and even Gaara's shouting failed to make her come back to her senses. Muyun, you must not be in trouble. Ah. Tamari prayed secretly in his heart, and his eyes were full of worry. The spear looked at the scattered thunder and lightning giant, and his heart was overjoyed. What it feared was only the terrifying thunder and lightning power contained in the thunder and lightning giant. Losing the thunder god Muyun, not at all to be afraid of. Go to hell, ninja. At this moment, the sprite no longer thinks about torturing Muyun, and just wants to solve this hidden danger as quickly as possible. An extremely sharp thorn was formed, and it was stabbed at Muyun's back. At this moment, Muyun's domineering clearly felt the threat behind him, but after frowning, it was ignore it. Get out of the way. Under the horrified eyes of Zi Yuan, and in the wild laughter of sprites, the black spikes directly pierced through Mu Yun's chest, creating a terrifying hole in Mu Yun's chest. Why, compromise? At this moment, Zi Yuan's face was already full of tears, looking at Mu Yun's eyes full of doubts, and deeply moved. To be able to pay the price of her life for the one who just met her not long ago, how not to shock Xian? Why is there only a dead end for those who oppose me? And I will eliminate the stumbling block on my way to rule the world without hesitation, including you. Xian's murderous voice entered Xian's ears, but at this moment, Xian did not face the fear of death at all, and the expression on his face did not change at all. But what Xian didn't notice was that there was a slight the thunder and lightning flashed under its feet when it was unstoppable. Whoosh! Mu Yun's body appeared beside the sprite without warning, and instantly came to the side of Ziwan, who was imprisoned by the black tentacles. Lightning blade. Mu Yun's fingers flashed with dazzling thunder and lightning, and the blue blade of light instantly cut off the black tentacles. Mu Yun grabbed Zi Yuan's arm, and instantly appeared on top of Sprite's head. Goodbye, Sprite. Thousands of thunders annihilate the aurora. Of the Sprite's head, endless thunder and lightning instantly extended from Mu Yun's palm, covering the Sprite's body in less than 1/10,000% of a second. It never occurred to me that Mu Yun would actually appear by its side, and even more did not expect that Mu Yun's action would be so decisive. Under the attack of tens of thousands of sturdy thunder and lightning, the sprite let out a shrill scream. It makes people shudder. The sprite's body was annihilated in the place where tens of thousands of thunder and lightning attacked, and its size kept shrinking. Until the end, it disappeared directly, and there is no trace left. The whole process is very fast, and it is still in Shiyuan without reacting. The sprites have already been eliminated. After a few seconds, Xian came back to his senses and said with wide eyes, the sprites have really been eliminated. Her tone. In the middle, there is a strong disbelief. It has been almost thousands of years of cognition that sprites can only be sealed and cannot be destroyed, but now this cognition has been broken. For a time, Xian's worldview seems to be broken. It seems very the shock. After recovering, Zi Yuan immediately looked at Mu Yun's chest and asked worriedly, "Are you alright?" Just now, she saw with her own eyes that the black spikes directly penetrated Mu Yun's chest, which is very similar to the future she saw. Zi Yuan is now very afraid that the next moment Mu Yun will die just like the future she saw. "I'm fine, son, don't worry." Mu Yun wanted to comfort Zi Yuan, but as soon as he said the words, he couldn't help spitting out a large mouthful of blood and fell directly into Zi Yuan's arms. Although the elementalization helped him to be immune to the attack of black spikes, it did not completely to offset the damage. After all, the black spikes are strictly energy condensed, not pure physical attacks. Fortunately, the sprites did not use energy attacks, otherwise, Mu Yun would not have been able to win so easily. If you hadn't seen at the moment when his chest was penetrated, the sprite relaxed his vigilance, and coupled with the flying thunder god created by himself, it would definitely take a lot of work for Mu Yun to destroy the sprite. "You are injured." Zi Yuan's face turned pale. The moment she saw Mu Yun spewing blood, her heart was about to jump out, and the whole person suddenly fell into a state of bewilderment. Mu Yun smiled helplessly and reached out to touch Zi Yuan. With smooth cheeks, he said, "Don't worry. It's just a little injury, it's nothing serious." Seeing that Mu Yun's expression didn't seem to be fake, Zi Yuan was relieved and said, "Then find a medical ninja for treatment." Mu Yun nodded, and took Shi Yuan towards Kakashi and others dozens of kilometers away. "Return your life." On the way, Mu Yun directly used the 6 highest profound meaning of life to return, and began to slowly repair the damage to his body. The power of sprites is very strange, and the energy remaining in Mu Yun's body is still slowly eating away at Mu Yun's cells, causing the injury to gradually worsen. Therefore, Mu Yun had to use the return of life for treatment, otherwise he would not have been saved before the medical ninja. With the natural energy of Li Zhao's life, the return is very powerful, and Mu Yun can even feel that his injuries are recovering quickly. The 6th naval form is really a good thing. It can fight and defend, and it can recover to the highest level of cultivation. It's an omnipotent skill. Mu-yun has hardly used the reinforcement points to strengthen the sixth form of the Navy. In the later stage, he cultivated all by himself, but under the powerful physique of Mu-yun, the cultivation progress is very fast. Until now, Mu-yun has mastered the most advanced sixth style skills. Even if you are a strong man who has been immersed in the sixth style naval style for decades, I am afraid that he cannot be compared with himself. After all, although Mu-yun did not use the reinforcement points to strengthen the sixth style naval style, the strengthening of the physique is the same. Technical skills. If you have a strong physique, you will get twice the result with half the effort when you practice. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 166 Never Be Apart Again. The sprites are really wiped out. Kakashi opened one eye wide and muttered a little excitedly. Just now, when he saw Mu-yun's sudden burst of big moves, his heart was full of tension, for fear that Mu-yun would fail, and neither of them would want to live by then. But when he saw Mu-yun being supported by Shiyuan and walking towards him and others, Kakashi reacted instantly. The sprite was really destroyed. Quick, medical ninja, prepare for treatment right away. Seeing Mu-yun being supported, Kakashi understood almost instantly that although Mu-yun eliminated the sprite, he must have suffered a lot of damage. Otherwise, with Mu-yun's character, how could it be possible for someone to support him? Judging from the current situation, Mu-yun is definitely not lightly injured. In fact, how does Kakashi know that the reason why Mu-yun is being supported is because the other party is Ziwan, a beautiful woman? If it were a man, Mu-yun would definitely will throw off each other. Mu-yun. Tears in Shuju's eyes. He rushed towards Mu-yun and hugged Mu-yun. The tears flowed uncontrollably. Do you know how worried I was about you just now? If something happened to you, what should I do? What to do? Looking at the emotional Temari, Mu-yun smiled, touched Temari's hair, and said, how could I have an accident? It's just a mere jerk. Am I not doing well now? After sobbing for a while, seeing that the medical ninja had come to Mu-yun's side, Temari let go of Mu-yun reluctantly, and hurriedly said, hurry up and check on Mu-yun. She was really afraid that Mu-yun would have an accident. After she understood what she was thinking just now, Temari couldn't imagine how she would live after losing Mu-yun. Sometimes, the meaning of life is not in yourself, but in others, and Temari now Mu-yun can no longer be lacking in his life, just like the relationship between fish and water. Konoha's medical ninja heard the words and immediately stepped forward to check Mu-yun's injury, but Mu-yun did not stop it. Although he has been treated with life return, it is not so easy to heal, and there are some minor problems that are not too serious. Telling these not too serious problems through the mouth of the medical ninja can also make Temari feel at ease after a while. The medical ninja wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Master Mu-yun's physical condition is not very good, especially in the chest area, where the local bones are necrotic. The most important thing is that the heart activity of Lord Mu-yun has become weak. This is not an ordinary minor injury, but fortunately, Lord Mu-yun's body is strong, and there will be no problem in a short time. When I return to Konoha, if Hokage-sama personally treats me, I will definitely recover. Mu-yun nodded with a smile. Naturally, he deliberately showed these questions to the medical ninja. The purpose was to make Temari no longer worry. Sure enough, Temari, who got the answer, was relieved. Then hurry back to the village. The injury is critical, don't delay. Although Temari really wanted to stay with Mu-yun for a while, but considering Mu-yun's injury, he still suppressed his inner thoughts. You can meet Mu-yun anytime, but if the time is delayed and the injury worsens, she will not cry anymore. Okay, since the sprites have been eliminated, our goal has been accomplished, and it is time to go back. Looking at Kakashi's inquiring gaze, Mu-yun nodded. Staying here has lost its meaning, and it's time to go home. Shion said hesitantly, are you going to leave soon? To be honest, although the contact time was not long, Ziyuan had already developed deep feelings for Mu-yun, so she was a little reluctant to hear that Mu-yun was leaving. Mu-yun looked at Ziyuan with a tangled look on his face, and said, if you want, you can also follow me and leave. I believe you will like Konoha's environment. Besides, after such a war, the country of ghosts has been destroyed almost. Even if the ghosts have been eliminated, the citizens of the country of ghosts who have left are not expected to come back. The battle between Muyun and sprites directly rewritten most of the terrain of the country of ghosts, and now the territory of the country of ghosts is almost a mess. Especially within the radius of 100 kilometers where Muyun and sprites fought, they were destroyed. The horrific sight, deep potholes can be seen everywhere on the ground, and all the buildings have long since been turned into ruins. It can be said that after this battle, Ziwan directly lost her home. In fact, there is no way to do this. After reaching the super shadow level, random battles will change the terrain, especially when fighting with a guy with great destructive power. Both sides are players with terrifying destructive power, and the outbreak of the battle will definitely destroy a large area. Xian thought for a while, then shook his head and said, although it is a helpless thing to get out of trouble, but after all, as a witch in the land of ghosts, I can't just walk away like this. I want to stay here and try to rebuild the country of ghosts. Maybe the citizens who have left will come back. Anyway, after living in the country of ghosts for so many years, I always have feelings. What Ziyuan said is not without reason. Anyone must have feelings for their hometown, and maybe there will be citizens of the country of ghosts returning to participate in the reconstruction. Without interfering with Ziyuan's decision, Muyun said, that's good. Well, when you want to leave, come to Konoha. Konoha welcomes you at any time. Said, Muyun took out a kunai from the ninja bag and handed it to Ziwan. You hold this kunai, I will come to see you every once in a while. If you are in danger, just crush this kunai, and I will be there as soon as possible. Ziyuan doesn't have chakra, so he can't inject chakra into Kuwu to inform himself, so Muyun has left a special technique in Kuwu in advance. As long as Kuwu is destroyed, he can sense it as soon as possible. Ziyuan accepted Kuwu with a smile on his face, then stood on tiptoe and left a kiss on Muyun's lips, and said, thank you, for helping me eliminate the ghosts, and willing to sacrifice my life for me. After rebuilding the country of ghosts, I will go to Konoha to find you, and we will never be separated again. Chapter 167 Sudden Change. Feeling the warm touch remaining on his lips, listening to Ziyuan's affectionate words, Muyun nodded and said with a smile, I will wait for that day to come. I hope that when the time comes, we can never be separated again. Listening to the conversation between Muyun and Ziyuan, especially seeing Ziyuan's actions, Tamari was suddenly jealous, but he didn't say anything. She knew very well that a powerful man like Muyun was destined to be impossible for her to be restrained by a woman. Besides, she had accepted the existence of Hinata and Ino, and it was no worse than Xian. After saying goodbye, Muyun was about to leave with Konoha's ninja, but at this moment, the fourth Raikage spoke up. Wait, you can't leave yet. From the beginning of the battle, the shadows of their four great ninja villages had a deep fear of Muyun. They knew very well that one day in the future, Muyun would be their biggest enemy. But since Muyun eliminated the sprites to now, but no one stood up, the fourth Raking was a hot temper, and finally couldn't help but take the lead. In the eyes of the fourth Raking, the current Muyun was injured, and it was an excellent way to get rid of the opponent. If the opportunity is missed, there may never be another chance. If Muyun hadn't been injured, he wouldn't dare to stand up even if he had a hot temper and no brains, but Muyun's injury gave him a glimmer of hope. Get rid of Muyun's hope. Seeing the fourth Raikage stand up, Oyemu and the others suddenly fell silent, and did not do anything. They considered more than the fourth Raikage. Although Muyun is injured, who knows how much this injury affects Muyun's strength. If Muyun's combat power is not affected, no, even if only half of his combat power is left, it is not something they can deal with. Terumi May glanced at each other. Neither of them were stupid, and they understood each other's meaning in an instant. Let the fourth Raikage test it out first. Yun is not only his brother-in-law, but also a life-saving benefactor. He has also solved the knot in his heart. It is impossible for Gaara to attack Muyun. The fourth generation of Raikage looked at the reaction of the other three, especially when he looked at Oyemu, cursed the old fox inwardly. At this moment, the fourth Hokage also knew that he was impulsive, and even his actions were within the expectations of Oyemu. Oyemu used him as a spearman. Muyun looked at the fourth Hokage who was standing in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Fourth Hokage, what do you mean?" In the heart of the fourth Hokage. This is to take advantage of his injury to kill himself and eradicate the threat of himself. The fourth Hokage said, "There is nothing that our position is different, I admire that you can eliminate it. Sprite, save the world, but from the perspective of Union Village, this is a good opportunity to get rid of it. If you miss this opportunity, I am afraid that in the future, we will suffer a big loss, so I can only say that it is very regrettable." Hearing what the fourth generation of Hokage said, Kakashi's face changed immediately, and he appeared directly in front of Muyun, and a group of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared in his hand. "Time is crazy. Your Excellency the fourth Hokage, don't you really want to tell Muyun to know that this time we are teaming up to deal with the sprites, not the enemy?" Kakashi's heart is unusually solemn. Don't look at the four generations of Hokage as if they are playing. That is because the strength of the four generations of Hokage is much stronger. But for his own strength, Kakashi is still very clear. He is definitely not the opponent of the fourth Hokage, so if the fourth Hokage really shoots, he will definitely not be able to stop him. Now that Muyun is injured, maybe it will really make the fourth Hokage succeed. Kill Muyun. Not to mention Muyun's strength, you must know that Muyun is now the minister of the Dark Ministry. If he is really killed by the fourth generation of Hokage, it will be a shame for the entire Konoha, and it is a shame for Kakashi. Kakashi also believes that the injured Muyun has little fighting power. But the sprites have been eliminated, and the so-called alliance has lost the meaning of existence. I announce that Union Village will withdraw from this alliance. Hearing this, Kakashi's nerves were tense to the extreme. It seems that the fourth generation of Hokage is determined to take action, and has not cared about his face at all. It seems that Muyun is really putting a lot of pressure on him. Look with Kakashi on guard, the fourth Hokage shook his head and said, "Technician Konoha, Kakashi is indeed a character, but if he wants to stop me, he is not qualified." A swoosh, the body of the fourth Hokage disappeared in place in an instant, directly bypassing Kakashi and appearing behind Kakashi. Kakashi's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinhead, and he was very horrified. I never imagined that the speed of the fourth Hokage was so fast. For a long time, due to the influence of Muyun, he did not have a precise understanding of the speed of the fourth Hokage, but at this moment, Kakashi finally understood that he could become the fourth generation of Hokage. The strength is indeed not blown out. After bypassing Kakashi, the fourth generation of Hokage suddenly appeared on the top of Muyun's head, flashing thunder light all over his body. He has entered the Lei Dun Chakra mode, his right leg is already Haigao lifts up. Although it's a pity, I have to take action. Your existence is too much of a threat to other people. Yi Lei Shen Furious Thunder Axe. The foot that contained the whole body of Raing of the fourth generation fell directly at Muyun, and the air was directly stepped on by this foot, making an overwhelmed explosion. Shield of Sand. At this moment, Gaara raised both hands, and a large amount of yellow sand rose directly from the soles of Muyun's feet, forming a huge and generous shield, blocking the top of Muyun's head. It landed on the sand shield, and instantly kicked a large amount of yellow sand, and a crack appeared directly on the incomparably strong sand shield. Ka. As the crack continued to expand, after a few seconds, the sand shield it shattered directly, but the foot of the fourth Hokage has also lost its attack power. The fourth Hokage twisted his waist directly in the air, and landed on the ground with a backflip. After standing up, he glared at Gaara and said, "Wudai Fungying, what do you want to do?" At this moment, the heart of the fourth Hokage is full of anger, almost drowning the sense of reason. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 168 Day Tiger. Seeing that his long-charged attack was about to be successful, but it was blocked by Gaara, you can imagine how angry the fourth Hokage was. If it wasn't for Gaara to disrupt the situation, maybe now he has already successfully killed Muyun. Thinking of this, the fourth generation of Hokage's heart is even more angry, staring at Gaara fiercely. wishing to kill Gaara on the spot. Watching the fourth generation of raking angry with an incomparable appearance, Gaara stepped forward immediately, stood directly beside Kakashi, and said, "I am sorry, fourth Raikage, if you want to kill Muyun, I will never agree." Gaara's tone is full of firmness, and her expression is very serious. If the fourth generation of Raikage insists on taking action, then even if he sacrifices his life, he must protect Muyun. At the same time, Gaara's eyes, 15 inches 7. He glanced at Onogi and Terumi Mei vaguely, and these two guys probably wouldn't stay out of it. In fact, if there was no such relationship as brother-in-law and Muyun had not saved his own life, ask yourself, Gaara would also make peace. The same choice as the 4 generations of Raikage. It is estimated that Onogi and Terumi Mei will not be grazing clouds so easily. I am afraid they are just borrowing the hands of the 4 generations of Raikage to test whether Muyun still has combat effectiveness. And Gaara's sight is fixed on. I believe that Kurabi will not stand idly by, as the 8-tailed Manzuri, and the younger brother of the 4th Raikage. All in all, this is troublesome, and it is almost a mortal situation. 4th Raikage Fury, he said with a smile. Okay, it's really a stinky brat. It's ridiculous to dare to stand up directly to stop me. If you want to stop me, you're still a long way off, kid, since you don't know what's good or bad, don't blame me for killing you together. Just when the 4th Raikage was about to start again, a ninja wearing a dark green tights stood up. Kakashi, it should be my Konoha's blue beast, it's time for Matekai to appear. Kakashi, you should understand it. Matekai stood in front of Kakashi, facing the 4th Raikage, and said without fear. For Kai, it doesn't matter whether it is the 4th generation of Raikage or the 3rd generation of Tuakage. In Matekai's eyes, they are just enemies. K, is it impossible, you want? A close friend of Matekai, Kakashi naturally knows the terrifying power of the 8 gates. It is by no means impossible to be Kai's opponent. But the price of the 8th gate is too great, and it is almost inevitable. It is not difficult for Matekai to make up his mind, but Kakashi cannot accept this result. Turkey nodded solemnly. Said, Kakashi, when my youth is burning now, my youth does not allow me to step back. As my best friend, you will support me, Kakashi. Kakashi froze for a moment, and his eyes suddenly became wet. Said, Kai, as long as you don't regret it. Kakashi is very clear about Matekai's character. What this guy decides, how to persuade it is useless. So Kakashi can only agree. Matekai smiled and said, Kakashi, wait for you to rush to Konoha village with Muyun at full speed. I will try my best to hold these people down and try to kill them so that they won't chase you. But I can't guarantee it, so returning to Konoha as soon as possible is the safest choice. Although Matekai usually looks nervous, he is not stupid at the critical moment. He also feels that Onogi and Terumi Mei don't want to leave Muyun. At that time, he will face the shadows of the 3 villages and the hundreds of Junin, so I can't guarantee that they will be absolutely killed here. You are shameless, even Shinsho Tsunade would not dare to say such a big thing. What are you? I'll let you see, you can't do anything. The whole body was covered with a faint thunder light, and the hair of the 4th generation raking stood upside down, and it was already in full force. The 4th generation raying with full speed was faster than before, and rushed directly towards Muyun. In the past, I completely ignored the existence of Matekai. In fact, it is not surprising that the 4th generation of Raikage looked down on Matekai. Although Kai's strength is not weak, he can even kick Ludaoban to half-death with one kick. After all, Baman Dunjia is a forbidden technique, and the price is too high, so Matekai has not used it much, so it is not famous. It's just today, at this moment, that Matekai is destined to become famous in the ninja world. Dai Raikage will also pay the price for his arrogance. 8 gates, the 7th shock gate, open. With a violent drink from Matekai, blue steam suddenly rose from his body. At this moment, Matekai's chakra directly increased tenfold. A whirlwind came from around Matekai's body. Appeared, slowly spread around, blowing dust on the ground. Boom! As soon as Mate moved his feet, his body instantly disappeared in place, and a pothole appeared directly on the ground where he just stood, and the spider-the-web-like cracks spread out on the ground. Onogi and Terumi Mei, who had been observing Matekai, suddenly changed their expressions. The explosive force of this moment made them feel a little bit of fear. The next moment, Matekai's body, the fourth Reikage, appeared directly in front of him, and he punched the fourth Reikage with an expressionless face, hitting directly on the chest of the fourth Reikage. Mate, who was in the seven-door state, punched. The power is very terrifying. I saw that the body of the fourth Reikage was like a kite with a broken string. 5. 7 flew out and slammed into the ground savagely. A clear fist print on his chest emerged directly, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. Of course, there was Matekai among them. The reason for the strength is strong, but there is also a part of the reason that the fourth generation of Reikage did not take Matekai to heart at all, and directly suffered a big loss. Without the slightest expression, he came to the sky above the fourth Reikage. His hands suddenly formed a seal, aiming at the fourth Reikage below. Without giving the fourth Reikage any chance to speak, Matekai suddenly shouted, "Day Tiger!" Roar! The huge air bomb in the shape of a giant tiger roared out in an instant, and devoured the fourth Reikage fiercely. Philo reminds you. 3 things to read for collection, recommended. Chapter 169, Strong Suppression. Big Brother. Kurabi's face changed dramatically, and he wanted to step forward to block the fourth Reikage in an instant, but it was too late. The speed of the giant tiger was very fast, and he came to the fourth Reikage almost in a blink of an eye. Ruthlessly swallowed the fourth Reikage. PFF'd. A large mouthful of blood spurted out, the ground cracked open and stretched out for thousands of meters, and the body of the fourth Reikage sank deep into the ground. After the huge air bomb hit the fourth Reikage, it exploded instantly. With all the power, he left savage wounds directly on the body of the fourth generation Reikage, and the blood sprayed out. Killed him. Kurabi instantly rushed to Reikage's side, lifted his body gently, and asked, "Brother, are you alright?" Looking at the miserable appearance of the fourth Reikage, Kurabi's heart was full of anger, and he was also very worried about the injury of the fourth Reikage. Ahem, bye, I'm fine, don't worry. An extremely ugly smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the fourth Reikage said in a hoarse voice. In order not to worry Kurabi, the fourth Reikage did not say how serious his injury was. He could clearly feel that Matekai's move directly shattered all the bones on his body. Oh, especially the ribs on the chest, at least 7 or 8 were broken. Oyegi's pupils shrank, and he said, "What a terrifying ninja of taijutsu. I didn't expect Konoha to have such a strong person, why haven't I heard it before?" Said his name. This is also where Onogi is confused. With the strength of Matekai, he should not be unknown. Onogi believes that if he was hit by this, he would definitely be more miserable than the fourth Reikage, and he might die on the spot. After all, his body defense is not as strong as the fourth generation of Reikage, and there is no such thing as thunder and lightning armor to defend it. Moreover, Matekai's speed is amazing, and it is almost impossible to avoid this kind of attack. Terumi Mei's eyes flashed, and she said, "But we have no choice, don't you? Don't you see that although his physical skills are very terrifying, they don't seem to be able to support him in a long battle?" Glanced at each other and shot at the same time. At the same time, Kurabi was also surging with tailed beast chakra, thinking about Matekai's siege. Matekai's face instantly became serious. They must be resolved as soon as possible. Muyun must not be in trouble. 8 Gates of Dunjia, 8th Gate of Death. Just when Matekai was about to open all 8 doors, the light flashed and appeared directly in front of Matekai. With his palm on Matekai's shoulder, Muyun said in a deep voice, "Okay, now you can." "No, when you bloomed youth, I didn't lose my fighting power yet." Saying that, a terrifying thunderbolt shot out in an instant, directly knocking Oyemu and the others into the air. "I don't know if you should be said to be courageous but ignorant." Looking at Oyemu and the others, Muyun said, "Could it be that if you and I are injured, you will be able to defeat me?" I have to say, what a naive idea. Onogi secretly said. Too bad, he never imagined that Muyun still had fighting power. But now that the arrow was on the line, he had to send it out, and Anamu immediately shot, the technique of stripping away the dust escape. With Anamu's shot, Kurabi and others also shot instantly. Kurabi instantly entered the state of tailed beast, and the huge octopus tentacles slammed against Muyun. Thunder Tiger. Muyun stretched out one hand, and a huge thunder and lightning tiger roared out directly at Daemu and the others, and after directly tore apart Daemu's dust escape, it smashed Daemu fiercely. Kurabi collided together, and in an instant, the huge body of the 8 tails flew out. Terumi Mei stood there and did not move. The moment Muyun shot, she knew that they failed, even if she failed. It was useless to take action. As expected, Anamu and the others were instantly defeated by Muyun, and even Kurabi, who was transformed into a tailed beast, was instantly repulsed. Anamu was in a coma when he fell to the ground. A large area of scorched black on the body, obviously the injury is not light. Damn. And Lightning Tiger that was tens of meters tall and roaring fiercely, Kurabi was instantly furious and began to gather chakra frantically, and the huge tailed beast Jade slowly formed on the top of the 8 tails. The giant tiger appeared directly on the top of Bawei's head, the huge claws slammed it down, and directly pressed the tailed beast Jade on Bawei's head. Rumbling. The violent thunder and lightning and the huge tailed beast Jade were at the same time. It erupted, and the terrifying energy storm directly swallowed the entire body of the 8 tails. After a while, the energy storm dissipated, and Kurabi was directly forced to cancel the tail beast mode under this terrifying attack, and his body was covered in blood. Passed out in a coma. Although Muyun suppressed Daemu and the others with the power of thunder, the powerful force that erupted in an instant made his injury worse, but Muyun didn't show it. Shuiying, what do? You have made a wise decision, or you will definitely be among the people lying on the ground now. I hope you can learn a lesson. Next time, you won't be so lucky. When Oyemu and the others wake up, bring my words to them and make their eyes brighter. Taking a deep look at Terumi Mei, Muyun turned around immediately. Let's go, Kakashi. Looking at the backs of Muyun and the others leaving, Terumi Mei instantly collapsed to the ground. Just when Muyun glanced at her, her whole body seemed to have fallen into an ice cave, and a strong sense of fear filled her mind. But in front of Muyun, she still managed not to fall down, and now that Muyun left, she couldn't hold on anymore, and took a big mouthful of fresh air. What a terrifying man, just his aura can make him go. I'm like falling into an ice cave. How far has your strength reached? Even in an injured state, it can instantly suppress the 8-tailed human pillar power after the tail beast transformation. Terumi Mei's heart was not only horrified, but also deeply curious. She was very interested in Muyun's strength. Perhaps, the current Muyun is already the strongest in the ninja world. Chapter 170 Emergency Treatment. Looking at the back of Muyun's departure, she was dazed, and Terumi Mei had a strange feeling in her heart that she couldn't explain. There was a sense of crisis, and even a little admiration. In short, it was very complicated. Wait until the figures of Muyun and others completely disappeared. After that, all the ninjas present reacted. It's too terrifying to be able to instantly defeat Master Tsuchikage in an injured state. What is this? Lord Kurabi has been completely transformed into a tailed beast, and he was instantly defeated and even seriously injured. This is the most terrifying thing, okay. Also, that, Konoha's taijutsu ninja, what kind of beast guy, is also very strong, and the Raikage-sama who can actually fight back has no power to fight back. It's really terrifying. All the ninjas present immediately started talking. God knows how shocked their hearts are. In one day today, the strongest shadow in their eyes was actually hanged and beaten one after another. This situation even made their worldview almost shattered. If they weren't ninjas with strong will, they would have collapsed long ago. After completely disappearing from the sight of Terumi Mei and others, Muyun instantly felt a buzzing sound in his mind, and the scene in front of him quickly disappeared in his eyes. Fell down. Muyun, you're all right, Muyun. Kakashi's face changed drastically in an instant. If something happened to Muyun, it is estimated that Tsunade would tear him down. No one would know what the furious Tsunade would do, and it would be a big trouble then. Thinking of this, Kakashi suddenly shouted, medical ninja, come and check Muyun's situation. Following Kakashi's shouting, a medical ninja hurriedly came to Muyun's side and began to check. After a while, the medical ninja said seriously, Lord Kakashi, originally, Lord Muyun. Although the injury is not minor, it is not serious. But just now, when he shot again, a powerful force erupted. Although he instantly defeated the 3 generations of Tsuchikage and others, it also affected the injuries in his body. We must get to Konoha as soon as possible, otherwise, it is estimated that Muyun will never wake up again. The medical ninja's words made Kakashi instantly dignified and asked, how long can Muyun last in the current situation? After pondering for a while, the medical ninja said, at most 2 days, within 2 days I can stabilize Lord Muyun's injury, but after 2 days, I can't do anything about it. Kakashi nodded and shouted, leave one Shangnin to lead the team at full speed, and the other Shanjin follow me to escort Muyun to Konoha as soon as possible. Kakashi carried Muyun on his back and jumped directly to the top of the tree. Chakra ran with all his strength and ran towards Konoha, followed by Chi-8, a Shangnin, and formed a defensive formation to protect Shimuyun. Inside, I hope this journey goes smoothly, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Kakashi quickly passed the treetops, his heart was very heavy. Fortunately, there was nothing on the way, and it only took a day and a half for Kakashi to bring Muyun back to Konoha. What's the matter? Shocked when he saw Muyun lying on Kakashi's back, and hurried. Asked in a low voice. Trusts Muyun's strength very much, it is precisely because of this that Muyun leads the team to the country of ghosts, but now Muyun is unconscious, making Tsunade feel at a loss. Kakashi will be roughly the situation. He talked to Tsunade and said, Lord Hokage, that's the way it is. Hurry up and heal Muyun. It's been a long delay, and I'm afraid Muyun won't be able to hold it. Along the way, thanks to the medical ninjas who have been constantly stabilizing Muyun's injury, it is estimated that it will not last until now. Tsunade nodded solemnly and said, send Muyun to Konoha Hospital immediately, I will be there soon. As for other things, wait until Muyun wakes up. Tsunade immediately put down what he was doing, and went straight to Konoha Hospital after getting ready. The importance of Muyun to Konoha is self-evident. If something really happened, it would be really troublesome. Cassie happened to meet Hinata and Ino on the way to the hospital. When the 2 girls saw the unconscious Muyun, their expressions changed greatly. Mr. Kakashi, what happened to Muyun? Ino grabbed Kakashi and asked anxiously. I don't have time to explain too much to you. I will send Muyun to Konoha Hospital first, and Lord Hokage will treat Muyun right away. Relax, it will definitely be fine. After saying this, Kakashi's figure disappeared directly from the sight of Ino and Hinata. And Ino and Hinata also rushed to Konoha Hospital, praying constantly in their hearts, if something happened to Muyun, they would. I really don't know what to do. As the lights in the operating room turned on, Tsunade's treatment officially began. Mr. Kakashi, what happened? Why did Muyun fall into a coma? Facing Ino's question, Kakashi explained the situation in detail to the 2 daughters, who were both very worried. Looking at the appearance of the second daughter, Kakashi said with relief, don't worry too much, with Lord Hokage's medical skills, Muyun will definitely be fine. After a full 7 hours, Tsunade came out of the operating room with a relieved smile on his face. Ino immediately stepped forward and asked, Lord Hokage, how is the situation? Although Hinata didn't speak, the worry in his eyes was no less than that of Ino. Looking at Ino and Hinata, Tsunade slowly asked Li Jiao to say, it's all right, fortunately Muyun's vitality is strong enough, otherwise it will be I can't do anything either. Now just wait for Muyun to wake up by himself, maybe Muyun will be able to wake up tomorrow morning. Tsunade was very fortunate in his heart. After the initial inspection of Muyun's situation, even Tsunade, who had treated many wounded people, couldn't help but be surprised. Muyun's muscles all over his body were torn apart, the bones in his chest were almost shattered, and his internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees. Tsunade even thought that Muyun was useless. But in the middle of the treatment, a large amount of vitality poured out of Muyun's body, and he began to recover independently. If it wasn't for that vitality, even Tsunade would be powerless. Fortunately, there was nothing serious in the end, and Tsunade also, you can rest assured. Chapter 171 Awaken and Strengthen Again. After receiving this answer, Hinata and Ino finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the hearts that were raised high could be regarded as falling back into their stomachs. Even Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that before Muyun left, the 3 generations of Toying and others were seriously injured. If Muyun really had an accident and other ninja villages came to ask for trouble, they would really I can't resist. Fortunately, Muyun finally survived. Early the next morning, Hinata and Ino came to the hospital, each carrying a lunchbox in their hands, and walked towards Muyun's ward. At this time, Muyun had already woken up, and I have to say, even Muyun himself felt very thrilled this time. Originally, he had used his life to control the injury, but he never expected that he would take the shot with the injury. It would cause such serious consequences that it almost cost him his life. Fortunately, my body has been strengthened and tough, otherwise, this time it is estimated that it is really hanging. After going through this incident, Muyun felt even more that the body was the most important thing, and also felt that it was a wise choice to strengthen the body without wasting a single bit of strengthening point. But the strengthening of the body is very difficult, and it is fortunate that he has always adhered to the principle of the supremacy of the body. However, although this time is extremely thrilling, the strengthening points obtained are also the most in history, and even surpassed all previous strengthening points. The sum of the points. Looking at the 3.2 million enhancement points on the system panel, a smile suddenly appeared on Muyun's face. This wave is not a loss. Although Tsunade has already treated me, it is estimated that it will take a day at most to recover, but it's really hard to lie in a hospital bed like this. System, use all strengthening points to strengthen my body. In fact, there is another advantage of strengthening the body with strengthening points. That is, it will heal all the injuries of the body at the same time. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be cured after the strengthening. But now I have to use it. When Muyun's voice fell, the 3.2 million strengthening points suddenly turned into a majestic energy, and began to swim in Muyun's body, strengthening every inch of flesh and bone, every bone. And when the strengthening started, Muyun closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Just at this moment, Hinata and Ino walked into the ward. Seeing Muyun with his eyes closed, Ino said suspiciously, "What's the matter? Didn't Lord Hokage say that Muyun will wake up this morning? Why is Muyun still in a coma?" As she said that, a worried look appeared in her eyes again. Hinata shook his head and said, "But don't worry too much, maybe it's because the time hasn't come yet. After all, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe I'll wake up a little later." Compared with Ino's worries, Hinata is more optimistic. She knows she can't be in a mess, at least she has to wait until the morning time is completely over. However, I also prepared chicken soup to nourish Muyun's body, won't it get cold in a while? Ino looked at the insulation box in his hand and said, "I also prepared multigrain porridge, but since Muyun hasn't woken up, there's a way to do it. Let's make another after Muyun wakes up." Hinata shook the pink thermal box in his hand and said. Ino nodded and said, "Well then. Is Muyun still awake?" At this moment, Tsunade suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Looking at Muyun with his eyes tightly closed, he said. Hinata nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Tsunade stepped forward to check Muyun's body and said, "It's nothing serious, don't worry too much, you will definitely wake up." Tsunade didn't stay much, she still has a lot of work to do, it's rare to find time to visit. It was not until 10:30 that Muyun slowly opened his eyes, and when he turned his head, he saw Ino and Hinata sitting beside his hospital bed. "Muyun, how are you feeling when you wake up? Are you feeling better?" As soon as Hinata and Ino saw Muyun woke up, they immediately asked. Seeing the 2 thermal insulation boxes on the table, Muyun warmed his heart and said, "Don't worry, my current state is better than ever before, don't worry." Said, Muyun stretched out his hand and directly took down the pink heat preservation box among the 2 heat preservation boxes on the table. "I'm a little hungry, this is the breakfast you brought me, I'll eat it first." Saying that, Muyun directly opened the thermal insulation box, and immediately saw a box full of miscellaneous grain porridge, and a fragrance rushed to his face. Muyun instantly understood that this was brought by Hinata, because Ino's craftsmanship was still quite different from Hinata's. "Muyun, don't eat it, you just woke up, this porridge is cold, I'll make you another one right away," Hinata said, and was about to reach out and take away the thermal insulation box in Muyun's hand. Muyun avoided Hinata's hand and said, "It's okay, I'm not that delicate yet, my body is very good, besides, this porridge is still warm, I'm starving to death." He was telling the truth. He had just finished strengthening, and he hadn't eaten for 2 days. With Muyun's physical fitness, he was already hungry and dizzy. Under the complex gaze of Hinata's worry and anticipation, Muyun-san after 5 and 2, he ate the whole grain porridge, and then drank the chicken soup made by Ino. Wiping his mouth, Muyun said, "It's delicious, but I'm not full." Feeling the strong hunger in his abdomen, Muyun proposed to be discharged from the hospital, he really couldn't stand this hunger. In the end, they couldn't beat Muyun, so Hinata and Ino agreed to Muyun's request to be discharged from the hospital. After leaving the hospital, Muyun ate 3 whole cows before he felt full, which directly made Hinata and Ino stunned. Looking at Muyun's incomparably flat belly, Hinata and Ino looked at each other. Their eyes were full of doubts. They didn't know how Muyun had eaten so much. How could it be the same as not eating? How did they know that with Muyun's current physical quality, the food he eats will instantly turn into energy to replenish Muyun's body, and there is no way to digest it? At night, Muyun stayed in his bedroom, facing the system. Said, "System, open my properties panel." Chapter 172 Goodbye Uchiha Itachi. I spent all day with Hinata and Ino, and I don't have time to observe the changes in my strength. Although I feel that I have greatly improved, Muyun still doesn't know how much it has improved. Therefore, after returning home, Muyun immediately began to observe the changes in his strength. Host, Muyun. Age, 16 years old. Physique, 722-2. Strength, 722-2. Speed, 702-2. Spirit, 722-2. Thunder attribute natural energy. 150,000 can be ingested and used at any time. Strength rating, Super Shadow. Close black lens bracket, it's even more than doubled. Looking at the changes in the attribute panel, Muyun's eyes widened instantly. After smashing more than 3 million enhancement points, Muyun knew that this upgrade would be terrifying, but he didn't expect that it would be so terrifying, which would directly increase his strength. It's more than doubled, and this is only a manifestation of the data. The real combat power is definitely much higher than this data. Surprised, Muyun calmed down. After all, it's not a bad thing. The stronger the strength, the better. Well, he is eager to break through to the 6th level in one fell swoop. In the blink of an eye, a week passed, and during this week, Muyun spent almost every day with Hinata and Ino. Of course, after the Ghost Country incident, the relationship between Konoha and the other 4 ninja villages has become very bad, especially Union Village, who once wanted to wage war on Konoha. But it is still unclear whether Muyun is. It's really nothing to do before. On this day, Muyun found Matekai, who was cultivating. "Muyun, are you here to cultivate too?" Sure enough, youth will not be let down. He saw Muyun. Matekai suddenly showed his signature smile, and a bright light flashed on his front teeth, which was very dazzling. Muyun twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Kai, I came to you this time. There is something I want to discuss with you." Seeing the serious expression on Muyun's face, Matekai put away his smile. Although he was very nervous, he was not a fool. so he naturally knew that Muyun might be looking for him for something serious. Lee, you can cultivate by yourself. Don't be lazy, I'll deal with it. After speaking, Matekai directly followed Mu to the training ground. Walking on the street of Konoha with Matekai, Muyun said, Kai, I came to you this time to invite you to join Anbu, do you agree? Muyun came to Matekai, naturally, with a purpose. He once forgot about the existence of Matekai before. Speaking of which, Matekai is definitely a shadow-level powerhouse. Even at a critical moment, Matekai is even more terrifying than Lao Zi. Hearing this, Matekai was silent for a moment. Said, Anbu, where Nishi once stayed, only the powerful ninjas who have been recognized are qualified to join. Thinking for a moment, Matekai said sternly, Okay, I agree to join Anbu. After receiving Matekai's answer, Muyun suddenly showed a smile, because the system's reminder had arrived, and another 100,000 reinforcement points had been credited. Kai, you are welcome to join. With your joining, Anbu's strength will be even higher. 1 floor. Naturally happy about the addition of Matekai, to be honest. With the 8 doors fully open, even Muyun himself has no absolute certainty that he can win it. The addition of such a strong man made Muyun very happy. At this moment, Muyun frowned. With a wrinkle, a familiar chakra appeared in his perception. The smile on Muyun's face disappeared, and he said to Matekai, Kai, I have something to deal with. You go to practice first, I'll take you all the coverage in the evening. Without waiting for Matekai to answer, Muyun directly disappeared from Matekai's sight. Who suddenly disappeared, the expression on Matekai's face was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and said, Youth, it's so full of vitality. To be honest, in fact, with Matekai's strength, it is a bit far-fetched to join Anbu. After all, before every battle, Kai will report to his family, which is a very troublesome habit. But in Muyun's eyes, this is not a big problem. The Anbu under his leadership is divided into 2 parts. One part is in the dark, it is a ninja specializing in collecting information. And the other part is the combat department. The combat department no longer needs to hide their identity, and does not even have a mask, so it does not exist. Self-reporting the shortcomings of the family. In fact, Muyun originally felt that there was a problem with the Anbu system. It is right for the intelligence ninja to hide his identity, but the hidden identity of the battle ninja is more harmful than beneficial, and it is not conducive to long-term development at all. No matter which world it is, human beings will always have vanity. Ninjas become stronger not only to protect their own safety, but also to make a name for themselves. Although it is always said that the ninjas in Anbu are the elites among the elites, who knows that it may be possible at the beginning he will join Anbu because of his novelty, but seeing that he has no chance to show his face, everyone will be tired. As for the possibility of enemy revenge, this is even more out of Muyun's consideration. The enemy's revenge can't bear it, then how to perform the task to hide the identity, there is always a feeling of fear in it, maybe this is not reflected, but it does exist. The advantage of lifting the restriction of hiding identity is that far more than the disadvantages, the most straightforward manifestation is that it can enhance the sense of honor of the Anbu ninja. Become the object of worship of the villagers and other ninjas, you will definitely feel proud, and will naturally work harder. I have been outside Konoha village. In the depths of the forest, Muyun saw that. A familiar man. Long time no see, Muyunjin. Uchiha Itachi stood 3 meters away from Muyun and said with a smile. Muyun frowned at Uchiha Itachi and said, Itachi, why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I will leave you here forever? Don't get me wrong, Muyunjin, I came to you this time because I have figured it out. Ever since you said that to me last time, I've been thinking about whether what I did is right or not. It wasn't until Sasuke defected from Konoha that I suddenly realized that maybe I really did something wrong. Protecting Konoha may not need this method, and Muyunjin is right, even if I inquire about the information of the Shao organization, Konoha can't stop the Shao organization's actions. Uchiha Itachi smiled and looked at Muyun, and slowly said righteousness. Chapter 173 Are you serious? Of course, that was the old Konoha, but the current Konoha is different. With the existence of Muyunjin, I believe that even if Shao organizes a full attack on Konoha, he will not be able to defeat Muyunjin. Uchiha Itachi is also very amazed at the strength of Muyun. Although he has not seen the battle between Muyun and Ji, he has heard about it in the end. If it is someone else, he may not believe it. But Uchiha Itachi is different. He is very clear that all the information about Muyun, not only must be believed, but also improved to a new level. After all, Muyun's strength is not. It can be understood casually. You must know the Susa of the Uchiha family. Nengu is called the power of God, and many people can't even understand it, let alone Muyun's power. Of course, this does not mean that Susan Nengu is not. 157. Amazing, but Muyun's feeling for Uchiha Itachi is too unfathomable, so Uchiha Itachi can't underestimate Muyun at all. So what are you trying to say? Muyun is a little curious. Since Uchiha Itachi has already figured it out, why are you looking for him? After he figured it out, shouldn't Uchiha Itachi go to Sasuke and tell him the truth? You know Sasuke, but being treated as a container by Orochimaru, after so long, according to Orochimaru's plan, it should be done in the near future. It is impossible for Uchiha Itachi to not worry. Itachi smiled and said, I don't want to be in the dark anymore. Continue to protect Konoha. If it is the previous Konoha, it is indeed very dark. I can only choose this way to protect Konoha, because I can't accept staying in a village with Danzo. But it's different now. Danzang is dead, and Konoha has ushered in its most glorious period, so I want to return to Konoha and become Muyunjin's right-hand man. This is Uchiha Itachi's decision after careful consideration, so his voice is very firm. In the past, the reason why he chose to destroy his own clan with his own hands and was willing to carry the identity of betrayal and ninja to go to Shao to organize undercover, part of the reason is because he really looks like a guardian Konoha. But the most important reason is because Danzang killed Shishui, although Zishui committed suicide by throwing himself into the river. In Uchiha Itachi's eyes, it was no different from being killed by Danzo. Therefore, as soon as he saw Danzo, Uchiha Itachi could not restrain the killing intent in his heart, so he left Konoha village. Now Danzo is dead, and Sasuke's defection has completely made him make up his mind to return to Konoha, use his remaining strength to protect Konoha, and fulfill his last wish to stop the water. Yun was taken aback by Uchiha Itachi's words, and asked in surprise, Itachi, are you serious? It is really hard to imagine that his own words actually made Uchiha Itachi have such a big change. This is simply a change of person. Muyun even wondered if his words had played the role of other gods in disguise, otherwise he would have been firm. To make such a decision, Itachi Uchiha must know that once he returns to Konoha, all previous plans of Itachi Uchiha will be in vain, and even wanting to give his eyes to Sasuke becomes difficult. Of course, Muyun-jun, I'm not joking, but even if I return to Konoha, I will only serve under the command of Muyunjin, and I also hope that Muyunjin does not want to be an identity. Uchiha Itachi. The smile on his face did not change at all, but his subordinates, Muyun, did things, which was also his bottom line. The current Hokage is Tsunade. Although Uchiha Itachi has no hatred for Tsunade, he doesn't want to be directed by Tsunade. The Thousand Hands and the Uchiha clan are feuds after all, even Uchiha Itachi is not immune to this. Okay, you are welcome to join, Itachi. Muyun frowned at first, but quickly eased away. Uchiha Itachi is a shadow-level powerhouse no matter what. This is 100,000 reinforcement points delivered to the door. There is no reason to push it out, and it is absolutely true that Uchiha Itachi wants to protect Konoha. As for what purpose, Muyun doesn't care at all. With Muyun's strength, he will no longer be afraid of Uchiha Itachi's calculations. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks are powerless. Made a mask with mutton and threw it at after seeing Uchiha Itachi, Muyun said, let's go, come back to Konoha with me. Uchiha Itachi put the mask on his face, nodded and said, okay. Back in the village, Muyun's heart was full of joy, and he muttered, today is really a good day. I picked up 200,000 reinforcement points for nothing, it's really comfortable. At the same time, Akatsuki organizes base 0 inches. Has Uchiha Itachi not come back yet? Tiandao Pain glanced at the ninjas standing on the fingertips of the outsider golem, and asked in a deep voice. Every member of the Akatsuki organization, the rebels and ninjas, felt a heavy pressure when Pain's eyes swept over their bodies, and no one spoke. They all know that the usual Pain is nothing, and jokes can be made casually, but once Pain becomes serious, he is really angry. An angry Pain is very scary, and they all have a deep understanding of this. In the end, Xiaonan stood up and said, Uchiha Itachi has disappeared for 3 days. We have tried various methods, but we have not been able to contact each other. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either, Uchiha Itachi has been killed or Uchiha Itachi has betrayed the organization. Hearing this, everyone pouted, although Xiaonan mentioned 2 possibilities, but the first possibility can basically be ruled out. In the entire Akatsuki organization, Uchiha Itachi's strength can be ranked first, and whoever can kill Uchiha Itachi is 5. 7. The enemy really has this kind of strength, but Uchiha Itachi doesn't even have a chance to ask for help, right? In this way, Uchiha Itachi is really betrayed. You know, our organization has always treated traitors. Kill it. Who of you is willing to take action? Go after Uchiha Itachi. Pain's icy voice sounded, the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop a lot, and everyone's face was cold. Uchiha Itachi's strength is not weak, they don't want to take this drudgery. Maybe go after Uchiha when Itachi is a weasel, maybe they will catch up with themselves. Although they are a group of desperados who are not afraid of death, it does not mean that they are willing to die. So Pain's voice fell for a long time, and no one spoke. The underlined version of the novel. Chapter 174. Akatsuki organizes action. All go. Until Pain was about to get angry, the dried persimmon ghost said. As Itachi's partner, he has great respect for Itachi, so he never thought that Itachi would betray him. After hearing the news, he was the most shocked. The ghost shark wants to find Uchiha Itachi, and then personally ask him why betrayal of the organization. He needs to figure it out. Okay, I will leave this matter to the ghost. Pain nodded, he had already seen it. No one else wanted to shoot, only the ghost shark stood up. Perhaps the ghost shark has other purposes, but now Pain can't take care of that much anymore. He can't force others to do this. Under force, no one can resist with his strength, but this method will only make the cohesion of Xiao's organization decline rapidly, and the gains outweigh the losses. By the way, the task of arresting Renzuli can also begin. Let's start with the one-tailed Renzuli. Scorpion, Deidara, I'll leave it to you to capture Ichitari. This matter must be successful, understand? Samsara's eyes glowing with deep purple light stared at Scorpion and Deidara. Pain said in a deep voice. Scorpion and Deidara froze, and said, don't worry, we will handle this matter. Pain nodded and said, the most important thing now is to capture Renzuli, but the 4-tailed Renzuli has disappeared without a trace since he appeared in Union Village. According to the information obtained, Konoha was also present when the 4-tailed Manzuli last appeared in Union Village. Maybe this matter has something to do with Konoha. For Pain, if it is someone else, it is nothing to worry about, but Muyun is different. To be honest, even Nagato himself is not sure that he can beat Muyun. Muyun's strength is it's too terrifying. Feijuan said, what Konoha Thunder God? In front of my immortal body, Feijuan, no matter how strong he is, he can't do anything. Lord Heretic God's power is not what he can imagine. The corner standing beside Feijuan, all covered their foreheads and said, shut up, Feijuan. Zhao, all of them are really convinced by their partner, and they don't speak through the brain at all. They think that if they have an immortal body, they can be mad. Don't say it's Konoha, even if it's his Zhao. There are quite a few the way to deal with Feijuan's immortality. Okay, let's catch the one-tailed Manzuli first. The 4-tailed Manzuli and the 9-tailed Manzuli will wait until the end and I will shoot myself. Pain glanced at Feijun lightly, and made a final decision. In the evening, Muyun brought Matekai and Uchiha Itachi to the dark. Muyun, who is he? Walking on the road, Matekai looked at Uchiha Itachi with a mask on his face and asked curiously. Kai, he is also my latest recruit into the dark, and he is a very powerful ninja. Looking at the curious Matekai, Muyun said. Mention that Uchiha Itachi is wearing a mask now. Even if he is not wearing a mask, Matekai may not be able to recognize it. Hello, Matekai Junin, you can call me Itachi. A hand, Uchiha Itachi said to Matekai. Matekai reached out and shook hands with Uchiha Itachi, suspiciously. Confused, he said, is it a ferret? Muyun interrupted Matekai's words with a wave and said, Kai, don't think too much, this is just a code name, don't forget, that man has already left Konoha. Matkei nodded thoughtfully, but said nothing. After arranging Matekai and Uchiha Itachi, Muyun left the Anbu base. The next morning, Muyun looked at Yumi Koizumi lying beside him, gently kissed the other party's forehead, and got dressed and got up. Lord Muyun, the latest news is that just last night, Sand Ninja Village was attacked by a mysterious organization, and the other party captured Wudai Fungying. Now the SOS message from Sand Ninja Village has reached Konoha. Muyun stood in the courtyard. An Anbu ninja instantly appeared in front of Muyun, knelt down on one knee and said. Muyun's expression instantly became serious, and he said, I see, you go down first. Seeing the disappearance of the Anbu ninja, Muyun fell into contemplation. Now that the Shao organization has begun to act, it means that the final battle is not far away. A sense of urgency rose in Muyun's heart. It must be done as soon as possible. The strength has been raised to the 6th level, otherwise, in the future war, it will be difficult to deal with Kagaya Otsutsuki. When he came to Hokage's office, Muyun really found that most of the Shengnin of Konoha village gathered here. Tsunade, you've heard about it, Gaara was arrested. Muyun glanced at Joinin who was present, and asked Tsunade in a deep voice. Nodding his head, Tsunade said solemnly, the other party's ability to capture the 5th cage shows that his strength is not weak. We have discussed it, no matter who is sent to rescue, it is somewhat inappropriate. Although Gaara is the youngest of the 5 shadows, her strength is also a shadow-level powerhouse. Being able to capture Gaara alive makes Tsunade feel that things are very difficult. Muyun waved his hand and said, don't think about 157 so much. More, I will personally take action on this matter, and this time the only opponent I can deal with. Tsunade was stunned at first, she had never seen such a positive side of Muyun, but thinking of the relationship between Gaara and Muyun, Tsunade was relieved. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. The rescue letter from Sand Ninja Village has been sent. I'll be relieved if you go out. By the way, do you need me to send someone to cooperate with your actions? Muyun shook his head and said, no need, sending someone to go with me will only confine my hands and feet, I will bring someone myself. For this time to go to the rescue, Muyun already has a candidate in his heart, that is Uchiha Itachi. Now Itachi hides his identity and joins Anbu, but most of the ninjas in Anbu are very suspicious of Uchiha Itachi's strength. So this time it is a good way to express, and Muyun is not afraid that Uchiha Itachi will reveal his identity once he makes a move. After all, Muyun never thought about hiding his identity or anything, all this is just Uchiha Itachi's own practice. Hearing Muyun's words, although the ninjas present felt a little uncomfortable, they had to admit that what Muyun said was very reasonable. With their strength, it is indeed inappropriate to follow Muyun. Chapter 175 The battle begins. Muyun and Uchiha Itachi drove for 3 full days before entering the country of the wind. At the foot of a mountain, Muyun and Uchiha Itachi met Tamari and others. Muyun, are you here to rescue this time? He saw Muyun. Temari's face was filled with joy, and he looked very happy. Scorpion and Deidara are really too strong. Tamari is not their opponent at all, and even Chio's full strength is helpless. But now that Muyun is here, nothing is a problem. That's right, why are you here? Looking at Tamari, Muyun asked with some doubts. Tamari replied, it's like this, when we tracked the two ninjas, we came here, and their traces disappeared at the same time. We suspect that the two ninjas are hiding on this mountain. But because of strength issues, we haven't started the search yet. Tamari's words were a bit bitter, seeing her brother being arrested, and still in her own village, but she was helpless. You can imagine what kind of torment this is. Muyun nodded and said softly, Don't worry, I will rescue Gaara, don't worry too much. Muyun could see Tamari's worry, so he comforted him. Tamari nodded and said, I believe you can do it. Muyun turned on the domineering arrogance, directly shrouded the entire mountain top, and instantly discovered Gaara's location. In this cave, the magic dragon 9 seals have already begun. This is really bad. Itachi, come with me. Said hello to Tamari, and Muyun rushed to the cave with Uchiha Itachi in an instant. Under the domineering sense of Muyun's knowledge, the magic dragon 9 seals have already begun, and a guard crane in Gaara's body is on the way. Being pulled away, if it's too late, maybe Gaara will be finished. Boom! One punch smashed the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave. Muyun and Uchiha Itachi rushed directly into the cave, letting the Scorpion and Deidara, who are in the process of extracting the tailed beast from the magic dragon and 9 seals, have a change in their faces. Whew! Deidara got up first and looked at the entrance of the cave. The moment she saw Muyun, Deidara's pupils shrank. It's actually you, Konoha Thor. Deidara cried out in surprise. To be honest, Deidara is very flustered now. If there are a few ninjas he is most unwilling to face, Muyun is definitely at the top of the list. Even in the entire ninja world, the owner I don't want to fight with Muyun. Scorpion glanced at Muyun through the puppet, and said, Muma is indeed a tricky character. But it's a pity, you're late, this guy is already dead, and the tailed beast has been pulled away. Don't say that you are the god of Woodleaf Thunder. Even if the immortal of the 6 paths is reincarnated, you will not be able to do anything. Hearing Scorpion's words, Muyun's face sank. He felt the breath on Gaara's body, and instantly found that as Scorpion said, Gaara had lost all his life energy in an instant. Muyun's face became, it's ugly, I didn't even think about it and went out in person, but I still couldn't save Gaara's life and let the plot in the original work repeat itself. Some angry Muyun said directly, Itachi, let's take action, these two guys will. Over to you. Hearing Muyun's words, Deidara's face changed, looking at the mask on Uchiha Itachi's face, and said, hey, just kidding, you shouldn't be that guy, right? Seeing Uchiha Itachi who didn't answer his own question, Deidara suddenly became firmer about the guess in his heart. It's really troublesome, one by one, they are all difficult guys. I didn't expect this task to lead to such a horrible guy. The always calm Scorpion also frowned this time. Whether it was Muyun or the guy suspected of Uchiha Itachi, he felt a sense of threat from the other party. This kind of feeling has not appeared in Scorpion's heart for a long time. Maybe this time is really bad luck. Uchiha Itachi did not talk nonsense. His hands completed the seal in an instant, and dozens of small fireballs directly shrouded Scorpion and Deidara. The cave is too narrow and restricts our movements, so we have to find a way to expand the combat area. Saying that, Deidara put a handful of clay into the mouth of his palm and spat out a few clay spiders. Several clay spiders suddenly climbed up the surrounding rock walls. Boom! As Deidara's voice fell, the bodies of several clay spiders swelled up in an instant, and then a violent explosion occurred, and the entire cave collapsed directly under this terrifying explosion. Damn Deidara, you want to blow up me? Scorpion's angry voice came. If he hadn't moved fast and used a puppet to protect him in front of him, he would have been killed by this explosion. Art as explosion, I want to destroy you, Deidara didn't care about Scorpion's angry roar, but looked at Muyun and said. I saw Muyun standing 10 meters away, with no expression on his face, while Uchiha Itachi was holding Gaara's body in his hands, and the pupils behind the mask reflected a cold light. The art of fire escape. A huge fireball with a scale of more than 10 meters spewed out directly from Uchiha Itachi's mouth, and smashed fiercely at the scorpion standing on the ruins of the cave. A shield of sand and iron. A puppet rushed out of the ruins in an instant, with both hands on the ground, a black sand-iron shield directly blocked in front of the scorpion. The huge fireball caused Li Jiao to directly hit the sand-iron shield, instantly throwing the iron sand shield burned red, but it still failed to break the defense order. 3 generations of Kage no, this is a puppet. Uchiha Itachi looked at the blue-haired puppet standing beside Scorpion, and said solemnly. Although he has been undercover in Akatsuki for a while, Uchiha Itachi still has limited understanding of each member of Akatsuki. After all, as a group of high-level rebels, it has become their instinct to hide themselves. Even in the face of their partner, it is impossible to reveal all their cards. Obviously, the puppet of this 3-generation Feng is hidden by the scorpion. Power, maybe more than that. Uchiha Itachi's eyes fell on Deidara again. Scorpion has its own hidden power, and Deidara must have it, but I don't know what it is. In a word, this battle is not so it's so good. Chapter 176 The artistic duo blooms. It rains when iron sand. Large pieces of black sand iron condensed into the shape of flying pieces in the air, and flew towards Uchiha Itachi. Escape the earth and flow the wall. The movement quickly created 4 walls of earth, which could be considered as blocking the attack of Shiyu of sand iron, and Uchiha Itachi's face has long since become extremely serious. Boom. At this moment, a dozen clay spiders did not know when they had arrived at the feet of Uchiha Itachi. After Deidara's voice fell, they exploded. The dazzling fire suddenly rose up, directly piercing Uchiha Itachi's body. After swallowing it, the ground was also blasted out with a huge crater of dozens of meters. Art as explosion, E.H. Deidara excitedly looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was swallowed up by the explosion. He was directly affected by the explosion of his own detonating clay, and no one could be safe. Deidara, can't you start lightly? Well done. Scorpion's tone was full of complaints. He finally took out the puppet made by the 3 generations of Feng. Who would have known that such an anticlimactic end would be over? Obviously, even Scorpion would think that under the 157th of an explosion of this magnitude, Uchiha Itachi is absolutely dead. You are too underestimated by Itachi. If this little trick can kill Itachi, how can he be worthy of my attention? Muyun shook his head. Scorpion and Deidara were a little underestimated. Deidara's move is indeed very strong. If it is an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse, it will definitely be a death end to face. But now they are facing but Uchiha Itachi. How can you solve Susanoo so easily? Sure enough, with Uchiha Itachi's calm voice, the huge fiery red Susanoo directly tore apart the sky of fire and appeared directly in front of Scorpion and Deidara. What is this? Deidara was originally excited, but the moment he saw Susanoo, all the excitement was instantly extinguished, and there was only shock left in his eyes. The scorpion on the side was also silent, obviously shocked. Quote. Oh, go straight to the mature state. It seems that in Itachi's heart, Scorpion and Deidara are also very strong opponents. However, can your eyes take it? Seeing the mature Susanoo who was tens of meters tall in an instant, Muyun's brows suddenly raised. You must know that the current Uchiha Itachi's physical condition is no longer good. Although Uchiha Itachi is always trying his best to control the use of the kaleidoscope, his body still collapses. Muyun is very clear that maintaining a mature body Susanoo as Uchibo Itachi is at his limit, and it is even possible that his kaleidoscope Sharingan can't support him in many battles. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Tamari looked at dozens of fiery red energy giants, although he was a little surprised, but seeing she won't be shocked after seeing Muyun's battle scene. And Konkuro just widened his eyes and murmured, what exactly is this? Chiyo narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be Susanoo, Uchiha. Of a family is called the power of God. There have been rumors in the ninja world that Susanoo has the power to cut through everything, and if you see it once, you will inevitably die. After all these years, Chiyo knew far more than a kid like Kankuro, and in an instant, he could see the origin of Susanoo. Is it really that scary? It's unbelievable. Kankuro's voice was trembling, and for some reason, looking at Susanoo, he could always feel an overwhelming sense of oppression. Logically speaking, his current strength is no longer weak, he has reached the level of Sharingan, and there are very few things that can make Kankuro fear. But the fact is that, looking at the fiery red Susanoo, Kankuro can't even lift a trace of courage. Chiyo looked at Kankuro's appearance, frowned, but didn't say anything. It was the first time he saw Susanoo. This attitude is quite normal. On the contrary, it is the performance of Tamari, which makes Chiyo admirable. In the face of Susanoo, he can maintain his composure. Even Chiyo sighs at himself. Whereas Chiyo, Tamari is not good at concentration, but is already used to it. Just imagine, a person who has seen hundreds of millions will be excited because he has seen tens of millions. Certainly not. Today's Tamari is in this state. Really horrible attack, Deidara. At this moment, the mask on Uchiha Itachi's face was also broken, revealing Uchiha Itachi's somewhat amazed face. Even Uchiha Itachi has to admit that Deidara's fighting instinct is really terrifying, and it is really amazing to be able to unknowingly arrange explosive clay when he is fighting against Scorpio. It's just a pity that, in front of his own Susanoo, all attacks are powerless. So far, the Susanoo who can resist himself is even better. Uchiha Itachi has only seen one person, and that is Muyun. Sure enough, it's you, Itachi Uchiha. I didn't expect you to join Konoha Raigen's command. It's really surprising news. Scorpion said in his mouth, but he used the ring of Shao's organization to pass the message out. Uchiha Itachi saw Scorpion's small movements, but he just frowned and didn't stop him. Although he was not a member of the Akatsuki organization from beginning to end, in Pain's eyes, it was already a betrayal. So sooner or later, he would have to organize with Akatsuki. Yes, there is not much difference between now and in the future. Sand and iron rain. There is no unnecessary nonsense. The Scorpion shot directly and controlled the puppet made by the 3 generations of Fengying to launch an attack again. This time, the amount of sand and iron directly increased several times, and the flying stone-shaped sand and iron bullets also fully condensed. Thousands of pieces, covering the entire sky. Dragon. Deidara also quickly formed a seal, and a huge clay flying dragon formed in the air, with a huge mouth, aiming at Susanoo on the ground, and the bombs formed by detonating clay poured down directly. Boom, boom. A huge explosion sounded, and the huge Susanoo was directly overwhelmed by the sand and iron bullets and the continuous explosions, and completely disappeared in the firelight. Phyllu reminds you. 3 things to read, recommended. Chapter 177. The battle is heating up. Looking at Uchiha Itachi being swallowed up by the fire, Muyun didn't have the slightest worry in his heart. As for Susanoo's defensive power, Muyun is very clear. The joint attack of Scorpion and Deidara is completely unable to shake the mature body of Susanoo. Sure enough, the next moment, the huge fire red palm left and right, open up and tear the dazzling firelight directly, and the intact Susanoo suddenly reappears. It's a perfect match. No wonder Pain made the 2 of you partner. This is really a wise choice. Uchiha Itachi felt the sour feeling in his eyes, and he was a little impressed by this move. To withstand this blow head-on, he consumed a lot of pupil power. How can it be able to defend against such an attack? Scorpio and Deidara changed their colors, and they were deeply surprised by the power of Susanoo. But Uchiha Itachi did not give the 2 a chance to react. The huge Susanoo held his right hand tightly. Fist, smashed directly at the Scorpion. Hundreds of puppet techniques. Facing Susanoo's unavoidable punch that almost locked him, Scorpion took out a huge scroll from behind him, pulled it apart instantly, and spread it out on the ground. The smoke floated up, and 100 puppets appeared directly in front of the Scorpion, blocking the attack of the punch. Kalala. But Susanoo's punch directly destroyed 100 puppets. 1 of 7. 8. looking around. At least more than 70 puppets were directly blown up by this punch, and a large number of parts were scattered. Scorpion's face suddenly became ugly. These puppets cost him a lot. He only managed to get the kung fu together, and with just such a punch, he destroyed more than half of his hard-earned accumulation. How could Scorpion not be angry? Distraction during battle is a taboo. Uchiha Itachi would not wait for the Scorpion to calm down before making a move. Susanoo slammed the Scorpion again with a punch. The power of this punch was even more terrifying than before. The Scorpion suddenly woke up and looked at the Scorpion. The huge fist of Sanahu was already close at hand, and there was a buzzing sound in his mind, and it was too late to defend. At this moment, the huge clay flying dragon swooped down, and instantly wrapped around Susanoo's body, and Deidara came to Scorpion's side. Dare to be distracted when fighting. Scorpion, you are no longer a child, can you be more cautious? Instantly pulling the Scorpion away and retreating, Deidara preached angrily. Scorpion, who knew that he was wrong, rarely did not open his mouth to refute Deidara's words, so Deidara snorted and rolled his eyes. Boom. After retreating for a full kilometer, Deidara took a big drink. The body of the clay-flying dragon suddenly swelled up, and then exploded directly. Blazing white light rose up, followed by a rush of fire. A mushroom cloud slowly floated into the air. Affected by the explosion, the ground was directly cracked and shattered, setting off countless huge stones, which were then crushed in midair by the shock wave. For a time, the area within a radius of 1,000 meters was directly shrouded in dust. Root, clear any situation. Art is a blast, ha ha ha. Looking at his masterpiece, Deidara laughed with satisfaction. The voice revealed endless arrogance. Deidara, you are really ruthless. Under this move, it is estimated that the energy giant can't resist it. Scorpion watched the terrifying explosion still. It continued, and couldn't help but smack his tongue in his heart. About it, if you are hit by this move, you will probably die without a burial. For a while, the eyes of Scorpion looking at Deidara have changed. Muyun's eyes also caused a trace of waves. Using after seeing the domineering feeling for a moment, he smiled again. It's really unreasonable, 3 divine artifacts. Even Muyun was a little worried when he saw Susanoo being swallowed up by the terrifying explosion. After all, Uchiha Itachi's physical condition is no longer optimistic, and there is not much left for Sharingan's power. If it is replaced by Uchiha Madara, Muyun will never be worried. After all, how powerful Susanoo is, it has a lot to do with the caster. But I have to admit that Uchiha Itachi is really he was a genius, and his Susanoo was in control of such a common thing as the 3 divine artifacts, so he easily withstood this attack. After a few minutes, the aftermath of the explosion slowly dissipated. The dust dissipated, and the huge Susanoo appeared directly in the eyes of Scorpio and Deidara. Itachi's Susanoo held an 8-foot mirror and blocked it in front of him. Different degrees of damage, but the place protected by the 8-foot mirror was unscathed. How could it be possible to block my attack? Deidara's expression changed suddenly. This move is already considered his ultimate level. If even this move is ineffective, then his other moves will definitely be difficult to achieve. As expected of Itachi, what is this energy giant? How could something have such terrifying defensive and offensive powers? It's an absolutely perfect technique. Scorpio knew from the beginning that Uchiha Itachi's strength was very strong, but he never thought it would be so strong. As far as Deidara's attack just now, let alone him, in the entire Akatsuki organization, except for Pain in addition, it is estimated that whoever will bear it head-on will be a mortal situation. Whether it is Kaku, Do, or Haiden, who is known to be immortal, he will definitely not be able to withstand this kind of attack. But Uchiha Itachi took it easy. Such a terrifying explosion, I didn't even evade it. I have always thought that I have overestimated Uchiha Itachi's strength, but now it seems that he is still far underestimated. I'm afraid that in the entire Akatsuki organization, except for Pain, Uchiha Itachi is the strongest. Until this moment that Scorpio suddenly realized that the strength of Uchiha Itachi that they had learned before was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Although they both have their own hidden things, it is clear that Uchiha Itachi hides deeper and deeper. Terrible. After a brief shock, Deidara came back to his senses and said to Scorpion, "You were right, although I don't want to admit it. But Scorpion, it is estimated that this time, we are really going to die here." Righteousness, __. Chapter 178 The End of the Art. Deidara's words are not, in alarmist terms, judging from the strength that Uchiha Itachi has shown so far, the two of them are really not rivals. Scorpion was silent for a while, and said, "Deidara, prepare to fight to the death, this man is not an ordinary enemy." Sand and iron attack. A large amount of sand and iron suddenly gathered in the air, forming a cone of tens of meters in size, and it slammed into Susanoo. Go! Itachi Uchiha's face was solemn, and the 10-fist sword instantly appeared in Susanoo's hand. The huge Susanoo raised the 8-foot mirror with his left hand and met the giant iron cone, while the 10-fist sword was facing the Scorpion chopped down fiercely. Rumbling. The huge iron cone directly hit 157. On the 8-foot mirror, ripples swayed, and the huge shock wave spread to the surrounding, destroying everything. There was a mess within a radius of 1 kilometer, and it looked very shocking. And Susanoo, the 10-fist sword in his hand, slashed directly at the body of the Scorpion, directly splitting the opponent in half, and the blood spurted out instantly. Scorpion. Deidara's eyes were red, watching the Scorpion being killed. Huge anger poured directly into his heart. Garuru. The angry Deidara directly opened the ultimate move, but Uchiha Itachi was faster than him, and his body bounced directly from Susanoo, and came directly to Deidara. Yuayu. The kaleidoscope Sharon stared at Deidara's eyes, and Uchiha Itachi instantly launched the moon reading. In an instant, Deidara's consciousness was directly pulled into the moon reading space, and the chakra surging frantically in Deidara's body instantly subsided. Here is, where? Deidara looked at the monthly reading space with some caution, and asked with some anxiety. Uchiha Itachi's body gradually appeared in Deidara's sight. Deidara, this is my illusion space, called Yudu space. Everything in this space is under my control, including time and space. Enjoy it. Saying that, a short knife appeared in Uchiha Itachi's hand, and stabbed it directly in Deidara's chest. For a moment, Deidara felt that his consciousness was plunged into darkness, but the next moment, all perceptions immediately disappeared, his body reappeared in 10. In reality, only 3 seconds have passed, and Deidara fell to the ground, his spirits collapsed. I am sorry, Deidara, the position is no, that's the only way to do it. A handful of kunai appeared in Uchiha Itachi's hand and plunged directly into Deidara's chest. This time, it was not Yudu space, but in reality. A touch of blood slowly flowed from the corner of Deidara's mouth, and Uchi struggled with difficulty. Bo Itachi, and then the corpse fell heavily to the ground. Muyun watched the whole process of Uchiha Itachi's battle, and murmured, as expected of Uchiha Itachi, if it wasn't for his body being overwhelmed, it would probably have exploded. Show more terrifying power. At this moment, Kankuro and the others who were standing at the foot of the mountain were stunned by shock, and only Tamari was more indifferent. Susanoo is worthy of being called the power of gods, and it can survive an explosion of that magnitude intact. The Uchiha clan. Really scary. Chiyo's eyes remained deeply astonished, and Susanoo's power surprised her greatly. The power of the explosion created by Deidara far surpassed that of ninjutsu, but Susanoo still endured it. The most important thing is that Susanoo is not only amazing in defense, but also incomparably terrifying in attack. It is a move that is close to perfection. Itachi, take Gaara's body, let's go down. Muyun said to Uchiha Itachi, and walked down the foot of the mountain first. Uchiha Itachi touched the cheek that had lost the mask, and murmured, it's really troublesome, is your identity still exposed? Carrying Gaara's body on his shoulders, Uchiha Itachi followed Muyun to the foot of the mountain. What happened to Gaara? Tamari was very happy to see Muyun back, but after seeing Gaara who was carried by Uchiha Itachi on his shoulders, Tamari's face changed suddenly, and he asked with a trembling voice. Zero Muyun was silent for a while, and said, "Sorry Tamari, I am late, Gaara is already." Although the following words were not spoken, the meaning was already obvious. Temaru immediately stretched out his hand to cover his lips, and tears rolled down like broken pearls. Muyun embraced Tamari in his arms and gently patted Temaru's back. Muyun knows that Chiyo will sacrifice her life to bring Gaara back to life, but Tamari doesn't know. Therefore, Temari's sadness at this moment is completely from the heart. Gaara. Kankuro was half kneeling in front of Gaara's body, silently weeping, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings for a while. Although Gaara did not accept them at first, and even held deep hostility towards them, neither Tamari nor Kankuro ever blamed Gaara. Because they understood Gaara's approach and experienced that this kind of thing, Gaara's cold-blooded ruthlessness is also understandable. Later, after Gaara woke up, the relationship between them became deeper and deeper, but today, Gaara's cold corpse is lying in front of them. How can they suppress the sadness in their hearts? Hey, I didn't expect things to develop at this point. Chiyo looked sad, her eyes flashed with relief, and said, "Old lady, I have lived most of my life, and what I should have experienced and what I should not have experienced has already been 5-7. I have experienced it, and I have no regrets. But Sand Ninja Village can't lose Gaara, and it can't be without Fengiying. So let the old bones of my old lady exude some residual heat." Hearing Chiyo's words, Tamari and Kankuro looked at Chiyo with some doubts, not understanding the meaning of Chiyo's words. Tamari asked, "Elder Chiyo, what do you mean by that?" Chiyo smiled and said, "I have studied a taboo technique that can resurrect the dead, but since it is taboo, the things that need to be paid are also very heavy, and the price is the life of the caster. Old lady, I have lived enough, but Gaara is still young, and the Sand Ninja Village also needs Gaara's leadership, so I decided to use this technique on Gaara to bring Gaara back to life." Chapter 179 Able to Surpass the 6 Paths Immortals. Tamari and Kankuro's expressions changed instantly. They heard Chiyo's words clearly, that is, they were willing to sacrifice themselves to save Gaara. Although there was a little bit of reluctance towards Chiyo, it was clear that Gaara had a much higher status in their hearts than Chiyo, so they didn't say anything to persuade them. Chiyo smiled and said, "Tamari, I hope that after I die, you can develop and expand Sand Ninja Village. The most important thing is not to let the alliance between Sand Ninja Village and Konoha break down." After seeing today's battle, Chiyo's fear of Muyun is even deeper. The ninjas under his command have such strength, not to mention Muyun himself. The ninja world is a place where the weak eat the strong. The boss, there is no leader who is weaker than the ninjas under his command. Therefore, Chiyo will tell you, she knows that it is absolutely unwise to be the enemy of Muyun. Perhaps the relationship between Muyun and Tamari is fundamental. You don't need her reminder, but it's always right to be cautious. 3 inches. Don't worry, Elder Chiyo, Sand Ninja Village and Konoha have always been good allies. Not to mention that there is still a relationship between Muyun and I engagement. Tamari looked at Chiyo seriously and said. Nodding his head, Chiyo came to Gaara's body and knelt on the ground, pressing his hands on Gaara's chest, ninja reincarnation technique. Of Chiyo's chakra and vitality, the green light suddenly radiated from Chiyo's hands, slowly restoring the vitality in Gaara's body. The reincarnation of the self is very powerful. But in fact it is that the life force is transmitted to others, so that others can recover their lives. Moreover, reincarnation can only be used on people who have just died, so the restrictions are also very huge, and it can only play a role in certain specific scenarios, such as now. With the passage of time, dense beads of sweat appeared on Chiyo's forehead, and his breathing began to become disordered. Chiyo is old after all, although the vitality in the body is still strong. But I want to make Gaara completely awakening is still a lot worse. After all, at Gaara's age, the vitality required is also very terrifying, far from being able to compare with the old Chiyo. Just when Chiyo was about to fail, Muyun threw a large mass of green energy directly to Gaara's chest, and instantly merged into Gaara's body. In an instant, Chiyo felt that the vitality in Gaara's body suddenly increased sharply, and it had reached enough to wake up. degree. In an instant, Chiyo looked at Muyun with shocking eyes, and asked tremblingly, that was vitality just now. To be honest, Chiyo was really shocked, and even believed in his own judgment, that is vitality. You must know that everyone's vitality is limited, but Muyun has lost so much vitality, and it seems that there is no loss of vitality. How this can make this kind of thing, has far exceeded Chiyo's cognition. Looking at Chiyo's shocked appearance, Muyun said, yes, that is vitality, the purest vitality. With the enhancement of Muyun's strength, Muyun. The vitality fed back to Muyun is also becoming more and more majestic, and even now, the vitality in Muyun's body is growing all the time. For others, the vitality is extremely precious. In Muyun, it is a cheap item. Take it. Even if the current Muyun lives to a few hundred years old or even 1,000 years old, it is not a problem. In fact, Muyun is also very strange about this point. Chinsho Zujian also has a wooden escape, although the vitality of the other party may not be able to match his own. In comparison, it shouldn't die so early. With the vitality of Chinsho Zujian, it is not a problem to live for more than 200 years. But compared with the immortals of the Six Paths, Muyun is relieved. Even the immortals of the Six Paths cannot living for such a long time. Not to mention Muyun Chinsho Zujian estimates that he can have such a majestic vitality and such a long lifespan, most of which are inseparable from the strengthening of the system. Only this statement can explain it. With Muyun's acknowledgement, Chiyo was silent, and after a few seconds, he said, perhaps, it is not impossible that you will become the most legendary ninja in the ninja world. Even, your future achievements can surpass the legendary Six-Path Immortals. In Chiyo's view, life force is an extremely mysterious force. Muyun can drive life force like an arm, which shows how terrifying Muyun is. At least Chiyo has never seen a person who can control life force so skillfully. Even in Chiyo's deep impression of Chisho Hasuma cannot do it either. Tamari, Konkuro and others were shocked by Chiyo's words. This evaluation is not low, it can even be said to be unimaginably high. Who is the immortal of the Six Paths? However, the founder of Ninja Sect is a legendary figure of the ancestors of all ninjas. Whether it even exists is unknown. Muyun smiled and said, it's too flattering for me, I can't bear this evaluation. In fact, in Muyun's heart, it's not that he can't afford this evaluation since 157, but that the Six Paths Immortals are nothing more than that. After all, the vision is different. In Muyun's heart, the heavens and the world, the Six Paths Immortals can only be regarded as a younger brother. Don't say anything else, it's just that the power system of the Death God is much higher than that of Hokage. Therefore, Muyun certainly doesn't look down on the level of strength of the Six Path Immortals. In Muyun's view, this system will let him leave sooner or later. Naruto World. After all, with such a powerful system, how could it only allow himself to stay in Naruto World? But when these words fell in Chiyo's ears, they became humble, which immediately made Chiyo's premonition even stronger. Looking at Muyun, Chiyo said slowly, having a powerful and unparalleled strength, but still not arrogant or impetuous, your future achievements will definitely surprise everyone. After saying this, the green light on Chiyo's palm suddenly intensified a lot, and then it quickly dimmed, and Chiyo's body fell directly backwards, hitting the ground heavily. He sighed and said, between life and death, it's really emotional. Over the years, there have been many ninjas who have died in the hands of Muyun, but this is the first time Muyun has met this kind of person who willingly sacrificed his life to meet death. This is a completely different feeling. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download Philo novel. Chapter 180. People are not machines after all. How can I say this feeling is like the inheritance of will? Maybe Chinsho Zujian's so-called will of fire really exists, but Muyun didn't feel it. Elder Chi and I. Tamari looked at Chiyo lying on the ground and asked hesitantly. Muyun nodded and said, you are right, Chiyo is already dead, take her body with you when you leave, after all, it is also for your Sand Ninja village. In fact, Chiyo didn't need to die at all, nor was she obliged to die. But for the development and future of Sand Ninja Village, she chose to die without hesitation. Although she was an enemy before her death, Muyun also admired Chiyo's approach. Chiyo is a real ninja. Tamari said. Don't worry, I will bring Elder Chiyo back to Sand Ninja Village for a proper burial. At this moment, Tamari and Konkuro's favorability toward Chiyo is directly overwhelmed. After all, the other party died to save Gaara. What's going on here? I'm not dead already. At this moment, Gaara, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, opened them directly, looking around with a trace of confusion and puzzlement in his eyes and muttered. Gaara clearly felt the end of her life before, and her consciousness really fell into darkness, but why did she wake up again now? He didn't die for a while. Gaara's heart was full of doubts. I love Luo. Tamari and Konkuro heard Gaara's voice, and instantly came to Gaara's side and helped Gaara up. Gaara, how are you feeling now? Seeing Gaara's confused look, Tamari asked anxiously. She was really worried about what would happen to Gaara. After all, she was resurrected from the dead. Who knows if there was anything wrong with looking at Tamari and Konkuro's concerned eyes. Gaara's lips twitched, and she said softly, Don't worry. I have nothing to do. By the way, am I dead? Why am I still awake? Did I not die before? Teju shook his head and said, You were indeed dead before, but Elder Chiyo saved you at the cost of his life, and of course, Muyun also transmitted a lot of vitality to you. Speaking of which, Tamari looked at Muyun affectionately, and being able to do this for his younger brother is enough to show Muyun's feelings for her. But what Tamari didn't know was that the life force was still true for Muyun. It's just a small matter, it takes a few breaths to make up for it. Gaara was silent for a while, then suddenly got up and bowed deeply to Chiyo. If it wasn't for Chiyo, he would already be dead. Then, Gaara was right too. Bowing to Muyun, although Muyun is his brother-in-law, he has no obligation to save him. His thinking is similar to that of Shuju. It is estimated that Muyun spent a lot of life in order to save him. Although I love Luo do not understand, but also knowing that vitality is an important thing for a person. In fact, Gaara's idea is right. For others, it is indeed very precious, but Muyun is obviously not included in this list. Okay, Gaara, it's already alright. The purpose of the Shao organization is the tailed beast. Now that the tail in Gaara's body has been removed, it should not attract the attention of the Shao organization. Now, we should part here too. We're going back to Konoha, so, goodbye, Tamari. Gently kissing Shumaru's lips, Muyun said softly. Tamari nodded and said, Okay, we also have to rush back to Sand Ninja Village to stabilize the situation. After everything is stabilized, we will hold the wedding. For Tamari, there is nothing more important than fulfilling the marriage contract with Muyun. From the initial rejection to the current initiative, there have been many twists and turns. Watching Tamari and others leave, Muyun sighed softly, and said, Hey, it really makes people angry. Uchiha Itachi stood beside Muyun and said, I thought he would come, but I didn't expect him to come so fast. It seems like a coincidence. The reason why Muyun let Tamari and others leave first is because there are guests. With a loud shout, an incomparably huge stream of water rushed out in an instant, forming a huge lake directly on the spot, which is very terrifying. Water escape water dragon ball technique. Immediately afterwards, a dozen huge water dragons jumped up from the lake in an instant, all shrouded in front of Uchiha Itachi, and the offensive was very fast. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's face condensed, facing the attack of more than a dozen water dragons. He did not dare to be careless, and directly urged chakra to condense a mature body with flesh and blood meridians. Susanoo. Facing a dozen water dragons, the huge Susanoo directly swung his huge fist and slammed it towards the water dragon. Bang! The huge water splashes scattered and overflowed under the attack of Susanoo's fist, and the water flowed from the sky. It fell in the middle, and the water dragons were knocked away one by one for more than 10 days. Ghost Shark, it's a little too polite to give me such a big gift as soon as you come here. Order. Looking at the dried persimmon Ghost Shark standing behind a rock, Itachi Uchiha suddenly laughed. The expression on the dried persimmon Ghost Shark's face was very complicated, and he said, Mr. Itachi, why did you betray the organization? Did you forget your dream when you first joined the organization? For Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark has always held considerable respect from Li Jiao, thinking that Itachi and him are the same people to some extent, but what he never imagined was that Uchiha Itachi would actually betray Xiao organization. In the mind of the persimmon ghost, anyone can betray, but only Uchiha Itachi is impossible, but the fact is now, making the persimmon ghost very angry. Sorry, ghost, I have never been Akatsuki. The people of the organization have never been betrayed, and my dream is to protect Konoha. I will not forget, nor can I forget. They always deceived you a lot in order to gain the trust of the Akatsuki organization. I am so sorry, Ghost Shark. There is deep apology in Uchiha Itachi's tone. In Akatsuki's organization, Uchiha Itachi closed all his feelings, but only the dry persimmon ghost who has been with him for a long time has really created a bond. After all, people are not machines. Hokage start with a thunder fruit. Chapter 181-206. Chapter 181 18 Layers of Hell. If it wasn't a matter of position, Uchiha Itachi might become a real life and death partner with Kazuki Onishi, but unfortunately, sometimes, people just can't help themselves. What you want to do, but you can't do what you want to throw away, but couldn't lose it at all. The dried persimmon ghost shark's face was very ugly, and he said, "Don't say sorry to me, I don't need it. You said that you have been deceiving me all the time. Don't tell me every word you said to me is it a lie to deceive me." At this moment, the dried persimmon only wants an answer. Itachi Uchiha shook his head and said, "That's not true, I deceived only your trust, but what I said is true." The dried persimmon ghost shark frowned, and he was dubious about Uchiha Itachi's words, and he was a little uncertain. Hey, it seems to be ignored. Seeing the conversation between Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost shark, Muyun shook his head. Flash of lightning, Muyun appeared in front of the dried persimmon ghost shark in an instant, and his eyes just met the eyes of the dried persimmon ghost shark. The 18th Hell of Illusion. As Muyun's low voice fell, the dried persimmon ghost shark's body instantly slackened and fell directly to the ground. Just now, Muyun used his huge mental power to draw the dried persimmon ghost shark closer to what he had created. In the space of illusion. This move is inspired by Uchiha Itachi's Yudu, which is similar to Yudu. For a long time, the improvement of Muyun's physical attributes can make Muyun's strength undergo earth-shaking changes. But mental power seems to be of no use, except to improve his own energy. But later, with the continuous growth of mental power, Muyun found that he could manipulate mental power to leave the body and invade the other party's spiritual space. Of course, the premise is that the other party's mental strength is lower than his own. At this time, the consciousness of the dried persimmon ghost shark has come to a very eerie space. In front of the dried persimmon ghost shark, there is a great hall. Yanluo Temple. Looking at the plaque above the main hall, the dried persimmon ghost shark frowned, a little unclear, so he didn't know why he appeared in this space. But the next moment, several blurred black robes holding iron chains appeared to his left and right, beside him, directly support him and walk into the distance. The dried persimmon ghost shark subconsciously wanted to resist, but found that he could no longer mobilize the chakra. This discovery made the dried persimmon ghost shark change color. Almost directly put the dried persimmon ghost shark at the entrance of the hell, and then, put the dried persimmon ghost shark into the tongue-pulling hell. The next moment, the dried persimmon ghost shark's fierce cry suddenly resounded in the whole space. In reality, only a second passed. But in the illusion space, the dried persimmon ghost shark has already experienced all the tortures of the 18th hell. Even with the terrifying willpower of the dried persimmon ghost shark, he was tortured half to death, and only half his life was left. Huchi. The dried persimmon ghost shark took a big mouthful of fresh air, and the intense panic in his eyes could not go away at all. It can be seen how much psychological and trauma Muyun's illusion has caused him. What's going on? It was an illusion just now. Uchiha Itachi looked at the reaction of the dried persimmon ghost in shock and asked Muyun. He himself. The moon reading space is already considered to be the pinnacle of illusion, but Uchiha Itachi knows that the moon reading has little effect on the kind of ninja with super willpower. Coincidentally, the dried persimmon ghost is that kind of willpower a firm person, so Itachi Uchiha knows that even if he uses the moon reading on the persimmon ghost shark, he knows that it will not have too significant effect. But now, Muyun's illusion has almost collapsed the dried persimmon ghost shark's spirit. Doesn't it mean that Muyun's illusionist attainments are much higher than his? You must know that he has the blessing of a kaleidoscope, but Muyun has nothing. Facing Uchiha Itachi's doubtful eyes, Muyun replied, "No, wrong, this is an illusion created by me, similar to your monthly reading, in that it pulls the opponent's spirit into an illusion space. It's just that the illusion space I created is more complete and more terrifying than the moon reading space." In fact, when he used the illusion technique on the dried persimmon ghost shark just now, Muyun hadn't used all his strength. Otherwise, with the horror level of the 18th hell, the dried persimmon ghost shark might not even be able to hold the first 5 layers, and he would collapse and die. Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun in disbelief, and then at the dried persimmon ghost shark who was paralyzed on the ground with a terrified expression on his face. He still couldn't believe this fact. There are actually people who have more illusion skills than the Uchiha clan with kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. This is completely against common sense. This is the most terrifying illusion I have ever seen in my life. It almost broke my mind. It's really terrible. After a full 10 seconds, the dried persimmon ghost shark reluctantly spoke. His spirit has been weakened to the extreme, and his body is trembling slightly. Although he feels that his chakra is very abundant, he just can't mobilize it. Moreover, he has completely lost the courage to take action against Muyun. The 18th floor hell has left a very deep psychological shadow on the ghost shark. After hearing the words of the dried persimmon ghost shark, Uchiha Itachi believed in Muyun's illusion skills, and his eyes were filled with horror. "You came to Itachi, just to ask this silly question." Seeing that the dried persimmon ghost shark had lost the courage to take action, Muyun asked directly. Dried persimmon ghost shark shook his head and said, "I hate others to deceive me the most. Mr. Itachi is the person I respect the most. I can't accept his deception, nor can I accept his falsehood. So I'm here to find an answer. If all this is true, I'll do my best to kill Mr. Itachi, or be killed by Mr. Itachi." Speaking of this, the dried persimmon ghost shark glanced at Muyun, and said with a strong panic in his tone, "But I didn't expect that you would actually be with Mr. Itachi." Scorpion didn't make it clear. If the dried persimmon ghost shark had known in advance that Muyun and Uchiha Itachi were together, he would never have appeared at this time. The experience in the illusion space was the most terrifying experience of the ghost shark. He swears that if he can, he will do it again. "I don't want to try this feeling anymore. The traditional way of deciphering the illusion has no effect on Muyun's illusion at all, let alone disturbing the chakra in the body. It is impossible to even mobilize the chakra." Please download Feifei to read the underlined version of the novel. Blue's Novel. Chapter 182 The Mysterious Black-Robed Man. When the ghost shark remembered the experience in the illusion space, he felt a little creepy, and he felt like an ordinary person. Even chakra couldn't feel it. "I don't want to kill you, so, as long as you can join my command, I can consider spare your life." In fact, with the willpower of the dried persimmon ghost shark, it is impossible to be subdued by Muyun, but now the spirit of the dried persimmon ghost shark has almost collapsed. This is not impossible. A trace of strange energy radiates from Muyun's body go out, and slowly drilled in from the temple of the dried persimmon ghost shark. Muyun has been very advanced in the development of the sound of thunder fruit, and now Muyun has been able to initially simulate brain waves, and even as long as Muyun thinks, he can past brain waves forcibly control the dried persimmon ghost shark. But such a method is undoubtedly the last resort. It can only make the ghost shark's body surrender, and it will not be able to exert its full strength at all, and it will not help Muyun very much. Uchiha Itachi listens to Muyun's words said, "Give it up, Muyunjin, although the ghost shark is not your opponent, but this guy's willpower is the most powerful of all the ninjas I have ever seen, and it is impossible to be subdued by just a few words. Actually, I also thought about subduing the dried persimmon ghost shark. After all, he is a powerful shadow-level master, but unfortunately, it didn't work at all. In fact, after being a partner for a long time, Uchiha Itachi had the idea of subduing the persimmon ghost shark, but unfortunately, the dry persimmon ghost shark's willpower is too firm. So seeing Muyun want to subdue the ghost shark, Uchiha Itachi shook his head. He didn't think he could succeed at all. However, at this moment, in the mind of the persimmon ghost shark, there was a voice that kept making him surrender to Muyun, and the voice became louder and louder. Originally, when he heard Muyun's words, the dry persimmon ghost shark subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the voice made him hesitate, and his mind was constantly shaking at this moment. In the end, the dry persimmon ghost shark's mental strength that had been severely damaged was finally gone. Hold on, Muyun's brain waves successfully changed his mind. Okay, I promise you. When he raised his head again, the dry persimmon ghost shark looked at Muyun with a trace of respect. Muyun not only made the dried persimmon ghost shark submit to him, but also magnified his image infinitely in the dried persimmon ghost shark's mind. Therefore, at this moment, the dried persimmon ghost shark sees Muyun as if pious. It was like a Christian believer who saw Jesus. It was a fanaticism from his heart. Itachi Uchiha's eyes widened, as if he had seen something incredible, and he asked in shock, "Mr. Muyun, what's going on?" He really couldn't imagine how Muyun did it, and even Uchiha Itachi felt that this dried persimmon shark was not the one he knew at all. The difference was too great. Looking at the shocked Uchiha Itachi, Muyun said lightly, "His spirit has almost collapsed due to my illusion." No matter how strong-willed a person is, it's not surprising what kind of decision he makes. Uchiha Itachi took a deep look at Mu. Of course, the perfunctory can be heard from Muyun's words, which proves that Muyun did not tell the truth at all. This is not surprising. No, I will not show my trump card completely. Only by maintaining a certain sense of mystery, can I be able to sit firmly on the Daiyutai. Muyun didn't talk nonsense, turned around and left, but stopped before taking a few steps. Since you're here, don't hide. Do you want me to invite you out? Muyun stood on the spot, slightly tilted his head and said in a deep voice. Clap clap. As expected of the Konoha Thor, who is well known in the ninja world, the guy who can destroy the Sphinx really didn't blow it out. Unknown person in a black robe appeared at a position more than 10 meters away from Muyun. Looking at Muyun quietly through the two holes in the mask that covered his face, he was not nervous at all. It can be seen that this man in black robe has no fear or awe for Muyun, who has a sturdy record. Who are you? Looking at the man in black robe standing in front of him, Muyun asked in a deep voice. I don't know why, from the man in black robe, Muyun felt a pressure, although it was very weak, but it did exist. You must know that since Muyun's strength reached the shadow level, he never felt that way, but at this moment, actually felt the pressure on this black-robed man. This shows that this black-robed man is very strong, and the lowest is the existence of super shadow level, because on Wying, Muyun did not feel the slightest pressure. I am you don't need to care about who, you just need to know that I'm here to kill you. Fire Dance Lotus. An incomparably gigantic fiery fireball appeared in an instant, swept away towards Muyun. The extremely terrifying temperature made the ground begin to melt. The huge fireball rapidly expanded in midair, and instantly reached the level of dozens of meters. Panther. With a slight wave of Muyun's hand, the huge amount of thunder and lightning directly condensed into a giant thunder and lightning leopard with a body size of tens of meters, and slammed into the huge fireball. The usual kind of crushing did not appear. Muyun's Leibao actually stalemate with the opponent's fireball. What? Uchiha Itachi's face changed greatly. He has never seen anyone who can match Muyun's attack. All along, Muyun has always defeated the enemy with a crushing attitude, but this time, it seems that he has encountered an extraordinary one. Opponent. Water escape big burst water rush. Although the dried persimmon ghost shark was mentally traumatized, the chakra was still very abundant, and he directly used the terrifying water escape that covered a range of hundreds of meters. The wave-like water flow was shot directly at the huge fireball. According to common sense, the huge water flow should put out the fireball directly. After all, although the scale of the fireball has reached several tens of meters, it still cannot be compared with the water flow. However, the expected picture did not appear, and the huge water wave has not yet approached the fireball in midair. Vaporized by the terrifying heat. It's impossible. The dried persimmon ghost shark was dumbfounded. He used such a large-scale water escape ninjutsu. He should be able to put out the flame very easily, but why there is no effect at all? Yifei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read. Chapter 183 The Profound Truth of Fire, Martial Artist. Haha, this level of water attribute attack can't put out my flame. You are too naive, boy. Man in black robe gave the dried persimmon shark a cold look, and his words were full of disdain. The dried persimmon shark suddenly became furious. Since he became famous, no one has dared to speak to him like this. He has not heard such a tone for a long time. However, Uchiha Itachi, who was on the side, stopped the dried persimmon shark and said, "Ghost shark, calm down, the current situation is not the time to be impulsive at all. Although I am very reluctant to admit it, I have to say that the strength of this man in black robe is definitely much stronger than ours. If he rushes up, he will only die in vain." Hearing this, the dried persimmon ghost shark suddenly calmed down, looking at the man in black robe with a strong unwillingness in his eyes. The original dried persimmon ghost shark recognized, 157. Because his strength can be ranked in the top of the whole ninja world, he is already considered a top powerhouse. But after meeting Muyun, he realized that his strength is still not strong enough, and now there is a black-robed man, completely let the pride in the dried persimmon ghost shark's heart be shattered. "Hey, you're too arrogant," the guy with his head and tail showing his tail, dare to be distracted when fighting with me. Controlling Lei Bao and continuing to stalemate with the fireball, Muyun's body instantly appeared beside the man in black robe. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Thunder kick. The right leg flashing with lightning directly crushed the air and slammed into the neck of the black-robed man. In an instant, the black-robed man's body shot out like a rag sack and collided directly not far away. On top of the rock wall, it is deeply embedded in it. Even the entire hill is shaking slightly, which shows how powerful Muyun's leg is. Have you won? The dried persimmon ghost shark stared at the man in black robe embedded in the rock wall, and said in a condensed voice. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel slowly turned, and said, "No, it's not that simple." At the moment when Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, the man in black robe moved his fingers, and then a somewhat excited voice came. "Ha ha ha ha, it's really enjoyable, worthy of being called the god of thunder, god of Konoha, it can actually make it happen. I feel the long-lost blood boiling, you are the first in so many years." Thousands of fire bullets hit the steel coil. Thousands of small fireballs condensed out from the body of the black-robed man in an instant, and directly attacked Muyun and others indiscriminately. The Shield of Thunder. Muyun raised his hands, and a large amount of thunder and lightning instantly extended out, wrapping Muyun in it, forming a lightning shield. The fireball hit the lightning shield, sparks scattered, and lightning flew, but it never broke through the lightning. The defense of the shield is just ripples on the lightning shield. Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel turned rapidly, and the huge whisker appeared again, directly wrapping himself and the dried persimmon ghost shark, and instantly became a mature body. The huge Susanoo, tens of meters, suddenly ushered in the attack of the fireball, but the difference is that every small fireball hits on Susanoo, and it will instantly burn a hole. The original defense is extremely powerful. In front of these little fireballs, it's like a piece of paper, and it becomes vulnerable. The defensive power of his can't stop his attack at all. Fortunately, there are not many small fireballs attacking Susanoo, otherwise it is estimated that Uchiha Itachi will be completely cold. By the time the attacks of thousands of fireballs have completely disappeared, Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo has long since disappeared. It was shattered, and blood was dripping from his eyes. I didn't expect that there are still strong people like you in the ninja world. I have to say that my heart that has been quiet is now starting to get excited again. Mu-yun dissipated the thunder shield, looked at the surrounding situation, and suddenly showed a smile. Although the fireball attacks just now were all aimed at him and Uchiha Itachi, there were still a lot of fireballs that fell around. Above the ground, the small fireballs that seemed to be not large hit the ground, directly blasting out large holes with a diameter of tens of meters. It is comparable to ninjutsu, and it is extremely terrifying. To be honest, since the strength has reached the shadow level, Mu-yun no longer has that kind of the feeling of blood boiling every time he fights. It is very boring. Therefore, Mu-yun has been looking forward to the resurrection of Uchiha Madara and longing for the real battle. But now, this mysterious the black-robed man made Mu-yun feel the feeling of blood again. You must know that invincible is lonely, and the heights are too cold. That's exactly what it is. Ha 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 ha, I also think so. I have long lost my mind about this planet. I am interested, because no one can make me feel the real thrill of fighting. There was only that monster 3,000 years ago. The monster called the sprite that made me a little interested, but unfortunately, it was sealed in the end, which made me completely disappointed in this planet. But I didn't expect that 3,000 years later, a person like you would appear on this planet. It's such a long-lost excitement. Circles of flames appeared around the black-robed man, continuously extending towards the midair, and then gathered in midair. Don't let me down, boy. The profound truth of fire martial artist. As the voice of the man in black robe fell, the endless flames directly and continuously condensed, and in a moment, a flame giant with a height of several hundred meters was formed. The flame giant held a spiral flame spear in his hand, and he was wearing a heavy the flaming armor, the terrifying fiery feeling of 5. 7 It spread around. Under this terrifying temperature, the air was slightly twisted, and the ground under the flame giant's feet was directly melted into magma, and everything around, whether it was trees or rocks, burned. Uchiha Itachi frowning his brows tightly, big drops of sweat fell from his forehead, and he muttered absent-mindedly, "What a horrible chakra, how can he use the fire escape to such an extent? It's nothing more than being able to light the trees, and it's even able to set the rocks on fire. What a terrifying flame. Although he can use Amaterasu himself, he can also make the rocks burn, but Amaterasu is a big move." And looking at the appearance of the man in black robe, this is just an unintentional effect, and it's not at the same level. Look no underscores. Chapter 184 A strong man named Yanjing. When did such a powerful ninja appear in the ninja world, and his moves are so similar to Mu-yun, he can release attacks without a seal. Uchiha Itachi's face was unprecedentedly solemn. He originally thought that there was a Mu-yun in the ninja world, but now it seems that his understanding of the ninja world is still very limited. The strength of this black-robed man is definitely even if there is a difference between Mu-yun and Mu-yun, the gap will not be very big. The dry persimmon ghost shark's face already has dense cold sweat. As a water ninja, he is naturally restrained by fire ninja, but at this moment, it is the first time for ghost sharks I feel that his water escape is so powerless. Thor. A large piece of thunder and lightning flashed around Mu-yun, and the giant thunder and lightning of several hundred meters suddenly took shape. Itachi, ghost shark, stay away from this area, the next battle is not. You can bear it. Saying something to Uchiha Itachi, Mu-yun's eyes were fixed on the man in black robe. Watching Uchiha Itachi and the others go 30 miles away, the man in black robe didn't care, but said, "Isn't the secret of thunder? I didn't expect that after thousands of years, I can see the secret of thunder again, it's an honor." The flame giant rushed towards Thor in an instant, and the huge fist slammed out fiercely, going straight to the head of the thunder giant. It's not that simple. At this moment, the speed of thunder and lightning was displayed vividly. The thunder and lightning giant avoided the punch in an instant, and then reached out and grabbed the arm of the flame giant. As the lightning giant pulled and tugged, the power of the flame giant's punch in an instant, all of them backfired on themselves, and coupled with the power of the thunder giant, the flame giant fell directly to the ground. Pillar of flame. Seeing the thunder giant step down, the man in black robe instantly drank, and the huge pillar of fire rose directly into the sky, repelling the thunder giant. Thunder Dragon. At the same time as he retreated, a thunder and lightning dragon rushed out of the giant's body. It was hundreds of meters in height. It bit down on the arm of the giant flame. The lightning flashed, the flames splashed, and the arm of the flame giant was instantly pierced. Biting down, and then, the thunder and lightning dragon directly wrapped around the flame giant's body, and kept shrinking. The ability to trouble, the profound meaning of thunder. I suffered a loss thousands of years ago, but I didn't expect it to be like this now. As the black-robed man's voice fell, the huge flame giant shrank suddenly, and then directly got rid of the shackles of Thunder Dragon. Muyun raised his brows. Is it really a strong adaptability to adapt to get rid of shackles by closing? It seems this guy's fighting consciousness is not weak. Although I have overestimated the strength of the black-robed man as much as possible, but now I find that the opponent is still far underestimated. Being able to fight against myself in the form of Thor has proved that the opponent's strength has definitely reached the superlative level. Shadow level. I just don't know why I didn't know that there was such a person before. Moreover, what this guy said before, this planet's words are worthy of scrutiny, making Muyun faintly have a development beyond his control. Feeling freed from bondage. Afterwards, the flame giant stretched out his hands, and a crimson fireball with a scale of tens of meters condensed in an instant. The temperature of this fireball is much higher than the previous fireball. The heat waves swept in, turning the area of several kilometers into a piece of scorched earth. The next moment, the huge fireball was directly pushed by the flame giant to the thunder giant, and it was crushed all the way. In between, it has come to the front of the thunder and lightning giant. The punishment of the super god. Thunder Giant raised his arm and hugged him in front of him, and the lightning beam with a diameter of several tens of meters shot out in an instant, colliding with the fireball. Everything, the huge mushroom cloud rises directly, and the momentum is very terrifying. At this moment, all the shadow-level powerhouses in the entire ninja world raised their brows and looked in the direction of the battle between Muyun and the black-robed man. The heart of every shadow-level powerhouse is covered with a layer of haze, and it feels a little heavy, as if something is about to happen, but when thinking about it carefully, it is impossible to guess what it is. In this scene, he murmured, to actually destroy everything within 10 kilometers, it's terrifying. This kind of height is very difficult for me to reach in my life. He is very self-aware. Although he is called a tailless beast, he is not a tailed beast after all. Although chakra is huge, it is wishful thinking to do this. Isn't this level of battle too exaggerated? Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope shaker eye is spinning extremely fast, staring at the man in black robe, but he can't find the slightest flaw. The top and bottom are in the most perfect state, whether it is attacking or defending. Time slowly passed in the Great War 157, and 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, fires flashed in this area from time to time, thunder and lightning roared, and the mountains within a radius of several hundred kilometers were directly wiped out. Huhu is really a pleasant battle. The high-intensity battle for 3 consecutive days made the man in black robe exhausted, and the flame giant had already dispersed, but his emotions were very excited. From this point, it can be seen that this guy is an out-and-out fighting maniac, and he can only feel the infinite pleasure in the battle. On the other hand, Muyun, because of the endless natural energy as support, despite fighting for 3 days for 3 nights, the violent thunder and lightning did not decrease in the slightest. But after all, human beings, even if they are full of energy, they are already very tired psychologically. What kind of person are you as strong as you? It is impossible to remain anonymous. Seeing the man in black robe whose energy was almost exhausted, Muyun asked in a deep voice. "It's ridiculous, after fighting for a long time, Muyun still doesn't know the identity of the black-robed man. But Muyun has already made some guesses. I am afraid that this black-robed man does not belong to the ninja world, or does not belong to this planet." Robed man was silent for a while, then said, "You can call me, Yan Jin." Chapter 185 Energy Essence. You are qualified to know my name. As for the obscurity you said, it's just because you are on the sidelines. On your planet, of course I am anonymous. No, 3,000 years ago, I was still famous, but those who knew my name were probably turned into dust. The black-robed man's tone was a little weak, and he explained slowly. Muyun raised his brows and said, "So, you are from another planet." Muyun was curious to know that things outside the ninja world were never mentioned in the original book. It was just an Otsutsuki family. But looking at the black-robed man in front of him, it was obvious that he did not belong to the Otsutsuki clan. Muyun, who already thought this world was boring, felt for the first time that there are still many secrets in this world. Maybe the Otsutsuki clan is just a younger brother. The man in black robe did not answer Muyun's question, but said, "I have already talking enough. Knowing too much, it's not a good thing. You are very good. You make me feel the pleasure of fighting for a long time. I look forward to our next meeting. I hope you can continue to grow." Muyun's expression changed, and he shouted, "Don't even think about running away." The moment the voice fell, several sturdy lightning bolts fell from the sky instantly and slashed at the black-robed man. But Muyun's movements were still a step slower, and the black-robed man's body instantly turned into countless flames and dissipated. In place, only a faint word was left. "It's useless. I want to go. No one on this planet can leave me, neither can you. Let's improve your strength. The next time we meet, there will be more intense battles." Muyun looked at the dissipated flames with a solemn expression, and a heavy thought rushed into his heart instantly. "I thought I knew enough about this world, but now it seems that the limitations are too great. Now that I have come to this world, it is impossible to speculate on everything according to the original book. After all, this is a complete world. This is what?" Suddenly, Muyun saw an extremely tiny fiery red spar left on the ground after the black-robed man disappeared. This spar is flickering with bright red light. Although it is very small, Muyun can feel the huge energy contained in it. After dispersing the huge thunder and lightning giant, Muyun walked to the side of the fiery red spar and stretched out his hand. Picked up this crystal. He looked at the spar carefully, but Muyun was stunned that he didn't find any difference in this spar. Doubtful Muyun suddenly came to mind. "System, do you know what this is?" Although he himself can't see the origin of this spar, the system definitely knows what it is. Ding! Congratulations to the host, getting the fire essence, initially unveiling the mysterious veil of this world, and rewarding 1 million enhancement points. Close black lens bracket fire attribute energy essence. It can purify the bloodline concentration, make the bloodline evolve, and the fire attribute powerhouse will have the additional effect of enhancing strength. Hearing the explanation of the system, Muyun was stunned, and his heart was very shocked. Energy essence, things that have never appeared in the original work. It seems that this world is not as simple as I thought. Purify blood, improve. This effect is a bit perverted. Looking at the spar that was not the size of the little fingernail in his hand, Muyun frowned. Things were developing more and more beyond his control. This is not a good thing. System, you definitely know something, right? It's not a simple Naruto world, right? This black-robed man is definitely not a figure in the ninja world, and this energy essence also confirms this from the side. All of this, what is going on? The more Muyun thought about it, the more he felt that something was not right, and there was a creepy feeling, and a deep chill appeared in his heart. The affairs of the Otsutsuki clan have not been figured out yet, and now there is another the black-robed man named Yanjin, and his strength is terrifying. This has to make Muyun think deeply. But it is rare, the system is silent, and the system that always answers questions is silent. Muyun's face instantly sank after that. Although the system did not answer, it is enough to guess a lot of things from the performance of the system. At least Muyun can be sure that the system definitely knows something. And this world is definitely not a pure Naruto world. Mr. Muyun, what about the man in black robe? Uchiha Itachi rushed towards this side after the battle, and as soon as he came to Muyun's side, he hurriedly asked. The battle that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, he didn't even help him, and he didn't see any flaws, which made Uchiha Itachi understand the vastness of the world. Now that the battle is over, the man in black robe is gone. Trace, immediately. Asked openly. Leave. Looking at Uchiha Itachi lightly, Mu Yun said. Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, "Can't you even take him down?" At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's heart has been filled with horror. How terrifying the enemy that even Muyun can't leave behind. Is it a relaxing thing? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed in Uchiha Itachi's mind. Muyun shook his head and said, "I am about the same strength as him, but the opponent's methods are very strange. It seems that they are not using ninjutsu. The most important thing is that the other party is not from the Li Jiaoran world at all. Our understanding of him is too one-sided. This world is not easy." Uchiha Itachi listened silently, and then said somewhat puzzled, "What does this mean if he is not from the ninja world? If he is not using ninjutsu, what kind of taijutsu is that?" Muyun's words completely exceeded Uchiha Itachi's cognition and directly broke Uchiha Itachi's worldview. Uchiha Itachi's IQ is very high, but his cognition has long been solidified, so he can't understand what Muyun said. Muyun frowned and said slowly, "Originally, I thought the whole world was the ninja world, but now I understand that there are other places besides the ninja world, but we haven't understood it yet. Maybe thousands of years ago, someone from outside the sky came to the ninja world, but it was not recorded. You have to understand that in the entire universe, this planet is very small." Chapter 186 Hidden Crisis. If our planet is compared to a grain of sand, then the entire universe is a vast desert, and a planet is extremely small in the universe. I used to think that there would be no other life in the universe, but until today, I suddenly realized that the universe is really scary. Muyun's words gave Uchiha Itachi a great shock. This was a statement he had never heard before, and it was the only statement that made him tremble. If what Muyun said was true, then wouldn't they live here? It is dangerous all the time. In his opinion, the ninja world is too big, but now Muyun actually said that the ninja world can only be regarded as a grain of sand, which directly shattered his worldview. Ignore Uchibowi's shock. Muyun continued. The black robe is not using ninjutsu, nor is it taijutsu, it is probably a brand new power system, I don't know. I've said it before, our understanding of the universe is too one-sided, and it's normal to not know. But this power system 157 is much stronger than ninjutsu, I think you should feel it too. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, "The new power system is indeed very possible. After all, I didn't feel the existence of chakra from his attack. And his attack is much stronger than ninjutsu. It should be a power system higher than chakra. It is hard to imagine whether we will have a chance of winning if we face such an enemy one day. After all, what level of strength the black-robed people are in on their planet, we don't know. If it's the strongest group, it's fine, otherwise, how can we resist the possible invasion?" Uchiha Itachi has a high IQ, and once he accepts Muyun's statement, he analyzes a lot of things in a moment. What Uchiha Itachi is most worried about now is the invasion of the other party. Because of ignorance, once they are invaded, they will be in a very passive situation. The most important thing is that the strength shown by the black robes is terrible, but in the black robes people's planet, I don't know what level of strength the opponent is at. If they are only at the bottom, then they can wash and sleep thoroughly. After all, just a man in black robe can fight Muyun, the top powerhouse in the ninja world. It's hard to tell. The dried persimmon ghost shark hesitated for a while and said, "If it's really the same as what Mr. Itachi said, then our situation is very dangerous. To be honest, as a water escape ninja, I believe that in the entire ninja world, except for the original second-generation Hokage, no one can overwhelm me. But even with this level of water escape, I can't do anything to the other party, and I also take advantage of attribute restraint. It is conceivable how dangerous our situation is. To be honest, after so many years in the ninja world, the dried persimmon ghost, although the shark has been in danger several times, he has never been afraid. But at this moment, a creepy feeling appeared in the heart of the dried persimmon shark. Okay, it hasn't happened yet. Since the situation is dangerous, then think do your best to raise your strength, as long as you have strength. Enough, any threat will become, not a threat, strength is the last word. Seeing the appearance of Uchiha Itachi and the dried persimmon shark, Muyun waved his hand and said, "Don't say that this thing hasn't happened yet, even if it happened, no matter what, slapstick can't change anything, it doesn't make any sense, the most important thing is to improve strength." Moreover, Muyun feels that the other party is not so easy to invade, otherwise over the years, this planet has been occupied for a long time, and there is no race that will not covet the resources of a planet. Although it seems that the man in black robe looks like a human being, but Muyun does not believe that the other party will be of the same race because of this, and give up the resources of a planet. Therefore, it is certain that it will not be so easy to invade other planets. However, Muyun did not relax his vigilance because of this. "You must know that the man in black robe said that the other party 3,000 years ago. I've been here before. No matter what is preventing the other party from occupying this planet, after 3,000 years, I believe it has been dealt with almost. Besides, if the black-robed people really have no interest in this planet, why would they still be after 3,000 years? There is only one possibility to come to this planet, that is, the other party has found a way to invade this planet, and now he is just here to explore the bottom." Of course, all of this is just a guess by Muyun, but in any case, improving strength is always that's right. Carefully sailing the 10,000-year ship, Muyun still understands this truth. Uchiha Itachi nodded firmly and said, "I will." Past, Uchiha Itachi only wanted to protect Konoha, but today, his concept has changed, he wants to protect the entire ninja world. Whether it is Konoha or other ninja villages, it is all ninja world. As a member, when facing foreign enemies, Itachi Uchiha instantly changed his mind. No matter how many wars broke out in their 5 major ninja villages, it was the battle of their own family members of the ninja world. There is nothing to say, but now facing an outsider, a complete outsider. There are some things I wanted to say at the end, but now, the situation has changed suddenly, so my plan needs to be advanced. Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghost, and said lightly, "I originally wanted to become Hokage, then develop Konoha's strength, and slowly unify the ninja world in a few years. The reason why the ninja world is constantly chaotic is because of the uneven distribution of interests among the 5 countries, but after the reunification, there will be no such argument, and the ninja world will usher in true peace." Saying that, Muyun frowned, but now, the appearance of the man in black robe has completely disrupted my plan. We don't have that much time now, and we must cut the mess with a quick knife. So, whether it's the Shao organization or the 5 major countries, we must solve these troubles as soon as possible, and then cultivate combat effectiveness and improve the overall strength of the ninja world. And the first step in these things is to secretly help Shao organization, speed up their collection of tailed beasts, let Shao organization's purpose be achieved as soon as possible, and let the guys hidden behind the scenes show up sooner. Chapter 187 Tell the Truth. Uchiha Itachi looked at Muyun with some doubts and said, "What's the matter behind the collection of tailed beasts?" That Muyun said were all things that Uchiha Itachi had never heard of during his undercover operation in the Akatsuki organization, so it made Uchiha Itachi a little unclear. In fact, Uchiha Itachi went undercover, but Nagato was not fool. I have always been on guard for Uchiha Itachi. There are many things that Uchiha Itachi knows. After all, no one is a fool, and it is impossible to shake off all their plans. Muyun shook his head and said, "These things are a long story. In fact, the Shao organization is not as simple as it seems, and its real leader is not Pain. Let me tell you, all of this is a conspiracy by Madara Uchiha, the ancestor of your Uchiha family, in order to be able to resurrect and realize his peace plan. But unfortunately, Madara Uchiha was also deceived. You should have seen the Uchiha stone tablet in your family's Nanga shrine, and the information on it has been modified." Ignoring Uchiha Itachi's shocked expression, Muyun continued, "Actually, although the information originally recorded on that stele is difficult to achieve peace, it is still a good solution. But it's a pity, the content on the stone tablet is a lie, just to resurrect a character who can cholera the entire ninja world. And Madara Uchiha was used by the initiator of this conspiracy. In short, he became a pawn. Hearing this, the expression on Uchiha Itachi's face is already very shocked, and it seems very unbelievable. Although I have never seen Uchiha Madara, there have always been legends about Uchiha Madara in their family. Under the influence of eyes and ears for a long time, in Uchiha Itachi's heart, Uchiha Madara is an invincible existence. Now Muyun says that the other party is just a chess piece. This is how Uchiha Itachi can accept the expression of looking at Uchiha Itachi for a while. Muyun sighed and said, I know it's hard for you to accept this fact, but it's the truth. If we want to resist foreign invasion, we must integrate the power of the entire ninja world. It is never a good way to fight alone. But the premise of all this is to first resolve the contradictions in our native ninja world, so we must let the plan of the Akatsuki organization succeed, and let the mastermind behind the scenes successfully resurrect the person who wants to be resurrected. In fact, Kagaya was only sealed, far from being resurrected, but all this is too complicated to explain, so Muyun did not explain it carefully. Anyway, it means it. Uchiha Itachi frowned and said, didn't you say that the person who will be resurrected has the strength of the cholera ninja world? If he resurrects the other party, wouldn't he shoot himself in the foot? Once we can't deal with it, we're already messed up without waiting for others. Muyun waved his hand with a smile, and said, since I dare to bring it up, I am sure, and others can't deal with it, it doesn't mean I can't. Before the opponent is resurrected, as long as I raise my strength to a level stronger than the opponent, then everything will be no problem. Saying that, Muyun's face, the color became serious. It's better to think about how you can improve your own strength. I've said it before, it's impossible to fight alone, you must unite, and with your IQ, you should be able to imagine that the enemies we will face in the future are not just people in black robes. Originally, Muyun was not worried about this, but the appearance of the man in black robe sounded the alarm for Muyun. Muyun is very clear, the universe is really too big. Since there can be a black-robed man, why can't there be another white-robed man? After the red-robed man has experienced this incident, Muyun has embraced this world again. The vigilant attitude. Uchiha Itachi nodded and said, you are right, originally I only wanted to protect Konoha, but now it seems that this goal must be changed. Tell me what you want me to do, I will listen to you all. After a short thought, Uchiha Itachi has made up his mind. If he had his own thoughts before, he has completely restrained himself. Muyun lowered his head and thought for a while, and said, well, the ghost shark will return with me. Konoha, what about you? Just separate from us here, and secretly help Shao organize the collection of tailed beasts. But you have to remember that when collecting tailed beasts, you don't have to seal up the entire tailed beast. If you can, you only need to help Shao organization collect some of the tailed beast chakra. As for the 4-tailed chakra and 9-tailed chakra, I will find an opportunity to personally send it to the Shao organization. Hearing Muyun's words, Uchiha Itachi did not object, but frowned and asked, there is no problem with the others, but if you send the 4-tailed chakra and 9-tailed chakra in person, will it arouse suspicion from the Shao organization? Uchiha Itachi knows very well that the Shao organization is not a group of fools. If Muyun goes to send chakra in person, he will definitely be suspected. Muyun smiled and said, Itachi, your worries are right, but now that they have, is there any choice? They are not stupid. If you want to get the 4-tailed chakra and the 9-tailed chakra, you have to pass me. They will not shoot me easily, even if they doubt my purpose, but they have no choice. Unless the Shao organization has the confidence to snatch it from me, they will not refuse. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak. Muyun said, very reasonable, in the face of strength, no matter how much doubt, there is only compromise, unless there is a better way, but this is impossible. Okay, then I'll set off. Saying that, Uchiha Itachi turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Muyun hesitated for a moment, took out the fire attribute energy essence, and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. Eat this, it can make your shackles go a step further, slowly make up for the damage that shackles have caused to your body, and it can also greatly improve your strength. The flaws of the kaleidoscope writing wheel are really too great. Although it can exert a strong strength, the backlash is not weak. In the long run, it will not benefit you. Chapter 188 Power Essence Works Amazing. Uchiha Itachi's face changed, and he said in a low voice, "You know all about the flaws of Sharkanian." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was even more jealous of Muyun. Looking at Muyun, he seemed to know everything. Uchiha Itachi only felt a cold air rising from the soles of his feet, and instantly rushed to the sky. Compared with Muyun, the most terrifying thing is Muyun's omniscient ability, and this is the real scary place. Muyun ignored Uchiha Itachi's expression, but said, "There is nothing obvious in the early and late stages of Sharanian. The disadvantage is that it is a relatively perfect bloodline boundary. But only when it comes to the joint of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the defect is obvious, that is, overuse will cause the owner of the eye to be completely blind." Muyun's face showed, 157. With a trace of pity, he continued, "Actually, to tell the truth, Sharanian is a very powerful bloodline limit. If there is no such shortcoming, it will be truly perfect. There is only one solution to this defect, and that is to transplant the kaleidoscope writing wheel of a loved one into oneself. In this way, it can not only overcome this defect, but also make a new evolution of the writing wheel eye, and become an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's expression has become very shocked. He never imagined that Muyun had such a thorough understanding of their family's Sharanian. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's eyes, Muyun slowed down. He said slowly, "Not only that, I also know that you originally planned to leave your eyes to Sasuke. After all, if Sasuke doesn't get your eyes, he will go blind sooner or later. This is an unacceptable result for you, and I guess, you think the same way now." Speaking of this, even Muyun himself sighed a little. Uchiha Itachi is indeed a true brother-in-law, and his doting on Sasuke has reached an unprecedented level. It is estimated that until now, his heart is still inclined to put his own the eyes were transplanted to Sasuke, otherwise it would be impossible to hide his identity when he first joined his command. Itachi Uchiha nodded calmly and said, "Yes, I don't want Sasuke to lose his light in the future." After getting this answer, Muyun smiled, with a slightly contemptuous smile, and said, "You are so sure that Sasuke can open the kaleidoscope." In Muyun's heart, he disagrees with Sasuke's talent. Compared with his brother Uchiha Itachi, in Muyun's view, Sasuke's talent is really ordinary. It is even a bit inconsistent with the reincarnation of Indra. This identity, after all, look at the last reincarnation of Indra, Uchiha Madara, that is the real strength that he has played all the way. As for Sasuke, he has always been open, and Uchiha Itachi helped him open up. In the later period, the Six Path Immortals helped him to hang up. Throughout his life, his own efforts were actually very little. In contrast, Naruto made Muyun more favorable. Although Naruto also had hangs, his own efforts were also very good. Hard work. Itachi Uchiha frowned, and he had to admit that what Muyun said was very reasonable. Although Itachi Uchiha was reluctant to admit it, deep down in his heart, he was not happy with Sasuke. How optimistic. After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Itachi said, "I will help Zuo." Hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, Muyun's face instantly turned serious, and he said, "Itachi, you have to know that the situation has changed dramatically now. If it was in the past, what you were going to do had nothing to do with me, but now the entire ninja world is in danger. We must use all power to develop ourselves and strengthen ourselves." Speaking of which, Muyun looked at Uchiha Itachi with deep disdain in his eyes. "I think your talent is much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke, so your value is higher and your achievements are higher. You have to understand that only if we can protect the ninja world, we will have a future. If you can't even protect the ninja world, even if you train Sasuke, what's the use?" In the end, it will only be an empty bamboo basket, and Sasuke will take his life. To be honest, Muyun doesn't care about the survival of the ninja world, but once the enemy comes, it is impossible to let him go because he doesn't care, so he will face it so actively. The most important thing is that the current he is no longer when he first came to this world. Now he has concerns in this world. Whether it is Hinata, Ino, or Tamari, Muyun doesn't want them to have an accident. And Muyun believes in his heart that Uchiha Itachi's the potential is much stronger than Uchiha Sasuke, at least the 3 artifacts, only Itachi Susanoo has it. Uchiha Itachi kept weighing the pros and cons in his mind, and then said, "Okay, I'll eat it." Saying that, Uchiha Itachi swallowed the fiery red fire attribute energy essence. The next moment, the hot energy enveloped Uchiha Itachi's body, and the skin on his body slowly began to wriggle, and then cracked. One after another. Immediately after, traces of black blood accompanied by some bone residues slowly and continuously discharged from the cracks in the skin, and Uchiha Itachi's face also turned pale. A low voice came from Uchiha Itachi. The facial features on his face were twisted together, and he was obviously suffering from great pain. After a full 5 minutes, the crack on Uchiha Itachi's skin began to slowly heal, and his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye it also turned rapidly, and the chakra kept surging. Soon, a force that was 10 times stronger than before, Hitomi power from Uchiha Itachi's double 5. The 7 eyes poured out, and the dry persimmon ghost shark on the side was stagnant for a moment. Muyun didn't feel anything, but felt that Uchiha Itachi's strength officially broke through the super shadow level. What a powerful pupil power. Mr. Itachi, actually became. Is it so strong? The dried persimmon ghost shark clenched his teeth tightly, and his heart was very shocked. The original strength of Uchiha Itachi was very strong, and now it has become stronger again. I don't know how far it has reached. On the other hand, I can't keep up with the growth rate of Uchiha Itachi now. As a veteran powerhouse, the dried persimmon ghost shark has a sense of powerlessness in his heart at this time. Don't be discouraged, ghost shark, your potential is also very good. If you practice hard, your strength will definitely break through. And now we have knowing the secrets of the universe, don't worry about not being able to become stronger. Chapter 189 Back to the Village. The universe is so vast, and there must be more than one power system. With the help of other power systems in the future, I will definitely be able to take my strength to a higher level. And now you haven't reached the limit of chakra, there is still room for improvement, there is absolutely no need to be discouraged. Seeing the powerlessness on the dry persimmon ghost shark's face, Muyun immediately comforted him. He finally conquered the persimmon ghost shark, but he didn't want the other party to lose his fighting spirit like that, and what he said was right, the dried persimmon ghost shark is far from reaching its peak. Muyun believes that with the ghost shark's talent and willpower, he will definitely be able to keep going. Improve yourself, follow your own footsteps. Dry persimmon ghost shark heard the words, looked at Muyun, and then his eyes glowed again, and said, I understand. In fact, the dry persimmon ghost shark is not a person who is easy to be soft, just a little bit of emotion just now, and now when he is reminded by Muyun, he suddenly wakes up. 3. Strength can be improved, and he also believes that he can become stronger and stronger. Since there is a gap, then redouble our efforts. Is this the power of the eternal kaleidoscope? I feel that my strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Uchiha Itachi said in awe after digesting the skyrocketing power in his body. Blinking his eyes, he felt the majestic pupil power contained in his Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi was very excited. From now on, his ability to use Sharingan will no longer need to worry about the risk of blindness. Now, the old one. The days of worrying and calculating every step of the way will be gone forever. God knows how painful he is after obtaining the kaleidoscope shaker. Although his strength is extremely powerful, he can't use it unscrupulously at all. The most important thing is that the burden of kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes on the body is too huge, making his body worse day by day. Now, he doesn't have to worry about this situation anymore, and now he feels better than ever before. The world in front of me has become a little clearer. Thank you so much, Mu Yunjin. Uchiha Itachi turned and gave Muyun a deep salute. In the final analysis, it was Muyun who gave him the power he has now. If it wasn't for Muyun, he would not get the essence of energy, nor would he get Eternity Kaleidoscope Shaker. In the end, he can only give his eyes to Sasuke, and entrust everything to Sasuke. But now it is different, he can do more things with these eyes, and he can also use these eyes to protect Ninja World. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Itachi opened his heart to Muyun and completely returned to his heart, and Muyun also had the first truly loyal Super Shadow level powerhouse under his command. Okay, it's time to separate. Don't forget, now the situation is very serious. After the actual ascension, it should be very easy for you to do these things. These eyes are very scary. Also, don't do some meaningless things. Half of these eyes are sent by me, give it to you. You must cherish it. Muyun had to remind Uchiha Itachi, to know that in the original Tomoba Itachi, in order to relieve the reincarnation of the dirt, he sacrificed a writing wheel. But it doesn't rule out that the current Uchiha Itachi will do the same thing. After all, this guy's character is too elusive. Uchiha Itachi nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, Mu Yunjin, I will use this double eyes, implement our plan well, and protect the entire ninja world well. We won't let you down." If it was the previous Uchiha Itachi, he might have done such a thing, but now, he has understood that the ninja world lacks high-end combat power. To protect the ninja world, high-end combat power is essential. It is impossible for Muyun to carry everything, so he will not let his strength be weakened, but will try his best to improve his strength. Uchiha Itachi has seen clearly that in future wars, he will play a role in the decisive role as only high-end combat power, and other combat powers are far less meaningful than high-end combat power. Seeing Uchiha Itachi's solemn expression, Muyun waved his hand and let him leave. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's slowly disappearing back, Muyun said to the dried persimmon ghost shark, "Okay, ghost shark, we should go back, and I will also show you the new environment." Without using Fei Lei Shen, Muyun walked all the way back to Konoha with the dried persimmon and ghost shark. Since the last incident, Muyun understood that in fact, traveling is also a kind of cultivation. While traveling while enjoying the scenery, improve it is not the physical strength, but the improvement of the mood. It just so happens that the improvement of the mood is the most difficult, so Muyun wants to try to see if he can quickly improve his mood through this method. But unfortunately, Muyun, if he failed, even if he walked all the way to the gate of Konoha, Muyun's mood didn't improve much. It was estimated that the last time was just a chance. After bringing the dried persimmon ghost to the Hokage office to explain the situation, Tsunade really unexpectedly, it strongly stopped Muyun's thoughts. "Impossible, Muyun, you should know that anyone from Xiao's organization may be a hidden danger. A detonator that will detonate." Tsunade's face didn't give in the slightest, it was full of determination. If it was something else, Tsunade would not stop Muyun, because once she abdicates, the sixth Hokage will definitely be Muyun. There is no need to hinder the future Hokage's decision. But this alone is not enough. Tsunade is still afraid that the dried persimmon ghost shark has evil intentions, and Muyun has successfully subdued the dried persimmon ghost shark through brain waves. This point cannot be said. Therefore, the current situation has been created. Even if Muyun has successfully subdued the dried persimmon ghost shark through brain waves, Yun repeatedly assured that Tsunade also refused to agree. "Tsunade, I don't want to deceive you. Even if you don't believe in the dried persimmon shark, you should believe me. Do you think he can make waves with me? And now there have been some unexpected changes that caught me off guard. This change may even make the entire ninja world disappear into the dust, so I have to prepare in advance to deal with it." Seeing Tsunade's firm look, Muyun had a headache. In fact, Tsunade's reaction was already expected by Muyun. It was only when this happened that Muyun felt a headache. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Filu's novel. Chapter 190 Red Yuhi's Invitation. The rejection between the various ninja villages has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Even if Tsunade is more open-minded, it is the same for the ninjas in other villages. The people of the village have not done anything bad, but the dry persimmon ghost is a member of Xiao's organization. How could Tsunade rest assured that Muyun rubbed his head and said, Sunsho, listen to me, things are not as complicated as you think. Besides, with me here, do you think there will be any problems? We really can't be mutually exclusive now. The situation is very serious now. We must unite the strength of the entire ninja world to be able to resist the crisis. Tsunade shook his head and said, what is the crisis? Let me hear it. Looking at Tsunade's expression, it is obvious that he doesn't believe Muyun's words. In Tsunade's heart, Muyun's strength has already caught up with his grandfather Chinshozuma. Therefore, in Tsunade's mind, there is no crisis that can make Muyun. It can't be solved. Even if there is, then a dry persimmon ghost shark can't help anything. Muyun glanced at Tsunade helplessly, and said, well, I didn't want you to know the truth so early, but there is no way now. Now, I will tell you everything, but you must keep it a secret. This news is related to the survival of the entire ninja world and cannot be easily spread. Looking at Muyun's serious face, Tsunade also put away his smile. Since Muyun has this expression, then there is a very likely thing that will make Muyun feel difficult. Wait until Sunsho listens to Muyun's speech after the narration. His face suddenly became very solemn. The horror in his heart can hardly be described in words. You mean the vast universe, the powerful black robed man, the unknown enemy? If all this is true, if so, that would be a really big deal. Before Muyun said everything, Tsunade still sneered at the so-called crisis in Muyun's mouth. It was not Tsunade's arrogance, but Muyun's strength gave Tsunade this confidence. But after learning the truth, Tsunade instantly understood that all this is not just a matter that can be solved by personal strength. Just imagine, a black-robed man who doesn't know the details can be on an equal footing with Muyun, who can guarantee that the other party does not have a stronger powerhouse and that according to judging from the vastness of the universe described by Muyun, the enemy they will face in the future is likely to be more than this one. Looking at Tsunade's shocking appearance, Muyun said, now you believe it. I also have this level of consideration in letting the ghost shark join Anbu. Now we are facing external enemies. Those kindnesses and grievances in the ninja world, put them aside for now. Wait until this crisis is resolved. After that, I want to make trouble, but now is the time to be unanimous. Tsunade is not stupid either. After thinking about it, he said, okay, I agree. Muyun nodded and said, also, I hope to transfer Naruto to my Anbu. Naruto's potential is very strong. He can't let him waste time anymore. He needs more guidance. In any case, Naruto can also be regarded as a shadow-level powerhouse. Become a 6th-level powerhouse. Muyun doesn't want to miss it. In the past, Muyun and Naruto had a good relationship for this day. Before, Muyun only held the mentality that if you can do it, you can do it, but now the situation is different. People must be absorbed in. Tsunade hesitated for a while, and said, you think Jiraiya can't teach Naruto? Hearing Tsunade's words, Muyun immediately shook his head and said, no, Jiraiya is also very good. He is a very qualified teacher, but now Naruto can't learn anything from Jiraiya. Whether it's an immortal mode or a spiral pill, Naruto has already learned it, and now what Naruto needs is a higher level of power teaching. For Zilayi, Muyun still has some admiration. Just look at the disciples taught by the other side. He is definitely a very strong teacher, and he is really good at teaching disciples. I have already given everything I can teach to Naruto, and now I have nothing to teach, and it has nothing to do with Jiraiya's level. Tsunade thought about it, and it was true, so I didn't stop it. Now Tsunade has seen it clearly. With the current situation, his Hokage can't do it for long. She has no ability to lead Konoha to defend against foreign enemies. If she just leads Konoha village, she has no problem, but now that the universe has revealed the tip of the iceberg, facing the current situation, she is indeed not enough to see. Therefore, she can only delegate power, and she must delegate power, because Tsunade knows that she can lead Konoha and even the entire ninja world to resist foreign enemies. There is only Muyun alone. After leaving the Hokage office, Muyun found Naruto, and brought Naruto and dried persimmon ghost shark to Anbu, and arranged the two of them. Mr. Muyun. After arranging the two, Muyun was walking on the way home, and a somewhat surprised voice suddenly came from behind. Muyun turned back, and suddenly said with some doubts, "Yi read order." It was Yuri Hong who stopped Muyun, but now Yuri Hong's expression made Muyun a little puzzled, and the surprise of Yuri Hong seeing her made Muyun a little unclear. So, logically speaking, although we haven't seen each other for such a long time, we will meet again. It's normal to see some surprises, but now Yuri Hong is so red that Li Jiao's face is flushed, and even his eyes are a little red. This is not normal. This woman must be in love with me, Muyun whispered in his heart. Mr. Muyun, why didn't you tell me when you came back? Was actually some resentment in Yuri Hong's tone, and there was a hint of coquettish feeling, which made Muyun more sure of his inner thoughts. Looking at Yuri Hong, Muyun said lightly, "I just came back, long time no see." Yuhi Hirojo Ninja. Yuri Hong didn't pay any attention to Muyun's indifferent tone, but said enthusiastically, "Mr. Muyun, it's been so long since we haven't seen you, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? Just taking this opportunity to get together. By the way, my cooking skills are very good, I can definitely make you full of praise, how about?" Chapter 191 I am also satisfied. Muyun hesitated for a while, and said, "Well, just try your craftsmanship." In fact, to be honest, Hong Yuhi is also considered a beauty, and Muyun is not disgusted by the invitation of Hong Yuri. For Yuri Hong, Muyun is actually very fond of it, and it is also a character that he liked very much in his previous life, but he didn't take the initiative to pursue it before. Very good, let's go. Muyun, I know you like fish the most, so I practiced. For a long time, it should be able to satisfy your appetite. Yuri Hong, who got Muyun's answer, was so happy that she almost jumped up, grabbing Muyun's arm and walking towards her house. But Muyun had a strange expression on his face. He never told Yuri Hong about this, but the other party knew it. It seemed that Yuri Hong really liked him. Cloud is sitting on the sofa drinking tea, while Yuhika is busy in the kitchen. Looking at Yuri Hong's busy figure, Muyun murmured, "I didn't expect Hong to like me, doesn't she like Asma?" Muyun can still remember that when he just graduated, Asma chased behind Yuri Hong's buttocks for 157 days. At that time, Yuri Hong did not reject Asma's pursuit, which once made Muyun think that Yuri Hong was against Asma. There is also a good impression. If it weren't for this, Muyun would have launched an offensive against Yuri Hong. After all, Yuri Hong is also the type that Muyun likes, and she is a beautiful beauty that Konoha can count. But now, Muyun can only be with Asima said I'm sorry, since I already understood Yuri Hong's intentions, how could Muyun hand over this beautiful beauty? If it doesn't suit your taste, you can point it out if it doesn't work, and I'll correct it later and try my best to make food that you like. As the steaming dishes were brought to the table, Yuri Hong looked at Muyun and said with a smile. These dishes are made by her wholeheartedly and with great care, so she cares about Muyun's evaluation very much. Muyun gave Yuri Hong a strange look and said, "In the future, you mean that you will cook for me in the future?" Looking at Muyun's strange expression, Yuri Hong's face turned red, and she said a little embarrassedly, "Are you still eating?" Muyun smiled and said, "Eat, of course, I will eat this delicious food, how can I miss it?" Muyun picked up the chopsticks, took a piece of fish and put it in his mouth, chewed it a few times, then gave a thumbs up and said, "It's delicious, it's really delicious, your craftsmanship is absolutely amazing, but it's really delicious." That's right, Hong, why didn't I see that you paid this gift before? The smile on Kurenai Yuhi's face became even bigger, and she suddenly asked, compared to what Hinata made, who made it better? The chopsticks in Muyun's hand suddenly stagnated, he raised his head and glanced at Yuri Hong, and said, "Why do you ask this suddenly?" In fact, Muyun is also very depressed. I don't know why, Z always likes to ask this kind of question, like who is more beautiful, who is better, etc. They are all propositions. Maybe this is the natural talent of girls. Hong lowered his head and said, I just want to know. Really, Yunjin, you don't know, I don't like asthma at all. I didn't feel it myself before, but as time goes by, as you leave the village for longer and longer, I realize that I miss you more and more deeply. Having said that, Yuhika's eyes were already filled with a trace of mist, and her voice became a little aggrieved. This feeling makes me understand that I actually like you, and I don't know why. The intersection between us is pitiful, but I just can't stop thinking about you. Perhaps, this is the most straightforward expression of liking someone. There is no reason, and there is no reason. Looking at Hong's somewhat sad eyes, Muyun reached out and touched Yuri's red and white cheeks, and said, then why didn't you tell me earlier? I always thought you had a crush on asthma. Actually, after all, who wouldn't like a beautiful girl like you? But I'm not the kind of guy who likes to destroy other people's feelings, so I didn't pay attention to you. Suddenly, Muyun felt pity for Hong. He didn't even know that Hong actually had such deep feelings for him. Love is really unpredictable. A surprise appeared on Hong's face. Said, so, Muyunjin also likes me, that's great. Before she got Muyun's answer, Hong was actually very uneasy. She wasn't sure about Muyun's attitude, she didn't know how Muyun felt about her. But at this moment, there were countless surprises in Hong's heart, and she only felt very happy and satisfied. Seeing Hong's surprised appearance, Muyun frowned and said softly, Hong, before accepting your feelings, I need to make one thing clear to you. I admit that I have a crush on you, and I like you, but I can't give up Hinata and Ino, or Tamari, for you. My feelings can't be placed on you alone. Although it's a bit too much to say, I have to make it clear in advance. I don't want to ruin you, and I also ruin myself. You should think about it carefully. Hearing this, Hong Yuhi's face suddenly turned white, and her body trembled, but in the next moment, her eyes became firm. Mr. Muyun, I don't care about everything you said. I've already missed it once, and I don't want to miss it a second time. Love, it is not easy to meet once. There is no justice or injustice in the relationship, only pay or not pay. For you, I am willing to pay, even if I can only get 1/10 and 10% of your love, I am satisfied. In fact, at the moment when she confessed her feelings, Hong Yuhi had already made a decision. She didn't want to miss love again, and she didn't want to live up to her feelings. Sometimes, feelings are so unreasonable. In front of the feelings, they will become vulnerable. In the past, Hong did not believe this, but now, she not only believes it, but also did it. This is the unpredictable world. If it was put in the past, someone would tell her that one day she will give everything for a person, and she will definitely sneer. To read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 192 Fight. In the battle between Didera and the Red Sand Scorpion, the two of you came and went. Didera used his fire skills and attacked the Red Sand Scorpion at once. At this time, the Red Sand Scorpion was burned on its tail by the skill of fire, and suddenly felt a special pain in the tail. It quickly turned its head and glanced. Seeing that the needle on his tail had been lit, he hurriedly inserted his tail needle on the ground, and after sliding a few times, the flame on the tail needle was finally extinguished. The Red Sand Scorpion felt humiliated after extinguishing the flames in its north. Flicked his tail at once and hit Didera hard. At this time, Didera was using the skill of fire just now. He already felt that the energy in his body was lacking in the slightest, and now when he was resisting the tail of the Red Sand Scorpion, he felt as if he could no longer resist it. Didera rolled on the spot to block the attack of the Red Sand Scorpion, but Didera also felt that some of his body could not withstand the current battle. There is no way, the attack of the Red Sand Scorpion is too clever, and Didera has been fighting the Red Sand Scorpion for so long, it really feels that he has been exhausted. And the most important thing is that today's Didera can clearly feel that he seems to be exhausted under such a situation. So Didera felt that if he didn't put a big move, he would definitely not be able to resist an attack like the Red Sand Scorpion. And now Didera can also clearly know that if he continues like this, then what awaits him will be his own death or serious injury. Deidara took out his personal sword from his body, and this time, instead of using a long-range attack as usual, he was preparing for a melee fight with the red sand scorpion. After Deidara was ready, he suddenly rushed to the side of the red sand scorpion, and slashed the red sand scorpion with a machete, but the red sand scorpion's skin was rough and fleshy. Didn't cause much damage to the red sand scorpion at all, but it also stretched a big spark, such a pain, so that the red sand scorpion was stimulated all at once. He quickly put away his tail, protected the cut part, and stared at Deidara with his own small eyes. Wait until the red sand scorpion slows down for a few minutes. Taking advantage of Deidara's inattentiveness, he suddenly swung his big tail and smashed it towards Deidara's head. At this time, Deidara's feeling was already a little slow. It was obvious that the big tail had been smashed over, but the body's reaction was not proportional to the eyes, so he was suddenly stabbed by the big pseudo-needle of the red sand scorpion. On his own arm. Deidara felt a sharp pain. His body could no longer move, and Deidara really felt it at this time. The poison of the back tail needle of the red sand scorpion has slowly absorbed its entire arm, and the knife it was holding fell to the ground at once. At this time, Muyun just arrived in front of Deidara and looked at Deidara. The buddy who had already started to turn black took off Deidara's arm with one knife, and then tapped him twice. Helped Deidara to stop the blood on his arm. After feeding Deidara the pills in his mouth, he helped him aside. Then said to him, "You just stay on the side, look at what you are now, if I don't come, think about it, you will already be defeated by him. And now that you are seriously injured, hurry up and rest, and leave the rest to me." After Deidara saw Muyun rushing over, his heart was relieved, and then he said something softly to Muyun. "It's all up to you." Deidara stayed on the side steadily, watching Muyun rush towards the red sand scorpion, only to see the big fireball that Muyun sent to the red sand scorpion. And the red sand scorpion had been frightened by this shining fireball just now, so now he was surprised to see this shining fireball. The red sand scorpion hurriedly moved its bulky body, and I passed the attack of Muyun's fireball technique. And Muyun took advantage of the gap in the fireball attack, and had already rushed to the side of the red sand scorpion, and slashed on the red sand scorpion's body with a knife. All of a sudden, a big hole slipped, and blood was already flowing out at that time. The red sand scorpion felt a huge pain in his body all of a sudden. He hurriedly wanted to retract his body, but seeing the red sand scorpion still beside him, he was really angry and scared. Waving his big tail was like smashing Shang Muyun's body ruthlessly just now. But this time, the red sand scorpion didn't make it happen. After easily dodging the red sand scorpion's attack, it rushed behind the red sand scorpion's tail. A knife slaughtered the tail of the red sand scorpion. This time the red sand scorpion's tail was cut off, more than half of the blood flowed down, and the remaining half of the tail was connected to the tail that was not cut off. Up! The red sand scorpion was screaming in pain. Muyun saw that his attack had already had an effect, and the red sand scorpion who was looking at it was in such a state, and hurriedly waved the knife again. He stabbed into the meat next to him all at once, put the knife along the inside of the meat, stirred it back and forth for a few times before pulling it out, and at this time, blood flowed down Muyun's knife all of a sudden. This wave of Muyun's attack really made the red sand scorpion completely unable to move, and at this time Deidara stood up. Seeing that the red sand scorpion was already like this, he was really too much. He was relieved, walked to Muyun's side, and said to Muyun, "Thank you so much. If I didn't have you today, I might have given it to the scorpion of red sand today. Let me do the rest now. I want to avenge my broken arm. Otherwise, my heart will be too uncomfortable, and you know, my injury is all thanks to him. If you don't let me take revenge myself, I can't help it in my heart." Muyun saw that Deidara had already suffered such a serious injury, and now that he has just eased a little, he is about to avenge himself, so he nodded and agreed to Deidara's request. Deidara came to the side of the red sand scorpion and saw that it was dying. But Deidara felt that this last knife had to be done by himself. In this way, he can also avenge himself and at the same time end the beast, so his other hand picked up the knife next to him and stabbed it at the heart of the red sand scorpion. The red sand scorpion just lay there and didn't move. Chapter 193 Yamanaka Kaiichi's Request. In this way, he can also avenge himself and at the same time end the beast, so his other hand picked up the knife next to him and stabbed it at the heart of the red sand scorpion. The red sand scorpion just lay there and didn't move. After Deidara saw the death of the red sand scorpion, he felt a deep sigh of relief in his heart. Because Deidara really hated this red sand scorpion, it was this red sand scorpion that caused him to break his arm, it was this red sand scorpion that made him feel hopeless love. When Muyun saw Deidara, he had already killed the red sand scorpion. He also felt that the rest of the matter had nothing to do with him anymore. So now that I can do everything I do, I can leave this place, there is no need to go to this muddy water, so Muyun said to D-157. Dara said. Now you have killed him. So I think you can do the rest by yourself, and I have completely done your request for me. So now I'm going back to my village, and you'll have to deal with the rest by yourself. And I think you also have such an ability, although you have broken an arm now. But you should also be able to clearly know that if I keep your arm, then your entire life will be gone. If you think about which one arm is more or less than your own life, you should know clearly. Furthermore, you should be able to understand that we are ninjas. Even if we lose one arm, we can do a lot of things, so you should not continue to be sad. Deidara also knew about what happened today, if it wasn't for Muyun's arrival in time. If you don't get it right, you will die in the hands of this red sand scorpion, and now that you are lucky enough to survive, it is already a very fortunate thing. So Deidara stood up, tidied up his clothes, bowed deeply, and said to Muyun. Now this matter is very grateful to you, Mr. Muyun. I am now disabled, so I have nothing to repay, and I hope you can accept my deep gratitude, and in the days to come, if you have anything, please let me know. Muyun saw that Deidara had nothing to do, so he left Deidara and returned to the village. Not long after Muyun returned to the village, Yamanaka Kaiichi came to his home. Muyun felt that he did not have much interaction with Yamanaka Hai on weekdays, so he also held a skeptical attitude towards Yamanaka Hai's visit, so he invited Yamanaka Hai into the room, and then faced Yamanaka Hai. One said, Mr. Kaiichi Yamanaka, is there something wrong with you taking the liberty to come here? I don't think there seems to be much interaction between the two of us. How can you help me this time? But I hope you can. Don't let me down too much. Yamanaka Haiichi also knew that this time he took the plunge, and he was really a little embarrassed. But because only Muyun can help him deal with this matter, when there is no other way, Yamanaka Hai thought of Muyun, so he said to Muyun. Mr. Muyun is really very embarrassed, because after I did this, it made you feel particularly embarrassed, and you should be able to know what kind of person I am in daily life. If there is no special thing, I don't dare to bother you, because I want you to help me eat Ino. And I also want to be the boss of the pig, deer and butterfly group. Muyun looked at Yamanaka Hai with some surprise, because for Muyun, Yamanaka Hai's request really made him feel special. I didn't expect that Ino and Yamanaka Haiichi were originally in the same organization, but now Yamanaka Haiichi asked himself to do this. It really made Muyun feel whether he heard it wrong, or whether it was really such a question, so he said to Yamanaka Hai. Can Mr. Kaiichi Yamanaka repeat your request again? Is there something wrong with my ears or is it that I heard what you meant to say? You must know that you and Mr. Ino were originally in the same organization, and if you did this, have you ever thought about whether other members of your organization could agree? Besides, with your ability, I don't think you can't eat Ino. But I think you do it really makes me feel special and incredible. Yamanaka Hai also felt that his request was really surprising, but for Yamanaka Hai, it was also one who had to kill Ino, so he said to Muyun. Mr. Muyun, maybe I am doing this to make you feel particularly surprised, but you should also be able to understand that Jingyi and I were originally in the same organization. He is the boss of our group. On weekdays, everyone admires him very much, and he is also a very good person when he doesn't drink. And it's also very approachable to everyone in our entire group. And when everyone has something, they are very willing to let him help. But his biggest problem is that he loves drinking too much. As long as he drinks, no matter what it is, he will never think about it again. And things like drinking and having sex don't happen once or twice. You have to know that it's not easy for me to marry a wife at my age, but once he wanted my wife to accompany him when he was drinking. You want 5. 7. I want to see how I can forgive him for such a thing, so now I really ask you to grant me such a request. And in our organization, only he is me who has the ability to lead our entire team, so I hope you can push me to the position of the boss. As long as you can agree to a request like this, I will do whatever you want me to do without hesitation, and I will not have any objection what you want me to do. Muyun didn't think of things, and there was actually such an episode. Although Muyun felt that Ino's behavior was really embarrassing. But such a thing has already happened, and it is no wonder that Yamanaka Haichi would have such an idea. Chapter 194 Rescue. Muyun felt that since Yamanaka Hai had already given birth to such a mind, if he doesn't help him, he will definitely use other means to achieve his goals. And Muyun can also clearly know that Hai Yamanaka has been able to think of himself. Then it means that he should still have a very high status in his heart. So now the guy can clearly know that even if he doesn't help him, then he will definitely have someone to help him. And pushed him to such a position as the boss. After Muyun thought about such a thing, he said to Yamanaka Hai, "Since you have been able to tell me about this, then if there is anything I can't help you with, you can go back and wait for the news. I can already promise you this matter, but as for whether you can be the boss of the pig, deer and butterfly combination, then it depends on one of your own abilities. I will help you with Ino." Yamanaka Hai left Muyun's house after hearing the answer he wanted. And the rest of Muyun is still thinking about how to get rid of Ino, and after all, for the boss of the pig, deer and butterfly combination. Muyun has also heard of it, and he can also know that his original ability is also very strong. In this way, he got rid of Ino so quietly. As for whether Kaiichi Yamanaka can become the new boss of this group, it depends on one of his own abilities. Muyun also knew that this matter could not be solved just like that, so he also knew that it would not be too late for him to solve this matter in the next few days. At this time, Muyun received a piece of information from the legend about the immortal, and the traces of the duo have been discovered. It is necessary for Muyun to go to the rescue immediately, and he must also complete such a task. After all, this kind of task is not available anytime, anywhere. And a character of a level like Muyun, if it is said that he is not able to complete this kind of task, then the remaining individuals simply do not have any ability to accomplish this task. At the same time, there was news on the news. Nara Shikamaru asks for help. Muyun felt that he was really like a firefighting captain now, and he would go wherever there was a situation. And it is still an unquestionable thing that must be done, so now for Muyun, such a question is something that he must think of. And no matter who is going to save, I feel that I really have no skills. Just like this time Nara Shikamaru's request, Muyun originally paid attention to it, but because he had a relationship with Nara Shikamaru in the past. So now Muyun agreed to such a request as a last resort. When Muyun came to Nara Shikamaru, he found the trace of the undead duo he wanted to find, which happened to be here in Nara Shikamaru, which saved some investigation problems. And at this time, Asma had already made a good deal with the undead duo. Asma had already been seriously injured in the previous battles, so this time, although she has done her best. But in the final result, he was beaten to death by the two masters of the undead. Muyun was just in time to save Asma in such a situation. Then put it aside, while telling Nara Shikamaru to take good care of Asma, and then confront the undead duo. In the past, Muyun also played against this organization, but at that time, the two of them were evenly divided. Now, because Asma has already fought the undead duo first and foremost, and Muyun took over at this time, it should naturally be regarded as taking advantage of it. Muyun originally thought of having a mind to tease the undead duo, so he didn't do his best to fight against them, he just let them get hurt everywhere, and then some injuries that wouldn't lead to death. Pain. The immortal two people have also clearly seen this purpose of Muyun, but they can't do anything now, because the two are fighting together. It is true that this Muyun can't be beaten, and it is impossible for him to make Muyun suffer some injuries. And if the two of them wanted to escape now, Muyun would give them some sticks from time to time, which would not make them angry. He left here in one fell swoop, so now for the immortal duo, he really felt that under such a situation, he really felt that life and death were not in his control. Muyun felt a little tired, and he wanted to see what happened to Asma, so he made a ruthless move this time, causing the undead duo, both of them to be turned upside down. Muyun walked to Asma's side, and saw that his injuries were already very serious, and at this time, he was obviously so injured that he couldn't get up. But when he watched Muyun come over, he forced Nara Shikamaru to help him sit up, and then said to Muyun, "Mr. Muyun is really grateful that you came so quickly this time. You must know that if you came a little later, both of us would be in danger. It's fine now. Although I've been seriously injured, I think it's a good thing that Nara Shikamaru can leave safely. And you've already beaten these two people like this. I think you've done a great thing, even if something happened to me. But Nara Shikamaru didn't have an accident. For me, it is already a mercy from God. As early as some time ago, I was seriously injured in the battle, so this time I have reached a state of exhaustion. I also hope that you can send Nara Shikamaru to the place he wants to go well. This is considered a relief for me, and it is also a big favor for Nara Shikamaru." Muyun really didn't think that everything he did would make people grateful. "And every time I am like a firefighter, I have to go wherever something goes wrong, and every time I make people feel that I am a really good person." Originally, Muyun didn't want to be this kind of good person, because for Muyun, it felt that it was better to let other people do this kind of bad good person. After all, he couldn't be considered a very good person at all. Chapter 195 Asma's Request. Muyun now also knew that Asma was seriously injured, so he wanted to rest his Asma, so he said to Asma, "Asma, I know you are a capable person, and you are suffering from such an injury now. I think you'll be able to fully recover after resting for a while. If Nara Shikamaru really wants to go somewhere, it's better for you to escort some in person. You should also be able to know that I am a person who is very unwilling to cause trouble, so for your request, I really have some very difficult things to do. So you must never entrust me with such a thing, otherwise you can think about how I can fulfill your entrustment." Asma really didn't expect Muyun to be such a person. If it were someone else, he would be seriously injured now. Entrusting him to this matter, he will definitely be able to agree, but Muyun did the opposite, and simply stated the reason for his refusal. Now Asma can also understand that Muyun really doesn't want to help it, rather than pretending to shirk it. But Asma can clearly know that she has now reached a point where she is running out of fuel. If Muyun couldn't agree to his request, then even if he died, he would still be dead, so he struggled to stand up. But when he was struggling in the middle of the struggle, he fell down suddenly, and the little white rabbit who was supporting by the side saw that Asma had fallen, and quickly said to Muyun, "Mr. Muyun, please come and see what's wrong with Mr. Asma. I was able to stand up just now, why did I fall down all of a sudden?" Muyun glanced at the fallen Asma, and then said to Nara Shikamaru, "Stop helping him, he's gone. I really didn't think that every time I did something I didn't want to do, I would cause myself a lot of trouble. Now it seems that your trouble has stood on my side, which really makes me feel particularly helpless. Well, tell me where you want to go, and then I'll take you there." This can be considered as fulfilling one of Asma's wishes. Nara Shikamaru didn't expect that Asuma, who was chatting with him just now, was already dead all of a sudden. He really felt very sad, and originally wanted to float on Asuma's body and cry. In this way, you can also take this opportunity to express this unfair thing in your heart. But now looking at Muyun's indifferent situation, he still didn't cry, just told Muyun that he wanted to go to a place because only Muyun sent him. After arriving at that place, he does not need to go to Nara Shikamaru, as long as he accompanies Nara Shikamaru to the outside of that place. Muyun looked at Nara Shikamaru's timid eyes, and knew that his indifference just now had hurt this person. But for Muyun, he faces a lot of death every day, so he has become accustomed to such things. Originally, people are just passers-by in this world, and dying from illness is a natural phenomenon. And for Muyun, this is. People experience things every day, and people repeat them every day, so there is no need to be sad at all. Muyun and Nara Shikamaru dug a pit and buried Asuma in it until everything was done. Muyun took Nara Shikamaru to leave together, because the place where Nara Shikamaru is going this time is not too far, so it won't take long for the two of them to walk. Along the way, Muyun always felt that someone was following him, but with Muyun's current ability, it was not afraid of being followed at all. And this time Muyun didn't even think about sending Nara Shikamaru to that place. Because there is also a headache for Muyun, Muyun has already planned, as long as he sends Nara Shikamaru to the place, he will go back. Muyun walked mindlessly in front, but the person behind, who followed him, felt more and more frightened. Because he has been able to clearly know that someone has locked his position, although it is not necessarily what he will do to himself, but that person can also clearly know. If you really want to escape or want to do something else, it is simply impossible to achieve with your current ability. After walking for a while, the person following behind suddenly felt that a knife had been placed on his neck as soon as the back of his neck was cold, and the owner of the knife said to him from behind, "Why are you following me so carefully along the way? You know, I want to have a good time with you, but I didn't expect you to be such a useless person. If you know this is the case, I might as well send you a knife to the west, and this way you can walk more safely." The stalker fell to his knees in fright at once, and then kept begging for mercy. "Mr. Muyun, I beg you, you must spare me. What you need to know is that I am just an ordinary person ordering. I don't really want to follow you here, I just stopped by, so you must spare me." Was really happy when he heard these words from this man. If this man didn't call him Mr. Muyun, then what he said might really be able to confuse him with Li Jiao. But now Zonko is Mr. Muyun, which means that he has already inquired about his identity clearly, so how can this person not let himself doubt? What's more, such a thing is also a very common thing for Muyun, and his whereabouts have been exposed. Therefore, as long as someone who is interested can probe a little, they can know where they are, and this time because it is a problem of intelligence. Therefore, Muyun can clearly feel that someone must have leaked his whereabouts so that these caring people can infer his location. Looking at the man Muyun in front of him, he really felt that this was just one of them. Those who were not discovered by him didn't know where to hide now, so Muyun asked the stalker's own person. Chapter 196 Conquer the Corner. Now tell me what your name is and why you are following me. If you speak well, maybe I can let you live. But if you are going to deceive me, then you have to think about the consequences, and you should be able to understand, since you have been following me for so long. Then you can clearly know what kind of temper I have. Don't let me expose the most tyrannical face in front of you. Otherwise, it's not something you can bear. The stalker knew that he couldn't fool him today, so he said to Muyun very obediently. "Mr. Muyun, my name is Zhao Du. S just a person who seeks information for others, and I have no other skills. It's just that my ability to track is relatively good, and I also have the ability to remember it, so I'm more curious about other people's things. If you can feel that I can stay by your side, then I will feel very honored. And my mouth is also very strict. If you didn't spend money to buy my information, I wouldn't say anything about others even if I was killed. Muyun didn't think that the person he caught without knowing it was actually a well-known horn. You must know that this person is very famous in the whole world, and no one can see his true face. So Muyun now feels that what he does is not real, because the angle is usually very cunning. And no one can know what the true face of the angle is, so now this person says that he is the angle, all but Muyun still feels that the credibility of this matter is unknown. Muyun looked at the man in front of him in disbelief, and then asked him. If you say your name is Zhaodu, then let me ask you, do you know the situation of Xiao's organization? If you are the real angle, then you must be able to know. Because these pieces of information were all found out by you, and I think you should know clearly about this kind of issue. Furthermore, you have to understand that even though a person like you is famous, no one can believe every word you say. Because you really make people feel very capricious, what kind of image you are in everyone's mind, you should also be clear about it. Zhao, of course, everyone can understand what an image of himself is in the minds of these people, but to him, these are not important at all. But the question that Muyun asked just now. The question really gave him a trace of insulting language, because those pieces of information were originally discovered by him alone. So now Muyun is actually questioning one of his professionalism, but it really makes Zhao feel particularly angry. So he told Muyun all the information he had found out. In particular, the information of the small organizations that Muyun pays great attention to are all without any reservations, and they were told to Muyun, and at the end, they also said to Muyun. I know you don't believe me as a person, but you should also be able to know clearly. Although I am not a good person, I also have a professional ethics of my own, so that is, for those who buy my intelligence. I will never be stingy with other questions. As long as it has a slight connection with this matter, I will make it clear for you. So you are asking me about the organization this time. I have told you everything without any reservations, because I think you are someone I like very much. And I've learned a lot from you, so you're an idol I admire, so what I say is all the truth. There is no reservation, and you should be able to clearly know that I have already told you at the last moment. This time they want to arrest a person named Sanwei, so you can handle this matter, if you think what I said is the truth. Then you go to make some preparations in advance, but if you really don't believe me, then you don't care. After listening to Zhao Duo's words, Muyun could understand that in fact, this person just let Muyun taste his own personality. And on weekdays, Muyun didn't care about such things at all. Because he felt that even if he conquered a person who could treat him with sincerity, it would be very difficult, even if it was said that this person was doing evil or heinous outside. As long as he does not endanger one of his own safety or the bottom line of one of his friends, then he will feel that this person is his friend. And he will help him without hesitation. So now Muyun is also slowly waiting for the opportunity, and wants to verify whether the words said by the angle are true or false. Muyun felt that there was really no way he could do anything about this man now. After all, this man is also a very talented person, and he really has his own way and method for inquiring about intelligence. Chapter 197 Help. Zhao, I never thought that Muyun would let him go so easily. Zhao, they didn't leave immediately, but stood there and thought about it, and then said to Muyun. I know a piece of information. I don't know if this matter has any effect on you, but since you already want to let me go, then I tell you this in order to thank you for your kindness. As for the authenticity of this matter, it is up to you to identify it yourself. Muyun didn't expect that his sudden kindness would actually be able to receive such a good fruit, so he glanced at the corner. He nodded and said to him. Then I really thank you very much. I know this is your trust from me, but you also need to know. In fact, do I know this kind of information? As you said, it's nothing to blame, and it's all dispensable, because now I'm just staying at home casually, and I won't care about other things. Zhao, I never thought that I was originally out of kindness. And just now, Muyun had been inquiring about some things about the small organization. Now I want to kindly tell Muyun this kind of information, but Muyun is there reluctantly, but for Zhao, do. He could understand that this friendship must be delivered to Muyun, so he said to Muyun. I received this information yesterday, and people from a small organization are going to arrest Sanwei. I don't know how this will affect you. But I told you everything I know, so I have repaid your kindness now. After all, this information is top secret and I don't know if it's true or not, so you can identify it yourself. Muyun was stunned for a moment, and when he wanted to ask some more questions, he found that the corner of his eyes had disappeared. Muyun thought about it and felt that this matter really had nothing to do with him, because no matter what kind of matter it was, someone had to inform him at the end. Otherwise, I would not be able to act casually, and besides, my ultimate goal now is just to rejuvenate and recuperate for a while. But now it has become like a firefighting captain. Every day is either this busy or that busy has made Muyun feel a little overwhelmed. Moreover, Muyun felt that the speed of his cultivation had slowed down during this period of time, so he really didn't want to worry about these nostalgic things now. Muyun returned to the village and continued to practice. Suddenly, he received a call for help from Terumi Mei. The content of the call for help is that Akatsuki's organization is capturing Mitsuha in the village of Wuin. I hope that Muyun can come to help because of his past affection. When Muyun received this distress signal, he felt that during this period of time, he really seemed to be a firefighting captain. Originally, such a thing had nothing to do with him at all, but now he is working hard for these people, and he is running around for these people. It really made Muyun feel that there was something in his heart, but he could also know that if it wasn't for himself and Terumi Mei, the friendship between the two, he also won't ask for help from himself. After all, for Terumi Mei, his own ability is also there, and the ability of the Three Tails is also there, as long as two people can pass. With such a proud character as Terumi Mei, how could he ask Muyun for help? So Muyun thought about it at home for a while. He felt that there must be some other problems behind this matter. After all, 3D3 is just an ordinary person. If the Shao organization wanted to arrest him, it wasn't necessarily for any reason, but if this matter was able to get the Shao organization to intervene, then it must have a deep meaning to him. Muyun decided to go to Wuin village. But when he was leaving, Muyun filled his storage ring with a lot of things, because for Muyun, this time, there may be some things that really need to happen. In order to be safe, these things must be done well, a precaution. Furthermore, Muyun felt that he had nothing to do with this matter at first, since it was said that Terumi Mei asked for help from him, then he should give himself some corresponding explanations. And Muyun also felt that this matter, although he saw it, he passed by himself in the face of Terumi Mei, but as for what kind of relationship it has with Sanwei, that is simply impossible. Everything is based on a love of Terumi Mei. Muyun hurriedly came to Wuin village, but he was a step late. As soon as Muyun entered the village, he saw that the whole village was in a mess, and he could see some battle scenes everywhere, which made Muyun feel very surprised. Isn't that right? Muyun found a villager and asked him. Old man, what happened to you guys? How can you see the whole village in such a mess, and there are traces of fighting everywhere? Could it be that there are no ninjas in your village? Are you here to help you guard the village, or is it that your village has really suffered from someone? Otherwise, look at how such a problem can occur in your good village. When I came here some time ago, the whole village is still very tidy and very affiliated. Now it seems that the robbers have already washed it. This old man seems to be just now. He has suffered a lot, and now after listening to Muyun's question, he said to Muyun. Don't you know, foreigners, there is really a big thing happening here. A person in our village was staying well in the village. But I don't know who was offended. Suddenly last night, a lot of masked people came into the village without asking. The 3721 was there to smash, and loot. We thought that some robbers had come here, so the strong laborers in the whole village came to help, but they said it later. It turned out to be that person who owed him the gambling debt, so they came here and wanted to collect some interest. If they didn't pay back the money, they would have to take people away from us. It's not too bad for us. A big relationship is righteous. Chapter 198 One Step Late. The old man realized something while talking, but some trembling words also allowed Muyun to get some clues from it. It seems that these people in the small organization are not all brainless, and they do so without letting others know the purpose of their trip. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use such a lame excuse to deal with such a problem, so Muyun continued to ask. Although the old man said that debt and repayment is a matter of righteousness, he can't make the whole village such a mess. I look at your village as if it was in great trouble. Could it be that the latter at that time, the people in your entire village fought with those people, didn't they? Before the old man's words were finished, he was out of breath. Now after listening to Muyun's question, he said, 157. He also continued. Originally, when we heard about it, it was just to owe a gambling debt, so we all didn't take it to heart. After all, it is only right and proper to pay the debt. Furthermore, this person also owes usurious loans. How can ordinary people like us dare to work with those people, so we originally wanted to hand over Sanwei. But then Terumi-Mei suddenly shouted, this person is not a loan shark at all, he should be arresting Sanwei, what's the matter? In this case, these people in our family are not allowed. You must know that Sanwei's reputation in the village is not very good, but as a member of our village. If you are arrested for no reason, think about what kind of reputation our entire Bayan village still has, so we won't let them be arrested. In this way, it's time for you to come and go, so now you have seen it too, this is the whole situation of us, what about you, a foreigner? But don't stay in this village, leave as soon as possible. Those people you need to know are very scary on weekdays. I don't know where they took Sanwei. After Muyun learned about the situation, he came to Terumi-Mei's house and watched Terumi-Mei cry there, so Muyun coughed softly. Terumi-Mei saw that Muyun had come over, and threw herself into Muyun's arms at once, and then burst into tears. Muyun doesn't know where to put his hands now. He can understand that Terumi-Mei at this time is very fragile, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the love between men and women. It's just a natural reaction. I want to make my heart feel more comfortable, and Terumi-Mei needs to vent now. Muyun just let Terumi-Mei hold here for a long time, then Muyun patted it with his hand, and Terumi-Mei's back said to him. Okay, I'm crying, I am making trouble, right? You should think about how to deal with this matter. You know, when I entered the village, I saw that the whole village was like being ransacked. Why did I turn around? Could it be that you guys are still doing something with them? I've never heard of a small organization, and those individuals were able to leave so many jobs after they started. I think some of you must have some other people who are often scruples, or with such a ruthless method as they are. How could they just let you guys go like this? Tell me what's going on here. Terumi-Mei raised her eyes that were already red from crying, then thought for a while, and said to Muyun. I really don't know what happened to Sanwei, because this time he was seriously injured when he came back from outside. But even in such a situation, he didn't tell me what the matter was, but last night. Suddenly, some people came under the guise of gambling debts, and then wanted to take their measurements away. How can I make them do so? So the two sides started to move their hands like this. They may have looked at some of them, just like you said, so they hurriedly grabbed Sanwei and left. Now Muyun doesn't know how he should deal with such a problem, whether to save Sanwei or restore the whole village to its original appearance, or protect Terumi-Mei for a few days, and then let him feel good. Calm down a little, but looking at Terumi-Mei already crying like this. Muyun put Terumi-Mei next to the table and sat down, then took a towel from the shelf, wiped it on Terumi-Mei's face, and said to him. Okay, don't cry here, these useless things, you need to know, no matter how hard or bad you cry, think about Sanwei. If you cry now, can you cry him back? Instead of destroying yourself like this, can it be said that you can get better? You need to know that in such a situation, we should find a way. Then we will rescue the three, so that we can figure out what is going on in this matter. And if this matter is really a Shanwei problem or something else, we also have to figure it out. And you begged me for help. Then it means that the relationship between us can also allow you and me to tell these things. I don't want you to have any concealment about this matter. Because this is related to my judgment, you can also understand that since you are a family member of Shanwei, then you should think about how to deal with such a thing. Terumi Mei knew that such a thing was really difficult to do, because no one could 7 know where the Shao organization is. Even if he wanted to find it, it would be impossible for someone looking for a needle in a haystack to find it. So now for Terumi Mei, he just hoped that Muyun could encounter such a thing inadvertently. And just taking the lead, now Terumi Mei can understand that if he really asks Muyun to do something, it would be especially disrespectful and righteous. But Terumi Mei is also very sad in her heart now, but Muyun's sadness and sadness of Terumi Mei are also clear. It's just such a thing, for Muyun, he can understand, and he can understand, but this kind of thing is not something Muyun can persuade himself. Chapter 199 Promise. Muyun felt that this time Terumi Mei was the most vulnerable time, and the relationship between the two people was very good on weekdays. At such a moment, how could you not persuade Terumi Mei? So what Muyun just said, in fact, it was also to make Terumi Mei feel more relieved, and Muyun also knew that if he didn't give Terumi Mei some relief at this time. A person like you, Terumi Mei, how can he not dig into the horns, and things like this are for Terumi Mei. It is basically impossible to find Shanwei, but this family is really missing a pillar, so now Terumi Mei also feels very confused. Muyun looked at Terumi Mei's appearance, and he also felt quite surprised, because Terumi Mei used to give people a feeling like a tigress. But now, staying beside him like this, it really makes Muyun feel particularly uncomfortable, so Muyun said to Mei Ming. Forget it, Terumi, I know that you feel particularly incredible about 30 things like this, but things have reached the point where they are now. Think about how you can do even if you are sad, and you need to know how many people who were caught by the people of that small organization can survive. So you just want to relax your mind a little bit. If I can get such a clue during the execution of the mission in the future, I will definitely help you find out. And you also know that I never promise anything easily, but this time I promise you that if you really have any difficulties in the future, I will not ignore it, and I won't abandon you so indifferently. Terumi Mei didn't expect that Muyun would actually say such a thing for himself, because in the past, Terumi Mei could clearly know that Muyun was originally a cold person. Moreover, a person like Muyun will never easily support someone who promises, but as long as he can promise, he will be able to do it, so now Terumi Mei's eyes when looking at Muyun have changed a little bit. But Terumi Mei knew such a thing. Maybe it's just a promise that Muyun made to him, and now he's already in such a situation. How can it ask Muyun to fulfill his promise, and now Terumi Mei can clearly know that if he doesn't become stronger now, then there is no one person who can help me enough. After all, I have to let myself take care of everything. All the problems should be done by oneself in a few paragraphs. No, one can take care of all their own affairs, and no one can accompany him enough to be by his side like now. But he was also moved because of Muyun's promise. After all, what an excellent person Muyun is. Terumi Mei's heart is very clear. And Terumi Mei can clearly feel Mu's own commitment, which means that this is not an impulsive act of his. But he has been thinking for a long time in his mind. This also makes Terumi Mei's heart have a trace of sweetness. Muyun looked at Terumi Mei and didn't speak, which means that Terumi Mei had already had such an idea now, so Muyun felt that this time was really a special time. And this time, if he really came a step earlier, he might be able to retake the 3 taels from the small organization, but this possibility is very slim. Seeing that Terumi Mei had already figured it out, Muyun decided to stay in Wuyin village after such a reason. Like a few days to help Terumi Mei deal with the follow-up things. Although such a woman has a certain right to speak in this village, how could Muyun not help him after such a thing happened? Muyun stayed in Wuyin village for several days. Every day, I accompanied Terumi Mei, and then helped him to slowly remove the traces left by the wars in the village. It also made people gradually feel that this is a common thing in Korean village, and such a situation is also very grateful to Terumi Mei. Because there are a lot of things that a girl can't say, but Mu Yun, as a man, has a lot of things to say directly to the villagers. Unlike Terumi Mei, who couldn't tell the crux of the matter in that squeak. Just like this, Muyun can see that the people in the entire Fog Shadow village are relatively united, but some of them are naughty. It's just that these mischievous people saw that there was Muyun behind Terumi Mei, so they didn't dare to offend Terumi Mei easily. After all, Terumi Mei is not a terrible person, and Sanwei is no longer in the village, so they originally thought that Terumi Mei was something they could handle. But now looking at Muyun behind Terumi Mei, it has already made them feel particularly afraid. After all, where is Muyun's identity and status, and Muyun's ability is also one of the reasons why these people are afraid. After this matter was gradually subsided, Muyun felt that he had been in Wuyin village for a while, so now Muyun felt that he should return to the village. After all, there are still a lot of people there. Things await themselves. That night, Muyun and Terumi Mei ate, and after dinner, Muyun said to Mei Mei. Terumi Mei, I've been in Wuyin village for some time now, and you've already made things better in the village, and those individuals don't dare to come to you casually. So I decided to go back to the village tomorrow, because you know, there are still a lot of things that need to be dealt with on my side. I've been here for so long, and it's already my limit. Besides, everyone in the village is now living and working in peace and contentment. There is nothing that can make them provoke some wars again, so I should be able to rest assured after I go back, and I can rest assured that you are staying in the village by yourself. Chapter 200 Muyun's Departure. Terumi Mei was used to the fact that Muyun was by his side every day, but suddenly Muyun proposed to return to his village, which made Terumi Mei's heart suddenly shudder. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, then he looked at Muyun in front of him and asked weakly. Do you have to go back? If you don't go back, no one in the village can handle those things in the village. Can you handle this? Besides, think about it, isn't it a good time for you to live in our foggy village? Otherwise, you can live in our foggy village. After all, the people in this village are also very simple, and the people in this village are also quite friendly to you. Why do you bother to come back to your Konoha village? Muyun can understand that this is a meaning of Terumi Mei's retention, but for Muyun, his home is always his home. Other villages can come out and live for a few days, but after all, it is not a home in his heart, and Muyun now has this kind of relationship with Terumi Mei. It's just a relationship that's slightly better than a good friend. How can it stay here so deadly, and Wu Yinchun won't go back? Furthermore, although the people here say that they are friendly to themselves, if they really settle down here, it is also a means of their personalities. They don't necessarily want to allow themselves to stay in this village. Don't look at the usual times when they are very afraid of Muyun. But if Muyun really wanted to settle in this place, and with their personal temperaments and dispositions, Muyun felt that a lot of things would definitely happen. Besides, Muyun never thought of settling here. After all, this is not his home. It's not his own village, so Muyun felt that some things should be discussed with Terumi Mei. Otherwise, if Terumi Mei misunderstood himself, then he would also delay Terumi Mei, so he said to Mei Mei. Terumi Mei, you need to know that we are here this time, and we just want to help you a little bit. Besides, the relationship between the two of us is also one of the reasons why I have to help you. But you also need to know that there are still many things in our village waiting for me to deal with. I have already helped you to handle these things in your Wuyin village very well. So you can't have anyone bullying you in this village, so I'm very relieved, and you have to know. It's like a person like me. If you have anything, just try to come to me as much as possible. I also tell you my promise, so you can rest assured. Terumi Mei knew that it was impossible for him to keep Mu at such a time, so he also knew that there was no way for him in such a situation, so he nodded happily, and then said to Muyun. Well, since you have to go back, I wish you a smooth journey. I will make you some breakfast tomorrow morning, and make you something delicious, and then let you eat. Muyun is a very cold person. He doesn't like this kind of ups and downs, so he feels that such a situation should not happen again. Life is better, so he said to Mei Ming. Forget it, you don't need to prepare any breakfast for me, I'll just leave when I get up tomorrow morning. And I don't like that kind of sadness either. You also know that a person like me may not have such a day in my life, so it's enough to let you live a happy life. Isn't it enough to treat me as a passerby in your life? Besides, think about it in your village, now you can be regarded as a boss. There is no one who can give birth to 4 ends in front of you, so my sudden departure also makes them feel scruples in their hearts, so that you can live more like a duck in the village. Terumi Mei didn't think that Muyun actually wanted to leave, or thought so much for himself. Terumi Mei's eyes turned red all of a sudden, and her eyes looking at Muyun were also very eager. But for Muyun, he really didn't want to see such a look again, because in the past few days, Terumi Mei looked at himself with such a look every time. They all make a lot of excessive demands. Although Muyun feels that these demands can be satisfied by himself, he has an insatiable love for Terumi Mei. Xing Muyun still has a lot in his heart, and he doesn't like it, and after he leaves this time, he may not be able to meet Terumi Mei at any time. So for Muyun, he really didn't want to see such a look anymore, so he hurriedly lowered his head pretending to be, and then said to Terumi Mei. Well then, it's getting late, you should rest early, and I'll go back to the room. Tomorrow morning, maybe when you wake up, I'll have left. After Muyun finished speaking, he left the stool and turned back to his room. Muyun was annoyed in his room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep at all, because Muyun had already felt it in the past few days. Terumi Mei's places must have created a special idea for herself. But Muyun felt that during such a period, he simply didn't have the intention to talk about love there. Li Jiao in such a period, for Muyun, no woman can put it in her heart, although she said that she has such a commitment to Terumi Mei. But that has nothing to do with this kind of emotional issue at all, because such a thing is just a promise made by Muyun to him. I just want to help him take revenge. As for some other thoughts, that is an additional thing that Terumi Mei deduced in his own heart. The second morning, Muyun got up early, and before it was dawn, Muyun had already set off from Wuyin village, and waited until Muyun returned to the village. During the time when he found out that he was away, the whole village was able to make him feel very comfortable, because nothing happened in the village, and nothing could make him feel a little bit uncomfortable. Be patient to order. Chapter 201 Missing. In the village of Union Village, a person suddenly appeared that they all unexpected. Because this person is Sasuke Uchiha, who competes with Muyun and Muyun everywhere in the academy. Since the separation in the academy, Muyun has not seen this person for a long time, and he does not know what this Uchiha Sasuke is doing now, but he came to Union Hidden Village. Muyun doesn't know, because now Muyun has returned to Muya Village. After Uchiha Sasuke came to Union Village, he didn't have too many things. It was just that the owner looked at the West family and looked at the 4 generations of Raikage under the guise of wanting to see the 4th Raikage. In the whole village, the right to the left shaking right in and out every day. Everyone knows what kind of person he is, so they don't take his arrival as a thing, because everyone thinks that Sasuke Uchiha is not everyone's opponent at all, and everyone doesn't regard him as an opponent. Look. Sasuke Uchiha knows that he will not be valued by everyone, but he doesn't seem to care about such a thing at all, as if he has nothing to do in this village except to play. Hong Xuanchuan, although it is said to want 157 to watch the 4th generation of Raikage. He didn't stay in front of his old man for a few more minutes, so everyone's impression of Uchiha Sasuke was not particularly good, but just after Uchiha Sasuke came to the village, a few days later, Chirabi suddenly disappeared. The sudden disappearance of Chirabi really made everyone feel a little panic in their hearts, because Chirabi is now the proud student of the 4th generation of Raikage. And Chirabi is really a person on the top of his heart for the 4th Raikage, because for the 4th Raikage, his injury this time has lowered his level. Now I finally got a talented student. I want to train a class that can take over my own class, but suddenly disappeared. It really made the fourth Hokage feel that he was really unlucky, or that it has been since this time. Someone deliberately confuses the public, and then let those who have individual intentions plunder Cherubi. But in the entire Union Village, there is only Sasuke Uchiha who just came to the village, so the suspicion of Sasuke Uchiha is very big, so everyone feels such a thing. If it wasn't for Sasuke Uchiha's help here, it would be impossible for Cherubi to disappear suddenly, and for the fourth generation of Hokage, whoever moved his proud disciple would also make him feel that the sky was falling. The same. The 4 generations of Hokage sent people to catch Uchiha Sasuke in front of him, and then asked Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, I know that this matter may have nothing to do with you, but I think such a matter is something you can do yourself. Or you were instructed. I hope you can tell me the whereabouts of Cherubi, as long as you make this matter clear to me. Then I can let you go. If you don't make this clear, think about it, I won't let you stay here honestly. And you should also be able to understand what kind of means a person like me has. After all, I am still a descendant of Beiying, so you have to understand clearly. Quote. My current status and status are placed, and it is very easy to clean up a small person like you. Sasuke Uchiha feels that he has really been wronged, because such a thing has nothing to do with him at all, and this time he only came here to see the 4th generation of Hokage. Didn't expect such a thing to happen, it really made him feel unexpected, and such a thing was for Grey Wolf himself. I also felt that someone was laying a net around me, and then I foolishly got into the net. But things like this. Sasuke Uchiha felt that if he spoke to the 4th Hokage, maybe the 4th Hokage would not believe it, but if he really didn't say it, he would also feel particularly wronged, so Uchiha Sasuke said to the 4th Hokage. 4th Hokage, you have to understand, I'm just a little Jonin, and you should be able to clearly know that I'm on a level like me. In your eyes, it looks like a child at all, how do you think I can? You are playing tricks in front of you, so this matter really has nothing to do with me. It's just that he disappeared, and what does it have to do with me? And although I said that I didn't stay in the village these days, but I also come back to you every day, and I don't think there is any fun place in this village. I just came out this time just to relax myself. Now, when you look at what you said, it really makes me feel very uncomfortable in my heart. And you should also be able to clearly know that, like a person like me, if I really want to do something. How many people in this village do you think can stop me? Why should I use such despicable means to make you angry? The 4th Hokage did not expect that Uchiha Sasuke could still have such a cunning means to deal with him, but for the 4th Hokage, his dear apprentice disappeared. This is the most real thing, so no matter what kind of sophistry Uchiha Sasuke makes, Xiao Yuyu always believes that this matter is inseparable from him. So Uchiha Sasuke felt that he was really too innocent, and for such a thing, he might really be able to help the 4th Hokage to save Cherubi. But before these words were spoken, he heard 4th Hokage said to the others. You people, don't begrudge your strength here, get him up for me, and then hit me hard to let him know that I'm not that easy to be fooled. And you need to know, although in my name, I'm going back and forth in this village, I still don't know what your thoughts are. So you should be able to know clearly about such a thing. Since you have made such a mistake, don't blame me for doing your best. And you should also know clearly that my temper is not so easy to fool. Chapter 202 Pain attacks the village. The 4th Hokage was an old ninja after all, so he felt that what Sasuke Uchiha said was really perfunctory to him. And for the 4th generation of Hokage, there is nothing that can make him more sad than this, because getting a good seedling is really a very difficult thing. And this time, the 4th generation Hokage was seriously injured again. After breaking an arm, his ability will definitely decline. Moreover, as a 4th generation Hokage, he should be able to understand that his status as Hokage has already declined. It is said that in the current situation, the disappearance of Cherubi is undoubtedly the biggest blow to him. At the same time, If the fourth generation of Raikage felt that these words of Uchiha Sasuke really made him feel angry, it was obviously a problem of Uchiha Sasuke. But he didn't admit it at all, and it really made the fourth Raikage feel that if he didn't give Sasuke Uchiha some color, then he would definitely think that he was a soft bun. Although he said that he has such a virtue now, he absolutely does not allow anyone to ride on his head. And the fourth generation of Raikage felt that although he did not have the ability of Muyun, it was more than enough to deal with Uchiha Sasuke. So now Sasuke Uchiha really feels that he has kicked on an iron plate. He originally thought that he still has great ability, but in front of the fourth generation of Raikage, he found that he was already insignificant. Point. Because no one can bear the rage of thunder of the fourth generation of Raikage now, even for Sasuke Uchiha, he can't bear it. In this way, a Thunder Fury can now deeply understand that he has really achieved the ultimate this time, but he can't clear his suspicions. In the end, everyone didn't know who took Terabi, but because there was no evidence that this matter was Sasuke Uchiha's fault, there was no way to do it. Even the generation of Raikage had already sent out the Wrath of Thunder, but he still let Sasuke Uchiha go. Pain came to Konoha village. Because Pain feels that he has a very strong ability now, and this time he came to Konoha village to seek revenge from Muyun. He knew that Muyun should have certain abilities in this Muya village, so he felt that if he wanted to force Muyun to take action, then it must also make a mess of the village. In this case, Muyun will also do it himself for the peace of the whole village. So after coming to the pastoral village, the first thing Pain did was to cast a big fireball, and then the whole village was plunged into a sea of fire. Muyun was originally staying in his own house, but suddenly the temperature of the whole village suddenly rose, making Muyun suddenly have a share because now Muyun has the realm of a god. Muyun suddenly appeared in pain. He saw that the whole village had been plunged into a sea of fire. Muyun had no choice but to take action. All of a sudden a frozen tree froze the whole village. In this case the whole village has been destroyed. Muyun felt that this time he really made this Pain angry. Originally, Muyun could use other methods to keep the village. But now it can clearly understand that since this matter has reached this point, if it does not take action, then what the whole village will be like. Muyun is unimaginable, so for the safety of these people in the whole village, Muyun has no choice but to do it. Now that Frozen Tree has recruited all the Fire Sea, Muyun has lifted the Frozen Tree, but the village was almost destroyed. Because between the fire and the freezing, everything in the entire village seemed to be rapidly frozen, and after being grilled and then rapidly frozen, all of them could be turned into powder. After Muyun saw that the whole village had become such a scene, he really felt very angry deep in his heart. Because this village is a village where he has lived since he was a child, he has a lot of feelings for this village, and those individuals in the whole village. On weekdays, he treats Muyun very well, and Muyun can feel the warmth of so many people in this village. Therefore, this village is like a home of Muyun, and now it has been turned into what it is now by Pain in front of him, which really makes Muyun feel particularly angry. Pain, I really feel what kind of ability you have to come to our village to attack our entire village. I don't know who gave you this courage. I don't know who gave you such an ability. You need to know, is your ability above mine, or do you think you have the ability to escape one of my pursuits? Or do you think you have the ability to make me quell such anger? You have to know clearly that in this village I am one of their patron saints. Now that I can't even protect my own village, why do I keep you to know, just like you? I don't care about doing it with you at all. If you do it, you will surely die. I really don't know who gave you such a courage to come here and want to challenge me. Pain didn't expect one of his fireball techniques to have such an effect, but now for Pain. He could also clearly know that Muyun was very angry, but he didn't turn back his arrow when he opened the bow, and Pain felt that he had already shot. Then you can just let yourself take care of the rest. As for what the consequences are, I don't want to do it now, because he doesn't have the confidence to say it. After all, he was the one who first attacked the grandson of others. If the entire village came out to fight with him, with his current ability, he would not be able to accept such a wheel battle one by one. Now, Muyun's ability is also a well-known righteousness. Chapter 203 Naruto Uzumaki is back. Pain felt that this was the case now, and if the battle was quick, he would only be able to complete his mission if he defeated Muyun. At this time, I saw a black spot in the distance, and I moved forward quickly. When I got closer, I found that it was Naruto Uzumaki who had returned to the village. Muyun and Naruto had not seen each other for a long time, so they were very kind when they met. Muyun looked at Naruto Uzumaki now that he had become a venerable master, and he felt very relieved in the depths of his heart, because the two of them had been good friends since childhood. And when they were at the Ninja Academy, the two were also very good classmates. Now, seeing Naruto Uzumaki actually possessing the ability he has today makes Muyun happy from the bottom of his heart for his good friend. Muyun asked Naruto, 157. Said. What the hell are you doing in such a hurry? Originally, I thought you were very busy now, how come you can suddenly come back to the village now? I heard before that you have gone to other places, and then went to practice. What's the matter? Now you are returning to the village to cultivate or what? Naruto Uzumaki originally thought that he had returned to the village, and he had already been able to receive a warm welcome from everyone, but now he has just arrived at the head of the village. He found that the whole village seemed to have happened, so he quickly returned to the village, and now he saw Muyun and Pain confronting each other there. Naruto Uzumaki saw that the village had changed into a different appearance. His heart was really stunned and he listened to Muyun's questions. Naruto Uzumaki replied quickly. This time I just have a vacation time, and I want to go home and have a look, and you know, we haven't returned to the village for a long time. So now for us, isn't it supposed to be very happy in this village? But what happened in this village? Why did you suddenly return to the village? I just feel that a lot of problems have happened in the village. Look at the houses and these messy things in the village. What's going on? Muyun pointed at Pain, and then said to Naruto Uzumaki. Isn't it the guy in front of you? I don't know what happened to him, or what went wrong, and he came to attack our village. You have to know, although I am not a kind of character in this village, but I think the people in the whole village have given me some face. He came to attack our whole village like this, you say how to deal with it. And when it was in the comments, I was really, the one I knew before. Where the hell did Pain go? Why is there something wrong with you all of a sudden or something? Being able to come to me like this, I still want to attack our entire village. You need to know that the fireball technique you just cast, I just broke it for you. Although you have also seen that this problem has already occurred in our entire village, there is no way to do it, because the number of fireballs can only be relieved by using water or ice. Quote. If I use water, think about whether our entire village has already been replaced by another look. Although the village can be frozen for a while and the fireball tree is lifted, the village can already be preserved. So I say I think what I did was right. But I think that if you do this, it really makes me feel very uncomfortable in my heart. You know, if you do this, you think about all the nodding affection we had in the past. I don't know who gave you such an ability to let you come to my village to be wild, and now you see that Naruto Uzumaki has returned to the village. I think it should be compared to this matter. Okay. What happened in the whole house during the time he was away from home? But he encountered such a problem as soon as he returned home. It really made Uzumaki Naruto's mood suddenly drop from excitement to the extreme, and watching Pain Uzumaki Naruto who had attacked the entire village, how could he not grit his teeth in his heart? So Uzumaki Naruto said to Muyun, let me handle this matter of Muyun. I don't know, it turns out that when I didn't go back home, there were so many people who wanted to attack our entire village. Since they wanted, if they are thinking of the village, then they have already made a big chance for me. You must know that I don't like to be at home on weekdays, but this incident actually made me catch up, so I'll come and see what kind of ability this Pain has. On weekdays, I feel that when I go outside, I have already passed him on, and now I will try to see if he has such an ability. If he is able to make waves in our village, if he really has such an ability, then it doesn't matter if I bow down. After all, I also contributed to our entire village, but if he did something very inauthentic, and he didn't have such an ability, even if he was killed by me, he should have no complaints. Regretful. Muyun's remarks just now were actually aimed at making Naruto go into battle, because now Muyun felt that he really did not want to have such a fight. And this kind of fighting, for Muyun, has already made him feel particularly tired, since it is said that there can be 7 people, let them play for themselves. Well, haven't the rest of the things been resolved well? Besides, for such a thing, there really are other problems. With Muyun by his side, he might be able to help Naruto. If it was said that Muyun personally took action, he still doesn't know what the result would be. Besides, Muyun could see that Naruto wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to erect a monument in the entire village, so Muyun felt that it would be better for Naruto to take action. After all, a native person has solved such a problem, so when they say it out, they will feel that the hearts of the whole village are relatively aligned, and their strength is relatively large, so Muyun thinks it is better to let the Whirlpool Naruto take action. Chapter 204 Defeat. Pain didn't think that he originally wanted to challenge Muyun this time, but the Uzumaki Naruto that suddenly appeared has disrupted all its deployments. But Pain can clearly know that since he dares to challenge the entire Konoha village alone this time, it is because he has a perfect plan, and now for Pain, nothing can stop him. An offensive step. The man stood there looking at Muyun and Naruto, and the two were chatting there. When they were talking, Pain said loudly to Muyun and Naruto. I think the two of you are still thinking about it for a while. After a while, you were defeated by me. What will you be like? Both of you are some famous people. If you lose in my hands, maybe your heart will be weaker. Besides, such a question is for you 30. Quote. Is there already some other ideas? In such a situation, I think it is better to think about it carefully, or else. Just relying on our ability, you can't have insight, and if you are really defeated by me this time, think about how famous I will become in the whole world. How famous it is, in this case only then can I have my own name written on those scrolls of history. No one expected Pain to have such an idea. Muyun knew that he had to agree at this time, Naruto's request, so Muyun said to Naruto. Okay Naruto Uzumaki, go and meet it, and see how capable he is. What he said, I think he should have certain abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing at all, but now that he has been able to say such a thing, it means that he should still be able to have some strength, so you must also be careful. Some are better. For Pain, everyone used to know clearly what a capable person he was. So Muyun felt that he should be a Whirlpool Naruto a little more about this Whirlpool Naruto, so Muyun didn't feel anything, so he sent Whirlpool Naruto out. But as soon as the battle started, Muyun was able to discover that Naruto Uzumaki was actually not as capable as he thought, and now for Naruto Uzumaki, his level is really not as high as his peers. I saw that one of Pain's fireballs smashed in front of Naruto Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly blocked Pain's fireball with an earthen shield tree, and then used a water spirit to hit him. On Pain. Pain and Naruto Uzumaki didn't differentiate between you and me, but at this time, Muyun saw that he actually saw the Tien he used to. Favorite next to Naruto Uzumaki. Muyun lived for a while after all. This girl was a little girl who he had a good impression of, so Muyun came to him and asked him, Shaoshan, you came back with Naruto Uzumaki. You are really welcome. It's really not easy to welcome such a beautiful girl in a place like ours. Back then that drift. The little girl Liang is now a big girl, and looking at Muyun's appearance, she has become a little shy, only to hear this little girl say to Muyun. Yes, I came back with the Grey Wolf, because the two of us are in the same group, so when something happens, everyone will help together. This time he said he wanted to go home and stay there for 2 days, so I came back with him. I wanted to see a natural scenery in your place. Uzumaki Naruto told me that his hometown is very beautiful, and the individuals in the family are also very kind. That's why I came back with him and wanted to take a look, but I didn't expect to be very happy to see you in this place. Your ability should be quite high now, and I've heard of it before. With your many achievements, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. Muyun wanted to say something else, when he saw that Naruto Uzumaki had already retreated while clutching his chest. Hinata hurriedly ran to Naruto Uzumaki and asked him, "What's the matter? You're not hurt, come over and take a rest." At this time, I heard Pain laughing at Naruto Uzumaki. "Uzumaki Naruto, didn't you say that your ability is quite high? Why have you been defeated like this now? You know that a person like you is not worthy of being my opponent at all. And a person like you, how can you still be so embarrassing? I heard a name of you in the past, but now I've only found out that you are in such a situation after actually fighting each other. If you know this is the case, I won't fight with you at all, because you don't deserve me to fight with you at all, and you also need to know, just like a person like me. How can a person like you be defeated? Now you can see it. This is a real situation of mine. You are not worthy of being my opponent at all." Naruto Uzumaki spit out a mouthful of blood when he listened to what Pain said. Hinata, who was beside him, saw that Naruto Uzumaki had already suffered such a serious injury, and that he was still subject to such insults, so he rushed going up, regardless of whether it was 3, 7, or 21, he moved his hand towards Pain. Pain said to Hinata with a smile while avoiding Hinata's attack. "What's the matter? The little girl is complaining about your sweetheart here, so you must know that I am many times stronger than him. Otherwise, you can just follow me. This way, you can also have a bright future. Besides, what kind of ability do you have with that? A bum. And you should be able to clearly know that I didn't kill him just now. It has been considered a face for him, and this is in front of Muyun. If in front of other people, think about how he could be defeated so easily, think about it. If a woman wants to get ahead, she is nothing more than following a good man by my side. Isn't it many times stronger than following Naruto Uzumaki?" Pain's words really made Hinata feel particularly angry in his heart. Chapter 205 Runaway. Hinata stepped up the attack, and suddenly saw Pain's hand reaching out to Tuta's face and touching his cheek. Then he said to Hinata with a smile, "Little sister, this little face is very slippery, why don't you play such a routine with your brother here, come to your brother's arms quickly. Otherwise, wait for your brother, but you will be ruthless. If something happens to you, your brother will be heartbroken." Hinata's face turned red all of a sudden, and he was out of breath, and Naruto Uzumaki beside him was already blushing. Muyun saw that Hinata had already messed up his position, and at such a time he had already let Pain hold his hand and walked away, and saw a mishap. Pain immediately grabbed Hinata's hand on his own, and then the other hand also grabbed Hinata's chest. Muyun hurriedly stretched out his hand, knocked off Pain's evil hand at once, and then pulled Hinata to his side, letting him go and take good care of Naruto Uzumaki, and then said to Pain, "You're going a little too far. The innocence of a girl's family is more important than anything else. Now that you are like this, I really think you are particularly hateful. And in a situation like yours, don't you think you should stop it? Do you really want me to take you out in such a place, or do you want to challenge my patience? This village is a place I guard, if you know clearly. Then get me out of this village as soon as possible, but if you really want to challenge my patience, then just let it go. I won't let you do it so easily, and say this, how can little sister let you molest? You don't even look at what kind of a person you are. You have such a disgusting face. How can you treat a girl like this? I can tell you, just like you alone, I won't do it easily, but if I do, you have to be careful." Pain felt that Muyun's words were not taken into his heart at all, because for Pain, he knew that Muyun would not go to war with him easily. Pain is well aware of such a matter. Besides, he dares to go to Konoha village alone. It is because he has his own confidence here, so now for Muyun's warning, he didn't care too much in his heart at all. Naruto Uzumaki saw that Hinata had been molested by Pain, and immediately went berserk. Uzumaki Naruto's contract beast has also been released. Originally staying in the storage ring was fine, but suddenly I felt a rage from Naruto Uzumaki. And he was also caught. Muyun looked at such a situation, and now he has already squeezed out the entire potential of Naruto Uzumaki. If he can't defeat him this time, then Muyun will look down on Naruto Uzumaki, so he can feel it now. Uzumaki Naruto's body is already full of tyrannical aura, and it can also make people feel the current Uzumaki. Naruto, the real anger is also very powerful. After this matter has reached such a stage, he can also understand that this is something that he can't ignore, and seeing Hinata, who has been wrong beside him, crying silently, Muyun feels this. Let the Uzumaki Naruto solve it by himself. It's fine to just watch it by the side. If it's not really a matter of life and death, Muyun thinks it's better that he doesn't have to take action. Seeing the fierce battle on the scene, Muyun really understood. This is the truest state of Naruto Uzumaki, and at such a time. If it is said that he can't abuse pain, then Muyun looks down on Naruto Uzumaki, but now for pain. He really felt that he had angered a male lion and now Naruto Uzumaki, and could not wait to hit pain into the corner all of a sudden, and at such a moment. Muyun can clearly feel the resentment in Naruto Uzumaki, and he can also clearly feel Naruto Uzumaki's excitement towards this world. Uzumaki Naruto is already like this, how can it not beat pain completely, and at this